The classroom at Zhongqing's Third Academy for Professionals buzzed with excitement. A lively chatter hung in the air 1 week after the awakening ceremony. The students had just completed their beginner missions and were fervently exchanging their tips and tricks for leveling up. My shield warrior is absolutely unstoppable. I've got a passive 10% melee damage reflection. Leveling up is a breeze, a burly male student boasted loudly. Someone next to him immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Damage reflection only works in melee? What are you gonna do if you face a ranged monster? You'd be toast. That's why I need a team, duh. Not everyone can pull off being a lone wolf like you. Amid the noisy crowd, Gu Yuan was the odd one out. He sat alone by the window, disengaged from the conversation around him, quietly organizing his books with his head down. Suddenly, a folded piece of paper slipped out of his notebook and fluttered to the ground. Gu Yuan bent down to pick it up and unfolded it, revealing a neat line of handwriting, "Meet me on the rooftop after class." A small heart was doodled next to the message, but there was no signature. Seriously? People still write notes like this? Isn't texting way easier? Gu Yuan muttered to himself, shaking his head in mild disbelief. He crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it aside. Before his professional awakening, he might have entertained a fleeting thought that a girl could be secretly in love with him. But now, to him, any sort of confession felt more like a practical joke than a genuine sentiment. Gu Yuan wasn't just any student, he was a transmigrator, someone who had crossed over from another world. For 18 years, he had lived in this place, a world vastly different from his original home, Blue Planet. Here, the rules of reality intertwined with those of a game. 1,000 years ago, the game system descended upon this world, unleashing monsters across the land. At the same time, humans awakened bizarre and extraordinary powers known as professions. From staff-wielding mages and battle-hardened warriors to chefs cooking culinary masterpieces and farmers tending to crops, everyone had found their role within the new system. Combat professionals took to the front lines to fend off the monstrous threats, protecting humanity, while non-combat professionals supported society from the rear, working to ensure the world functioned smoothly. Although authorities constantly preached that no profession was inherently superior to another, everyone understood the harsh truth: true freedom and influence only belonged to those who rose to become mighty combat professionals, the protagonists of this world. Fortunately for Gu Yuan, he had awakened as well. His profession? A rare and unique hidden class, Abyss Walker. He was the only one in existence with this profession, allowing him to form pacts with demons and fallen angels from the abyss, summoning them to fight by his side. It sounded unimaginably powerful. But, as with all things that attracted envy, the price was equally harrowing. To forge a pact with a demon, one had to offer their own soul and flesh. It was undeniably an evil profession. The school principal hadn't minced words in warning him: if Gu Yuan insisted on associating with demons, he would ultimately lose himself, torn apart by the whispers of corrupted angels and the seductive torment of succubi queens. Even his homeroom teacher had implored him to give up on this doomed path, claiming, even working in a factory would be better than heading down a road with no return. Gu Yuan had nodded and agreed outwardly, but kept one critical truth to himself: the soul and flesh required for sacrifices didn't necessarily have to be his own. Others could work just fine. On his profession status panel, the methods for pacts were listed clearly. Sacrifice 10 living goblins to summon a minor demon. Sacrifice 10 living wasteland wolves to summon a hellhound. Monsters were humanity's natural enemies, the target of every professional's hunt. Using them as sacrificial offerings? Gu Yuan didn't feel an ounce of guilt about it. But this approach could only bind him to low-level, disposable minions with no potential for growth. To summon those famous and formidable elite units, the ones with names and unmatched potential, required rarer, higher-quality sacrifices. For example, human professionals. Sacrifice 1 living professional to summon Succubus Queen, Yalberna. The moment Gu Yuan saw this entry, he truly comprehended the dark terror of the Abyss Walker class. It wasn't a test of his resistance to corruption or moral compromise, but rather a raw, unfiltered challenge to his humanity. And human nature? It was the one thing most susceptible to temptation. Gu Yuan's gaze instinctively roamed across the classroom, pausing momentarily on one student after another. Everyone here was a newly awakened professional, still inexperienced and relatively weak. It would be easy to choose someone as his target, a so-called lucky one. The thought crossed his mind more than once, yet each time, he squashed it with sheer willpower. Sacrificing an innocent classmate for his ambition? No, he couldn't go that far, not yet. Of course, this world wasn't devoid of scumbags. Many corrupt and vile professionals deserved to be eliminated. Gu Yuan wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice such individuals. But the problem was, with his current strength, tracking down and taking on those people was a death sentence he wasn't strong enough to survive. Tomorrow's the newbie trial, Gu Yuan thought to himself. Looks like I'll have to rely on my few minor demons. The newbie trial was every professional's first significant turning point, a one-time opportunity in their entire life. Top guilds used this trial to evaluate a student's potential, determining whether to offer them a chance to join. Securing a place in a prestigious guild guaranteed exponentially faster growth, 10, even 100 times faster than joining a lesser guild. Only by standing out in this trial could Gu Yuan hope to gather the strength necessary to hunt down villains and summon truly powerful demon leaders without betraying his conscience. While he had promised his homeroom teacher that he would abandon his professional ambitions and opt for a quiet life as a factory worker, Gu Yuan had secretly spent the past week leveling up, reaching level 5 and qualifying for the trial. The problem? His minor demons weren't nearly strong enough to earn him an S-rank rating the standard top-tier guilds demanded. At this point, should I summon the Succubus Queen before the trial? There's no chance, but that doesn't mean I can sacrifice my principles, Gu Yuan said, shaking his head and retracting the dangerous glint in his eyes. If passing the trial meant killing innocent people, then how was that any different from becoming corrupted by the abyss? At that moment, a strong, almost overwhelming perfume wafted over. Gu Yuan looked up to see Xinlian, the school's notorious beauty, standing next to his desk. Gu Yuan, she began in an unnaturally sugary voice, overly sweet and disingenuous as her smile, I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my boyfriend? She thrust a bouquet of roses toward him dramatically. The previously noisy classroom fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned to Gu Yuan as if spotlights were suddenly beaming down on him. For 3 long seconds, the silence lingered before snickers erupted from the back row. Gu Yuan tilted his head slightly, glancing past Xinlian's overly performative grin to look at the classroom's rear. There sat Zhou Bo, Xinlian's actual boyfriend, casually lounging with his lackeys. Humor danced in their eyes as they watched the scene unfold like spectators at an amateur play. In an instant, Gu Yuan understood everything. They were playing Truth or Dare, and he was just the punchline for their twisted little game. Gu Yuan's gaze returned to Xinlian, lingering only briefly. She was undeniably beautiful, worthy of her reputation as the school flower, but her beauty only stirred a sense of disgust deep within him. For a few beats, he said nothing. Then without a word, he reached out and took the roses. Whoa! A collective gasp rippled through the room, followed by uncontrollable laughter erupting in the back row. He actually believed it, one cried out between fits of laughter. He seriously bought it. Oh my god, I can't breathe. Zhou, you're a genius for this one. And Xinlian. Such a kind soul, coming down from her pedestal to comfort our fallen prodigy. The mockery filled the classroom, but the mirth faded somewhat as Xinlian's face froze in mortification. She turned and glared at the back row. Are you satisfied now? She hissed under her breath, her tone barely masking her irritation. Then, half-heartedly, she shifted back to Gu Yuan, trying to salvage the situation. Gu Yuan, she started, attempting to explain, you might have misunderstood. We were just playing. Her words died on her lips. The roses in Gu Yuan's hand were withering before her very eyes. The vibrant red petals dulled to a lifeless gray as they shriveled up, the once lush green stems turning yellow and brittle. It was as though every ounce of vitality had been sucked out in mere seconds. It was Gu Yuan's abyssal ability, a power of corruption that consumed whatever it touched. In a handful of heartbeats, the delicate bouquet became nothing more than a rotting husk. Xinlian's face twisted, her demeanor shifting from cheerful to offended in a heartbeat. What is the meaning of this, Gu Yuan? She snapped, her tone icy. Gu Yuan didn't flinch. Releasing his fingers, he let the remnants of the dried roses crumble and scatter onto the floor. I accepted your flowers out of basic respect for you as a woman. I discarded them, to respect myself. For the second time that day, the room fell utterly silent. Shenlian's face flushed an alarming shade of crimson, this time not from suave charm but a mix of shame and fury. Across the room, a few students who had initially been entertained now bore expressions of subtle awe and respect. Man! Gu Yuan still has that cool factor, someone murmured. Yeah, no wonder he used to be number one. Even now, after everything, he's got guts. I'll admit, that felt so satisfying to watch. Zhou's crew took it way too far. Exactly. Honestly, if it weren't for some bad luck, Gu Yuan would have never fallen to their level. They wouldn't even dare mess with him otherwise. The murmurs seemed to hit Zhou Bo like slaps to the face. Red-faced and humiliated at the failure of his prank, he slammed his hand on his desk and bolted to his feet. Gu Yuan, he roared, his voice shaking with rage. You're asking for it, huh? Pointing aggressively at Gu Yuan, he began yelling a string of obscenities. You awakened that messed up ability, so what? It doesn't make you special. And now you think you can act all high and mighty? Shenlian, regaining her composure and venom, crossed her arms and sneered. Seriously. Some people should be grateful they're even acknowledged. Instead, they bite the hand that feeds them. I was just being nice, but clearly, that was a mistake. Her lackeys chimed in unison like a bad choir. Yeah, Shenlian practically did him a favor. Quick, someone record this. Might be the last time a girl talks to him. Not even a miracle could help that guy now. That face of his? Best use it to earn a few bucks on, those websites. Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. The sound wasn't loud, but its edge was sharp enough to slice through the rising tension. The casual laugh only triggered Zhou Bo further, pushing him over the edge. You think this is funny, huh? Zhou grabbed a chair, brandishing it like a weapon. Come on, then. Let's settle this one-on-one. Zhou Bo. What are you doing? Put that down. Several male students jumped up to intervene. A girl shook her head with disdain. Zhou Bo, are you serious right now? Gu Yuan's ability might have side effects, but at the end of the day, it's still a combat class. He's no pushover, she said, her glare sharp as daggers. Exactly. And guess what? His pre-awakening stats were maxed out. You think you can take on someone who started with full attributes? We're not talking about some regular Joe here. The sharp reminder seemed to hit Joe like a bucket of cold water. Hesitation flickered across his face. Pre-awakening attributes referred to a person's natural abilities before they even awakened to a class. Gu Yuan, incredibly, had hit the cap in strength, agility, endurance, and mental resilience before his awakening, something rarely achieved. Even inactive or untrained, Gu Yuan's total combat potential wasn't something to scoff at. More importantly, Gu Yuan wasn't helpless. His abyssal ability was destructive, and there was no telling how far he'd be willing to go if pushed. No one wanted to test what would happen if he turned that power on a person instead of a flower. Still, Joe couldn't just back down in front of his lackeys. It'd be humiliating beyond words. Looking for a way out, he glanced at his bulky lackey, Wang Hu, ready to shift the attention. Wang Hu, you're up. Did he become a berserker? Drag him out and teach him a hard lesson. Wang Hu, who was called out, hesitated for a moment, a trace of unease flashing across his face. Berserker was just a standard class, not even rare by any means. On the other hand, Gu Yuan had a hidden class and was gifted with maxed initial stats. Even though he was only level 1, his combat power wasn't any weaker than Wang Hu's level 5. If Gu Yuan decided to fully unleash his abilities and fight to the death, Wang Hu doubted he'd come out unscathed. Brother Zhou, maybe let's drop it, Wang Hu said awkwardly, searching for an excuse. You know how berserkers work, once I lose control, even I get nervous. If I accidentally kill him, then what? Jobo's face darkened, and he lowered his voice to an intimidating tone. What? You dare defy me now? Jobo's voice carried an edge, sharper than a dagger. Don't forget, your dad still works under my family's Tianhong Guild as a supervisor. Do you still want your internship at the guild or not? Think about it carefully. That declaration crushed Wang Hu like a vice, gripping where it hurt the most. For those at the bottom rung like him, joining a large guild was the one dream capable of changing their lives. If he offended young Master Zhou, it wasn't just his own future on the line, his father might lose his livelihood as well. Weighing his options, Wang Hu had no choice. He strode over to Gu Yuan's desk with heavy steps, standing over him like a looming shadow. A trace of oppressiveness seeped into his voice as he said, Gu Yuan, we're classmates. I didn't want things to get messy. You know your own situation, don't you? Stop being stubborn. Apologize to Sister Lian now, and we'll call it a day. Xin Lian immediately jumped in, her sharp voice tinged with glee. Apologize? I want him to kneel and apologize. Gu Yuan, however, acted as if none of it concerned him. He calmly packed his books, his eyes never leaving his desk. Zhou Bo seized the moment to stir the pot. Wang Hu, look at him, he's completely ignoring you. Are you just going to let that slide? Wang Hu's face flushed deep red, the sting of humiliation burning his pride. With fury boiling over, he slammed a palm onto Gu Yuan's desk, leaning in close as he growled in a low voice, Kid, do you think I'm playing around? I've been talking nicely, can't you understand that? This time, Gu Yuan stopped what he was doing and finally looked up. His calm, emotionless gaze locked onto Wang Hu's fiery eyes, and in that instant, the room seemed to grow still. Out of sight, beneath the desk, Gu Yuan's right hand gathered a swirling black energy, an abyssal fell force that churned and pulsed like living ink. It was his only offensive ability at the moment, a corrosive power that could drain the essence from life itself. One touch of this against Wang Hu, and the berserker could forget about competing in tomorrow's trial. But Gu Yuan had no intention of making the first move. Striking before being attacked would guarantee disqualification from the trial. He had to wait for Wang Hu to strike first, allowing him to claim it as self-defense. To Wang Hu, however, Gu Yuan's silence was nothing but blatant provocation. Oh, you think you're so tough? Wang Hu's fury twisted into a smirk, his laughter sharp and mocking. He straightened up and tensed his body, activating the signature skill of the berserker class, Rage. In an instant, his muscles bristled, his veins bulging beneath skin that now glowed faintly red. Let's see how long you can keep acting tough. Before he finished speaking, Wang Hu lunged forward, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan's dark fell energy was fully charged, poised to counter the moment Wang Hu made contact. But before either could act, something unexpected happened. A chilling blue flame materialized out of thin air, engulfing Wang Hu in an icy blaze. The room plunged into a suffocating silence as everyone stared in shock. Though the flames roared around him, they emitted no heat, instead, they exuded a bone-deep cold that froze Wang Hu solid in mere seconds. The berserker, now a human-shaped ice sculpture, froze mid-attack with his expression of rage immortalized. The classroom erupted in stunned murmurs and gasps. Even Gu Yuan blinked, caught off guard. He dispelled the fell energy in his hand and turned toward where the magic had originated. Standing a few rows back was a girl with long, icy blue hair. Dressed in her standard uniform, she held a staff in her hand, its tip still emanating a wintry aura. Her cold, sharp eyes stared down the frozen statue of Wang Hu. It was her. Lan Ruaton. Gu Yuan's surprise couldn't be more obvious. This girl, it wasn't that she was merely beautiful or had a stellar figure. Her talents outshone even her physical attributes. Her quiet but immense strength had already made waves. Gu Yuan knew her power wasn't far below his own. Even before their abilities had awakened, she had already been an exceptional individual. But what truly set her apart was her aloofness. She rarely appeared, rarely spoke, and engaged with no one in class. If Gu Yuan hadn't seen her awakening a rare class during the recent ceremony, he might have forgotten she even existed in their group. Yet now, the silent Ice Queen had unexpectedly intervened on his behalf. Lan Ruatong kept her icy gaze on Wang Hu, her tone devoid of warmth as she asked, "Feeling calm now?" Frozen in place, Wang Hu frantically darted his eyes as if to beg for mercy, confirming his newfound understanding of calm. Lan Ruatong withdrew her staff, and the icy prison surrounding Wang Hu dissolved into countless glowing blue fragments before evaporating completely. Released at last, Wang Hu collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably as the frigid cold seeped into his very core. Zhou Bo and Xin Lian, who had smugly watched the whole affair unfold until now, turned pale. They avoided looking at Lan Ruatong altogether, clearly afraid to provoke her. Power ruled this world, and everyone knew Lan Ruatong's family wasn't just talented, they were legends. If Zhou Bo used his family's influence to push others around, Lan Ruatong's family could render his status laughable in mere minutes. Gu Yuan gave Lan Ruatong a slight nod. "Thanks." She offered no reply, not even a glance his way, and sat back down with her phone in hand as if nothing had happened. "She's like a walking air conditioner," Gu Yuan muttered to himself with a shrug. He doubted she intervened for his sake, most likely, she was just annoyed by Wang Hu's loud, uncouth behavior. Just as the tension began to fade, a chilling voice cut through the room. "You, just wait." Gu Yuan turned toward the source. Zhou Bo glared at him with venom in his eyes. "You'll be alone someday," Zhou Bo hissed. Instead of bristling, Gu Yuan actually smiled, nodding faintly. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, anticipation sparked in his chest. When the school bell finally rang, signaling the end of the day, Gu Yuan stayed behind for a while, chatting casually with a few teachers who had always been supportive of him. By the time he left campus, the sky was already growing dark. The night enveloped the town in darkness as streetlights flickered on one by one, casting a dim, amber glow. He mounted his bicycle and pedaled toward home. When he entered a desolate stretch of road flanked by dense forest, the night grew eerily silent, leaving nothing but the faint crunch of his bike tires against the pavement. Suddenly, Gu Yuan felt it, a gaze, sharp and piercing, emanating from the woods to the right of him. "They're here." He smirked softly. Using his second skill, abyssal perception, he could sense the presence of a group lurking in the woods. None of them were beyond level 5, which confirmed his suspicions. Zhou Bo hadn't let him down. He'd really brought some people to ambush him midway, just as expected. And Gu Yuan had gladly accepted this little invitation. The forest at night was thick and oppressive, reminiscent of the abyssal woods he'd wandered in before. He came to a halt on his bike, casually swiping his personal interface open as if by chance. With what seemed like idle curiosity, he brought up the contract terms for the Demon Queen. The small text appeared crisp and clear before him: sacrifice a living combatant to form a contract with the Demon Queen Yelbina. Gu Yuan murmured to himself, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Human nature is such a fragile thing, especially in places where no one's watching. Just as he kicked down his bike stand, the right side forest erupted in noise. 7 figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding him completely. Leading the group was none other than Zhou Bo, a sinister grin spread across his face, a baseball bat dangling from his hand. Beside him clung Xin Lian, her makeup immaculate and self-satisfied smirk firmly in place. The other 5 figures, including Wang Hu, were just recently awakened students, their hands gripping the beginner weapons handed out back in the starting village. Gu Yuan's gaze swept across them, cold amusement flickering in his thoughts. Clearly, Zhou Bo wasn't much within his so-called prominent family. If he wanted to stir up trouble, he couldn't even muster a single level 10 veteran and had to resort to these level 5 rookies. Pathetic. But among the group, one face caught Gu Yuan's attention. Su Qinxing. The academic star of the neighboring first high school, he and Gu Yuan had grown up in the same orphanage. Technically, that made them brothers, but their relationship was far from familial. Su Qinxing's need to compete burned fiercely, and for years, he'd regarded Gu Yuan, another standout, as a rival to overcome. Unfortunately for him, no matter how hard he worked, Gu Yuan consistently outperformed him in every class and exam. Then came the recent awakening ceremony. Su had started with an astronomical stat of 32 points, far exceeding the norm of 12. He thought this was his moment to finally shine, only to once again lose to Gu Yuan. His rare class, Gale Swordsman, paled in comparison to Gu Yuan's mysterious hidden class. Not that Su Qingqing saw things that way, of course. In his eyes, a low difference in base stats would become negligible as time went on in gameplay. And as for Gu Yuan's enigmatic hidden class, Abyss Walker, he considered it a giant cosmic joke. A class requiring the sacrifice of one's soul and flesh for power? Laughable, might as well take your enemy down with you and be done with it. Before Zhou Bo could speak, Su Qingqing stepped forward, taking the initiative. Gu Yuan, word is you've been acting all high and mighty today, he said, his tone smugly condescending. With that attitude, you'll get chewed up the moment you step into society. I came here tonight to teach you something, to smooth out those rough edges of yours. Save you from getting yourself killed out there. Gu Yuan nodded, his expression surprisingly earnest. Thank you for the effort. It's greatly appreciated. Su Qingqing's brow furrowed. He despised this about Gu Yuan, the calm, collected demeanor that gave the illusion he was always one step ahead. It made Su feel like a clown, swinging for a fight he could never win. Zhou Bo, already growing impatient, swung his bat lazily in hand and barked, Qingqing, why waste so much breath with him? Everyone, grab your weapons. Start with his legs, break both of them. With no further words, Su Qingqing tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. His teammates cracked their knuckles and prepared to charge. Wait! Gu Yuan's sudden shout froze the scene in place for a moment. He turned his attention to Xin Lian, plastering on a pleading smile. Sister Lian, I know I messed up. I can apologize to you and Brother Zhou. But, can we not do it here? Let's move into the trees. Please? The group stared at him blankly before bursting into thunderous laughter. Now you want to beg? Zhou Bo cackled, prodding Gu Yuan's shoulder with the tip of his bat. And you think you've got the right to ask for anything? You're nothing. Gu Yuan lowered his posture further, his head almost bowed. His tone now carried a hint of desperation. Brother Zhou, I don't want to embarrass myself if someone from the neighborhood walks by. Let's go deeper into the woods. Once we're there, you can deal with me however you like. I won't resist. Please? Oh, really? Zhou Bo looked as if he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. Now you care about saving face? Where was this attitude when you were showing off in class earlier? Gu Yuan nodded weakly, speaking in a barely audible voice. There were more people in class. I had to keep up appearances. Ha ha. What a joke you are. Zhou Bo laughed so hard he nearly tipped over. He turned to Su Qingqing. Qingqing, thoughts? Su's response was cool and detached. Handling this in the woods is more appropriate. If you want him humiliated, just record the whole thing on your phone. Post it on the school forum later, the results will speak for themselves. Hearing this, Gu Yuan drew in a long breath, extinguishing the last hint of hesitation in his heart. He'd once thought that growing up as fellow orphans might have granted Su Qingqing a shred of empathy. Clearly, he'd been wrong. Su's cruelty outmatched even Zhou Bo's. Ha! Fantastic idea! Zhou Bo exclaimed, growing more pumped. Shoot the whole thing. Keep it rolling until. Impressive move. Shen Lian clapped her hands in excitement, her voice sharp as she exclaimed, I'll even write a little essay to accompany it. I guarantee he'll never lift his head in shame for the rest of his life. Zhou Bo threw his arm roughly around Gu Yuan's shoulders and shoved him further into the forest with a cocky yell. Did you hear that? Once we're deeper in the woods, you better cooperate. If you keep us entertained, I might even consider photoshopping you to make you look halfway decent. Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly, his expression one of exaggerated gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Thank you, gentlemen. You hear this? Zhou Bo turned back to the group, winking dramatically. This guy's really something, huh? What an idiot. The group pushed deeper into the woods. The moonlight filtered through the dense branches above, scattering fragmented patches of light across the ground. The surroundings grew darker and more sinister, with only a few flickers of flashlight beams cutting through the deep shadows. Gu Yuan stumbled forward under their forceful shoves, step by step, like a prisoner being dragged to the execution site. While outwardly compliant, his sharp eyes surveyed the surrounding terrain, mentally assessing the most suitable burial spots for his would-be tormentors. Beside him, Su Qinqing suddenly spoke in a casual, conversational tone, his voice quiet but biting. "Really didn't think you'd turn out to be this much of a coward. Guess I had you all wrong." Gu Yuan gave a small, submissive smile, his voice humble. "Sorry I disappointed you." "Oh, don't apologize." Su Qinqing shook his head, a smirk of cruel amusement curling his lips. "Back at the orphanage, you were the king of the hill. Everyone flocked to you like you were the main attraction." He clapped Gu Yuan on the shoulder, his tone dripping with mockery. "Honestly, I kinda used to admire you. But seeing you like this now? It's really, really satisfying." Then, he twisted his head to shout over his shoulder at Jobo, "Let's stop here. Any deeper, and it'll be too isolated." Jobo halted, pulling out a flashy foldable smartphone to start recording. He gestured toward Gu Yuan with his chin and said to Shun Lian, "Babe, this guy upset you today. Do whatever you want, your man's got your back." Shin Lian immediately shifted to a saccharine, coquettish tone. "You're the best, honey." But the second her gaze landed on Gu Yuan, the sugary facade vanished, replaced by an expression of severe contempt and malice. Her voice rang out, sharp and imperious. "Kneel." Gu Yuan remained frozen, utterly unbothered by her demand. His gaze drifted away as if he didn't even hear her, calculations spinning rapidly in his mind about the quickest way to deal with everyone present. Seeing him standing there like a statue, Shun Lian screeched louder, her voice grating and shrill. "I said kneel. Are you deaf?" Her outburst snapped Gu Yuan from his thoughts. He looked at her, the mask of humility wiped entirely from his face. A hint of cold detachment replaced it as he responded, "Why should I kneel?" "What?" Everyone stood stunned, assuming Gu Yuan had momentarily lost his wits. But the next moment, realization dawned on them all at once. Gu Yuan wasn't scared, he had been playing them the whole time. "You son of a Dobo's face turned beet red, veins bulging in his neck." But before he could finish cursing, Su Qinqing interrupted, his anger simmering just under the surface. "Gu Yuan, I came here tonight just to watch you make a fool of yourself. But if you want to play tough, I'll happily oblige." He took a step forward, his hand resting meaningfully on the hilt of the blade at his side. Around them, the group began to close in, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Gu Yuan only smiled. "Watch me make a fool of myself? Coming from you, the eternal runner-up, that's rich." Su Qinqing's expression darkened, and he let out an enraged shout. That guttural yell seemed to act as a signal. The minions in the group simultaneously pulled out their weapons. Jobo, meanwhile, yanked Shin Lian a few steps back, barking orders at the top of his lungs. "Wreck him. Hit him like there's no tomorrow. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame. Medical bills, hush money, I've got it covered." The group, now fully armed for combat, moved in perfect unison, quickly arranging themselves into a battle formation. The burly Wang who took the front as a human shield, Su Qinqing positioned himself strategically in the center for support, flanked by long-range fighters and spellcasters on either side. At the rear, a healer stood poised to act. Well, looks like you guys came prepared." Gu Yuan's eyes scanned the formation with an approving nod. The setup was solid, offering defense, offense, and backup, clearly Su Qinqing's doing. Zhou Bo wasn't smart enough to organize something this functional. Too bad for them, Su Qinqing's intelligence had its limits. Did he truly not realize why Gu Yuan remained so calm in the first place? Gu Yuan's gaze swept across each face in the group, silently calculating their chances of escape and intercepting any possible routes. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The sharp sound echoed in the silent woods. Suddenly, a black and red ritual circle of ominous runes erupted at Gu Yuan's feet. Flames roared to life along the intricate patterns, their ominous glow intensifying the suffocating tension. A dreadful, eerie energy began to rise, and the sinister chuckles of unseen demons mingled with the rustling of leaves in the wind. Su Chinching's eyes widened, his pupils constricting with horror, as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "No! He's sacrificing souls, summoning a demon! Ki hey! Ki kick!" A grotesque laugh, chilling and drenched in malice, echoed louder from within the ritual circle. Under the flickering glow, the faces of the group turned pale as death, their confidence drained completely. In that moment, they finally remembered why the Deep Walker profession was so feared. It wasn't because it was weak, it was because the price for wielding its power was unimaginably devastating. But why? Why in the world would Gu Yuan dare to go this far? Back during his awakening ceremony, the headmaster had explicitly warned him, trading with demons, treading the path of the abyss, would lead to suffering far worse than death itself. Everyone, including Gu Yuan, had taken that warning seriously. Or so they thought. He had sworn with conviction that he would never make a deal with a demon. But now, it appeared he was willing to sacrifice his own soul to summon a demon, just to take revenge on his classmates? Gu Yuan, have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid of turning into a brainless, rabid abyss demon yourself? Zhou voice shook uncontrollably as he yelled in both fear and fury. Xinlian clung tightly to Zhou arm, her body trembling as she shrieked in panic, "Right! We were just joking with you. Was it really necessary to go this far?" Su Chinching hurriedly tried to mediate. "Gu Yuan, calm down. We weren't planning to actually hurt you. Let's just talk this out rationally, okay? Calm." Gu Yuan tilted his head and let out a low chuckle. "I've been calm from the very beginning." Hearing those words, Su Chinching's heart sank like a rock plunging into water. He got it now. Gu Yuan wasn't acting on impulse. He had planned this from the start. His insistence on going to this small grove, everything had been orchestrated to set up his trap. This man had fully given up on society. His own life was beyond redemption, and now he wanted to drag all of them down into hell with him. "Don't just stand there. Call the enforcers, now!" Su Chinching whipped around and barked at the mage behind him. But the mage shook his head, his face pale with terror. I tried. There's no signal. The call won't go through." Su Chinching's pupils contracted as he realized the grim truth. This area, it's already been corrupted by abyssal power? Ding ding ding. Correct answer. Gu Yuan gave a mocking nod, his smile resembling that of a teacher congratulating a diligent student. "And here's your reward, a one-way ticket to hell." "A one-way ticket?" Su Chinching's voice trembled as he tried to stall for time, lifting his hands as if in negotiation. "Gu Yuan, listen to me. You're still young. Your whole life is ahead of you. There's no need to throw it all away like this." He tried to sound calm, but behind his words was an edge of warning. "Besides, there are so many of us here. If it comes to a fight, you really think you can? You're no match for me." Even when staring death in the face, Su Chinching roared back, unwilling to surrender the upper hand. His rare awakening had just unlocked boundless potential for a brighter future. He would not let this lunatic drag him into hell. "Oh, now you're trying to reason with me?" Gu Yuan tilted his head, his unsettlingly gentle smile slicing through the air like a blade of ice. His voice carried a resonance, layered with the screams of countless demons, that ignited the deepest fears buried in every heart present. At the forefront of the group, Wang Hu couldn't bear it any longer. He crumpled under the weight of his terror and scrambled backward on all fours, shouting in sheer panic. "Screw this. This is way too messed up. Run. He's not human, he's a devil. Don't panic." Su Chinching bellowed, trying to rally what little courage his team had left. "He doesn't plan on sparing any of us. Running will just get you killed faster." But time had already slipped through their fingers. Ki hee hee. The demonic laughter resonated chillingly, as if whispered straight into their ears. Under their feet, the black and red ritual circle erupted with flames. 6 crimson silhouettes, cloaked in fire, shrieked as they shot skyward, landing with a predatory grace at the formation's edges. Standing before them were creatures born of the abyss, imps, amongst the most common and deadly of demonic beings. They were short, barely 3 feet tall, with hunched, skeletal frames and ash-red skin. Small, curling horns crowned their heads, and their disturbingly wide mouths were packed with rows of needle-sharp teeth. Tattered leathery wings flapped with a steady rhythm behind them, generating waves of scorching heat that rippled across the grove. Imps, the mage in the back collapsed to the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. He could scarcely believe it, those monsters he'd only seen in books were now standing before him, their terrifying forms brought to life. In that moment, every student recalled their teacher's warning: demons are among the most dangerous creatures of the abyss. They possess an innate resistance to both fire and poison, making them far deadlier than their peers at the same level. But those who willingly embrace the abyss, humans turned renegades, are an even greater threat than demons themselves. The air turned suffocatingly heavy as a rain of sulfuric fire began to fall, igniting the surrounding trees. The once dim grove transformed into an inferno, engulfed in hellish flames. Despair filled Su Qingqing's gaze as he looked toward the center of the ritual circle. Bathed in the flickering glow of the infernal fire, Gu Yuan's shadow stretched, elongating into a grotesque, abyssal specter that loomed menacingly over everyone present. His eyes were alight with a grotesque, manic red, both terrifying and hypnotic. Raising a gnarled wooden staff high above his head, Gu Yuan's muttered chant resonated with demonic undertones, twisting unnaturally in the ears of his audience. His intention was clear: stark as the flames around them, leave the sacrifices. Send everyone else to hell. Scree! At his command, the 6 imps let out blood-curdling screeches. Their wings flared, propelling them into the air as they shot toward their chosen victims in a blur of crimson light. Hold the line. Keep the formation. Su Qingqing shouted, his sword cutting through the fiery haze as he tried in vain to rally his comrades. But it was no use, they had long lost their will to fight. Just moments ago, Berserker Wang Hu had activated his rage ability, a skill that made him a powerhouse in any battle. Now, he was running faster than their team's archer, and his frantic retreat made him an easy kill. One imp dive-bombed him, its claws flashed quick as they sliced through the back of his neck. A sickening squelch echoed in the inferno. Wang Hu's head flew skyward as his body kept running for several steps under sheer momentum before collapsing lifeless onto the ground, blood spurting from his severed neck like a grotesque fountain. The imp's power and speed were on a whole different level from the rookie warriors they faced. Even the most physically robust fighters were as fragile as paper before them, to say nothing of the team's ranged specialists. Hell, the healer in the back didn't even get to finish the word before 2 imps descended on him simultaneously. One tore through his throat with its jaws. The other plunged its clawed hands into his chest, mercilessly ripping out his heart. The mage and archer tried desperately to fight back, but their spells and arrows couldn't keep up with the imp's blistering speed. Eventually, they too fell victim to the relentless infernal onslaught, reduced to ash amidst an onslaught of hellfire projectiles. For Coke. This was a massacre in its purest, most horrifying form. The small demons had the perfect combination of ranged attacks, melee combat, and flight capabilities, rendering them an insurmountable force for this group of rookies. They were fighting beings from another league entirely. Let me go! Let me go! Jobo shouted desperately as 2 small demons tightly gripped his arms and hauled him into the air. Survival instincts kicked in, and he struggled with all his might. But it was futile. A 3rd and 4th demon soon joined in. Grinning wickedly, they seized all 4 of Jobo's limbs and, without hesitation, yanked in different directions. A sickening, ripping sound, like tearing burlap, echoed in the air. Jobo was torn into 4 pieces, blood and viscera raining from the sky. The flames on the ground greedily consumed the gore, crackling and spitting like a macabre bonfire. Shen Lian saw this gruesome scene unfold and barely had time to scream. Her vision darkened, and she fainted on the spot. At the same time, Su Qingqing was pinned to the ground. 2 demons had skewered his shoulders with their claws, holding him down. Blood poured from the wounds, but survival instincts kept him hoping against all odds. He turned his pleading eyes toward Gu Yuan in the middle of the ritual circle. Gu Yuan, we used to play together when we were kids. Gu Yuan shook his head, his expression icy cold. I don't remember. Without another word, he raised his withered wooden staff and aimed it at Su Chinching. A thick, malevolent flow of abyssal energy surged forth, diving into Su Chinching's body. The effects were immediate and grotesque. Su Chinching's body shriveled and withered as if sucked dry by an invisible force. His mouth opened and closed, desperate to beg for mercy, but not a single word came out. The evil energy continued to consume him, and as his eye sockets hollowed out into sunken pits, the light of life in his eyes flickered and faded away. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Jiangqing's Third Academy for Occupational Training, the night breeze was cool, tousling the girl's long, icy blue hair. Lan Ruotong stood alone on the rooftop, her gaze fixed on the pale, cold glow of the moon above. Her porcelain-like face bore a weary expression, full of disappointment. After what seemed like an eternity, she lowered her head with a sigh. I knew it, he didn't come. This is all Shenlian's fault. Don't kill me. Shenlian jolted awake with a sharp gasp. Her eyes snapped open, only to take in the sight of a low, moss-covered ceiling. A faint, flickering candle burned in the corner of the room, casting distorted shadows that danced like specters. Where am I? Wasn't I in the forest? Her mind raced, and memories came rushing back like a flood breaking through a dam, the forest ablaze, burning like hell itself, the cruel, monstrous creatures, Zhou being torn apart right before her eyes, and that man Gu Yuan who was somehow even more terrifying than the demons. Shenlian sat up with a start, her frantic gaze darting around her surroundings. She was in a confined, damp cellar, the air heavy with the stench of rot and decay. In the very center of the room, a sinister ritual circle drawn in blood and silver powder gleamed faintly with a dim red light. Her heart sank. The sight of the ritual circle alone was enough to tell her that she hadn't escaped. She was still very much trapped in the hands of that demonic man. But why? Why had everyone else been killed, and only she was spared? A thought sparked in her mind like a tiny flame in the dark. After all, she was the school beauty, the dream girl of countless boys. Gu Yuan had killed everyone else but kept her alive, locking her in this cellar. It must be because he was captivated by her looks. The idea momentarily quelled her fear and instead sparked a strange sense of self-importance. Of course. Men are all the same, ruled by their desires. I'll definitely survive this. Creak, a heavy groan echoed from above as wood scraped against wood. Shenlian's head shot up. The cellar door creaked open, and a silhouette appeared at the entrance. The figure, backlit and imposing, began descending the old wooden ladder step by step. It was Gu Yuan, shirtless, revealing his sharply defined 8-pack abs. The dim, golden candlelight cast shadows across his face, accentuating his chiseled features. Shenlian's heart skipped a beat. She realized for the first time that Gu Yuan was not unattractive. Normally, the school's oversized, unflattering uniform hid what was clearly a solid figure. If it weren't for his poor family background, Gu Yuan would probably outshine Zhou, Shenlian thought to herself. At this point, she began to justify the situation in her mind. Even if Gu Yuan wanted to use her as an object of vengeance or release, it wouldn't be such a big loss. But as Gu Yuan descended into the cellar, he didn't even glance at her. Instead, he walked directly to the eerie ritual circle in the center of the room. Kneeling down, he meticulously examined the intricacies of its patterns, entirely focused. Shenlian was puzzled but quickly stood up straighter, deliberately adjusting her disheveled clothing. She figured that Gu Yuan was preparing to perform some kind of master-servant ritual with her. The thought didn't scare her much. Compared to dying like the others, even being enslaved was a better fate. Clearing her throat to steady her voice, Shenlian adopted a delicate, tearful tone that she thought would make her seem pitiable. Gu Yuan. They made me do it. I never really hated you. Gu Yuan didn't respond. Encouraged, Shenlian found her courage and stepped closer. I know, you must want me, right? She bit her lip, eyes filled with a mixture of timidity and feigned submission. I get it now. You killed Zhou and the others, for me, didn't you? That's right, Gu Yuan replied, finally turning his head back toward her. His face bore a warm, gracious smile as he nodded. Everything I did today was for you. I knew it. Shenlian almost burst out laughing inside, her confidence surging. Men really only have one thing on their minds. As long as he doesn't kill me, I still have a chance to escape. Wait, I can't let him bind me with a master-servant pact. That would permanently tie me to this lunatic. Emboldened by her new plan, Shenlian assumed an expression of docility and spoke softly, Gu Yuan, I feel the same way, maybe we can just get to know each other normally? There's no need for any sort of contract between us. She hoped the idea of mutual affection would sway him, believing this inexperienced man might prefer a genuine romance over a forced bond. Of course, it was a ruse. Her ultimate goal was to escape and seek help from the authorities. A master-servant pact would make her a slave, leaving her defenseless against him, even if he were imprisoned later. But Gu Yuan merely chuckled softly, his smile darkening as he replied. You don't need to worry. I have no intention of making a pact with you, Gu Yuan said nonchalantly. Shenlian blinked in surprise, pointing at the intricate array etched into the ground. Isn't this the formation for a master-servant contract? Gu Yuan shook his head, his tone calm but firm. That kind of vile spell? I wouldn't even bother learning it. Relief washed over Shenlian's face. Good, so it wasn't a master-servant contract. That meant she still had a chance to escape. If she could just humor Gu Yuan into getting her out of this creepy cellar, she'd find a way to flee. Maybe she could complain about how unpleasant the cellar was and get him to move her upstairs to a proper bed? Ideas swirled in Shenlian's mind as she quietly schemed, crafting dozens of plans to manipulate him. But before she could act on her plan, Gu Yuan suddenly stood up and grabbed her shoulder with a firm grip. Ah! You're hurting me! Shenlian exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation and panic. For a split second, she thought he was about to take advantage of her. To her astonishment, Gu Yuan didn't utter a word. Instead, he used his strength to shove her directly into the center of the formation. Shenlian stumbled and fell to the ground, stunned by the unexpected move. She glanced down at the arcane markings beneath her and felt a creeping sense of dread. Just what was this formation for? When she looked up at Gu Yuan, she saw an unsettling, feverish excitement gleaming in his long, narrow eyes. It was a look she recognized, unrestrained, almost manic desire, but why here, in the middle of this strange setup? What on earth did he plan to do? As her thoughts spiraled, Gu Yuan raised his hands slowly, his fingers moving rhythmically, like a maestro conducting an ominous melody. What are you doing? Shenlian's voice trembled, her heart pounding with unease. He didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and began murmuring words in a strange, otherworldly language, a chant that sounded like whispers from a nightmare. 1. The formation under Shenlian suddenly burst to life, glowing with a sinister red light. The entire cellar was soon bathed in the eerie glow, and Gu Yuan's shadow stretched grotesquely against the walls, moving in unnatural, writhing patterns as if it had come alive. Ah! Shenlian screamed, scrambling to get out of the formation. But before she could make it, two small demons, creatures conjured by Gu Yuan, materialized and pinned her down with inhuman strength. She was trapped. At last, it dawned on her, she had completely misread the situation. Gu Yuan had no interest in her in that way. The only reason he kept her around was to sacrifice her. The word sacrifice exploded in her mind like a thunderclap. Yes. That's what it was, a ritual offering. Shenlian stared at Gu Yuan, her face pale as death. Her limbs numbed with horror as reality clicked into place. He had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. The wounded hero act, the air of a deranged loner, it was all a facade. He wasn't insane at all. He didn't lure people into the woods to settle some petty vendetta. He brought them here so he could kill them. And she wasn't an exception, she was the prize. The offering. Carefully chosen to appease the abyss. More than that, Gu Yuan had meticulously hidden his true nature, ensuring no one suspected his motives. Everyone believed he could only gain power by sacrificing himself. They couldn't have been more wrong. This man was more monstrous than the demons he consorted with. Shenlian's body trembled as she pieced it all together, but realization came far too late. At that moment, dozens of jet-black chains, forged from pure abyssal energy, shot up from the formation like the grasping tendrils of hell itself. They slithered around her arms and legs before plunging brutally into her chest, abdomen, and forehead. Aha! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the sealed cellar. Gu Yuan stood motionless, his expression utterly unfazed as he watched the scene play out. It was as if he were simply waiting for a progress bar to reach 100%. Boom! Shenlian's final breath escaped her, and her body disintegrated into countless sparkling pink fragments. The particles swirled downward, drawn into the glowing formation, leaving no trace of her behind. The ritual was complete. Somewhere deep within the abyss, a queen had received her gift. 1. The formation erupted, releasing waves of chaotic abyssal energy that whipped through the cellar like a hurricane. The confined space shifted and twisted as if reality itself was warping. Before Gu Yuan's eyes, the fabric of the air unfolded, revealing a dark, desolate world. It was a realm of madness and decay, a chaotic abyss swarming with grotesque, otherworldly creatures howling into the void. So this is the abyss, Gu Yuan muttered under his breath, his chest rising and falling with exhilaration. Where most humans would see nothing but nightmares within this hellish realm, Gu Yuan saw something else. A throne, the throne he was destined to claim. As he gazed into the abyss, anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Suddenly, the two summoned demons fell silent. With audible whimpers, they prostrated themselves on the ground as if bowing to some unseen ruler. At the same moment, a figure began to take shape above the now dimming formation. It was a woman, or rather, a female demon. As her figure became clearer, it was impossible to ignore her striking form. The chaotic energy in the cellar gradually stilled, and the projected silhouette became so vivid it nearly seemed tangible. Even Gu Yuan could momentarily catch the alluring, intoxicating scent radiating from her being. She was the Succubus Queen herself, Yarbina Star. A creature of demonic perfection, she was the abyss's ultimate temptation. Her beauty was both captivating and dangerous, a maddening blend designed to ensnare the minds of mortals. Ruby lips curved in a wicked smile. Piercing violet eyes that promised pleasure and dominion. Her figure, divine in its allure, flaunted every trait humans considered desirable and more. Full curves, a slender waist, shapely hips, and legs that seemed to go on forever. Her devilish horns and small bat-like wings should have disrupted her beauty, but instead, they added a forbidden edge, a thrilling blasphemy. For the first time in a long while, Gu Yuan forgot himself, his throat tightening. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, the seductive power of the queen's presence was overwhelming. This wasn't just a demon, this was the abyss's masterpiece. Every inch of her being screamed temptation, a living weapon forged to break even the strongest of wills. The ultimate pursuit of beauty and desire. A pleasure to meet you, the Succubus Queen gracefully lifted the hem of her dress and offered a subtle curtsy. I am Yalberna, a royal succubus. Her voice was an intoxicating melody, sultry and lazily teasing, yet Gu Yuan could discern an underlying regality that she couldn't quite hide. I'm delighted to enter into this contract with you, she continued, her tone tinged with amusement. From now on, I trust you'll guide me well. Gu Yuan nodded slightly and replied, the pleasure is mine. I am Gu Yuan. A contract between an abyss walker and a demon was, in essence, more akin to a business agreement. It was a partnership of equals. Think of it as being more of an employer-employee relationship. But let's not be naive, demons have never been ideal employees. Greedy, cunning, and cruel by nature, they primarily journeyed to the mortal realm for the chaos and destruction they so relished, indulging their sinister proclivities. Should their desires go unsatisfied or if boredom overtook them, they'd find ways to twist the agreement, flipping the power dynamic and aiming to become your master instead. To avoid such risks, one must keep their soul intact, offering it as a sacrifice was out of the question. That said, demons weren't entirely without merit. If your power and charisma were compelling enough, and you could cater to their desires, loyalty wasn't off the table. As these thoughts circled in Gu Yuan's mind, Yalberna's voice rang out again. By the way, royal succubi only ever take one partner for life. I do hope you're prepared to nurture the budding flower of my desires. Gu Yuan took a deep breath. He understood the true intent behind the Succubus Queen's veiled words. By agreeing to this contract, her ultimate aim was the pursuit of supreme pleasure and ever greater power. Though completely inexperienced in such matters, Gu Yuan exuded an innate confidence. He met Yalberna's mesmerizing gaze with calm resolve, replying evenly, "We both have needs. You help me with my tasks, and I'll satisfy yours." How intriguing! Yalberna let out a soft, alluring laugh, her voice so bewitching it seemed to tingle down the spine. "I'll look forward to it, then," she teased. With that, she lightly turned, her figure beginning to fade into a misty haze. Suddenly, as if a thought had crossed her mind, she glanced back over her shoulder, biting her lip delicately as she said, "Oh, and by the way, I like your abs and that sharp line running down your side. They look strong. Summon me before bed. See you soon." The moment her voice faded, the projection dissipated completely, leaving nothing behind of her sultry, entrancing scent. The cellar returned to its prior state of damp decay. With the oppressive aura of the Succubus Queen gone, the two lesser demons circling nearby visibly heaved sighs of relief, resuming their fluttering in the air. Gu Yuan, too, took a deep breath. If it hadn't been for his composed nature and nerves of steel, he might have found himself overpowered by Yalberna's presence. It seemed the path of an abyss walker wasn't as straightforward as brute force dominance. Merely juggling these demons' needs would keep him busy. Who would have guessed that as a mage, he'd have to start working on his abs? Still, the benefits were undeniable. Judging by those two lesser demons' reverence toward Yalberna, this woman was undoubtedly formidable. With that thought, Gu Yuan silently muttered a phrase to himself and opened his attributes panel. Name, Gu Yuan, human. Level, 5. Strength, 14. Agility, 14. Constitution, 14. Mental energy, 38. Class skills. Abyssal affinity, basic, grants access to the corrupting energy of the abyss. Abyssal stare, basic, inflicts psychological pressure on the target when making eye contact. Allows access to their attribute panel if they reciprocate the gaze. Core skill. Abyssal contract, basic, enables contracts with abyssal entities through soul and flesh sacrifices. Current contracts. Minions, lesser imps times 6. Heroic ally, Yalberna, Succubus Queen. My constitution is too low, Gu Yuan mused as he scanned his basic stats. If his physical resilience didn't improve, he doubted he'd be up to the task of nurturing that so-called flower of desire. Before his second-class advancement, leveling up awarded him 10 free attribute points per level. Now at level 5, he'd allocated 40 points so far, 1 each to strength, agility, and constitution, with the remaining 7 to mental energy, a standard distribution for mages. But with Yalberna in the picture, he realized he'd need to divert at least 3 points to constitution moving forward. Taking points from mental energy for constitution is going to strain my reserves, Gu Yuan thought grimly. When summoned creatures were active, the summoner bore the mental burden of maintaining them. The more summons, the heavier the strain. Let's hope this Succubus Queen lives up to the hype. With that, Gu Yuan opened Yalberna's attribute panel. Name, Yalberna, Demon. Level, May 90, unlocked incrementally with contract holder's advancement. Strength, 75. Agility, 105. Constitution, 80. Mental energy, 230. Skills. Soul Lash, Superior, induces excruciating mental pain in targets during attacks. Dungeon of Desire, Superior, amplifies the target's desires, plunging them into chaotic self-disarray. Incredible! Gu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Due to the constraints of the contract, he could only access a fraction of Yalberna's true strength. Although she was capped at level 5 for now due to his own level, it was astonishing to compare their stats. While his total attribute points were 80, Yalberna's tallied up to a staggering 480, 6 times his own. This is a monarch among demons, he concluded internally. Different races inherently differed in their base stats and growth potential. Even within the same species, disparities could be monumental. Lesser imps, for instance, were at the bottom rung of the demonic hierarchy. While stronger than humans, their power paled when compared to higher-tier demons like Yelburna. The succubus before him possessed base attributes 6 times that of a human's. This meant that even among the demon race, she was in existence at the apex of their hierarchy. Creatures with combat strength far surpassing their kin could typically only be encountered deep within the most perilous secret realms. Not only were Yelburna's attributes extraordinary, but her skill levels had also reached the beyond tier. Skill levels ranged from basic to divine, and the difference in power between each tier was astronomical. To put it into perspective, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to level a skill to high tier before undergoing their second class change at level 30. Having such a powerful subordinate, this investment was worth it. Gu Yuan exhaled deeply. Yelburna's strength was not just a matter of his prospects, it also directly impacted his survival. Earlier today, he had killed 7 people, including Zhou Bo, the young master of the Tianhong Guild. This was no small crime, it was a massive scandal. Even though he had meticulously erased all evidence at the scene, leaving no direct proof, the fact that he just had a conflict with Zhou Bo made him the prime suspect. He had both the motive and the capability to commit the crime. Once the guards realized Zhou Bo was missing, Gu Yuan would undoubtedly be the first person they suspected. If he fell into the hands of the Zhou family, there would be no way out, he would not survive. Of course, Gu Yuan had already devised a plan to deal with this before he acted. There was only one way to escape the crime and evade the Zhou family's relentless pursuit. In the underground cellar, Gu Yuan scrubbed away the remains of the sacrificial ritual's formation while his mind raced, working out his next steps. He could flee now before they realized what had happened. But for a crime of this scale, the guards would launch a high-priority investigation, and with the Zhou family's influence, they were certain to dispatch second-class, level 30-plus experts to hunt him down. These individuals were immensely powerful and possessed a wide array of tracking techniques. For someone like him, who had just completed his first-class change, avoiding capture would be next to impossible. Even though Yelburna was a sovereign-tier demon, her power was limited by his level. She was no match for second-class experts. If it came to a confrontation, the outcome would only be her immediate execution. Turning himself in would be a dead end. He killed the young master of the Tianhong Guild. If he surrendered, he would likely die mysteriously in the detention center the very next day. Lost in thought, Gu Yuan picked up a bloodstained finger and calmly unlocked Zhou Bo's trifold screen phone. From the phone, the laughter and curses of the deceased could be heard immediately. "Zhou Bo, I think we should stop here. Going any further would be too deep. Baby, that guy upset you today. Vent your anger however you want, your husband has your back. You spoil me the most, hubby. Kneel down. Cripple him for me. Beat him to death. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Medical expenses, blood money, I'll cover it all." After watching the video, Gu Yuan's face revealed a smile. He was very glad that in his previous life, he had watched quite a few crime investigation dramas. When cleaning up the scene, he had deliberately brought back the victims' phones and the body parts used for unlocking them. The video on Zhou Bo's phone is crucial. It can prove that he only fought back and killed those 7 people after being bullied. Even so, it will be difficult for him to escape punishment. Not to mention his excessively brutal methods, leaving not even a single intact corpse for the other side. The Zhou family's grief over losing their beloved son alone would never allow him to get away under the guise of self-defense. Unless a more powerful force is willing to help him fight this case. For instance, the 4 top guilds, Tinglong, Lindong, Liuli, and Baizhun. The power structure and production methods of this world are entirely different from the past. National institutions function more like administrators rather than absolute rulers. True power lies in the hands of those mighty guilds and families, armed to the teeth and wealthy enough to rival nations. This offers Gu Yuan a glimmer of hope. In the eyes of capital, everything can be measured by value. A rare talent with limitless potential, 1 in a million, is far more valuable than an ordinary life. As long as he can demonstrate sufficient value and show top guilds the immense return on investment he represents, they are willing to resolve everything for him. Top guilds hold the ultimate authority to interpret the law, and with their support, Gu Yuan's self-defense can be solidified into an irrefutable case. To gain their support, Gu Yuan must prove his worth in the upcoming rookie trials. An S-level rating alone won't suffice, nor will a top 10 ranking. He must become number 1, the champion. And he must surpass all previous champions in strength. Only then can he ignite the greed of capital, making them willingly pay the cost of breaking the rules for him. Besides, I was forced to resist, which gives them enough room to maneuver. Gu Yuan smiled, his mind already formulating a comprehensive plan. With the Succubus Queen Yelberna by his side, this rookie trial is destined to be his personal showcase. As long as he can safely get through tonight and enter the trial dungeon tomorrow, the entire situation will turn in his favor. The only thing he needs to do now is to buy time and prevent the victim's family from filing a report immediately. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan picked up Jobo's phone and started operating it. He slightly edited the video and then posted it in the class group using Jobo's account, attaching a caption, "At Gu Yuan, come out and admire your pathetic self. If you dare to act tough again, it won't just end with kneeling." A few seconds later, the class group chat exploded. "Li Zihan, Jobo. You're going too far. So many people bullying Gu Yuan alone. Su Wenchuan, and you even posted it in the group. What are you trying to do? Threaten everyone? Wang Xingkai, Su Qinxing from the First Academy is there too? How could he be this kind of person? Zhong Yakan, it seems his good student persona was all an act. I'm so disappointed. Li Jing, homeroom teacher at Gu Yuan, are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you need to call the police?" Seeing the classmates' uproar after the video was posted, Gu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Everything was going according to his plan. He immediately took out his phone and replied in the class group, "Thank you all for your concern, I'm fine. I've already apologized to Shunlian, and Jobo didn't make things difficult for me." As soon as the message was sent, the group instantly exploded. Li Zihan was the first to jump out and question at Gu Yuan, "Is that it?" Wang Xingkai followed with a sigh, "What else can we do if not let it go?" In this world, it ultimately comes down to strength. Although the classmates were indignant, they were helpless. After all, Jobo's Tianhong Guild held considerable influence in Jiangchang. While it couldn't act with complete impunity, dealing with an ordinary student was far too easy. In their view, even if Gu Yuan reported it to the police, it would not only be ineffective but might also provoke even more terrifying retaliation. Seeing that the classmates were no longer pursuing the matter, Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately switched to Jobo's phone. Imitating Jobo's arrogant tone, he sent a message in the group, "Good that you know your mistake. From now on, bow your head and call me bro when you see me. We're still classmates after all." Right after, he sent another message, "At Wanghu, gather the guys. Let's go out and have a blast tonight. Su Qinxing is coming too." After sending the messages, Gu Yuan immediately switched to Wanghu's phone and replied, "Bro, the trial is tomorrow. Let's all head home tonight instead." He switched back to Jobo's phone again and typed, "Nonsense. I'll make sure you guys are well settled tonight, guaranteeing you're in top form tomorrow." The last message was sent from Wanghu's phone, "Alright then, let's have a wild night." By switching between phones like this, Gu Yuan successfully created the illusion that Jobo and the others were still alive and preparing for an all-night party. This way, even if they didn't return all night or answer calls, their families wouldn't immediately think of calling the police. As for Jobo's perpetually busy father, he usually didn't have time to care about him anyway. After finishing all this, Gu Yuan let out a long breath and relaxed completely. This was his first time killing someone, but instead of feeling nervous, he was surprisingly calm. In fact, as he recalled the moments earlier, he even felt a trace of enjoyment. "It must be the abyss that has corrupted me," Gu Yuan said with a soft laugh, attributing this strange feeling to the power he had gained. At that moment, Jobo's phone vibrated, and a voice message came through. The sender's name was none other than Lan Ruoton. Gu Yuan froze and tapped on the voice message. A cold and furious female voice came through, "Just you wait." Just 3 short words, yet they made Gu Yuan shiver involuntarily. He felt utterly perplexed. As the young master of the Zhou family, it wasn't surprising for Zhou Bo to be friends with Lan Ruotong. But what was strange was that Lan Ruotong would actually feel angry about him being bullied? And even go so far as to privately message Zhou Bo and issue a threat? Lan Ruotong and he hadn't even exchanged a single word. Was she really that righteous? Gu Yuan shook his head, feeling that things weren't so simple. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up, a bold guess surging into his mind. Hiss. The note in the workbook, could it have been slipped in by Lan Ruotong? As soon as this thought emerged, Gu Yuan's heartbeat began to accelerate. This wasn't the flutter of adolescence but rather an excitement and secret delight at seeing a shortcut to success. In the academy, Lan Ruotong had never mentioned her identity, but everyone had already guessed it with near certainty. Her surname was Lan, and her ability was Frost. Among the 4 major guilds, the Winter Guild's president also bore the surname Lan and was likewise a Frost-type ability user, a 4th-tier powerhouse known as the King of Bitter Cold, Lan Shangdong. Even if Lan Ruotong wasn't Lan Shandong's daughter, she was certainly a relative. Could it be that a rich lady has taken a liking to me? Gu Yuan joked to himself, though he felt he might be thinking too highly of himself. After all, it wasn't even certain that the note was left by Lan Ruotong. Even if it was her, it might simply be that she thought highly of him and wanted to offer some encouragement. Still, Gu Yuan couldn't help but hope his guess was correct. If he had the Winter Guild as his backing, then the Zhou family's Tianhong Guild, or even the entire Jiangcheng Guard Division, probably wouldn't be able to touch him. The next morning, Central Square. Sunlight pierced through the thin mist, spilling onto the granite ground and reflecting shimmering halos. This was the heart of Jiang City and the entrance to the secret realm for the newcomer trial. The square, usually bustling with tourists, was now under temporary control. Outside the square, hover police cars from the security division were parked, and fully armed combat professionals could be seen everywhere, creating an especially solemn atmosphere. At the very center of the square stood a 10-meter-tall diamond-shaped crystal. The crystal emitted a soft white light, with pure energy spreading outward to cover every corner of the square. Graduates from various professional academies in Jiang City were scattered around the square in small groups. They all wore identical school uniforms and carried no weapons or equipment. This was a rule of the newcomer trial. To ensure absolute fairness, no one was allowed to bring external gear or supplies. Once inside the secret realm, the system would automatically issue beginner kits. Gu Yuan wore a mask, blending into the crowd inconspicuously. He was dressed in a clean school uniform, with a few bluish-purple bruises on his face and exposed arms. These were his own handiwork, created by repeatedly striking himself with a blunt object. They perfectly portrayed his victim image without affecting his upcoming battles. At this moment, he was looking up at the holographic screen on one side of the square. On the screen, highlights from previous rookie trials were being played in a loop. The interweaving of flashing blades, roaring magic, and thrilling battle scenes stirred the students below into a frenzy. In the footage, a senior wielding a long spear fought his way through a horde of monsters, ultimately ending the battle with a sweeping spear technique that crushed all opposition. A sharp blade pierced through the boss's chest. A cold system voice followed. Clearer, Yi Jingchuan. Clearance difficulty, Nightmare. Clearance evaluation, S rank. Clearance ranking, first place. Gu Yuan murmured softly, to take first place, I must activate Nightmare difficulty. Merely achieving an S rank wasn't enough, he needed to become the top contender in the trial to have the elite guild speak on his behalf. To stand out among tens of thousands of participants, the only option was the highest difficulty of the secret realm, Nightmare. At this level, the monster's combat power would more than double, and without true strength, even clearing the trial would be a pipe dream. Gu Yuan was well aware that relying solely on the minor demon he had contracted, it was utterly impossible to pass the Nightmare difficulty trial. This realization struck him once again. Without sacrificing a living person to contract a more powerful hero-level demon, his Abyss Walker class was far less formidable than he had imagined. At this moment, in the VIP seats on the high platform, the leaders of various guilds and academies in Jiangcheng had already taken their places. The principal of the first academy, Li Wenbin, wore a fake smile as he said to the principal of the third academy, Zhang Zhenhai, "Old Zhang, your third academy is truly teeming with talent this year. A young lady from the Winter Guild and a hidden class holder, haven't you already secured 2S rank evaluations?" As soon as he finished speaking, the teachers from the third academy all looked grim. Li Wenbin couldn't possibly be unaware of the situation regarding Gu Yuan's hidden class. Bringing it up now was clearly an act of schadenfreude. However, the principal of the third academy, Zhang Zhenhai, remained unfazed and calmly responded, "No matter how outstanding the young lady from the Lan family is, she wasn't nurtured by our academy. As for the hidden class holder you mentioned." Speaking of this, a trace of regret flashed in Zhang Zhenhai's eyes. "Gu Yuan is a good student. I would rather he awaken to an ordinary profession than have fate play such a cruel joke on him. Truly a pity." Li Wenbin sighed hypocritically, though the smugness in his eyes was impossible to hide. "That's why I say those flashy professions are useless. The key is whether one can fully utilize the power of their profession. Take Su Qinxing from our academy, for example. Although the swift-wind swordsman profession is quite common, it's still better than awakening a hidden profession and being unable to use it, isn't it?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan's homeroom teacher, Li Jing, could no longer hold back. She stood up and retorted, "Principal Li, that's going too far. Are you saying Gu Yuan is incapable of using it? Why don't you try awakening as an abyss walker yourself? Let's see if you can handle it." "Humph." Li Wenbin snorted coldly, turning his gaze to Zhang Zhenhai with a hostile tone. "Old Zhang, it seems you're not doing a great job managing your subordinates. Do you need me to step in and teach them a lesson?" Before the voice had faded, a scorching pressure emanated from him, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. At that moment, the Dean of Instruction beside him suddenly leaned in and whispered anxiously, "Dean, something seems off with Su Qinxing. The trial is about to begin, but there's no sign of him, his phone is off, and we can't reach him at all." "What?" This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Li Wenbin's fiery demeanor. He froze for a moment, then immediately stood up and hurriedly left the high platform with the Dean of Instruction. Zhang Zhenhai watched his departing figure and chuckled softly, "You'd better take care of your own students first. Missing such an important occasion as the newcomer trial?" However, Li Jing, standing to the side, frowned. 3 students from her class were also absent, Wang Hu, Zhang Yuan, and Yang Yu. None of their phones could be reached. Li Jing knew they had been hanging out with Zhou Bo the previous night. She had also sent someone to contact Zhou Bo, but although his phone could be reached, no one ever answered. Amid the crowd, the sound of a vibrating phone rang out. Gu Yuan pulled out a trifold phone, unlocked the screen, and several unread messages immediately popped up. One was an anxious inquiry from homeroom teacher Li Jing. "Zhou Bo, Wang Hu, and Zhang Yuan, are they with you? They still need to participate in the trial today. Please have them come to the central square as soon as possible. Call back immediately upon seeing this message." There was also an angry inquiry from Zhou Bo's father. "You little rascal! Where the hell did you run off to? Your homeroom teacher calling me is one thing. But even Principal Li from the first academy called, saying you took his students away too. What the hell are you up to?" Gu Yuan replied to the phone with a voice message, "He's dead. After the trial ends, I'll turn myself in." After speaking, he casually tossed the phone into the nearby trash can. At this point, hiding evidence was meaningless, it was better to leave an impression of being ready to surrender, which might come in handy later. Dawn. A deep and resonant chime echoed across the entire central square. The massive crystal in the center of the square emitted a dazzling white light, and all the noise abruptly ceased at that moment. In the next second, a transparent panel appeared before each student. Newbie trial, activated. Secret realm, Goblin outpost. Level requirement, level 5. Enter. The secret realm entrance will close in 60 seconds, countdown, 60, 59, 58. The students did not hesitate at all, silently chanting yes in their hearts. One after another, white teleportation beams lit up across the square, and the crowd visibly thinned at an astonishing speed. Li Jing was anxiously looking around, searching for the few missing students from her class. When her gaze swept across the edge of the square, she unexpectedly spotted someone who shouldn't have been there. Gu Yuan. Li Jing was suddenly startled, her face full of disbelief. How could he be here? He had clearly promised her that he would give up on this trial. Gu Yuan was never supposed to walk the path of the Abyss Walker. He could have found a stable job in a factory, never needing to sacrifice his soul, let alone summon demons. But now, he stood at the entrance of the novice trial, which meant he had not given up, he was going to make a deal with the Abyss. Gu Yuan felt the shocked gaze of his homeroom teacher, Li Jing. He simply responded with an apologetic smile, then withdrew his gaze and looked at the countdown in front of him. The moment the countdown hit 0, Gu Yuan silently murmured the word enter. A beam of white light shot into the sky, completely engulfing his thin figure. On the high platform, Principal Zhang Zhenhai finally noticed the fleeting figure. He suddenly stood up, his eyes full of astonishment. Is that Gu Yuan? How did he? Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yuan's figure completely disappeared. At the same time, the screen of a phone in a nearby trash can suddenly lit up, displaying a message, "Who are you? Where is my son?" The screen flickered a few times and then slowly dimmed. The teleportation beams extinguished one by one, and the bustling central square became empty and quiet. Only the VIP seats on the high platform were in an uproar due to Gu Yuan's appearance. Gu Yuan. How could he come to participate in the trial? The principal of the Third Academy, Zhang Zhenhai, glared at Li Jing. Didn't I tell you to persuade him to give up? Class teacher Li Jing's face turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. She recalled Gu Yuan's final apologetic smile, a smile that felt like a thorn deeply piercing her heart. She understood that it wasn't betrayal, but despair. Gu Yuan had once been the student she and the principal held in the highest regard, outstanding in academics, intelligent, and kind-hearted. As long as his career path remained stable, his future was bound to be bright. But fate had other plans. He awakened to the most sinister profession, one that would ultimately consume him. To survive, he had no choice but to abandon everything and live a mediocre life. For someone who had once been a genius, this was an unbearable torment. What made it even worse was that, at the lowest point in his life, he was subjected to bullying by his classmates. Principal. Li Jing met the principal's furious gaze and said in an equally angry tone, "This must have something to do with that video." Zhang Zhenhai instantly understood. Last night, Li Jing had sent him the video of Gu Yuan being bullied, demanding strict punishment. However, considering that the next day was the rookie trial and seeing that Gu Yuan himself seemed to want to let the matter go, he decided to wait until after the trial to address it. But he never expected that Gu Yuan's apparent weakness was merely a facade. The humiliation from his classmates had completely driven this once genius teenager to the path of self-destruction. He was willing to sacrifice his soul to the devil just to prove himself in the rookie trial. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhenhai felt a sense of understanding toward Gu Yuan, while an overwhelming fury ignited within him. Once the trial was over, every single one of those bullies would pay the price. At this moment, the principal of the Fourth Academy leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Old Zhang, you couldn't persuade Gu Yuan? For an Abyss Walker to fight, they must sacrifice their soul. Isn't he afraid of being corrupted by the Abyss?" Zhang Zhenhai did not look at him but gripped the armrest of his chair tightly and said in a deep voice, "Compared to the Abyss, the human heart is far more terrifying." Just then, a holographic screen above the square shifted to display a real-time updated data list. It densely listed the names of tens of thousands of examinees and the trial difficulty they had chosen. At a glance, the vast majority of students had selected normal difficulty, with only a few top students opting for hard. At the very top of the list, several lines of information marked in scarlet font stood out strikingly. Among them, one line read, "Gu Yuan, Jiangcheng, Solo Nightmare. Nightmare difficulty. And solo." The moment they saw that line of text, a collective gasp swept through the high platform. All the teachers who knew Gu Yuan turned their eyes toward Zhang Zhenhai. Choosing nightmare difficulty meant that Gu Yuan intended to unleash the full potential of his sinister profession without holding back. It also meant he was prepared to pay any price, to embrace the abyss, and march toward destruction. This child, he was going with a determination to die. However, a faint, understanding, and sorrowful smile appeared on Zhang Zhenhai's face. Since he has chosen to burn, then of course he must burn completely, burn fiercely. At the same time, within the secret realm. As the white light dissipated, the sensation of weightlessness vanished, and Gu Yuan's feet landed on soft soil. A scent mixed with earth and decaying plants filled his nostrils. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, and the occasional chirping of insects reached his ears. This was the novice trial secret realm, the Goblin Outpost. Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, and a pale blue light screen automatically unfolded before him. The cold display on the screen showed his recent choice, Nightmare difficulty. At this difficulty level, the number of monsters doubles, their attributes increase by 150%, and they gain terrifying bonuses such as damage immunity, increased damage, and speed. The mission objective is clear: traverse the forest, reach the outpost, and then either destroy the core crystal or kill the Goblin Centurion. As the system prompt disappeared, the excited shrieks of goblins in the distance became even clearer. The goblins at the outpost were already more battle-hardened than their ordinary counterparts, and with the boost from Nightmare difficulty, each of these monsters possessed the terrifying strength to duel a professional. Gu Yuan did not rush to set out. Calmly, he equipped the beginner gear provided by the secret realm one by one: apprentice robe, apprentice headband, and finally an apprentice staff. He weighed the staff in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. It was far more fitting than his old withered wood staff. The set of level 5 gear gifted by the secret realm was quite generous, especially the apprentice robe, which came with a shield skill that was practically a lifesaver, converting mental energy into a shield. As long as the shield wasn't depleted, he wouldn't be teleported out of the secret realm. Unfortunately, this gear could not be taken out of the realm in the end. When ready, Gu Yuan raised his staff, pointed to the empty ground in front of him, and solemnly chanted the command, "Yalberna, follow the contract and respond to my summons." A cold snort filled with obvious resentment echoed in the air. Immediately after, specks of pink light appeared out of thin air, like petals lifted by the wind, swirling rapidly around the spot the staff pointed to, eventually converging into a pink tornado exuding an alluring fragrance. At the center of the tornado, a curvaceous silhouette began to take shape. Countless petals climbed upward, flowing and molding. They outlined slender legs wrapped in black silk, a perky and rounded figure, a waist so slim it could barely be held, full and firm breasts, and a graceful swan-like neck. Finally, that peerless beauty capable of moving the gods, accompanied by the cascade of jet-black hair like the night, was fully revealed. Albedo slightly turned her body, crossing her arms in front of her chest. This simple gesture made her already breathtaking curves appear even more exaggerated. She tilted her head, her long and enchanting purple eyes filled with obvious displeasure, as she looked at Gu Yuan. "Didn't I tell you to summon me before going to sleep?" Gu Yuan froze for a moment, only then recalling that Albedo had indeed mentioned yesterday how much she was looking forward to seeing him display the power of his abs. However, he hadn't slept at all last night. "Something came up last night, I didn't sleep the whole." "It has nothing to do with me." Gu Yuan was about to explain but was interrupted by Yalberna shaking her head. She stepped forward, bringing a waft of fragrance, and pointed her finger at Gu Yuan's chest, speaking domineeringly, "Since you've made a contract with me, you must provide compensation. Whether or not we sleep together, you still have to pay. Remember, if you miss even once, I won't let you off." Yalberna's warning left Gu Yuan momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt that the Succubus Queen before him was like an employee coming to demand their wages. If he dared to delay payment, she might truly lose her temper on the spot. "Looks like I'll have to clarify the other party's demands before signing any contracts in the future. I can't afford to bring back another lunatic who forces me to do bizarre things," he silently warned himself. But then he glanced at the Succubus Queen in front of him and instinctively swallowed hard. That said, getting paid for work is only fair, after all. Just as his thoughts began to wander, a faint sense of being watched suddenly emanated from the forest all around him. His skill Abyssal Gaze was passively triggered, instantly locking onto 12 units secretly observing him. Gu Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately reversed the process to retrieve the opponent's information. They were Goblin Scouts. With the Nightmare difficulty modifier, these level 6 ordinary monsters had their attributes doubled, reaching a total attribute score of 120 points. For an average level 5 professional, taking on even one would be extremely challenging, let alone facing a full dozen. More importantly, they are scouts, which means they possess higher combat skills. This can be judged from the changes in the surrounding environment. The noisy chatter from earlier has now completely vanished. Clearly, after locking onto their prey, the group of goblins immediately chose to collectively go into stealth mode, preparing for a deadly ambush. This makes them much harder to deal with than the ordinary goblins who only know how to charge forward while shouting. Gu Yuan withdrew his stray thoughts and looked at Yelbina, who wore a dissatisfied expression due to unpaid wages. You'll get every drop you're owed. But first, we need to deal with the trouble in front of us. Albedo yawned lazily upon hearing this and said disdainfully, those goblins who can't even control their own desires are considered trouble? Meanwhile, less than 100 meters away from Gu Yuan in the dense forest, a patrol team of 12 goblin scouts was crouching low, silently sneaking through the underbrush. The goblin captain at the front was sniffing hard, his murky little eyes filled with the most primal desires. A female. It had caught a sweet scent, a fragrance so alluring it made its very soul tremble, a female scent. This aroma, more enticing than the legendary fragrance of elves, instantly ignited the filthiest and most primal instincts within its bloodline. Gulu. Gwa gwa gwa. It let out a hoarse, eerie laugh in excitement, drool dripping continuously from the corners of its mouth as it muttered, female. A top-notch female. The other goblin scouts were also stirred by this scent, their eyes turning red, their minds consumed by desire. However, they hadn't completely lost their reason and immediately scattered in different directions, silently closing in on the source of the smell. Soon, they stealthily reached the optimal attack positions. Through the dense bushes, they spotted their target. It was a human male dressed in an apprentice's robe, standing with his back to them. Beside him stood another figure, also with their back turned. Just the silhouette, the jet-black long hair, the exaggerated curves, the full contours, was enough to make all the goblins' breathing grow heavy. It's her. It's the scent emanating from this female. The 12 goblin scouts exchanged glances, their faces simultaneously breaking into lewd and cruel smiles. In the next second, they no longer held back, letting out excited screeches as they burst out from the surrounding bushes, brandishing their poison-coated daggers, and pounced viciously toward the two unsuspecting figures. However, just as they were about to succeed, the female figure who had been facing away from them turned around gracefully, casting them a fleeting glance. The goblin captain at the forefront froze instantly, the lecherous grin on its face solidifying before twisting into sheer terror. It saw a face so beautiful that words could not describe it. This face should have inflamed its desires even further, yet what rose before desire could take hold was a fear that came from the deepest recesses of its bloodline. It finally realized that what it was lunging at was not a delicious meal, but an endless abyss. Clang! The weapons in the goblin's hands fell to the ground one after another. They knelt down one by one, the desire in their eyes completely extinguished, leaving only the purest fear, as if they had encountered their natural predator. Seeing this scene, even Gu Yuan was filled with astonishment. He had expected Albedo to easily annihilate the opponents, but he never imagined that merely the suppression of her rank could make these enhanced monsters completely give up resistance. Is this the true power of an abyssal demon? Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. You must know that a contract demon requires a living sacrifice, which means the prey must be rendered incapable of resistance without being killed. When contracting with a lesser demon before, he had to carefully control his energy output to barely achieve this. But now, with just a single glance, Yelbina made this group of goblin scouts obediently kneel, ready for slaughter. For the sacrificial ritual, they were simply the perfect prey. However, Gu Yuan still abandoned the idea of performing the sacrifice here. The footage of this novice trial could be viewed by the outside world at any time, and even if the live broadcast was missed, the playback would certainly be available. If he performed the sacrifice now, not only would he expose the secret that he could use others' lives for sacrifices, but he would also indirectly reveal to everyone that killing Jobo and the others was premeditated murder rather than self-defense. The nature of the issue would then be entirely different. With this thought, Gu Yuan set aside his intentions and issued an order to Yalbina, "Do it." Yalbina did not respond but simply raised her jade-like hand, her wrist elegantly twisting. A purple whip formed from abyssal energy appeared out of thin air in her hand. Then, she casually swung it to the left and right, lashing out on both sides. Snap! Snap! Accompanied by two crisp sounds slicing through the air, the 12 goblin scouts, still immersed in fear, turned into a mist of blood without even managing a scream, dissipating into the air. Gu Yuan was slightly startled and looked at Albedo. The Succubus Queen, however, wore a face of disinterest, complaining, "They're just too fragile. They didn't even have time to experience the pain I bestowed upon them." "That's truly a shame," Gu Yuan nodded on the surface, but inwardly, he was furiously complaining. This is a goblin scout with enhanced attributes and a built-in 30% damage reduction. Just moments ago, he saw last year's champion, Yi Jingchuan, in the square. Even when facing such a monster, Yi Jingchuan had to rely on superb marksmanship and agile movement to deliver what was called brilliant gameplay. But when it came to Yalberna, there wasn't even room for maneuvering. Doing this, others might easily misunderstand and think I'm using cheats. Forget it, let them misunderstand. Anyway. Gu Yuan calmed his emotions slightly, looked into the depths of the dark forest, and said, "There are even stronger ones ahead. It should be able to truly experience your gift." Albedo stretched lazily, her breathtaking curves fully on display. She spoke languidly, boring. "I just want to finish quickly and wait for you to repay the debt you owed me yesterday, with interest." Hearing this, Gu Yuan instinctively touched his waist. He felt that his real opponent today was neither the monsters in the trial nor the approaching guard division, but rather the Succubus Queen in front of him, who was always thinking about settling accounts. Meanwhile, in the central square of the outside world, atop the high platform. When Gu Yuan's battle footage appeared on the big screen, the entire VIP section instantly fell into a dead silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The principal, teachers, and senior members of various guilds all stared blankly at the screen, as if they had been petrified. On the holographic screen, Gu Yuan stood calmly in front of a pool of blood, and beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful figure exuding a deadly allure. This is a succubus." Someone broke the silence, as if speaking in a dream. "Damn," a young male teacher couldn't help but curse under his breath, muttering to himself, no wonder that kid dared to sacrifice his soul. If it were me, I'd do it too. Who could resist this?" Someone nearby immediately joked, "Haha, if I could summon a beauty of this caliber, forget sacrificing my soul, I'd sacrifice my lifespan willingly." "Shut up!" Principal Zhang Jinhai snorted coldly, shouting furiously, "Your students are sacrificing their souls to summon demons for battle, and yet you're here making sarcastic remarks?" The two male teachers immediately lowered their heads and apologized, "I was just making a joke." "This is not funny." Zhang Jinhai's eyes were bloodshot, genuinely enraged. Two idiots who can't even uphold the most basic professional ethics. "Tomorrow, put your resignation letters on my desk." Hearing this, the two male teachers instantly turned pale, regretting their careless words. At this moment, Teacher Li Jing leaned over and whispered, "Principal, this is not an ordinary succubus." "I know." Zhang Jinhai nodded, his gaze firmly locked on the figure on the screen. Ordinary succubi have hooves resembling those of a goat, which is one of the most distinctive features of their race. However, the succubus summoned by Gu Yuan had a pair of slender, human-like legs. This means... Zhang Jinhai's heart suddenly tightened. That succubus possesses royal bloodline. Royal succubus. Zhang Jinhai murmured to himself, sighing deeply in his heart. To have signed a contract with an abyssal creature of this level. Gu Yuan, just what kind of price did you pay? Is your soul still yours? Just as Zhang Jinhai couldn't bear to look at Gu Yuan's frail back any longer, the guild leaders sitting in the distance also snapped out of their shock. They turned their heads toward Zhang Jinhai, their gazes burning. Clearly, they too had discerned the underlying truth. The champion of the previous competition was Yi Jingchuan from Jiangqing First Academy. Everyone had watched his trial footage. Compared to Gu Yuan's one-hit kill, Yi Jingxuan's battle, though exciting, was merely a clash between novices, filled with peril. There's no need to look at the performance of other students or wait for the final results. Based solely on the terrifying strength Gu Yuan just displayed, he has already secured admission offers from the vast majority of guilds, defeating a goblin in nightmare difficulty in an instant. So far, no one has been able to achieve this. Even if his summoned creature has a time limit, his explosive power in that moment has already surpassed everyone else. A slightly chubby middle-aged man was the first to lose his composure. He quickly walked over with an enthusiastic smile on his face and said to Principal Zhang Jinhai, "Principal Zhang, it's an honor to meet you. This student of yours, Gu Yuan, has performed exceptionally well. Once the trial is over, could you perhaps introduce him to us? Our Tianhong Guild is very interested in such talent." As soon as he finished speaking, another guild recruiter squeezed in and sarcastically retorted, "Your Tianhong Guild is just a local guild in Jiangcheng, too small a pond to hold this true dragon. Principal Zhang, our Panchur Guild has branches all over Jiangyu County. As long as Gu Yuan is willing to join us, he'll start with elite treatment, and we'll provide him with the best resources." Elite treatment? Our Liang Guild is willing to offer the benefits of a core team member. Liang hasn't been doing well these past 2 years. Why not consider our Xiongning Guild instead? In no time, Zhang Jinhai's seat was surrounded by a crowd. Recruitment officers from various guilds, like sharks smelling blood, encircled him layer upon layer. Among them was even a recruiter from one of the 4 top-tier guilds. The offers they made were increasingly enticing, their words brimming with eagerness for Gu Yuan. However, despite this star-studded scene, Zhang Jinhai couldn't feel the slightest bit of joy. He slowly stood up and said in a heavy tone, "I appreciate everyone's kindness on behalf of Gu Yuan. But there's something I must be honest about." Immediately, Zhang Jinhai candidly explained the details of the Abyss Walker profession, laying everything out without omission. As he spoke, the lively atmosphere at the scene gradually cooled down. The recruiters, who had been enthusiastic moments ago, now had frozen smiles on their faces. "What? You even have to sacrifice your soul? Summoning such a powerful demon, what kind of price must he pay? It's just a trial for newcomers, yet he gambled his entire future on it. Too reckless." Indeed. The recruitment officer from the 100 Battles Guild, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but shake his head regretfully. He could have started by contracting weaker demons and taken it step by step. That way, the cost of the sacrifice would have been much smaller. One must always plan for the long term. But now, his remaining lifespan is likely very limited. Regretful expressions appeared on everyone's faces. A genius destined for a short life, no matter how brilliant, would see their value greatly diminished in the eyes of guilds that require long-term investment. The 100 Battles Guild, one of the 4 top-tier guilds, had essentially sentenced Gu Yuan's future to death with those words. At this moment, a clear and bright voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Senior of the 100 Battles Guild, you are mistaken. Hesitating in the face of the abyss will only lead to faster erosion." Hearing the voice, everyone turned around, only to see a young man in a white casual outfit with an extraordinary demeanor leisurely walking toward them. His handsome face and striking ice-blue short hair drew attention, and his every step exuded an innate composure and confidence. "Lan. Young Master Lan." The recruitment officer of the 100 Battles Guild instantly recognized the visitor's appearance, his pupils contracting sharply as he exclaimed in shock. The leaders of other guilds also quickly recognized the visitor, their faces showing expressions of astonishment and respect. The visitor was none other than Lan Yuding, the young master of Winter Guild, one of the 4 top-tier guilds. Principal Zhang Jinhai and the group of teachers all stood up in unison. "Young Master Lan. Why have you come personally?" Zhang Jinhai asked, somewhat flustered. Lan Yuding walked closer, nodded slightly to everyone as a greeting, and then looked at Zhang Jinhai, explaining, "My sister sent me a message saying she was being bullied at school and asked me to come and stand up for her." "What?" Zhang Jinhai was stunned, feeling as if he had just heard the biggest joke ever. "Lan Ruotong? That girl who could freeze people into ice sculptures at the drop of a hat, she was being bullied?" How was that even possible? We'll talk about this later. Lan Yuding waved his hand and turned his gaze to the holographic screen. Looking at the figure walking alongside the demon in the image, his eyes revealed undisguised admiration. After a moment of silence, he smiled faintly and said, "Since you're all worried that he might be corrupted by the power of the abyss, die prematurely, or turn into a monster, then perfect, don't fight me for him." In a relaxed tone, he addressed all the recruitment officers present, "This Gu Yuan, our winter guild will take him." Everyone present was stunned, looking at each other in confusion, unable to figure out what Lan Yuding was planning. Could the Winter Guild possibly lack talent? Why would they take an interest in a professional destined for a short-lived future? However, Zhang Zhenhai seemed to have thought of something. He tentatively asked, "Young Master Lan, are you suggesting that the Winter Guild has a way to help Gu Yuan resist the erosion of abyssal power?" Lan Yuding nodded with a smile upon hearing this. "As expected of my father's mentor, you see through everything." He looked at Gu Yuan on the screen again and said slowly, "But only those who dare to face the abyss are qualified to wield its power." After speaking, he withdrew his gaze and turned to Zhang Zhenhai. "I greatly admire this student Gu Yuan's courage. I won't let this trial become his swan song." Hearing this promise, Zhang Zhenhai nodded excitedly, "Good. With your words, I can rest assured." Li Jing, the homeroom teacher standing nearby, had remained silent in front of this group of prominent figures due to her ordinary status. But at this moment, she could no longer hold back, and her eyes instantly reddened. Wonderful! The student she admired the most not only avoided a tragic path but also received high praise and a promise from the young master of the Lan family. He is saved. Just as Li Jing was feeling exhilarated about Gu Yuan's future, an angry shout came from outside the crowd. "Stop the trial! Stop the trial immediately! There's a murderer in the trial's secret realm. A murderer!" On the high platform, this piercing accusation was like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, stirring up a huge commotion. All eyes instantly turned toward the entrance of the square. A portly middle-aged man, accompanied by more than a dozen fully armed professionals, stormed in aggressively. This man was none other than Zhou Wanhong, the president of Jiangqing Tianhong Guild. His face, full of fat, was etched with grief and rage, and his bloodshot, beady eyes were fixed intently on Gu Yuan's figure displayed on the holographic screen. "It's him! It's him!" Zhou Wanhong pointed at the screen, roaring angrily, "My son Zhou Bo was killed by this little beast." "What?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in shock. The principal of the Third Academy, Zhang Zhenhai, stood frozen on the spot. Before he could open his mouth to inquire, the principal of the First Academy, Li Wenbin, also pushed his way out of the crowd, followed by a group of combat professionals dressed in security division uniforms. "That's right. That person named Gu Yuan. He's a murderer." Li Wenbin's body trembled as he spoke with grief and indignation. "He not only killed Zhou Bo but also killed the genius of my academy, Su Chen." Zhou Wanhong's venomous gaze was fixed on the figure wreaking havoc on the holographic screen. He spoke slowly and deliberately, "And Su Chenqing. As well as Shen Lian, Wang Hu, Zhang Yuan from the Third Academy. Since last night, they've all gone missing along with Zhou Bo." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Zhenhai's face darkened instantly. He had little impression of names like Wang Hu, they were just ordinary students. But after last night's bullying video was exposed, Zhang Zhenhai had already noted these individuals down, planning to deal with them after the trial ended. Who could have expected that what he would receive instead was news of their deaths? Zhang Zhenhai's gaze involuntarily shifted to Li Jing, Gu Yuan's homeroom teacher. At this moment, Li Jing's body was trembling slightly, clearly having thought of something. Su Chenqing, Zhou Bo, Shen Lian, Wang Hu, these names, when strung together, pointed to one commonality: they had all participated in bullying Gu Yuan. Now that they had collectively gone missing, it was hard not to associate this with Gu Yuan. Even so, Zhang Zhenhai still wanted to make one last attempt to refute. He argued in a deep voice, "They were all with Zhou Bo last night. What makes you so certain this has anything to do with Gu Yuan? Besides, it's just a disappearance, you can't simply conclude that Gu Yuan killed them." "Evidence?" Zhou Wanhong let out a cold laugh and stepped aside. Behind him, a man dressed in the uniform of the security bureau emerged. This man was none other than Lu Huan, the director of Jiangqing's security bureau. Lu Huan's expression was stern. He first nodded slightly in greeting to Lan Yuding, who was seated in the main position, and then turned to Zhang Zhenhai, speaking in an official tone, "Principal Zhang, please remain calm. We are not saying that Gu Yuan is the culprit, but based on the current evidence, he is indeed a major suspect in this disappearance case." As he spoke, he raised two transparent evidence bags. One bag contained a trendy trifold phone, while the other held a severed finger that had yet to dry. This was found in the trash bin at the square. Seeing that fresh human finger, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Wanhong pointed at the evidence bag and cried out in grief, This is my son's phone." Before he could finish speaking, he broke down in tears, and the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Zhenhai and Li Jing stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Finger, phone, these two words swirled in their minds. Principal. Li Jing seemed to have suddenly figured something out and was just about to speak when Zhang Zhenhai stopped her with a glance. He understood everything as well. The finger was left behind to unlock the phone using the fingerprint. And the phone was kept to impersonate the deceased and send messages, creating the illusion that they were still alive, thereby misleading everyone. In other words, that so-called bullying apology video was very likely not posted by Zhou Bo himself. The messages inviting Su Qinxing, Wang Hu, and others to hang out were also not sent by him. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind: it's very possible that at that time, those people were already dead. Lu Huan sighed and said to Zhang Zhenhai, "In addition to this, there are many other clues pointing to Gu Yuan." He had intense conflicts with Zhou Bo and the other missing individuals, giving him ample motive for the crime. After speaking, he once again looked at the thin yet unstoppable figure on the holographic screen. At the same time, he also possesses the capability to commit the crime. This statement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up discussions among the surrounding principals and guild executives. Their gazes toward Gu Yuan shifted from earlier amazement and admiration to complexity and scrutiny. Only Lan Yuding remained seated calmly in his chair. He picked up the teacup in front of him, gently blew on the steam, and showed no trace of emotion on his face. It was as if this shocking murder case before him was nothing more than a trivial matter. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, kill notifications continuously appeared before Gu Yuan's eyes. Holding his staff, he calmly walked past the corpses of magical creatures, silently calculating the time in his mind. Half an hour has passed, he murmured to himself. Based on the efficiency of the security division's investigations, they should have already pinpointed me by now. Gu Yuan could feel that his actions had been exposed. As soon as he stepped out of this secret realm, what awaited him would undoubtedly be the cold handcuffs of the security division. However, his progress here had been remarkably smooth. Under the absolute power of his summoned creature, Yelberna, every magical creature encountered along the way was instantly annihilated without exception. The entire process was less a battle and more a one-sided harvest. Gu Yuan had no doubt that among this year's newcomers, there was no one stronger than him. Securing the top spot in this trial was already a foregone conclusion. As the top newcomer in the county and provincial domain, this title carries far more weight than the so-called top scorer in the college entrance examination of the old era. The number of combat professionals is already scarce. In Jiangyu County, with a population of over 100 million, fewer than 30,000 combat professionals awakened this year. Among them, the elites are the core combat force of humanity's future, bearing the mission of resisting alien races and expanding territories. This move of mine does indeed carry an element of risk, Gu Yuan sneered inwardly. What he was betting on was the capitalistic logic of prioritizing interests in this world, as well as people's innate empathy for the resistance of the weak. A genius crucial to humanity's future, after suffering extreme humiliation and persecution, angrily counterattacked and killed those vile bullies. This story, whether from a legal perspective or in terms of public opinion, offers immense room for maneuver. He believed that as long as he demonstrated enough value, once he emerged from the secret realm, influential figures would naturally step forward to resolve everything for him. At that moment, a crisp notification sound echoed in his mind: ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 6. You have gained 10 free attribute points. While Gu Yuan was pondering, a golden light flashed and rose around him. He had leveled up and simultaneously unlocked a new class skill. Overjoyed, Gu Yuan immediately stopped in his tracks and opened the skill panel. The new skill was called Sacrificial Gem, and its effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Whenever he killed a creature, he could choose to generate a gem that stored its life force and soul. This gem could not only be used to summon new demons through sacrifice but also restore his stamina and mental energy at critical moments. This meant he would no longer need to take risks with live sacrifices, greatly enhancing the convenience and stealth of his actions. Even better, the gem could also be used as an amplification potion, effectively granting him a powerful auxiliary ability out of thin air. Overjoyed, Gu Yuan quickly allocated the 10 free attribute points he had gained from leveling up, distributing them in a ratio of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit as 1:1 to 3:5. A warm current instantly surged through his body, and his mind felt a refreshing coolness. He could clearly sense his body becoming more resilient, and the mental strain caused by summoning Yalberna was significantly alleviated. Feeling much more relaxed, Gu Yuan rubbed his temples. With his current mental strength, he could easily maintain Yalberna's presence while simultaneously summoning 2 additional imps to assist in battle. At the same time, the level of his demon summons had also increased. The imp's attributes didn't grow much, but Yalberna's total attributes had risen by a full 60 points, equivalent to the terrifying boost of a first-tier professional leveling up 6 times. Just then, a gaze filled with brutality and murderous intent suddenly shot out from the forest ahead. The passive skill Abyssal Gaze was instantly triggered, and Gu Yuan's heart tightened as he reflexively opened the opponent's information panel. It was an elite-level monster at level 8, a Goblin Centurion. It's the boss. Gu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. The final boss had actually left its designated position and launched an active attack. Almost at the same moment, a terrifying gust of wind tore through the air, howling as it came. The jungle shook violently, birds and beasts scattered in all directions, and the powerful wind pressure made it almost impossible to breathe. Realizing the danger, Gu Yuan immediately shouted to Yalberna beside him, "Watch out! The boss is coming!" Yalberna's reaction was lightning fast. Her petite bat wings gave a sudden flap, and her small figure instantly floated into the air, retreating rapidly. At the same time, the purple whip in her hand lashed out like a spirit snake, precisely wrapping around Gu Yuan's waist and pulling him off the ground along with her. Boom! Just as the two left the ground, a massive battle axe glowing with a blood-red light descended from the sky, smashing fiercely into the spot where they had just been standing. Rocks and dirt exploded outward violently, and the ground was forcibly struck into a 5-meter-wide crater. Gu Yuan looked down from the air, secretly alarmed. This nightmare-level boss truly lived up to its reputation. Its attacks came without warning, starting off with a deadly ultimate move. That axe strike just now, forget about a direct hit, even the shockwave alone would have been enough to kill him instantly. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive goblin over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and clad in heavy armor, charged out from behind the fallen trees. It grabbed the giant axe embedded in the ground and fixed its blood-red eyes on the two in the air. Behind it followed dozens of goblin wolf riders, each mounted on giant wolves and armed with spears. A faint red glow shimmered over their bodies, clearly enhanced by the Bloodlust Rally skill, making their presence overwhelmingly ferocious. Under the influence of this state, all monsters fell into a frenzied state of fearless aggression. The king-level pressure of albedo was now completely dispelled by their overwhelming battle intent, rendering it incapable of exerting any deterrent effect. The Goblin Centurion let out a series of indistinct roars, issuing an attack command. The goblin wolf riders below immediately dispersed, encircling the area beneath the two individuals, and then uniformly raised the javelins in their hands. Could it be that I've been progressing too smoothly? Gu Yuan frowned, instantly grasping the situation before him. According to common logic, a boss would typically wait at the end of a level for challengers, with its guards positioned separately to give players the opportunity to defeat them one by one. However, in this case, the boss personally led the team to launch an active assault, surrounding the intruders. This is actually a hidden mechanism of the secret realm. When a professional progresses too smoothly within the secret realm, there is a certain probability that the boss will enter a state of rage and take the initiative to attack. This mechanism greatly increases the unpredictability of secret realm exploration. Whoosh! 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 In the next second, javelins gleaming with a cold light shot upward like a torrential downpour, whistling densely as they aimed straight for the two figures in the air. Countless poison-tipped javelins tore through the air with sharp whistles, hurtling from the ground toward the two figures in the sky. Albedo held Gu Yuan, her figure twisting and turning nimbly in the air, effortlessly evading the first wave of dense attacks. She even had the spare energy to lash out with a whip, the fierce wind from it instantly claiming the lives of two demonic creatures. Gu Yuan tightly held Yalberna's soft waist, unable to help but marvel at how effortless it felt to be carried while flying. He knew that with Yalberna's strength, these attacks were nothing to worry about. The only reason she chose to dodge was entirely to protect him in her arms. As long as the contract remained, these unruly demons would instinctively safeguard the safety of the contractor. All Gu Yuan needed to do was hold her tightly, and Yalberna would naturally handle everything in front of them. But this was just too embarrassing. Gu Yuan thought to himself that the footage of this trial would surely be repeatedly analyzed in the future. If his image as the ultimate victor was simply him hiding in the succubus's arms the entire time, it would be utterly humiliating. This is the final battle, I have to show some skills no matter what. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan said to Yalbina, "Let go of me." Yalbina glanced at him sideways and instead pulled him tighter into her embrace, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips. "What? Is it that your big sister is holding you too tightly, making it hard for you to breathe?" No. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched as he explained, "This way is too inefficient. You go deal with that goblin centurion, and leave these small fry to me." Speaking, Gu Yuan reached out and pushed Yalberna away, his body immediately plummeting toward the ground. "What are you doing?" Yalberna was about to reach out to grab him, but her beautiful purple eyes suddenly froze. Gu Yuan, in free fall, suddenly unfolded a pair of demon wings burning with fierce flames behind him, stabilizing his figure in midair. It turned out he had summoned a little demon to grab him and fly through the air. "This way, I won't hold you back." Gu Yuan adjusted his posture in midair and shouted to Yalberna, "You go deal with that big guy." As soon as the words fell, a rain of javelins whistled up from below once again. The little demon behind Gu Yuan suddenly flapped its wings, carrying him into a daring side flip to dodge several javelins. However, the attacks from below were far too dense, and a poison javelin still shot toward his blind spot. "Separate!" With a command in Gu Yuan's mind, the little demon holding him immediately pushed him away, allowing the javelin to narrowly pass between the two. At the same time, another little demon circling nearby swooped down like lightning, grabbing Gu Yuan's body once more and pulling him back into the air. Two little demons alternated seamlessly to assist, carrying Gu Yuan through the dense rain of javelins, performing a dazzling aerial acrobatics display. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan himself was not idle. He raised his staff high, and pitch-black spheres of fell energy formed one after another, pouring down like hail onto the monsters below. The spheres silently penetrated the monsters' bodies, rapidly corrupting them until they withered and perished. Suspended high above, Yalberna's violet eyes flickered with a peculiar glint. "Trying to show off in front of your sister," she murmured softly, a possessive smile blooming on her face. "You really do look quite dashing. Such an interesting boy. Before I completely devour him, he must not suffer any harm." The next second, she withdrew her gaze, the allure in her violet eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy killing intent. Her sight was firmly locked onto the goblin centurion, who was roaring and preparing to hurl his battle axe once again. Vile creature! Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice no longer playful but filled with an air of supreme authority. "Who gave you permission to lift your head and look at me?" Before the words had fully left her mouth, she waved her delicate hand, and a purple whip, like a venomous snake striking from its lair, tore through the air with a deafening crack, mercilessly lashing across the goblin centurion's face. Bang! A crisp explosion rang out, and the massive body of the centurion suddenly stiffened, pinned directly in place. Gu Yuan, who was still dodging attacks in mid-air, was instantly stunned. Did this just one-shot the boss? And it was the boss on nightmare difficulty. Stats doubled, equipped with damage reduction effects, and its constitution was even higher than Yelburna's. Gu Yuan had thought that no matter how strong Yelburna was, it would take several rounds to determine the outcome. As a result, just like the previous small monsters, was it still killed with a single whip? Gu Yuan looked at the goblin centurion, only to see it still maintaining its charging posture, the blood-red color in its eyes quickly fading, leaving them completely hollow. Boom! The centurion's massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing only a shallow whip mark on its body, Gu Yuan instantly understood. Yelbina's soul lash was a dual attack of physical and mental damage. Its effectiveness depended on the vast disparity in mental strength between the two sides. The centurion's mental strength was only 30 points, while Yelbina's mental strength was as high as 200. This whip did not strike the flesh but directly shattered the centurion's soul. Snap! 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 After the centurion fell, a series of sonic booms rang out in succession. Albedo's long whip danced like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, effortlessly harvesting the lives of the remaining goblin wolf riders. Under the absolute crushing of attributes, she didn't even need any fancy techniques, relying solely on the simplest attacks, she completely cleared the battlefield. The next moment, a cold notification sound echoed in Gu Yuan's mind. Congratulations! You have cleared the goblin outpost. Newcomer trial completed. Your rating is S-class. In the silence, a mechanical voice echoed in Gu Yuan's mind. Fastest completion, perfect completion, flawless completion. 3 achievements have been accomplished. Final ranking locked, first. You have received the first place reward, level 10 orange grade treasure chest. Got it. Gu Yuan was overjoyed, and his tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. He had firmly secured the first place in the novice trial. At this point, he had done everything he could. The rest was up to those lofty figures to judge. He believed that those who truly accomplished great things would never ruin the future of a genius over a few campus bullies abusing their power. As long as he could overcome this hurdle, the future would be boundless, allowing him to soar freely. What's more, the reward for first place in this trial was definitely something to look forward to. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan's gaze fell on the dazzling and luxurious treasure chest floating in midair. Although it was just a level 10 treasure chest, its quality was top-tier orange grade, meaning it could yield legendary orange equipment. Such high-quality equipment is a luxury that 80% of professionals could hardly own even one piece in their lifetime. This magnificent and exquisite orange-grade treasure chest was floating in mid-air, emitting a faint golden glow. Gu Yuan's eyes instantly burned with intensity. For the vast majority of newcomers, this trial was the ultimate test to prove their strength. But for those born into prestigious families, like Lan Ruaton, they had no need to prove anything to anyone. Their sole purpose in coming here was for this orange-grade treasure chest, which was impossible to obtain through normal channels. Treasure chests are one of the main ways to obtain finished equipment and items. Their quality is ranked from low to high into 7 levels: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and rainbow. For ordinary professionals, assembling a full set of purple equipment is already a lifelong pursuit. As for orange equipment, even large guilds would covet such treasures. Owning a complete set of high-grade orange equipment is enough to establish oneself as a powerful figure. As for the higher-level red and rainbow equipment, Gu Yuan had only ever seen them in textbook illustrations. But for him, even a single piece of low-level orange equipment would be enough to completely transform his life. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. Open! The treasure chest emitted a soft chime, then transformed into a sky full of dazzling golden light particles. At the center of the light, the outline of an item slowly took shape. It was a black necklace. The pendant of the necklace had a very peculiar design, a nun in devout prayer, tightly bound by heavy iron chains. This craftsmanship is truly exquisite. Gu Yuan reached out to catch the necklace, and the item information immediately appeared before his eyes. Necklace, key of the black coffin. Quality, orange. Level, level 5. Skill, redemption. Black coffin consumes mental energy to summon a black coffin that shelters the user, rendering them immune to all external damage. Note: mental energy will be continuously consumed while inside the black coffin. If you feel discomfort, please deactivate the skill immediately. Gu Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This was actually a piece of equipment with its own skill. And it was a divine defensive skill that could make the user immune to all damage, practically a replica of the paladin's invincibility skill. The only drawback was the inability to move. The value of this necklace was probably beyond monetary estimation. Gu Yuan was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he put the necklace around his neck. A cool sensation came over him, and at the moment the pendant touched his chest, a compassionate female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Please, redeem me." The voice seemed to come from the depths of the soul, carrying an irresistible allure, profoundly captivating. Gu Yuan frowned. Is this the background sound effect that comes with the equipment? He recalled his teacher once saying that some extremely powerful weapons and equipment have their own background stories. These special sound effects are often clues to uncovering the background story. If the secrets within can be unraveled, it might even unlock hidden quests for the equipment. A piece of equipment that comes with its own quest, but it feels a bit eerie. Gu Yuan stroked the necklace, pondering silently. At that moment, a teleportation magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The trial is complete. In 60 seconds, you will be transported back to the central square. Meanwhile, on the high platform outside the secret realm in the central square, the atmosphere among the VIP seats was exceptionally tense. Due to Gu Yuan's involvement in a major criminal case, his personal live streaming perspective had been officially cancelled. On the holographic screen, the battle scene of another genius girl, Lan Ruodong, was being broadcast. In the footage, this cold and aloof young lady displayed a side completely opposite to her appearance, a ferocious one. She raised her staff high, unleashing ice blue flames akin to a dragon's breath, burning and freezing hordes of goblins, instantly reducing them to ashes. In just half an hour, her progress had already advanced to the vicinity of the final boss's room, where she began engaging the goblin centurion's guards, the wolf riders. As expected of my sister. Lan Yuding held a teacup, a look of approval on his face accompanied by a faint smile. This speed is more than 10 minutes faster than last year's champion, Yi Jingchuan. It's just a pity that. Lan Yuding shook his head and left the sentence unfinished. Indeed, Lan Ruodong's dominance in the secret realm was very strong. But compared to Gu Yuan's earlier overwhelming and crushing momentum, it seemed less dazzling. Unless, of course, that powerful summoned creature of Gu Yuan's had a time limit and couldn't maintain that invincible state indefinitely. There should be a time limit, Lan Yuding thought to himself. Such a powerful summoned creature, if there's no limit, that would be way too overpowered. Lan Yuding was still pondering when the battle scene on the holographic screen suddenly disappeared, replaced by a massive golden leaderboard. The words indicating the leaderboard's activation flashed by, and the information of the first place firmly captured everyone's attention: Gu Yuan, level 6, Abyss Walker. Below that, the second and third places were completely empty. The high platform fell into dead silence once again. Everyone stared in shock at the solitary name on the leaderboard. After quite a while, the recruitment officer of the 100 Battles Guild was the first to exclaim in shock, breaking the silence, "How strange! The trial isn't over yet, so why has the leaderboard been activated early?" He voiced the thoughts of everyone present. The final rankings for the rookie trial were supposed to be generated by the mysterious world rules only after all participants had completed the trial, with a comprehensive evaluation. This evaluation involved multiple criteria, including completion speed, exploration level, combat damage ratio, and difficulty of completion, all of which were indispensable. But now, not to mention the nearly 30,000 rookies who haven't even encountered the boss's guards, even Lan Ruodong herself hasn't faced the final boss yet. The trial is clearly far from over, yet the leaderboard has directly announced the results and even locked in the first place. Does this mean Gu Yuan's performance has completely crushed nightmare difficulty, reaching a level in all evaluation criteria that no one else can ever surpass? The guild recruiters all stared at the name on the leaderboard, their gazes once again burning with intensity. Earlier, they had thought that no matter how talented Gu Yuan was, the curse of a short lifespan greatly diminished his value. But now, the situation was entirely different. Being able to secure first place in the trial with an absolute advantage proves that Gu Yuan is essentially a monster, with potential far exceeding that of other so-called geniuses. Someone like this, even if destined for a short life, is worth investing countless precious resources to extend his lifespan. At this moment, even the always calm and composed Lan Yuding set down his teacup. He silently exchanged a glance with the recruiter from the 100 Battles Guild, and both saw the intent to compete in each other's eyes. Then, they smiled at each other, clasping their fists in the air as if to say, later, let's rely on our own abilities. However, Zhou Wanhong and Principal Li Wenbin, who accused Gu Yuan of murder, had eyes full of hostility. They knew that the killer of their son and prized protege was about to emerge. At the moment when the tension reached its peak, a white beam of teleportation light suddenly lit up in the center of the square. As the light dissipated, a boy wearing a school uniform, with several bruises on his face, appeared in the empty square. Gu Yuan had emerged. The blinding white light made him instinctively squint his eyes. After adjusting to the external brightness, the first thing he did was look toward the VIP seats on the high platform. In an instant, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him, the worry and regret in the eyes of the principal and mentors, the venomous hatred in the eyes of the victims' families who wished to tear him apart, and the undisguised desire in the eyes of recruitment officers from various guilds. Done. Gu Yuan's heart finally settled completely. He had made the right gamble. Even though his hands were stained with blood, it could not overshadow the immense value he was displaying at this moment. Director Liu. What are you waiting for? At that moment, Zhou Wanhong's furious roar echoed across the entire square. The murderer is right in front of us. If you don't act, I'll personally kill him on the spot. Jiangcheng Security Division Director Lu Huan frowned. He had noticed the attitude of the major guilds toward Gu Yuan and originally did not want to push things to the extreme. But upon hearing Zhou Wanhong's threat to act personally, he had no choice but to immediately wave his hand in order, apprehend the suspect and bring him back to the security division for interrogation. Yes. More than 10 combatants from the guard division instantly sprang into action. Various lights illuminated their bodies as they charged forward like tigers descending a mountain, pouncing toward the slender figure in the center of the square. At the same time, bolts of ice blue lightning struck down from the sky. Boom! Boom boom! Amid the deafening thunderclaps, the crisp sound of ice crystals forming could be heard. All of the more than 10 guard division combatants in mid-charge were struck by the icy lightning, their bodies instantly covered in a layer of ice crystals. They didn't even have time to react before freezing in their forward-leaning postures, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, motionless in place. The high platform fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone looked in shock at the user of the ice thunder, Lan Yuding. He had already stood up, his icy blue eyes coldly fixed on Lu Huan. He is someone the Winter Guild has taken an interest in. His voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. I hope Director Liu can do me this favor. On the high platform, in the VIP section, Lu Huan looked at the composed Lan Yuding, cold sweat already seeping down his back. The young master of the Winter Guild, could he afford not to give him face? The Winter Guild, as a colossal entity standing at the pinnacle of the Eastern Human Alliance, has long extended its influence into various fields. Within the Security Bureau system, many high-ranking individuals either hail from the Winter Guild or have benefited from its favor. Even the chief director of the Security Bureau, stationed far away in the county capital, would politely address this young master of the Lan family as Junior Brother Lan. Lu Huan took a deep breath, waved his hand to signal his subordinates to thaw those still frozen in place, and then turned to Lan Yuding. He slightly nodded and respectfully asked, Young Master Lan, what are your orders? Lan Yuding's gaze, however, remained fixed on Gu Yuan, as if admiring a rare and priceless treasure, completely ignoring Lu Huan. I wouldn't dare call it an order. Lan Yuding's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. I just feel that this student, Gu Yuan, is a rare genius who will undoubtedly become a pillar of human society in the future. When dealing with such talent, we must exercise the utmost caution. He withdrew his gaze from Gu Yuan and turned to Lu Huan, his tone shifting. Of course, I would never shield a criminal. But to ensure the safety of this genius and avoid any unnecessary accidents, I hope Director Liu can conduct a public interrogation of him in my presence. A public interrogation in his presence? Lu Huan instantly understood Lan Yuding's intention. This was both a way to give the Security Bureau an out and a declaration to everyone this Gu Yuan he was determined to protect. Almost simultaneously, the recruitment officer of the 100 Battles Guild also stepped forward, speaking in an even more direct tone. I've long heard that the Guard Division has a unique skill called Great Memory Restoration Technique, which can forcibly make people recall non-existent criminal memories. Today, I'd really like to see it for myself. These words were no longer a hint but a blatant accusation. The implication was clear: I don't trust your Guard Division and fear you might coerce Gu Yuan into confessing under duress. Faced with the dual pressure from two top-tier guilds, did Lu Huan have any choice left? Even if the Lord of Jiang City were present, he would have to weigh their suggestions carefully. He took a deep breath, turned to Gu Yuan in the center of the square, and said loudly, Gu Yuan, you are suspected of being involved in a major homicide case. Now, I will interrogate you according to the law. I hope you will be honest and answer truthfully. Only at this moment did Gu Yuan completely snap out of the shock brought by that ice thunder. The combination of ice and lightning. Isn't this the signature move of Lan Yuding, the young master of the Winter Guild? Lan Ruotong's brother? A surge of ecstatic joy welled up in Gu Yuan's heart. He had thought that the best he could hope for was a recruitment officer from some top-tier guild to back him up. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect the young master of the Winter Guild to personally step in. A recruitment officer from a top-tier guild already carried significant weight in Jiangcheng, but a single word from the young master of the Lan family could settle everything decisively. Looks like I won't even need to go to the detention center, Gu Yuan thought with relief. Lu Huan began to follow the procedure. He first briefly stated the fact that Zhou Bo and 6 others had gone missing last night and were now confirmed dead. Then, he signaled his subordinates to play the bullying video extracted from Zhou Bo's phone on the massive holographic screen in the square. After the video finished playing, Lu Huan's gaze sharpened. Gu Yuan, please recount the situation at that time truthfully. Yes. Gu Yuan nodded. He stepped forward, facing everyone on the high platform, and began his performance. Yesterday after school, on my way home, I was stopped by Zhou Bo and Su Qinqing. They forcibly dragged me into the small woods by the roadside. They said I had offended Xin Lian and that they were going to ruin me. Gu Yuan's voice carried a hint of perfectly measured trembling, as if still lingering in fear. I was really very scared at the time. In the following 10+ minutes, Gu Yuan truthfully recounted the entire case. From how he offended Zhou Bo and Xin Lian over a trivial matter, to how they cornered and humiliated him, and finally, how he lost control in despair, lashed out in fury, and ultimately accidentally killed everyone. His words were filled with grievance, resentment, anger, and the fear of surviving a catastrophe. At the most emotional moment, he even unbuttoned his school uniform to reveal the bruises he had preemptively fabricated, showing them to everyone. Leaders, teachers, please look. All of this, they did it, he shouted indignantly, they outnumbered me and were armed. If I hadn't fought back, the one dead in that grove would have been me. After hearing this tearful and impassioned statement, the people on the high platform all wore solemn expressions. Some guild leaders and school teachers even showed sympathy and pity in their eyes. Lan Yuding was the first to break the silence. He looked at Lu Huan and said calmly, Director Lu, the situation is already clear. Gu Yuan acted in self-defense after suffering a brutal beating. Self-defense? Zhou Wanhong immediately jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. Pointing at Gu Yuan, he angrily rebuked, the video shows no footage of them hitting you from start to finish. You claim you fought back because you were attacked, where's the evidence? Before Gu Yuan could respond, Lan Yuding instead laughed. Of course, the scene of the beating wouldn't be recorded. Would the perpetrator be foolish enough to leave evidence of their own crime? Hearing this, Gu Yuan quietly lowered his head, hiding the uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth. In fact, there was evidence of the violence, but it was footage of him summoning a demon to launch the attack, which he had long since edited out. If we're talking about evidence, it's not entirely absent, Lan Yuding spoke again at this moment. President Zhou, in the video, your son clearly said he wanted to cripple Gu Yuan, to break his legs, and even to spend money to buy his life. Then, his icy blue eyes turned to Lu Huan, whose face had turned pale. I would like to ask Director Lu, has the Tianhong Guild become so lawless in Zhongcheng? Can they casually spend money to buy the life of a gifted student? Zhou Wanhong was instantly at a loss for words, and Lu Huan broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Li Wenbin, the principal of the First Academy, immediately launched an attack from another angle. Fine. Even if student Gu Yuan killed someone by accident while resisting bullying. But after killing, he did not turn himself in at the first opportunity. Instead, he chose to destroy the body, and used the victim's phone and fingerprints to create a false impression, attempting to muddle through and escape responsibility. Gu Yuan suddenly raised his head, his face instantly filled with a meticulously prepared tragic determination. He looked at Li Wenbin, his voice trembling, full of despair. I never thought about exonerating myself. I just want to participate in this rookie trial and not die with regrets. In order to resist their bullying, I have already paid the price of my soul. I won't live much longer. Whether I'm convicted or not, does it make any difference to me? Since death is inevitable either way, why not let me end it all on the battlefield as a true warrior? I had already resigned myself to fate, planning to work in a factory and live out the rest of my life quietly. If they hadn't pushed me to a dead end, how could I have ended up on this path of no return? The last sentence was almost a roar from Gu Yuan. As the words fell, it was as if all his strength had been drained. His body swayed slightly, and he gasped for air. A single tear, perfectly timed, slid from the corner of his eye, tracing the bruises on his cheek before dripping to the ground. His performance was filled with grief and defiance. The sense of being toyed with by fate, humiliated by classmates, and ultimately choosing to burn his own life in rebellion moved everyone present. The stage fell into a dead silence. Principal Zhang Zhenhai remained speechless, and Gu Yuan's homeroom teacher, Li Jing, couldn't help but shed tears. Even Li Wenbin, who had been aggressive just moments ago, stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. As the director of all this, Gu Yuan himself was surprised. My goodness, when did my acting become this good? He could feel that the emotional outburst just now was utterly natural. Whether it was the trembling in his voice, the shifts in tone, or that final tear, everything was as genuine as it could be. He almost believed himself to be the tragic protagonist forced into a corner, left with no choice but to perish alongside his enemy. This heartfelt lament left Li Wenbin speechless. He could only cough twice awkwardly and weakly retort, no matter how wronged you feel, the fact remains that you killed someone. Killing means you must pay with your life. Yes. Pay with your life. Zhou Wanhong also roared furiously. He turned to Lu Huan, his eyes filled with menace. Director Lu. He has already confessed to the crime. What are you waiting for? Or do you want me to take matters into my own hands and make him pay with his life? Lu Huan showed no reaction, merely shifting his gaze to Lan Yuding. Lan Yuding understood that the stage had now been handed to him. He slowly stood up from his seat, calmly looked at Zhou Wanhong, and asked, It's true that killing someone means paying with your life, but shouldn't we also consider who was killed? Lan Yuding's gaze, though calm, made Zhou Wanhong feel suffocated. Zhou Wanhong knew in his heart that this young master of the Lan family had taken a liking to Gu Yuan's immense potential and wanted to protect him. Moreover, the Lan family was one of the founders of the Eastern Union and wielded extraordinary influence over the law. Even so, the pain of losing his son made him forget his fear, unwilling to watch his enemy walk free. What does young Master Lan mean by this? Zhou Wanhong stared directly at Lan Yuding. Do you intend to excuse this demon who killed 7 people? Lan Yuding did not answer but instead turned to the recruitment officer of the 100 Battles Guild and asked with a smile, Senior, may I ask, have you ever killed anyone? The recruitment officer, who had been called out, was momentarily stunned but quickly understood his meaning. Smiling, he nodded, Of course I have. Lan Yuding looked at another person. What about you? Have you ever killed someone? That person also nodded. Of course, I'm a berserker. Lan Yuding sat back down and spread his hands. Everyone here is a battle-hardened warrior. whose hands haven't been stained with blood. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood the underlying meaning of Lan Yuding's statement and exchanged glances. Principal Zhang Zhenhai immediately seized the moment and said loudly, "I have taught my students that in this world, what is more terrifying than monsters is the human heart. In the wild, in those secret realms, the scum who treat their fellow humans as prey are countless. So, when our lives are threatened, shouldn't we fight back with all we've got, using violence to counter violence?" Hearing this, the school leaders and guild recruiters present all nodded in agreement. The recruiter from the 100 Battles Guild even stepped forward to voice his support. Principal Zhang is absolutely right. Student Gu Yuan was surrounded and threatened by 7 people. His life was in danger, so he decisively fought back and killed them in self-defense. This kind of situation is all too common in the wild. As he spoke, he took a step forward and continued, "My name is Yuan Min. When I was Gu Yuan's age, I also killed 4 people. They were 4 bandits attempting to assault a woman in the wild. I stumbled upon them and killed them on the spot. So, should I also have to pay with my life for those 4 scumbags?" As soon as someone from a top-tier guild spoke up, the tide of public opinion shifted instantly. That's right. If we warriors are punished for fighting back against evildoers, how are we supposed to survive in the wild? If it were me, not only would I fight back, but I would kill their entire family. We warriors are naturally strong and prone to impulsiveness. The law can hardly restrain all our actions. Solving problems in our own way is the most direct approach. Li Wenbin listened to the surrounding discussions, trembling with anger, and roared, "My student Su Chenxing is not a bad person. He's just young and impulsive, and doesn't deserve to die. That student of yours is truly disgusting." Lan Yuding's tone turned cold for the first time, completely different from his previous lightheartedness, as he said coldly, "Just because he awakened some joyful wind man, he thinks he's superior to others? Today he dares to bully classmates, tomorrow he'll dare to betray teammates, and the day after that he'll betray all of humanity for his own gain. If I ever encounter someone like that..." Lan Yuding paused, then said word by word, "He absolutely won't survive." These words were like a bolt from the blue, scaring Li Wenbin pale, leaving him too terrified to utter another word. Zhou Wanhong was still unwilling to give up, and he roared in grief and indignation, even if they were wrong. My son can't just die in vain like this." "Of course, he can't die in vain." Lan Yuding nodded. He turned to look at Lu Huan, his tone reverting to its earlier lightness. "Director Lu, the public security in Jiangcheng seems quite concerning. The newcomer trial is an important channel for us to select talent. Every participant here has the potential to become a future rising star. How can you allow anyone to block or bully the participants at such a critical moment?" After speaking, he pointed at Gu Yuan, his voice suddenly turning cold. "If this rising star is ruined because of your negligence, can you bear that responsibility?" "I can't bear it." Lu Huan broke out in a cold sweat. Lan Yuding's rebuke was enough to cost him his job. He immediately stood upright and responded loudly, "Young Master Lan, rest assured. Regarding this malicious bullying incident, our security division will thoroughly investigate to the end. We will not let any perpetrator go unpunished. At the same time, we will commend Gu Yuan for his righteous act of eliminating harm for the people." Thoroughly investigate the bullying incident? Not let a single perpetrator go unpunished? Commend Gu Yuan for eliminating harm for the people? When Zhou Wanhong heard these words, he felt like his brain was about to explode. The perpetrator was already dead. Just as Zhou Wanhong was about to erupt again, Lu Huan firmly pressed his shoulder. Leaning close to Zhou Wanhong's ear, he whispered, "Old Zhou, listen to me. You have 4 sons. Don't ruin your family's ancestral business over Zhou Bo, that useless fellow." Zhou Wanhong's obese body trembled violently, and the anger in his eyes was quickly replaced by fear. Lu Huan's words had awakened him. The pain of losing his son had made him forget who he was dealing with. Lan Yuding, the young master of a top guild, commands countless powerful subordinates. He himself is a level 59 second-tier expert, just one step away from reaching the 3rd tier. With such strength, he would already hold an elder-level position in the Zhou family's Wanhong guild. If he were to find a suitable reason, he could destroy their guild in an instant. Thinking of this, Zhou Wanhong's legs went weak, and he collapsed into the chair behind him. Lu Huan was right, Zhou Bo was his most incompetent son, spending his days idling, causing trouble, and being disliked by the family. Was it really worth offending Lan Yuding and risking the destruction of the entire guild for him? Meanwhile, in the center of the square, Gu Yuan silently watched everything unfolding on the high platform, his heart surging with emotion. He had long anticipated that he would be exonerated, but he hadn't expected the young master of the Winter Guild to be able to twist the truth so effortlessly in casual conversation, turning his actions, at best excessive self-defense, into a righteous act of eliminating harm for the people. Is this what it means to possess both power and influence? Gu Yuan gazed from afar at the serene figure on the high platform, his fists slowly clenching. An unprecedented longing spread through his heart. This is what a man should be like. On the high platform, Zhou Wanhong withdrew in dismay. The gavel that judged Gu Yuan finally came down. Lu Huan loudly announced that Gu Yuan was innocent and stated that a thorough investigation into the so-called bullying incident would be conducted. Upon hearing the verdict about himself, Gu Yuan continued his performance. His body trembled, his face was filled with shock, and he appeared utterly at a loss, as if he had never imagined he could be acquitted, as if he still had a future. However, beneath this outward display of emotional turmoil lay an incomparably calm and lucid inner self. Gu Yuan kept his head lowered, concealing his gaze, while his thoughts drifted toward the sky, washed clean of morning mist, vast in azure. His old chapter has ended, and the new story is just beginning. He can now move forward to explore and experience this world. This world is vast. The Sea of Death, the Shadow Isles, the underground city-states. Many places remain untouched by humanity. He can explore lost ruins, challenge powerful monsters, and pursue ultimate power. As long as one has the ability, anyone can live out their own legend. Gu Yuan was a gaming enthusiast in his previous life, so to say he wasn't yearning for this would definitely be a lie. But before that... Yawn. Gu Yuan lowered his head and carefully stifled a yawn. He hadn't slept all night, and today he was under immense mental pressure, summoning demons to fight, only to end up being interrogated publicly as a suspect. After all that, even an iron body would be hard-pressed to endure. Right now, he just wanted to sleep until tomorrow morning. But just as he had this thought, a soft and alluring voice echoed in his mind. "Oh, already yawning looks like you're out of danger. So, when are you planning to repay the debt you owe from yesterday?" Gu Yuan shuddered and instantly snapped awake. In the central square, Gu Yuan suddenly shivered. Unlike other summoners, the demons he summoned not only had their own thoughts but even their own lives. Take his Succubus Queen, Yalberna, for example. She had her own palace and castle. Even if Gu Yuan didn't summon her, she could still monitor him at any time through a crystal ball and even communicate with him. Therefore, before being teleported out of the trial's secret realm, Gu Yuan gave Yalberna a simple instruction: keep an eye on me. He knew well that there was no such thing as absolute certainty in the world. What if that 1% chance of danger really occurred? What if the grave crime he carried couldn't be protected even by a top guild? Or worse, what if no guild was willing to protect him at all? Being cautious was never a bad thing. Once something happens, Yalberna will immediately respond to his call and help him escape. Most of the people in Jiangqing's guard division have yet to master the ability to fly, so with Yalberna's assistance, fleeing Jiangcheng would be as easy as pie. However, the days of being on the run could never compare to the thrill of being the center of attention like he is now. "Gu Yuan, come up here. Sorry for the inconvenience." From the high platform came the voice of Principal Zhang Zhenhai, trembling slightly with excitement. "Yalberna, we'll settle our accounts later." Gu Yuan softly reassured the powerful employee who was demanding compensation from him, then stepped forward, crossed the square, and headed toward the high platform. Along the way, he could feel countless scorching gazes. Those once high and mighty figures were now looking at him as if he were a rare treasure. But Gu Yuan did not feel the slightest bit elated. He continued to play the role of a frightened child, keeping his head down and walking up to the high platform in a flustered manner. Good boy. Truly a good boy. As soon as he stepped onto the VIP seats, Principal Zhang Jinhai came up to him, patting Gu Yuan's shoulder with great relief. Homeroom teacher Li Jing followed behind, her eyes still red. After 1,000 words formed in her mind, they finally condensed into one sentence: "Pull yourself together, it's all over now." Looking at the two teachers who genuinely cared for him, Gu Yuan gave an apologetic smile. "Principal, Teacher Li, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you and still signed a contract with the devil." "Don't say that." Zhang Jinhai shook his head repeatedly and said with shame, "It's us who failed to understand you and the power of the abyss." He was speaking sincerely. If Gu Yuan had truly given up back then and chosen to work in a factory, would he have ever met Lan Yuding, his benefactor? At that moment, a steady voice came from the main seat. "Principal Zhang, may I have a chat with student Gu Yuan?" Zhang Jinhai and Li Jing immediately understood and quickly led Gu Yuan to the most central area of the VIP section. "You've worked hard in the trial. Come, have a seat." Lan Yuding, just as before, wore a gentle smile on his face, showing no airs, and gestured for Gu Yuan to sit beside him. Then, he turned to the guild recruiters, who were itching to approach and strike up a conversation, and said with a smile, "No need to rush, everyone. Let me have a chat with Gu Yuan first, and then you can talk to him." The recruiters could only shake their heads with wry smiles. "You're the young master of the Winter Guild, capable of offering any conditions. After Gu Yuan finishes talking with you, will we even have a chance?" Lan Yuding ignored them. He directly crushed a crystal tool in his hand, and a soundproof barrier instantly rose, enveloping him, Gu Yuan, Zhang Jinhai, and Li Jing within it. Before Lan Yuding could speak, Gu Yuan nodded in thanks first. "Young Master Lan, thank you for your assistance today." "No need to be polite," Lan Yuding waved his hand and smiled warmly. "I just did what I believed was the right thing. In comparison, your performance during the trial surprised me even more." He didn't beat around the bush but got straight to the point. "Student Gu Yuan, I am now officially representing the Winter Guild to invite you to join us. You can think it over." As soon as these words were spoken, even though Gu Yuan and Li Jing had already anticipated it, they couldn't help but express their amazement. Of course, Gu Yuan was pretending, while the homeroom teacher Li Jing was genuinely moved. In this world, guilds have almost monopolized all secret realms, resources, and talent. If new professionals do not join a guild, they might not even find a place to level up. Therefore, being recruited by a top-tier guild is almost the highest achievement every new professional dreams of. And now, Gu Yuan has directly reached the pinnacle of this achievement. He has made the young master of a top-tier guild personally step in to recruit him. This honor is unprecedented in the entire Jiangcheng, and even throughout the entire Jiangyu County. This doesn't require any consideration, does it? Gu Yuan continued his performance, his face full of an expression of being flattered. Joining a top-tier guild was already a part of his plan, and with Lan Yuding just helping him clear his name, the Winter Guild was naturally his first choice. "Are you sure you don't need to think it over?" Lan Yuding, seeing him agree so readily, thought he might have been overwhelmed by excitement. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. "All the major guilds will offer sky-high prices to compete for you. To avoid any future regrets, you should at least hear what our Winter Guild can offer." He spoke while holding up 3 fingers. "First, salary. The base salary of our Winter Guild is not high. In your first year, I can only offer you 200,000 per month. For comparison, last year, the top scorer of Jiangyu County, Yi Jingchuan, had a monthly salary of only 100,000. Second, resources. All the secret realms of the guild will be unconditionally open to you, and the guild will not take any share of your earnings. The exchange privileges for the guild's treasury will be directly open to the second tier for you. As long as you have enough contribution points, most resources can be exchanged. With these points, you can exchange for the highest grade orange tier equipment." Lan Yuding paused deliberately at this point, emphasizing his words. "Even my sister, her privileges are one level lower than yours right now." His expression turned serious as he continued. "Third, and most importantly, our Winter Guild has been guarding the Frost Abyss Rift in the northern region for over 100 years, constantly battling the creatures of the abyss. It can be said that when it comes to researching abyssal powers, we are one of the top organizations in the world. As long as you have the courage to face the abyss head-on, I am confident I can help you completely resolve the issue of abyssal backlash." The last sentence was spoken by Lan Yuding with resolute determination, his gaze sharpening as if trying to see through Gu Yuan, scrutinizing whether he truly possessed that courage. Of course, Gu Yuan did. In a sense, he himself was the abyss. So, abyssal backlash was far less dangerous to him than others might imagine. In the short term, Lan Yuding's third condition was even less appealing than the first two. A guaranteed monthly income of 200,000 seemed like nothing in Lan Yuding's words. But he might not realize that the average monthly salary for newcomers in ordinary guilds was only about 10,000. For those in life professions, such as farmers or craftsmen, starting salaries were as low as 3,000. This 200,000 monthly salary could represent 2 to 3 years, or even 5 to 6 years, of total income for his peers. However, just talking about money would be too narrow. What truly moved Gu Yuan was the complete access to all the guild's secret realms. If combat power is the core productivity of this world, then secret realms are the top-tier strategic resources. The strength of a guild, or even an entire civilization, depends on two criteria: how many powerful individuals it possesses and how many secret realms it controls. Powerful individuals can conquer secret realms, and secret realms can continuously cultivate new powerful individuals. Once these two form a virtuous cycle, it's like riding a rocket. Success can be achieved instantly. The Winter Guild granting Gu Yuan access to all its secret realms is equivalent to laying out all its gold mines before him, allowing him to dig freely without taking a cut. Such treatment is something ordinary combat professionals wouldn't even dare to dream of. Gu Yuan had looked into this before. Typically, guild members must hand over a portion of their gains from their guild's secret realms. To enter those extraordinarily valuable special secret realms, they even have to pay extra for tickets. As for the Winter Guild, a top-tier entity, it is said that due to the high output of their secret realms, their ticket prices are astonishingly expensive. The condition Lan Yuding offered was far more substantial than gifting a few rare materials. Of course, only someone like him, the young master of the Lan family, would have the confidence and authority to propose such terms. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Gu Yuan was worried that behind such generous conditions, there might be an even higher price to pay. For example, signing a lifetime contract and completely tying himself to the guild? Perhaps Gu Yuan had been silent for too long, and Zhang Zhenhai, who was beside him, thought he was dissatisfied with the salary. Unable to hold back, he advised, "Gu Yuan, the salary at the Winter Guild is indeed slightly lower than that of other top guilds, but they can help you solve the problem of abyssal corruption. That's what you need most right now." Lan Yuding also nodded and looked at Gu Yuan, saying, "If you're only pursuing salary benefits, then the Winter Guild might not be suitable for you. Although we don't implement last place elimination, the contract is signed for 3 years at a time. If you're just looking to coast through, we won't renew your contract. Think it over carefully." "Really?" Hearing that the contract was signed for 3 years at a time, Gu Yuan's eyes instantly lit up, and the last bit of concern in his heart vanished. It seemed that to a giant like the Winter Guild, geniuses weren't all that special. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of geniuses eager to take your place. Gu Yuan muttered to himself, then extended his hand to Lan Yuding and solemnly said, "No need to think about it anymore, I've decided to join the Winter Guild. Welcome aboard." On the high platform, the blue soundproof barrier rippled like water waves. Lan Yuding and Gu Yuan shook hands lightly, a gentle smile on Lan Yuding's face as he simultaneously lifted the barrier. He seemed to intentionally ensure that all the recruitment officers present clearly heard the words "Welcome aboard." Sure enough, outside the barrier, the recruitment officers from other guilds all showed helpless smiles. Especially Yuan Min, the recruitment officer from the 100 Battles Guild, who had still held a glimmer of hope for recruiting Gu Yuan earlier. After all, the 100 Battles Guild was also a top-tier guild with excellent conditions in every aspect. If Lan Yuding and Gu Yuan hadn't reached an agreement, he would have been the first to step forward. But now, it seemed all he could do was offer his congratulations. Congratulations to the Winter Guild for gaining a top-tier talent. I also wish student Gu Yuan smooth sailing on his future path. Yuan Min nodded at the two of them with a smile. Thank you for your blessings. Gu Yuan immediately stood up and gave a slight bow in return. He was well aware that the fundamental law of this world was the survival of the fittest, but the wisdom of survival lay in mutual cooperation. Every professional had their own role, whether it was dealing damage, controlling, or healing. Not to mention the meticulously specialized life professions, crafting potions, forging equipment, enchanting weapons, all of which were indispensable. No matter how strong Gu Yuan was, he could not detach himself from society and would inevitably have to interact with others. Gu Yuan deeply understood that in this world, connections were everything. Even if a deal couldn't be struck, forming good relationships was crucial. Who could say for sure whether someone he met today might, like Lan Yuding, become an unexpected source of support in the future? Lan Yuding was very satisfied with Gu Yuan's humble attitude. He nodded in approval and said, "As the champion of your district, you can still remain so composed, not letting fame go to your head. You're much better than that kid from last year." That kid from last year? Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned and asked, "Are you referring to Yi Jingchuan?" "That's right, but from now on, you two are colleagues." Lan Yuding said as he patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, "Work hard. Your potential is hundreds, even thousands of times greater than his." Gu Yuan silently nodded, processing everything. This was his first time being so close to the so-called upper-class figures. He had thought these people would be aloof and unapproachable, but Lan Yuding was as easygoing as a friendly big brother from the neighborhood. This approachable attitude is truly rare. You know, the vast majority of high-level professionals tend to display arrogance when dealing with newcomers or those who are less skilled. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but develop a slight fondness and anticipation for the Winter Guild and the Lan family. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the scene on the holographic screen. Lan Yuding, who had just been joking with Gu Yuan, also turned his focused gaze toward it. It seemed that the second place in the newcomer trials was about to be decided. On the screen, Lan Ruodong was already engaged in combat with the Goblin Centurion. The goblin outpost, surrounded by boulders and fences, had now transformed into an icy blue inferno. A circular wall of icy flames had trapped the goblin centurion and its wolf rider guards firmly in the center. Lan Ruodong moved continuously outside the wall of fire, her wand swinging in wide arcs as she fueled the icy flame wall with her magic. She wore the same loose and ordinary apprentice robe as everyone else, but as she moved, the robe clung to her figure, unintentionally accentuating her graceful curves. Gu Yuan looked at the screen and immediately saw through her tactics. Very clever, and very bold. It was a combination of kite and cage tactics. She relied on agile positioning and area of effect skills to continuously divide the battlefield, encircle the enemies, and then gradually expand the damage range, slowly wearing down the enemies trapped inside. This playstyle consumed a great deal of mental energy, but its advantage was that it was both safe and efficient. As long as she could maintain that wall of icy flames, she wouldn't even need to face the boss directly and could clear the entire final stage unscathed. Brilliant! Someone on the high platform couldn't help but exclaim, she single-handedly suppressed the entire outpost. The young lady of the Lan family has a mastery of magic far beyond her peers. However, upon hearing these praises, Lan Yuding merely shook his head with a wry smile, clearly dissatisfied with Lan Ruodong's performance. He glanced at Gu Yuan and said, "This is nothing more than a war of attrition. Compared to your overwhelming style, this can only be considered a cautious, clumsy approach. She is already very strong." Gu Yuan smiled and said no more. At this moment, he could already confirm Lan Ruodong's identity. She must be the daughter of the Frost King Lan Shangdong, and thus Lan Yuding's younger sister. Bloodline supremacy is the same in any world, Gu Yuan thought silently to himself. Although Lan Yuding seemed dissatisfied with his sister's tactics, Gu Yuan knew in his heart that if it weren't for her possessing special abilities, this so-called clumsy method would never have succeeded. Lan Ruodong had also chosen the nightmare difficulty, where the monster's defense and speed were significantly enhanced. If it were just an ordinary wall of fire, those wolf riders, under the bloodthirsty rally effect, would have already charged through the fiery prison at all costs. With their doubled mobility, Lan Ruodong, as a mage, would have had no chance of kiting them. But the key lies in the fact that Lan Ruodong's flames are ice flames. This is practically an ability that borders on cheating. It possesses the strong adhesion and spreading speed of fire, while also incorporating the control and slowing effects of frost. As long as a monster is touched by it, it either gets frozen into an ice sculpture or becomes completely immobilized. Manhwaedit relies entirely on the unique properties of the ice flames to execute this seemingly clumsy tactic. If it were any ordinary mage, they would have been torn apart by the monsters long ago. Manhwaedit's ice flames, like Lan Yuding's ice lightning, both originate from their father, the frost sovereign Lan Shangdong's bloodline. Powerful professions and abilities can be inherited through bloodlines. Although the probability is not 100%, as long as one marries multiple wives and has more children, there will always be a few descendants who inherit this formidable power. This is the fundamental reason why those noble families can grow increasingly powerful. A continuous stream of strong individuals emerges within the same family, causing the family's influence to grow stronger and stronger until it becomes unshakable. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a rat will dig holes. This ancient proverb finds its most brutal manifestation here. Once someone awakens a lower-tier production profession like farmer or craftsman, that profession can also be passed down for generations, until one generation has no descendants and the bloodline is completely extinguished. Therefore, some people who are unwilling to settle for mediocrity will go to great lengths to send themselves or their children into prominent families, hoping to improve their lineage. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have enough charm to catch the attention of those families. As for ordinary people, finding a partner to live a stable life is already fortunate enough. Excessive desires only lead to unnecessary troubles. Undoubtedly, Gu Yuan is fortunate. The power of the profession Abyss Walker has given him the capital to climb upward. Of course, he also understands that behind this fortune, there must be hidden costs. Gu Yuan leaned against the sofa, his gaze seemingly piercing through the holographic screen to see the stunning yet dangerous Succubus Queen. Living alongside demons and abyssal creatures, his future days will undoubtedly be far from easy and carefree. But so what? A mediocre life is itself a kind of abyss. Gu Yuan silently thought to himself. Perhaps the tactics on the field were simply too dull. Coupled with another sleepless night, Gu Yuan felt a wave of drowsiness after watching for just a short while. Before he knew it, he closed his eyes. He fell into a void-like dreamscape radiating a pinkish glow. In the haze, Gu Yuan felt something warm and soft pressing against him, accompanied by a burst of fragrance. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself reclining on a large circular bed. Scattered rose petals adorned the soft velvet, creating an atmosphere of extreme intimacy. A woman dressed in a scanty lace nightgown was nestled against his side. The warmth and weight came from her, Yelburna. Where is this? Gu Yuan looked at the demon before him, not panicked, just slightly puzzled. It's your dream, my dear boss. Yelburna extended her slender fingers, gently tracing circles on his chest, her purple demonic eyes seeming to ripple like flowing water. Gu Yuan instantly understood. Invading dreams is an innate ability of succubi. They can use a seductive dream to lure the dream's owner and achieve their goals. As the Succubus Queen, Yelburna is naturally skilled in this art. Her appearance in his dream was most likely to claim the daily settlement reward. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan asked, "Can you even receive the reward in a dream?" Yelburna chuckled charmingly and shook her head. "I don't know. This is my first time invading someone else's dream. Why don't we give it a try?" As she spoke, she lightly flicked the strap of her shoulder, and the lace nightgown slid down her smooth shoulder, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Looking at the alluring scene before him, Gu Yuan didn't feel much resistance in his heart. As a young man full of energy, occasionally having such dreams is a sign of good health, nothing to be ashamed of. The only trouble is that he might have to clean and change the sheets and clothes in the morning. Wait. Washing the sheets? Changing clothes? Gu Yuan, who was just about to enjoy his dream, suddenly froze and looked at the approaching Yelburna. Wait a minute. I'm sleeping outside right now. Wait a second. In this pink dreamscape, Gu Yuan suddenly sat up straight, frantically reaching out to push Yelburna away. I'm still outside right now. Outside? Albedo not only didn't stop upon hearing this but instead pressed her body even closer, a mischievous smirk appearing on her face. Dreams are the most private place. Whatever we do here, how would anyone outside possibly know? I have a habit of talking in my sleep, Gu Yuan casually came up with an excuse. As he spoke, he tried to get up from the bed, only to find that his body was completely unresponsive. It felt as though he was fully aware he was dreaming, yet unable to control his actions within the dream. It's useless. Albedo watched Gu Yuan's futile struggle, the smile on her face growing even wider. No one can control their own dreams. Are you doing this to mess with me on purpose? Gu Yuan slowed down his struggling movements. From Yalberna's mischievous grin, he could tell that this person definitely had no good intentions. What kind of bad intentions could a demon possibly have? Yalberna seemed to see through Gu Yuan's thoughts and said in a deliberately aggrieved tone, "Isn't it just because you haven't been paying me on time? As a worker, I had no choice but to come and collect my wages in person." As she spoke, she extended her slender fingers, gently tracing along the lines of Gu Yuan's abdominal muscles. In a tone laced with a hint of threat, she continued, "You wouldn't think that a demon, when faced with a boss who delays payment, would endure it silently like a human, would you?" As her fingertips glided across, a tingling pleasure, like an electric current, spread from Gu Yuan's lower abdomen throughout his entire body. Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He could feel his most primal desires igniting like a wildfire, growing and spreading uncontrollably. Facing a succubus capable of controlling desires, reason was utterly powerless against instinct. He could only close his eyes, trying his best not to look at her, while soothingly saying, "Yalberna, I promised to pay your salary on time, but now is really not the time for jokes like this. Boss, your body is far more honest than your words, you know." Yalberna glanced downward, letting out a melodious, bell-like laugh. She slowly leaned forward, her jet-black hair cascading onto Gu Yuan's chest, stirring an unbearable itch. Gu Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, attempting to use pain to escape the dream. However, apart from the comfort created by Yalberna, he couldn't feel any pain at all. "It's over. If my body outside the dream reacts in sync, then I'll be trapped in the abyss forever." Gu Yuan was truly panicked. Although he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, he still cared about basic dignity. He absolutely couldn't accept such a socially catastrophic scenario. It seems that in the dream, only the mind remains unaffected. Skills can be used. In the battle between desire and reason, Gu Yuan suddenly found a breakthrough. Since the mind is independent, and his skills happen to consume mental energy, it means he still has a chance to fight back. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the active skill of the orange necklace. Redemption Black Coffin. In an instant, a cold, lifeless aura shattered the ambiguous pink dreamscape. A force filled with despair suddenly erupted from Gu Yuan's body. Yalberna's expression changed, and she immediately flapped her wings to retreat backward. At the same time, countless pitch-black rays rapidly intertwined, instantly forming a massive black stone coffin on Gu Yuan's bed, tightly shielding him within. With a thunderous crash, the stone coffin, seemingly weighing 1,000 tons, smashed countless cracks into the scarlet dreamscape Yalberna had meticulously constructed. The entire dreamscape began to crumble like a shattered mirror. Looking at the constantly peeling fragments of the dream, Shaltir crossed her arms in dissatisfaction, her ample chest heaving violently. Why not just admit your mistake? Why insist on using skills? You really have no sense of fun. Though she complained, a hint of admiration curled at the corner of her lips. Still, this does show that he's in good health. And to remain rational in that kind of situation, his willpower is quite strong. It seems my boss might actually have what it takes to become a demon king and unify the entire abyss. Her gaze fell on the massive black coffin, and curiosity flickered in her violet demonic eyes. The stone coffin exuded an extremely ominous and blasphemous aura, something considered highly inauspicious even in the abyss. She slowly extended her hand, intending to touch the cold surface of the coffin. But as soon as her fingertips made contact, she recoiled sharply as if electrocuted, as though she had seen something utterly terrifying. This feeling, it's that woman. Damn it! Sheltir covered her scalded finger, and for the first time, a look of terror appeared on her beautiful face. Meanwhile, inside the black coffin, Gu Yuan's consciousness plunged into a realm of icy darkness. This was an absolutely safe sanctuary. He could clearly sense that Sheltir's pervasive mental interference had been completely isolated. The flame of desire that had been forcibly ignited also quickly cooled in this icy darkness. Gu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, his entire body relaxing. Good thing this black coffin works, or I would have really been screwed by that demon today. He couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused. Where in the world is there a summoned creature that deliberately messes with its own master? As expected, demons are all bad news. Dealing with them requires extra caution. Just as he was thinking this, a sigh filled with endless sorrow suddenly echoed in the deathly still darkness. Gu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Inside this black coffin, was there someone else? He turned his head and saw, in the deepest part of the darkness, a figure quietly floating there. It was a nun tightly bound by iron chains, yet still devoutly praying. Her hands were clasped over her chest, maintaining a prayerful posture. Although her eyes were tightly shut, her expression was incomparably devout, yet 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Her black habit was already torn, revealing slender, beautiful legs wrapped in iron chains. This image, full of desecration and contradiction, was identical to the pendant on the necklace hanging from Gu Yuan's chest. Gu Yuan's heart sounded the alarm. His intuition told him that the nun before him was extremely dangerous. Though she had an angelic face, her expression was compassionate and dignified. The feeling she exuded was not one of sanctity and purity, but of utter desecration and ominousness. At that moment, the nun seemed to sense Gu Yuan's presence. She slowly opened her eyes, her brows filled with an unshakable sorrow. Instantly, a bone-chilling aura of desolation emanated from her, strongly affecting Gu Yuan and weighing down his heart. An ethereal yet weary voice resonated directly in the depths of his soul. Release me, redeem me. I will grant you the sacred flame that symbolizes divine authority. Divine authority. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. In this world, deities truly existed, and the divine authority they wielded was a conceptual-level divine skill capable of altering the rules of the world, an unattainable height no human had ever reached. Using divine authority as a bargaining chip? Gu Yuan admitted he was tempted. The nun's compassionate sorrow, combined with his yearning for supreme power, compelled him, almost involuntarily, to reach out and touch the cold iron chains. At this critical moment, a system prompt abruptly pulled him back. Unlocked new contract formula: sacrifice a holy light class professional, living, to contract, fallen Saintess. Gu Yuan immediately gasped. It turned out to be a summon of the Abyss Walker. Just by looking at the contract conditions, it was clear that this stunningly beautiful nun, with a sorrowful expression and devout prayers, was definitely not an easy character to deal with. My thoughts were exceptionally clear. The fallen Saintess before me exudes an aura of evil, but as long as the contract formula appears, it means she can be used by me. However, compared to Albedo, her contract conditions are quite unique. The target of the sacrifice must be a practitioner of holy light powers. This is far more challenging than randomly grabbing someone off the street as a sacrifice. Moreover, the true name following her title has not been revealed, suggesting that some critical condition is still missing. But one thing is certain: this fallen Saintess is likely even more powerful than the Succubus Queen Albedo. If she truly possesses the so-called divine authority, I must be cautious. I warned myself internally. My contracts are not unconditional absolute control. These bindings are mutual, and I must also pay a price. For instance, after contracting with Albedo, I must fulfill her demands. If I fail to do so, she has the right to break the contract and even seek justice against me. Therefore, I must at least figure out what kind of compensation this fallen Saintess desires. Enclosed in the pitch-black coffin, listening to the devout prayers, feeling the coldness of iron chains wrapped around me. This scene, filled with blasphemy and eeriness, sent a chill down my spine. First, I need to know her real name and her background. She's just too strange. My head felt swollen, and I started to feel a bit dizzy again. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the note on the equipment: if you feel unwell, please deactivate the skill. I jolted awake instantly. Something's wrong. I need to get out quickly. Now it seems that this note is more like a warning. Staying in this black coffin for too long might lead to something bad happening. As the skill was deactivated, the dream shattered instantly. The moment my consciousness returned to reality, the clamor and murmurs from the high platform surged back into my ears. I opened my eyes and immediately looked down to check. Thankfully, that enchanting dream just now hadn't left any embarrassing traces. Awake? Suddenly, a cool and clear voice sounded beside me. I turned my head, only to realize that at some point, the person sitting next to me was no longer Lan Yuding, but a girl wearing the same school uniform. Lan Ruatong. I instinctively looked at the holographic screen, which was broadcasting live footage of others challenging the boss. The fact that Lan Ruatong could sit here meant she had already completed the rookie trial. At this moment, she was calmly watching me, her fair and delicate face showing no expression. Sorry, I took a quick nap. I nodded somewhat awkwardly. Facing this icy campus belle was even more unnerving than facing her brother, Lan Yuding. Congratulations on taking first place, she said again. Also, I heard about Joe Bo. Lan Ruatong's gaze fell on the bruise on my hand, and in her cold tone, she added, you did nothing wrong. Thanks for understanding. I responded with a smile. I knew Lan Ruatong's aloofness wasn't intentional, but her tone always had a way of freezing the atmosphere instantly. Lan Ruatong was silent for a moment before speaking again. From now on, we are colleagues. I'm honored, I replied politely, feeling increasingly suffocated. I really wasn't good at dealing with this type of ice-cold beauty. Since I couldn't detect any emotional fluctuation, every word she said felt like a definitive "that's it," leaving me completely unsure of how to continue the conversation. But after all, she was my benefactor's sister, so I couldn't let the atmosphere turn cold. Thus, I took the initiative to bring up a topic. Was that note written by you? Lan Ruatong's body trembled slightly, then she nodded, yes. What do you need from me? Not much. Her voice was somewhat elusive as she looked into the distance and said, my family has a way to resist the abyssal corruption. I just admire your talent and don't want your hidden profession to go to waste. As she said this, she lowered her head and glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. It turns out I wasn't wrong about you. Huh? That's it? I frowned slightly. According to Lan Ruatong, she only wanted to support me out of appreciation for my talent. But if it were just appreciation, was it really necessary to privately threaten Jobo for my sake? Moreover, the ability to resist abyssal corruption isn't exactly a secret to the Winter Guild. If Lan Ruatong wanted to persuade me, there was no need to arrange a private meeting on the rooftop, was there? My mind was clouded with doubts as I carefully observed the girl in front of me. I noticed that beneath her blue hair, her ears were slightly flushed. So that's how it is. Hiding a young girl's thoughts, huh? Suddenly, I understood, and the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, how could I not see through Lan Ruatong's little thoughts? Just cherishing talent and loving talent? Why go to such lengths? However, I suppressed the upward curve of my lips and remained silent. At this moment, I really had no interest in playing this guessing game with Lan Ruatong. Ever since entering that black coffin, my mind had been filled with thoughts of the imprisoned fallen Saintess. She was sinister, mysterious, dangerous. If I could successfully form a contract with her, my combat power would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. Moreover, through this newcomer trial, I also discovered my own shortcomings. During the battle, Yelburna not only had to attack but also had to divert her attention to protect me. Relying on her formidable strength, she might still manage in lower-level secret realms. However, once faced with higher-level monsters or more dangerous enemies, this would become my fatal weakness. When facing off against an experienced warrior, if you don't have reliable allies by your side, it's easy to be caught off guard and suffer a crushing defeat. Although there are still some minor underlings to fill the gaps, it's just like playing a game. Having a strong start makes the journey ahead much smoother. Just with Yelbina alone, he managed to secure first place in the trial and even gained the backing of a top-tier guild. This is enough to prove that those prominent summon creatures are the true source of power for an abyss walker. The more Gu Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. By the time he snapped out of it, he realized the atmosphere had already become unbearably awkward. Lan Ruotong appeared to be focused on the holographic screen, but the corner of her eye kept glancing at him from time to time, as if to ask, "Why aren't you saying anything yet?" Gu Yuan felt a bit awkward. He was not a talkative person to begin with, and facing this seemingly socially awkward young lady, he had no idea what to say. Just as the awkward atmosphere was about to solidify, Lan Yuding's voice came from not far away. "Little sis, come over here. Let me introduce you to Senior Yu from the 100 Battles Guild." "Coming." Lan Ruotong frowned slightly, looking somewhat reluctant. She nodded lightly to Gu Yuan, "See you at the guild." After saying that, she got up and walked toward Lan Yuding. Gu Yuan looked at her long blue hair and graceful back, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Talking to this ice-cold beauty was even more exhausting than fighting the final boss. At that moment, Yalbina's voice echoed in his mind. "Got time now? Find a convenient place as soon as possible, I have something to tell you. Half an hour later, Jiangcheng Huading Hotel, top floor suite. This was a room specially arranged by Lan Yuding for Gu Yuan, allowing him to stay temporarily until the teleportation array to the Winter Guild was activated. Lan Yuding called it the treatment a champion deserves, but Gu Yuan knew in his heart that it was actually to prevent the Tianhan Guild from acting out of desperation and seeking revenge against him. The Huading Hotel was a property of the Lan family in Jiangcheng and one of their strongholds. The security personnel in the hotel were all from the Winter Guild, and even the hotel manager was a retired Tier 3 powerhouse from the guild's core members. Such a figure could easily dominate in Jiangcheng, yet willingly served as a hotel manager, which was truly puzzling. Dragging his luggage, Gu Yuan entered the room, immediately locked the door, and drew all the curtains. Then, he raised his staff and pointed it at the empty space in front of the bed. "Albedo, I summon you." Whoosh! Pink petals appeared out of thin air, converging into an elegant whirlwind. Moments later, the stunning figure of the Succubus Queen emerged before Gu Yuan. Upon meeting again, Albedo shed her usual indolence, her gaze heavy as she scrutinized Gu Yuan for a long moment before speaking directly. "Boss, what did you see in that black coffin?" Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback. "You know there's something in that black coffin?" "Indeed." Hearing Gu Yuan's question in return, a trace of astonishment flashed in the Succubus Queen's beautiful eyes. "After seeing that person, you still haven't gone mad. You really are something else." Gu Yuan's heart stirred. Yalberna's words confirmed his suspicions. The nun in the black coffin was far more dangerous than the Succubus Queen before him. However, he still pretended to be relaxed and said, "That black coffin is my skill, used to protect myself." Could there really be any side effects? Side effects? Albedo shook her head, her tone becoming unusually serious. "I can tell you clearly, the woman in the black coffin is an existence even more evil and dangerous than us abyssal demons. She cannot protect anyone unless you have something she desires." "I have something she desires?" In the suite, Gu Yuan sat on the edge of the bed. Opposite him, the Succubus Queen had shed her usual laziness, her expression now solemn. Her demeanor made Gu Yuan extremely curious about the identity of the Saintess in the black coffin. For demons, words like evil and cruel are instead considered a kind of virtue and affirmation of their strength. If you call them bad, they might even think you're praising them. Therefore, Yalbina's words can be understood as, the saint in the black coffin is more formidable than all the demons combined. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan directly asked Yalbina, "So, who exactly is she?" "In the abyss, we never mention her name because it's too ominous." A trace of disgust appeared on Yalbina's beautiful face. Just uttering her name would bring misfortune upon oneself. Can't even say the name? Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback but became even more excited. A being feared by all demons? If he could successfully form a contract with her, wouldn't that be perfect for suppressing these unruly demons? However, the first step of the contract is to know the other party's true name. Gu Yuan looked at Yelburna and suddenly smiled playfully, using bad luck to describe a future colleague. How are we supposed to get along after this? Colleague? Yelburna was stunned upon hearing this, and then her body trembled violently. You want to make a pact with her? That's right. Gu Yuan nodded. That's impossible. Yelbina's voice suddenly rose. She even dares to defy the gods. Why would she make a pact with you? Why would she? Because I am an abyss walker. The laws of the world are above all else. As long as the pact formula appears, the pact will inevitably be established. Gu Yuan did not offer much explanation, merely gazing calmly at the succubus before him. I have my own way to make her form a contract with me. Now, tell me her true name and all her deeds. Yelburna stared into Gu Yuan's calm and unruffled eyes, but her breathing involuntarily quickened. She had initially thought this man was merely a human daring enough to gaze into the abyss, but she hadn't expected his ambition to be so vast as to touch the forbidden depths of the abyss. This was even more insane than a demon. Yelburna's expression changed. She withdrew her disdain and began to reassess the man before her. If he truly could form a contract with that being, his future would be far more than just that of a demon king. After a long silence, Yelburna finally spoke. I can tell you everything, but before that, you'd better learn the dragon tongue. Why do I need to learn the dragon tongue? Gu Yuan asked. That person has already attained divinity, Yelburna explained. Reciting her true name will connect your spirit with hers. However, she will contaminate your spirit, which is extremely dangerous. Dragon language, on the other hand, is a language imbued with the power of rules. Using dragon language to speak her name and deeds can weaken that spiritual contamination to some extent. Gu Yuan nodded. Dragon language, the language of those flying giant lizards, is also a form of spell where words manifest as reality. It is said that dragon language doesn't have complex grammar. As long as you learn the vocabulary, you can use it freely. Of course, dragon language dictionaries are something only large guilds with deep foundations might possess. Learning dragon language is indeed necessary, Gu Yuan agreed. He recalled how he had almost been infected by the fallen Saintess's sorrowful emotions in the black coffin earlier. That must have been the spiritual contamination Yelburna mentioned. If not for his unique profession, he might have already fallen victim to it. Yelburna's advice had to be taken seriously. Relieved by Gu Yuan's promise, Yelburna let out a sigh. She looked at Gu Yuan, hesitated for a moment, and finally waved her hand. There's nothing else. I'll head back now. Gu Yuan was somewhat surprised. This succubus had even invaded his dreams to demand her salary. Now that he had summoned her voluntarily, why wasn't she bringing it up? Gu Yuan didn't want to be teased again over unpaid wages, so he directly said, I have time now, I can settle the payment for you. Yelburna's body trembled slightly, her purple demonic eyes glancing meaningfully at the necklace on Gu Yuan's chest. Then, with a flicker of hesitation in her gaze, she said, just now, my crimson tide arrived. It's inconvenient for the next few days. You get that too? Gu Yuan was stunned. He knew the crimson tide was a trouble every woman faced. It was said that demi-humans and elves, those humanoid races, experienced it as well. But he'd never heard of demons having such troubles. As a female demon, why wouldn't I? Yelburna reverted to her alluring, world-shaking demeanor, speaking in a coquettish voice. If you were a bit more diligent, when my flower of desire fully blooms, it could even bear the fruit of desire for you. That's called a half-blood demon. Gu Yuan's Adam's apple moved slightly. Call it whatever you want. Yelburna shrugged, as if trying hard to suppress some kind of impulse in her heart. She took a deep breath and waved her hand nonchalantly, pretending to be carefree. So, I'll let it slide for now. But in time, I'll come to collect, with interest. You gave it up willingly, so there's no interest. Gu Yuan spread his hands, deliberately speaking in a firm tone. In truth, he had already figured it out. That so-called crimson tide was nothing but an excuse. What Yelburna was truly afraid of was the filthy thing she carried with her. She feared that the nun in the black coffin would taint her flower of desire through her. Sure enough, Yalberna, who had just turned around, paused in her movements. She slowly turned her head back, her violet demonic eyes flickering with unwillingness. If you're going to put it that way. Her moist red lips curved slightly, forming a sly, mischievous smile. Demons never lose out in a contract. As soon as the words fell, her figure instantly closed in like a phantom. In Gu Yuan's stunned gaze, a hand pressed against his chest. A surge of immense force came, and Gu Yuan felt the world spinning. When he regained his senses, he had already been thrown heavily onto the velvet-covered bed. Gray curtains blocked out all light, and a few wall lamps emitted an ambiguous, dim yellow glow. Gu Yuan's entire body sank into the soft bed, and before he could react, the voluptuous body of the Succubus Queen pressed tightly against him, bringing a warm and heavy sensation. Didn't you say it wasn't convenient? Or are you planning to fight to the death? Gu Yuan teased with a smile. Yalberna buried her head in his neck, her warm breath brushing against his ear, the crimson tide. All right, here is the adapted audio script for you. So what if the Crimson Lord comes? I just won't open the door. This thought flashed through Gu Yuan's mind but was quickly drowned out. A peculiar fragrance, blending roses and fine wine, grew overwhelmingly intense as the distance closed, almost consuming all his senses. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and simply let go completely. He calmly opened his arms, allowing the Succubus Queen to take the reward she desired from him. She might think she got the better deal, but I, Gu Yuan, will never lose out. In the luxurious hotel suite, Yalberna's voice was sultry to the core. Darling, please bear with it. The tip of her demonic tail slowly traced upward along Gu Yuan's firm chest, gently lifting his chin. Her violet demon eyes were filled with unabashed greed. The moment the flower bud blooms, it can be quite greedy. It's okay, Gu Yuan said with a smile, wrapping his arm around her waist, so slender it seemed it might break with a single grip. I've been saving up 18 years' worth of stock. Ha ha ha. The Succubus Queen was so amused by his words that she burst into laughter, her chest heaving. This is the first time I've heard someone describe never having been in love in such a refreshingly unique way. The laughter ceased, her alluring eyes glimmered like silk, and her delicate hand gently caressed Gu Yuan's chest, perfect timing. This flower of desire has been budding for 180 years. I hope tonight's storm can make it bloom to its fullest. As soon as she finished speaking, she said no more, leaned down, and pressed her lips against his. At the very moment their lips met. Boom! Outside the window, a thunderclap roared, and a long brewing storm finally swept across the entire river city. The sound of rain and thunder perfectly masked the rising breaths and soft murmurs in the room. Occasionally, lightning tore through the night sky, its blinding light piercing the curtains and briefly illuminating two tightly intertwined figures. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the atmosphere at the headquarters of the Tianhong Guild was suffocatingly tense. Under dim lighting, thick cigar smoke swirled without dispersing, and the air was filled with a sense of agitation and unease. Bang! Zhou Wanhong hurled half a glass of strong liquor against the wall with force, the sound of shattering glass piercing through the silence of the room. Deep red liquid trickled down the wall, resembling dried bloodstains. That little bastard Gu Yuan. Not only did he clear his name, but he also latched onto the big ship of the Winter Guild. Zhou Wanhong's face twisted with rage, the pain of losing his son making him look as though he had aged 10 years overnight. Even if Zhou Bo was my most useless son, he was still my son. How can I swallow this indignation? From the shadows, a gaunt figure dressed in black slowly emerged, his voice as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. President, Gu Yuan is now protected by the Lan family. We absolutely cannot make a move against him. If we fail, the entire Tianhong Guild will face the wrath of that Frost King. Then we just watch him get away with it? Zhou Wanhong asked through gritted teeth. Of course not. The advisor let out a cold laugh, his withered fingers lightly tapping on the table. Using a borrowed knife to kill is the best strategy. Gu Yuan's profession is Abyss Walker, and who is the natural enemy of the Abyss? It's the Holy Light. Zhou Wanhong's eyes narrowed slightly. You're saying we should get those holy light-believing clerics to act? No need for us to take action. The aide lowered his voice, a sinister curve forming at the corner of his mouth. To those fanatical believers, abyssal professionals are unforgivable heretics. All we need to do is spread information about Gu Yuan, and naturally, someone will clean house for us. He paused for a moment before continuing. The explanation at that time will be simple. Amidst the chaos of fighting monsters, the Abyss Walker was unfortunately corrupted and lost control due to the power of the Abyss. A cleric, in self-defense, had no choice but to purify him. This reason is flawless, even the Lan family won't be able to find any fault. Go ahead and do it. Zhou Wanhong gazed out at the torrential rain beyond the window, his voice filled with resolve. As a father, I can't just stand by and do nothing. The next morning, when Gu Yuan woke up from the messy bed, he found himself alone in the room. Albedo had already returned to the abyss, but her unique fragrance lingered faintly in the air, proving that everything from last night was not a dream. Sigh. Gu Yuan sat up, inhaling the intoxicating aftertaste in the air, a hint of reminiscence appearing on his face. This feeling, truly not bad at all. Just a bit tired. He subconsciously rubbed his waist, feeling his limbs weak and sore, as if he had just finished running a marathon. He casually opened his personal panel. Name, Gu Yuan. Level, 6. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Constitution, November 17th, temporary weakened state, slowly recovering. Spirit, 43. Status, succubus aftertaste. My goodness, my constitution has dropped by almost half. Gu Yuan gasped sharply, instantly snapping awake. In this world, constitution is equivalent to health points. Whether it's illness, injury, or poisoning, it directly reflects on the constitution value. Generally speaking, a constitution loss exceeding 30% will affect normal actions, reaching 50% means severe injury requiring immediate treatment. If the loss reaches 80%, then it's basically time to prepare for the end. Looks like next time I level up, I'll have to allocate all attribute points to Constitution. Gu Yuan sighed. Beauty truly is a bone-scraping steel blade. Clearly, he's a mage who primarily boosts mental attributes, yet now he has to divert attention to strengthen his constitution. This already puts him at a disadvantage in terms of point allocation strategy. However, just as he was about to close the panel, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a line of small text in the status bar that had been overlooked. Succubus residue, you are tainted with the aura of a royal succubus, granting you enhanced suppression over ordinary demons and permanent improvement in abyss affinity. Gu Yuan's heart stirred, and he instinctively opened his palm. A mass of abyssal fell energy condensed in his palm. The pitch-black energy surged violently like boiling ink, exuding a corrosive aura that seemed to be on a whole new level compared to before. This is pretty good. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Elemental affinity is an invisible attribute that does not appear on your status panel. For example, fire affinity, ice affinity. The higher your affinity with a certain element, the stronger the effect when you use skills of that element. At the same time, your resistance to that element will also increase. The abyss, on the other hand, is not only a domain and a concept but also a powerful element. Gu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that paying his demon subordinate, Yalbina, a salary could actually increase his abyssal affinity. Although the increase was very slight each time, it was permanent. He thought to himself, my first skill is called abyssal affinity. Maybe this could even help upgrade my skill? With this thought, Gu Yuan's mood instantly improved. Affinity, as a hidden attribute, usually could only be enhanced by wearing rare equipment or consuming certain magical potions. But for him, simply paying his demon's salary on time could achieve the same result. In this light, exchanging a portion of his mental energy for a permanent boost in constitution was definitely a worthwhile trade. Feeling content, Gu Yuan stretched lazily. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Lan Yuding. Someone is maliciously spreading rumors that you are a profession from the Abyss faction. Zheng City is no longer safe. I have some urgent matters to attend to with Ruotong at the guild. You should leave as soon as possible too. Once you're ready, contact Manager Zhou at the hotel. She will activate the teleportation array directly to the Winter Guild for you. Don't worry too much. Manager Zhou is a third-tier powerhouse, no one in the hotel can touch you. Sure enough, the Zhou family wouldn't let me off so easily, Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. In this world, those with power always repay grudges and settle scores. For the Zhou family to support such a large guild, they must be ruthless to the core. If they can't confront you openly, they'll resort to covert means. If covert means fail, they'll play dirty. Gu Yuan was grateful that his backer was strong enough. As soon as there was a slight movement on the other side, Lan Yuding received the news and immediately informed him to leave Jiangcheng, this place of trouble. A dedicated teleportation array directly to Linyuan City? Gu Yuan thought to himself. No wonder Lan Ruotong can travel so effortlessly between the north and south. He murmured, I don't have much to prepare. I can't stay here any longer, the sooner I leave, the better. No matter how powerful the Zhou family's influence is, it can't possibly extend to Linyuan City, where the Winter Guild is based. That place is the safest haven. Moreover, he needed to quickly find information about Dragon Tongue within the guild to contract that mysterious fallen nun as soon as possible. But I'll still need to sacrifice a holy class individual. Gu Yuan sniffed the lingering scent of the succubus on his hand and muttered softly, this nun, who even a king-level demon fears, doesn't seem like an ordinary evil being. A strong sense of vertigo struck, as if he had been tossed around in a washing machine for half an hour. When his feet finally landed on solid ground, Gu Yuan's stomach was still churning violently. Ugh, have we arrived? No farewells, no lingering attachments. After washing off the scent from his body at the hotel, Gu Yuan immediately contacted Manager Zhou, used the teleportation array, and crossed thousands of miles to arrive at Linyuan City in the Northern Territory. As his vision gradually cleared, the noise of the surroundings poured into his ears. Gu Yuan found himself standing in a massive square. At the center of the square stood a 10-meter-tall ice crystal statue, depicting the first guild leader of the Winter Guild, a legendary warrior who had once cleaved through snowstorms with a giant axe. At that moment, a prompt echoed in his mind, someone is watching you. The passive skill was triggered. Gu Yuan squinted his eyes, forcing his vision to focus. Under the statue, he saw Lan Ruotong quietly standing there. Gu Yuan was stunned. Today, this ice-cold beauty seemed a little different. After graduation, she had shed the bulky, oversized school uniform and donned a mage's robe interwoven with icy blue and snowy white. This robe was clearly crafted by a master, made from a combination of fine-scaled soft armor and supple silk. The tailored fit outlined her stunning figure without reservation. The silver-white soft armor on her chest was full and curved, her waist tightly cinched by a mithril belt, appearing delicate and slender, forming a captivating contrast with the rounded curves below. Beneath the slit of the skirt, her long, shapely legs, wrapped in icy silk stockings, were faintly visible. This outfit could probably buy a house, Gu Yuan couldn't help but swallow. The native equipment in this world was mostly designed to be quite ugly, especially the low-level gear, which lacked any sense of aesthetics. Undoubtedly, the craftsman who designed this robe had a keen eye for beauty. His creation not only retained the nobility and elegance of a mage but also showcased the allure of femininity to the fullest. It was only then that Gu Yuan realized that beneath Lan Ruotong's icy demeanor lay such a stunning figure. He thought to himself, it would be impolite to keep staring. So, he pretended to be calm and shifted his gaze to the sky. A faint blue light screen enveloped the northern sky, resembling a giant bowl overturned at the edge of the city. Beyond the light screen, fierce winds whipped up heavy snow in a chaotic display. Within the screen, however, it was like spring all year round, with the temperature maintained at a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius. Gu Yuan immediately understood that this was a massive temperature-controlled barrier, isolating the entire city from the harsh cold and snow outside. An invisible barrier completely blocked out the bone-chilling cold. This was Linyuan City, the most fortified stronghold of the human alliance in the northern frontier. And presiding over this city was none other than the renowned Winter Guild. Gu Yuan marveled inwardly at the fact that the entire city was heated. The strength of a top-tier guild was indeed unfathomable. To sustain such a temperature-controlled barrier covering the entire city, the amount of magic crystals consumed every minute must be astronomical. This wasn't just burning money, it was like burning entire mountains of gold. As Gu Yuan pondered, Lan Ruoton had already walked over. Her icy blue hair was tied into a high ponytail, shedding some of her youthful innocence and exuding the sharpness of a warrior. Yet her delicate face remained expressionless, like a flawless ice sculpture. Lan Ruoton. Gu Yuan greeted with a smile, dragging his suitcase as he walked over. Have you been waiting long? Lan Ruotong shook her head, her gaze falling on Gu Yuan's slightly pale face. She said, "You don't look well." Gu Yuan touched his face. The weakness caused by the Succubus Queen hadn't subsided yet, and the side effects of long-distance teleportation had made his face as pale as paper. My first time teleporting, I threw up for a long time too, Lan Ruotong said as she stepped forward, reaching out to take the handle of Gu Yuan's suitcase. I can carry it myself. The two briefly touched hands on the handle, and Gu Yuan paused for a moment, instinctively wanting to refuse. Lan Ruoton, however, did not let go. She said flatly, "Let go. My brother asked me to be your guide." Her tone always carried an undeniable authority. Gu Yuan knew that saying anything more would be useless, so he released his grip. This scene, witnessed by others in the square, immediately caused quite a stir. Am I seeing things? The eldest daughter of the Lan family is actually helping someone carry their luggage? As the headquarters of the Winter Guild, the plaza of Abyssal City was never short of people. Professionals dressed in various gear came and went in a hurry, either setting out in teams to hunt or returning fully loaded. Lan Ruodong, as the daughter of the guild leader, was already a well-known figure in Abyssal City. Usually, this young lady was always solitary and cold to everyone. Even the young masters of prominent families who tried to curry favor with her often ended up making fools of themselves. But now, this ice sculpture, known as the most beautiful in Abyssal City, was actually helping a boy carry his luggage? And the boy looked completely ordinary, dressed in plain casual clothes, with no trace of noble demeanor. Apart from being somewhat pleasing to the eye, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. No idea. Is he a newcomer this year? Newcomer? A newcomer can make Miss Lan personally serve him? He's quite handsome. Could he be Miss Lan's? Don't talk nonsense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whispered discussions, mixed with envious and jealous gazes, were cast in his direction. If looks could harm, Gu Yuan would probably have been riddled with holes by now. At this moment, Gu Yuan was opening their information panels one by one. This is the power of the abyssal gaze ability. Whenever someone looks at him with intense emotions, he can reverse probe the other party. These people are all high level, Gu Yuan thought to himself. It's almost impossible to find anyone below level 30. As expected of a top-tier guild's base, anyone who can stay here must be quite capable. Being above level 30 means completing the second career advancement. At this level, one would be considered an upper-class figure in his hometown, Jiangcheng. But here, such individuals are everywhere. Let's go. As Gu Yuan was still pondering, Lan Ruotong had already started walking forward with her luggage. I'll take you to the guild to complete the onboarding process. Then I'll trouble you. Gu Yuan quickly caught up and walked side by side with the young girl. Crossing the square led to the main thoroughfare of Linyuan City. The street was wide and clean, with buildings on both sides mostly constructed from gray-white stone and metal, showcasing a rugged and heavy style filled with the austere beauty of a war fortress. Entertainment venues were almost non-existent here. Instead, weapon shops, potion stores, and material markets were everywhere. The pedestrians on the street were also completely different from the residents of Jiang City. Almost all of them carried a faint scent of blood. Gu Yuan saw a burly man carrying a giant axe, with fragments of some magical beast still hanging on his armor, striding into a tavern. Several mages in robes gathered at a street corner, fiercely debating the strategy for a certain secret realm while holding a map. A fully armed patrol squad marched past in neat formation, their armor clanging with a crisp sound. No matter where one went, there was a palpable atmosphere of tension, efficiency, and constant readiness for battle. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from overhead, and a massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire street. Gu Yuan abruptly looked up, only to see a white dragon with a wingspan of over 20 meters skimming low over the buildings. It was an adult dragon. Its entire body was covered in shell-like scales, and each powerful flap of its enormous wings stirred up visible whirlwinds. On the dragon's back, a figure holding a battle spear could be faintly seen, exuding an imposing presence. That's the patrol officer of the city guard. Lan Ruotong stopped in her tracks, glanced upward, and explained in a calm tone. Lan Ruotong's tone carried a rare hint of pride. He's also one of the core members of our guild. Dragon Knight. Gu Yuan gazed at the massive figure in the distance, his eyes full of envy. Riding a succubus certainly had its own unique pleasures, but a man's true joy ultimately lay in commanding a dragon and soaring through the skies. This only made him more certain that the Winter Guild must have extensive research on dragons, and their guild's library would surely contain the dragon language dictionary he needed. Very cool, I'm envious too, Gu Yuan admitted honestly. You'll have one someday, Lan Ruotong turned to look at him. When the time comes, team up with me, and we'll go steal dragon eggs together. Stealing a dragon egg together. Gu Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. For some reason, he felt that Lan Ruotong's words carried a unique sense of romance. Venturing deep into a dragon's lair with a powerful teammate, stealing a dragon egg right under the nose of a fearsome dragon. Just imagining this scenario filled Gu Yuan with anticipation. The two continued forward, and soon, a magnificent fortress-like building appeared before them. Above the main gate hung a massive shield-shaped emblem, engraved with a roaring frost-white dragon. This was the headquarters of the Winter Guild. As they stepped through the gate, they entered a spacious service hall. The hall was bustling with activity, with long queues forming in front of dozens of service counters. Most of the people were guild members here to hand in tasks or exchange supplies. Lan Ruotong didn't lead Gu Yuan to join the queues but instead headed directly to a counter on the far right of the hall, which had a resting sign hanging on it. Behind the counter sat a young female receptionist in uniform, her head lowered as she organized documents. Hearing footsteps, she spoke without looking up, "This counter is resting, please go to another." Before she could finish speaking, she looked up and saw Lan Ruotong. Instantly, she was so startled that she jumped up from her chair, her voice stammering, "Lan miss. Handle his onboarding." Lan Ruotong gestured with her thumb toward Gu Yuan behind her, speaking succinctly. Understood. Please wait a moment. The receptionist dared not show the slightest negligence and immediately turned to Gu Yuan, respectfully saying, "Sir, please present your recommendation card." Gu Yuan handed over the card that Lan Yuding had given him. The receptionist took it with both hands and gently swiped it on the card reader. With a soft beep, Gu Yuan's profile information immediately appeared on the screen. When the receptionist saw the striking red annotation at the top of the profile, their pupils suddenly contracted. Recommender, Lan Yuding, Assistant to the President. Recommendation reasons: 1. First place in Jiangyu County's newcomer trial. 2. I have high expectations for him. 3. My sister has high expectations for him. Remarks: full access to secret realm permissions, resource exchange permissions upgraded to level 3, residence arranged in the Villa District. The receptionist gasped in surprise. She had worked at the guild for 3 years and had encountered nearly 100 talented newcomers, but this was the first time someone had been personally recommended by the young master of the Lan family. Not to mention the treatment of full access to secret realm permissions and level 3 resource exchange permissions. This meant that Gu Yuan's authority within the guild was even higher than most senior elite members, second only to the elders and core executives. Why you? Hello, Mr. Gu. The receptionist's attitude became extremely respectful, even tinged with a hint of fear, relieved that she hadn't instinctively shown impatience earlier. Her hands flew across the keyboard, her voice trembling slightly from nervousness. Your paperwork is complete. This is your storage backpack, which contains a set of standard rookie equipment and your identity badge. Please keep it safe. She handed over a small square bag adorned with an ice blue dragon pattern emblem. This spatial storage bag was like the inventory in a game, opening to reveal individual slots, each capable of holding 99 identical items. The one Gu Yuan carried himself only had 5 slots, which he found insufficient even for delivering takeout. However, the standard storage bag issued by the Winter Guild had 30 slots, more than enough for the rookie phase. Based on the market price of 1,000 Alliance coins per slot, this free backpack alone was worth 30,000. Worthy of being a major guild, they really are generous. Gu Yuan secretly marveled in his heart. At this moment, the staff member added, additionally, as per the young master's instructions, your dormitory has been assigned to an independent villa in the Cloud Peak district. As soon as these words were spoken, several members waiting in line nearby perked up their ears, and a buzz of discussion erupted. What? A villa in the Cloud Peak district? Who's this big shot? This person looks so young. Must be a newcomer, right? Newcomer? I've been working here for 10 years and I'm still staying in the dormitory building. Who on earth is this guy? How does he have such strong connections? The gazes from those around were no longer just filled with envy but also thick with bitterness and jealousy. Gu Yuan immediately understood that this Cloud Top Villa district was definitely not a privilege ordinary members could enjoy. Thank you. Gu Yuan took the storage backpack, feeling its heavy weight, and was quite surprised in his heart. The treatment offered by Lan Yuding was even more generous than what had been promised back in Zhangcheng. It seemed that this young master truly valued him, or rather, was determined to firmly tie him to the chariot of the Winter Guild. Lan Ruodong watched from the side, her face showing no sign of surprise. In her view, all of this was well deserved by Gu Yuan. The procedures are complete. She looked at Gu Yuan and proactively asked, next, do you want to go to the dormitory or take a stroll around first? Her tone remained cold, but the enthusiasm to fulfill her role as host was unmistakable. Gu Yuan thought for a moment. The dormitory could be visited at any time. For him, the equipment could be set aside for now, or even skip the low-level transition period altogether. The most urgent matter at hand was dealing with the fallen saint locked in the black coffin. To sign a contract with her, he first needed to know her true name. And to recite the true name, it was best to learn the dragon tongue first. For him, this was a task chain that had to be completed. I want to go to the library, Gu Yuan said to Lan Ruodong beside him. Library? Lan Ruodong was momentarily stunned, somewhat surprised. You're going all out as soon as you arrive? Most newcomers she had seen would rush into the commercial district to splurge or head to the arena to watch the excitement as their first move upon arriving. Someone like Gu Yuan, who had just stepped out of the teleportation array and was already planning to go to the library, was truly an oddity. Gu Yuan chuckled and casually made up an excuse. How can I make a name for myself without working hard? Seeing the giant dragon just now was truly awe-inspiring. I want to look up some information about the dragon race so I can have some material for my dreams tonight. This reason sounded reasonable, and Lan Ruodong didn't doubt it. She nodded and said, our guild's library is the most comprehensive in the Eastern Union. I'll take you there. Regarding the dragon race's texts, your current access level happens to allow you to read them. Then I'll trouble you, Lan Guide, Gu Yuan immediately responded. Let's go, Lan Ruodong turned and led the way. Gu Yuan followed behind her, his fingers lightly stroking the cold necklace on his chest through his clothes. That fallen saintess, what was her true name? If he could decipher the meaning and pronunciation of the dragon language, perhaps tonight, the answer would be revealed. The two passed through the bustling hall, heading toward the back door. Just then, the revolving door of the hall was pushed open, and a young man holding a long spear and clad in golden armor walked in. He had a handsome face, but a deep arrogance in his eyes warned others to keep their distance. Beside him stood a young girl dressed in a pristine white priestess robe. She was curiously observing her surroundings, her brown curly hair and emerald green eyes making her particularly striking in the crowd. Brother, is this the Winter Guild? It's so grand, the girl exclaimed innocently. It is indeed grand, but compared to the splendor of the cathedral, it still falls a bit short. The young man smiled as he gently patted the girl's head. I hope you can get used to this place. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly froze, locking onto the distant corridor. There, two figures, one in blue and one in black, were disappearing at the end of the hallway. That blue figure was all too familiar to him.
Is it Miss Lan?
The young man's eyes lit up, but his brows immediately furrowed tightly. Lan Ruotong, who had always been solitary, was unexpectedly accompanied by a man.
That person. Yi Jingchuan's gaze instantly turned cold, and a trace of gloom emerged in the originally warm smile on his face. When they reached the end of the corridor, Gu Yuan keenly sensed the hostile gaze from behind. He did not turn around but silently recited in his heart, activating the abyssal gaze skill. An information panel instantly unfolded in his mind. Name, Yi Jingchuan. Level 30. Class, Holy Lance Knight. Yi Jingchuan, a level 30 Holy Lance Knight. Isn't this the person who appeared on the screen earlier?
Gu Yuan remembered that before the rookie trial began, the holographic screen had played highlights from previous sessions, and Yi Jingchuan was among them. It seemed that Lan Yuding from the guild had also mentioned him, though the tone sounded rather unfavorable.
What's wrong?
Lan Ruotong noticed Gu Yuan's slight pause in his steps and turned her head to ask.
Nothing. Gu Yuan shook his head, withdrew his perception, and continued walking forward nonchalantly.
Just marveling at how popular our guild is.
The two walked through the corridor and arrived in front of a towering spiral structure.
This was the Winter Guild's library, housing countless volumes of knowledge and texts collected from around the world over the past 500 years. After verifying their identity cards, the heavy bronze doors slowly opened.
A wave of an old scent, a mixture of parchment, ink, and desiccants, wafted out.
The hall was very quiet, with semi-transparent soundproof barriers separating the reading areas.
Only the rustling sound of pages being turned could be heard.
Lan Ruotong led Gu Yuan toward the central magical elevator, dutifully explaining, floors 1 to 30 store basic books, such as advanced guides for second career transitions and information on various secret realms. They may be basic, but you won't find them outside. She spoke as she pressed the button representing the upper floors. Floors 31 to 60 are accessible only to senior members, containing guides for third and fourth transitions, as well as advanced knowledge on forging and alchemy. As for floors 61 to 80, only high-ranking members, core members, or those with special approval from the elders can go up. Those floors house forbidden knowledge and the Dragon Clan records you're looking for. The elevator ascended smoothly, and through the glass walls, one could see many people below engrossed in their research. As the elevator passed the 60th floor without showing any sign of stopping, curious gazes from below began to follow. Clearly, few people had the privilege to ascend further.
Ding! The elevator finally stopped on the 66th floor. Compared to the lively atmosphere downstairs, this place seemed particularly desolate.
In the vast space, there were far fewer bookshelves, and each book was individually sealed in a crystal compartment, emitting magical glows of various colors.
Gu Yuan quickly found a heavy black tome in a prominent position.
The book's cover was polished from the scales of some kind of dragon, with dark golden patterns flowing across its surface. Even through a layer of crystal, he could feel the ancient pressure contained within. On the bookshelf rested a facsimile of the ancient dragon language scroll, an essential reference for deciphering dragon language magic and communicating with the dragon race. It recorded the basic pronunciations and core vocabulary of the Dragon Clan. However, borrowing it not only required level 3 authorization but also cost a hefty 500 contribution points per day.
So many? Lan Ruotong's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her expression somewhat awkward. Gu Yuan was also stunned.
He had long known that everything in the Winter Guild required contribution points to exchange, and contribution points could only be earned by completing the guild's designated tasks.
As a newcomer, he naturally had nothing to his name.
He had assumed that Lan Ruotong brought him directly because borrowing books didn't require contribution points, but unexpectedly, the price of this ancient scroll far exceeded her expectations.
500 contribution points, what does that mean? Gu Yuan asked.
Equivalent to 50,000 Union coins, Lan Ruotong replied.
50,000 a day? Gu Yuan fell silent. He looked around and noticed that every book here was quite expensive. The Abyssal Creature Compendium cost 300 points per day, while the Forbidden Spell Analysis was as high as 1,000 points. Suddenly, he laughed, finally understanding. The guild leader, Lan Yuding, was so generous because he had a more sophisticated way of extracting value. To exchange for anything in the guild, one must have contribution points.
And the only source of contribution points was working for the guild, completing various tasks. Lan Yuding was confident in the exclusive resources in the treasury, certain that Gu Yuan would continuously create value for the guild in pursuit of these items. The entire process involved no coercion, purely an open strategy.
What a brilliant example of capital operation! Gu Yuan chuckled, but he did not regret it. In a world where resources were monopolized by the upper echelons, going it alone would only lead to stagnation. He looked at Lan Ruodong and, unafraid of embarrassment, directly asked, "Can you lend me some contribution points?"
The ancient dragon language scroll was right in front of him, and he had to know the true name of the fallen Saintess to proceed with his next plan. If he could sign a contract with her sooner, earning contribution points would become much easier. However, Lan Ruodong rarely blushed.
I don't have that much.
She tugged at the hem of her mage robe and said softly, "This robe is newly bought, and it cost 14,600 points.
14,600 points? Isn't that nearly 1.5 million? Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. Is this the life of the wealthy? Lan Ruodong isn't even level 10, and a single piece of equipment cost her so much. Gu Yuan thought about his savings of just over 10,000 and asked, "Can contribution points be exchanged for money?"
They can, Lan Ruodong nodded, but the exchange rate is terrible. It takes 200 union coins to exchange for one contribution point.
That would be too much of a loss. Gu Yuan shook his head with a smile.
He was terrified of being poor and couldn't afford to take such a hit.
Seeing Gu Yuan looking a bit disappointed, Lan Ruodong added, "I still have over 200 points left.
For the rest, we can take on a low-level material task and quickly make up the difference."
Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. A single low-level task can earn the equivalent of 30,000 union currency?
Lan Ruodong nodded, "Yes, but it won't be available after a couple of days."
"Then we must act quickly." Gu Yuan decided without hesitation.
He immediately understood the unspoken part of Lan Ruodong's words. The members of the Winter Guild generally had very high levels, and certain low-level secret realms had level restrictions, preventing them from entering. This caused the prices of some low-level materials to be even higher than high-level ones. However, in a couple of days, the newcomers who passed the trials would start arriving, and by then, the rewards for these low-level tasks would surely shrink significantly. The two wasted no time and turned to step into the magical elevator. After they left, two figures slowly emerged from behind a row of bookshelves. One was an elderly man with graying hair and beard, and the other was a middle-aged man with a plump figure. The elderly man gazed through the glass wall of the elevator shaft at the receding figures of Gu Yuan and Lan Ruodong, then asked the man beside him, the person with Ruodong, "Have you seen him before?" The man lowered his head respectfully.
"Elder Zhong, I haven't seen him. Judging by their conversation, he seems to be a newcomer." "Reckless."
The elderly man squinted his eyes, surveying the surrounding collection of precious tomes, and murmured to himself, "These things were wrested from the secret realm at the cost of our lives. How could Ruodong casually bring a newcomer up here?" The man immediately understood the elder's meaning and said, "Elder Zhong, I'll go ask the president about it later." At the same time, in the mission hall of the Winter Guild, a massive holographic screen was scrolling through various bounty information.
One of them read, "Collect ice crystal grass, 1 contribution point per plant, no limit.
I urgently need frost direwolf blood, but just a small bottle costs 5 contribution points." I stood in front of the mission counter, my fingers swiftly swiping across the screen, searching for a way to quickly earn points.
Soon, a task to collect ice crystals caught my attention.
The mission location was the Frozen Wasteland, an area suitable for adventurers between levels 5 and 15.
Most importantly, this task didn't require fighting monsters, just collecting. A fist-sized ice crystal could be exchanged for 5 contribution points.
Collect 60 pieces, and 300 points would be in hand. Even better, if I can conveniently take down the level 15 boss there, the Frost Golem, there's also a chance to obtain something called the Ice Core. This item is also being offered for a bounty, and just one can be exchanged for 100 contribution points.
Without hesitation, I accepted both tasks. With Albedo around, a level 15 boss is no big deal. Hello, I'm here to register for a task.
I handed my identity badge to the middle-aged man with slightly thinning hair behind the counter.
He took the badge and scanned it, asking without looking up, solo or team?
If it's a team, to avoid disputes over dividing loot later, you'd better decide now how to split the contribution points.
I immediately understood what he meant.
In this world, distributing loot is a major source of conflict. Without data panels to clearly show who contributed the most, when people have similar levels of strength, everyone feels they've done the most and wants a bigger share, which naturally leads to disputes.
An established guild like Winter Guild has obviously already used rules to close this loophole.
We'll split it 50-50. I was just about to speak when Lan Ruwadong beside me interrupted, saying, "Team up, all contribution points go to him." The middle-aged man froze for a moment before finally raising his head.
When he saw it was Lan Ruwadong, he immediately stood up from his chair, his face breaking into a smile.
"Oh, Miss Lan.
Why are you personally?"
Please sit." Lan Ruwadong waved her hand to interrupt his pleasantries and calmly added, "I'm here to assist him in completing the task."
Ha! The middle-aged man's expression instantly became incredibly colorful.
He gaped, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of us, as if witnessing some unbelievable spectacle. In the adventurer circles, it's quite common for experts to help newcomers level up or complete tasks, but that's usually a paid service or an admirer trying to curry favor with their crush.
Yet here was the young lady of the Winter Guild, a wealthy heiress who lacked for nothing, offering to work for free for a newcomer?
It wasn't just him, several other guild members handing in their tasks nearby also turned their gazes toward us. Shock, confusion, envy, jealousy, a mix of emotions played across their faces, making the atmosphere in the hall somewhat peculiar. I didn't look at them, merely rubbed my temples, trying to avoid these complicated stares. Along the way, having Lan Ruwadong's assistance had indeed made things much more convenient, but it had also pushed me into the eye of the storm.
This is not a good thing.
In a place like the Winter Guild, where the strong gather like clouds, receiving unwarranted special treatment could easily make me a target for everyone. I'm not afraid of being talked about, nor do I fear being resented, but if any rumors were to reach certain influential figures like Lan Ruwadong's father, the Winter Guild leader known as the King of Bitter Cold, things could get troublesome.
Just as my thoughts were churning, an indescribable chill suddenly descended.
It wasn't a physical cold, but a shiver that seemed to emanate from the depths of my soul. My body trembled violently, and I immediately tried to activate my ability to probe the other party's information.
However, the system gave me an unprecedented notification, unable to view. So strong?
A storm surged within me. My abyssal gaze ability doesn't have a clear level restriction, but based on experience, the closer the target's level and strength are to mine, the more information I can see. Even when facing Lan Ruwadong's uncle, who is level 59, I could at least see his name and level. This situation, where I can't view anything at all, is a first. It seems that my abilities are not without limits, but this limit far exceeds my imagination. A chill ran through my heart, my entire body tensed up instantly, and my heart contracted sharply. That feeling was like a small, weak rabbit being stared down by a predator, an instinctive fear surging from the depths of my heart, completely uncontrollable. I instinctively wanted to turn my head to find the source of the gaze, but reason told me I couldn't do that, or I would expose my abilities. I could only freeze in place, pretending nothing was wrong, but cold sweat was already seeping down my back.
At that moment, a phone ringtone broke the stalemate.
Lan Ruwadong took out her phone from the small pouch at her waist. When she saw the name on the screen, her cold expression shifted slightly, and she reluctantly answered the call.
"Hello, Dad."
A rough and hearty male voice came from the other end of the phone, full of energy and loud enough for me to hear it clearly even while standing nearby.
"Ruwadong, are you already at the guild?"
Lan Ruwadong glanced at me and lowered her voice, saying, "I'm in the mission hall, with a classmate."
"A classmate?"
The voice on the other end instantly rose a few notches, followed by a burst of hearty laughter.
"Ha! No wonder you're not coming home, turns out someone is keeping you company."
After the laughter, a barely perceptible chill crept into the bold tone.
"A male classmate or a female classmate?"
At that very moment, I felt the icy gaze locked onto me grow even sharper.
A heavy pressure bore down, making Gu Yuan's breathing difficult.
He immediately understood who this warning-filled gaze came from.
Is this the anger of an old father seeing his daughter fawning over someone? Gu Yuan thought with a bitter smile.
Although Lan Yuding admired him, it did not mean that the lofty king could tolerate his precious daughter being so proactive toward a male classmate.
Thinking of this, Gu Yuan endured the overwhelming pressure that seemed to crush him and pretended to speak casually. Lan Ruaton, thank you for bringing me here.
He looked at Lan Ruaton, his tone carrying a deliberately created sense of distance. You've been away from home for quite a while, you should go back and check in.
Don't let your family worry.
Lan Ruaton was momentarily stunned and was about to say something when sudden, deafening laughter erupted from the other end of the phone.
Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, Ruaton? Your classmate is much more sensible than you.
Hurry back, your mom made your favorite ice-scaled fish. The rough laughter was so loud that it caused static noise on the phone. At the same time, the terrifying pressure weighing on Gu Yuan vanished like a receding tide, leaving no trace behind. Gu Yuan suddenly felt a sense of relief, the oppressive feeling of danger like a thorn in his back finally gone. He secretly let out a breath, only to realize that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Is this the oppressive aura of a top-tier powerhouse? Even from a great distance, just a single glance could render someone immobile.
But Lan Ruaton looked at Gu Yuan, still a bit hesitant.
She had promised to help him earn contribution points.
It's fine, go ahead. Gu Yuan waved his hand with a smile. We have plenty of time in the future. Besides, I also want to test my current strength.
Lan Ruaton glanced at her phone, then at Gu Yuan, reluctantly nodding. Just be careful. Some monsters in the frozen valley have high resistance. Especially the frost golem. If you encounter it, run quickly.
It's very slow.
For once, she said several sentences in a row, handed Gu Yuan a few bottles of temperature-regulating potions she had just collected from the mission hall, and then turned to walk out of the hall. Such a good girl, but unfortunately, we are not from the same world. Gu Yuan let out a long sigh, picking up his identity badge from the counter.
Young man, you've just had a brush with death, haven't you?
The middle-aged man behind the counter looked at Gu Yuan with a completely changed expression, filled with reverence for a warrior.
Maybe. Gu Yuan didn't elaborate further, carefully storing the mission scroll. Please activate the teleportation for me.
With a flicker of light and shadow, Gu Yuan's figure appeared in a world blanketed in silver. This was the beginner-level secret realm controlled by the Winter Guild, Frozen Valley. A biting wind mixed with fine ice crystals swept toward him, the temperature at least 30 degrees lower than in Linyuan City. The sky was a dull leaden gray, surrounded by steep icy cliffs, with only a winding valley path leading deeper in. The place was eerily quiet, no merchants setting up stalls, no adventurers shouting to recruit teammates. The only sound was the howling of the wind. Gu Yuan drank a bottle of temperature-regulating potion, and his body immediately warmed up. He looked around, preparing to follow the mountain valley path deeper into the secret realm. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something white. Behind a wind-sheltering rock not far away stood a young girl. She was dressed in a pristine white priestess robe, with golden patterns embroidered on the hem. Her brown curly hair swayed slightly in the wind, and her emerald green eyes were as clear as thawed spring water. In this desolate, icy world, she was like a blooming snow lotus, strikingly conspicuous. As Gu Yuan looked at her, the girl happened to lift her head. Their eyes met, and she broke into a radiant smile. Then she raised her hand and waved at Gu Yuan, as if greeting an old friend. Hello there. A crisp voice carried through the wind and snow.
Gu Yuan frowned slightly.
Before he could respond, the girl's staff gently tapped, and a soft golden light fell upon him. He immediately felt his body become much lighter, and his movement speed increased by about 10%.
Gu Yuan was stunned.
Back when he used to play games, he had encountered kind players who casually bestowed buffs on passers-by. He never expected to meet someone like that in this real world. After all, ever since the fusion of games and reality, every skill used came with a tangible cost.
The act of casually blessing someone was no different from throwing money away. Could it be that she wants to team up with me? Gu Yuan speculated inwardly.
In his view, there's no such thing as a free lunch. However, the young girl didn't seem to have any intention of coming over to talk. After casting the blessing, she retreated behind the large rock again.
Could it be that I'm being too suspicious?
Gu Yuan muttered to himself, withdrawing his gaze while silently opening the girl's panel.
Target, Yi Anqi. Class, Holy Word Priest, Level 6. Yi Anqi. Holy Word Priest? Gu Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. Holy Word Priest, an extremely rare class within the Holy Light system, ranks higher than ordinary Holy Clerics and Holy Knights.
More importantly, individuals of this class typically harbor an intense aversion to dark entities such as the undead and the abyss.
It is said that they can even distinguish the foul aura of such unclean things by smell alone. Gu Yuan stood upwind. The abyssal aura emanating from him should, in theory, be easily detectable by her.
Yet, not only did the girl show no signs of vigilance, but she even displayed kindness toward him. This was truly perplexing.
Was there something wrong with her, or was he simply overthinking?
Gu Yuan muttered to himself in a low voice, pondering as he stepped into the snowy winds of the secluded valley. Just moments ago, a wicked contract formula had flashed through his mind, sacrificing a holy light class practitioner. The defenseless young girl before him was practically the perfect offering. But the dangerous thought lasted only a second before Gu Yuan shook his head and forcibly suppressed it.
Someone just blessed you, and now you're already plotting against them.
That's not something a hero should do, he admonished himself. He admitted that he wasn't exactly a good person, but he hadn't sunk to the level of wanton slaughter or madness. If he truly resorted to any means necessary for power, he would need to seriously consider whether he was still Gu Yuan, or if he had already been corrupted by the abyss and turned into something else entirely.
Focus on the task at hand. Gu Yuan stopped overthinking and concentrated.
By now, he had passed through the narrow gorge, and the view before him opened up to a vast, snow-covered expanse. Amid the wind and snow, the distant mountain ranges undulated like silent giants, gazing down upon the plain. Gu Yuan retrieved 30 sacrificial gems from his storage backpack all at once. These gems were spoils of war he had obtained during the novice trial by slaying goblin wolf riders. They contained the flesh and souls of the prairie wolves that served as mounts. According to the summoning formula, they were perfectly suited for summoning a hellhound. He found a relatively flat patch of snow and consumed all 30 sacrificial gems. Instantly, a magic circle emitting a dark red glow appeared beneath his feet. Gu Yuan raised his staff and began chanting the obscure and guttural abyssal incantation, Hound of the Scorching Hells, Tracker of Souls, heed my call. With the essence of life contained in these gems, form a pact with me. The moment the spell was completed, all the gems in the storage backpack shattered instantly. A large amount of red smoke surged out from the magic circle, twisting and condensing in the air, eventually tearing open a pitch-black spatial rift. Roar! Accompanied by a sulphurous roar, 3 hellhounds, each as robust as a tiger, leapt out of the rift. Their fur was dark red, their eyes crimson, and their sharp fangs were exposed, dripping with scalding lava. The lava dripped onto the ground, instantly melting the surrounding snow and evaporating it into a cloud of white mist. A ferocious and violent aura rushed forth. However, Gu Yuan nearly uttered 2 indifferent words, sit down. The 3 hellhounds heard the command, as if they had heard an unbreakable law, and sat down in perfect unison. Gu Yuan said again, raise your paw. The hellhounds did not hesitate in the slightest and all raised their right paws. Just as I thought. Gu Tian smiled with satisfaction. He had once read some fragmented information about demons and knew that hellhounds were the most loyal and disciplined creatures in hell. Once a contract is signed with them, they regard you as their sole master, not as a boss with whom they can negotiate. Gu Yuan's eyes displayed the attribute information of the hellhounds. Their level was 6, with a maximum level of up to 40, and their attributes were far superior to the little demons he had seen before. These 3 majestic hell dogs made him like them more and more the longer he looked. The growth potential of the hellhounds was twice that of ordinary magical creatures, and their level cap was a full 10 levels higher than that of the little demons. Of course, imps have their own advantages. They can fly and possess ranged attack abilities like fireball spells. If it really comes down to a fight, they might even be able to toy with the hellhounds. However, imps are incredibly difficult to manage. From Jobo's previous demise, it's clear that these little creatures, with their mischievous cackle laughter, are inherently unruly and highly unreliable. If you send them to find ice crystals, they might even start fighting among themselves to claim credit. So, dogs are still better. Hellhounds are not only loyal but also possess the keen sense of smell typical of canines. In this snowstorm-filled, low-visibility environment, they are the perfect radar. Go! Gu Yuan waved his staff, pointing into the depths of the snowstorm. Dig out all those shiny crystals hidden in the snow for me. If you encounter prey you can defeat, send them to hell while you're at it. The three-headed hellhound let out a low growl before charging into the blizzard, leaving behind 3 fan-shaped trails of fiery paw prints in the snow. After arranging the hellhound, Gu Yuan began his own actions. Amidst the howling wind and snow in midair, a small demon was struggling to flap its fleshy wings, cautiously gripping Gu Yuan's shoulder as it carried him 10 meters above the ground, gliding forward. This mode of flight was neither elegant nor comfortable, but it was the most economical and practical means of travel at this stage. Gu Yuan overlooked the vast expanse of white below, refraining from summoning his true trump card, the Succubus Queen Yelburna. Yelburna was his nuclear weapon, an extraordinary combat force. Over-reliance on her would gradually dull his combat vigilance and lead to misjudgments in assessing danger. More importantly, Yelburna was not a mindless combat puppet. If she were tasked with too much work, she would undoubtedly demand that Gu Yuan work harder in return. As a competent boss, Gu Yuan understood well that he must never allow his top performer to overshadow him. At that moment, Gu Yuan's thoughts shifted, and he keenly sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from the northwest. He immediately adjusted his direction, gazing into the wind and snow below where the fluctuation originated. Following your instructions, 3 dark red figures immediately turned toward the northwest. This is one of the few remote operations available to summoners, issuing simple commands to summon creatures through a mental link, then waiting for either the victory notification or the message of the summoned creature's demise. Of course, summoners like Gu Yuan, who have higher aspirations, still prefer to be on the battlefield, commanding every detail. But the hellhounds were simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, their agile figures disappeared into the vast snowstorm. Gu Yuan could only follow the trail of flaming paw prints they left behind, but ultimately, he was still a step too late. The battle victory notifications flooded his mind like a barrage. Hint: Hellhound killed a level 7 Icefield Wolf, EXP plus 134. Hint: Hellhound killed a level 8 Northern Bearman, EXP plus 194. Hint: Hellhound killed a level 9 Frost Spider, EXP plus 210. Gu Yuan didn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy's shadow before the battle was already over. It seems I really won't be needed. Gu Yuan shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, how about I go down and collect some ice crystals myself? This time, his goal in coming to the snowy mountain was to collect 60 ice crystals. This material is a type of mineral that grows directly in the snow. Since he wouldn't need to fight personally, doing some physical labor to pass the time wouldn't be a bad idea. Just as Gu Yuan was about to instruct the little demon to lower its altitude, a hellhound below suddenly turned back. It trotted briskly to the spot directly beneath Gu Yuan, holding in its magma-dripping mouth a fist-sized crystal emitting an icy blue glow, the very ice crystal he was looking for. Gu Yuan fell silent. All right, it seems the gathering work doesn't need me anymore. He completely gave up the idea of doing it himself and said with a bitter smile, if I had known earlier, I would have brought a deck chair to make myself more comfortable. He signaled the little demon to lower its altitude and land beside a massive rock that could block the wind. The rock was about 3 meters high, its surface covered with thick snow, making it a good wind shelter. Under the giant rock, the hellhound was wagging its flame-covered tail. It carefully placed the ice crystal on the snowy ground, then stuck out its long tongue and looked eagerly at Gu Yuan. In its crimson eyes, there was a clear expectation of praise me. Gu Yuan picked up the ice crystal and casually tossed it into the storage space. Then he reached out and patted the hellhound's massive head. The texture was hard, the temperature was high, and it felt like touching a piece of red-hot iron. Not bad. Gu Yuan smiled as he took a piece of jerky out of his pocket, which was originally a snack he had prepared for himself. The hellhound swallowed the jerky in one gulp and then continued to stare at him eagerly. Clearly, such a small piece of jerky wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. I really don't have jerky that big. Gu Yuan smiled and shook his head. He had never raised a dog as big as a tiger. Unexpectedly, the hellhound was still not giving up and even turned its gaze toward the little demon flying in midair. Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It's your colleague, you can't eat it." The little demon beside him immediately bristled, chirping and chattering angrily at the hellhound. Judging by its tone, it seemed to be cursing the other with the most venomous words. Roar! Roar! The hellhound appeared to be infuriated by the insults and immediately barked furiously at the little demon, even standing up as if to pounce and bite it. The little demon, relying on its ability to fly, nimbly took off and landed in the snow, effortlessly teasing the hellhound. In its spare moments, it even grabbed a snowball and accurately hurled it at the dog's face. Ha ha ha! Watching the interaction between the two summoned creatures, Gu Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Abyssal creatures are not inherently evil, they also possess unique personalities and intelligence. Sometimes, they can be quite lively. Alright, enough fooling around, get back to work. Gu Yuan stood up, ready to issue new instructions. 59 more crystals to go, and we must finish before nightfall. However, before he could finish speaking, a sudden mutation occurred. The hellhound, which had just been playing around, suddenly tensed its muscles, and the bristles on its back, as sharp as steel needles, stood on end. It abruptly turned around and let out a ferocious bark at the boulder beneath Gu Yuan's feet, which was being used as cover. Woof! Roar! At the same time, Gu Yuan felt a violent tremor beneath his feet. Take off! Gu Yuan's reaction was as swift as lightning, issuing the command to the little demon almost the instant the tremor occurred. The little demon dove down, grabbed Gu Yuan's shoulders with its claws, and swiftly lifted him into the air. Almost at the same moment, a thunderous rumble came from below as the snow collapsed and shards of ice scattered everywhere. The massive rock that had been shielding him from the wind slowly stood up, revealing its true form. It was a giant stone golem over 5 meters tall. Its body was entirely made of rock, covered with a thick layer of solid ice, resembling a naturally formed ice armor. Its head had no facial features, only a crack emitting a ghostly blue chill, which was where its core resided. Name, Stone Golem. Level, 10. Strength, 45. Agility, 5. Constitution, 55. Spirit, 15. Skills, Basic Physical Damage Reduction, Basic Magic Damage Reduction, Basic Boulder Throw, Basic Battle Formation Stomp. So it was asleep? Gu Yuan hovered in mid-air, observing the massive creature. Boulder golems typically slumber underground or disguise themselves as rocks, only awakening when disturbed. It must have been the commotion caused by the little demon and the hellhound earlier that woke it up. Grumble, grumble. The boulder golem let out a deep, muffled growl, its sound as grating as rocks scraping against each other. Slowly, it raised its millstone-sized fist and swung it fiercely at Gu Yuan in the air. The massive stone arm, carrying a suffocating gust of wind, suddenly swung toward Gu Yuan. Roar! With a furious roar, the hellhound, which had been ready to strike, instantly charged forward, positioning itself in front of its master. Facing the colossal stone golem, 10 times its own size, it showed no trace of fear. The hellhound leaped fiercely into the air and spewed a stream of scorching hellfire lava at the swinging stone arm. The lava collided with the icy layer on the stone surface, immediately releasing a thick cloud of white steam. The ice armor of the stone golem crackled and burst with sharp sounds, splitting into numerous cracks, and its movements became momentarily stiff. This was the moment. The hellhound twisted its body agilely in midair, its claws, capable of tearing through steel, ignited with flames and struck fiercely at the joints of the stone golem. Click! The sound of rock shattering was clearly audible. The hellhound's claws were not only sharp but also carried a heat intense enough to melt stone. With just one strike, the stone golem's arm broke apart and crumbled into a pile of rubble. Boom! Its massive body lost balance, and the stone golem fell heavily to one knee on the ground, facing Gu Yuan, who was hovering in midair.
Kneeling won't save you from death.
Gu Yuan coldly observed the battlefield.
Even though it was 4 levels lower, the hellhound's attributes were in no way inferior to the rock golem. Moreover, in terms of combat skills, it completely crushed the clumsy giant.
This is the terrifying nature of abyssal creatures. No matter how low-ranking the demon, it is always a predator in the ecological chain.
Finish it, Gu Yuan ordered. The hellhound let out a roar, swiftly circling to the back of the rock golem.
With a leap, it landed on the massive body. Immediately, the fury of hell poured out wildly, scorching the rocky body until it glowed red-hot. In less than a minute, the seemingly massive creature was melted into a pool of charred magma.
A golden notification box unfolded before Gu Yuan's eyes.
Unlock the Abyss contract formula. Sacrifice 10 living stone golems to contract 1 hell golem.
Hell golem? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up.
He immediately thought of that legendary demon unit, a war machine made of hellstone, its entire body engulfed in eternal hellfire. It possesses extremely high defense and terrifying strength, making it an unstoppable heavy tank on the battlefield.
More importantly, the hell golem has a unique entry method, heavenly fire descent.
When summoned, it curls into a burning meteor and crashes down from the sky, causing massive area damage at the impact point. This is a perfect initiation skill. As long as the casting range is sufficient, Gu Yuan can directly airdrop this heavy tank into the enemy's rear stronghold.
10 stone golems can be exchanged for 1 hell golem? Gu Yuan quickly calculated and realized this deal was an absolute steal.
Although stone golems appeared massive, in front of the hellhounds, taking one down was just a matter of minutes.
As long as he killed 9 more, he could own a hell golem. New target.
Gu Yuan issued a command to his hellhounds through their mental connection, while searching for ice crystals. Make it a priority to find stone golems.
Anything made of stone, dig it up for me. At this moment, Gu Yuan even considered abandoning his current task.
Accumulating guild contributions and borrowing that dragon language book wouldn't make much difference if delayed by a day or two.
But if he couldn't contract a hell golem today, he might lose sleep over it all night. Roar!
3 hellhounds roared in different directions in response, then proceeded to explore deeper into the area.
However, Gu Yuan still felt it wasn't enough, so he summoned all the little demons to join the hunting party.
These little creatures are naturally destructive. Asking them to patiently search for crystals in the snow might not suit their temperament. But if you tell them to throw a fireball at every rock they see, they would absolutely be thrilled. Meanwhile, on an ice field 2 kilometers away from Gu Yuan, 4 adventurers were huddled behind a wind-blocking rock, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Their equipment was not flashy, clearly marking them as rookies. Among them, a cute young girl dressed in a pristine priest's robe was kneeling beside a warrior, her hands glowing with a gentle holy light as she treated the bruises on his arm.
Is this place really a beginner-level secret realm?
The warrior grimaced in pain and complained, that giant stone golem just now was way too insane. It was as hard as iron, my shield is almost cracked from the impact, and it took all 5 of us focusing our attacks just to barely break its ice armor.
Yeah, this is just too discouraging. The mage next to him also sighed, looking defeated.
We're at least among the top 100 newcomers in the 3 northern territories, yet here in the Winter Guild, we can't even beat a stone monster guarding the gate.
How about we retreat a bit to the outskirts?
Maybe hunt some lower-level monsters, the archer suggested. Just as everyone was considering retreating, the scout assassin suddenly ran back from the front, his face full of shock. The assassin's expression was as if he had seen a ghost.
Hey! Come and take a look at this.
Everyone followed him around a massive rock wall with puzzled expressions. The next moment, they all gasped sharply. Lying in the snow before them was a colossal wreckage.
More precisely, it was a pool of dark red lava that had long since solidified, resembling a burnt-out candle.
From the shape of the surrounding rubble, one could vaguely discern that it had originally been a large stone golem. But now, it looked as if it had been thrown into a steel furnace and completely melted into this tragic state. This. The shield warrior swallowed hard and reached out to touch the charred rock. It's still warm, melted directly by high temperatures. And these claw marks, they look like they were left by some kind of large beast. It must be some big shot from the guild coming to the low-level zone for fun, the mage said confidently. It would take at least a fire mage who has completed a second job change or a beast tamer with a high-level battle pet to pull this off. No, it's not them, the priestess girl, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. She showed no disdain for the dirt on the ground, crouched down, extended her slender fingers, and gently touched a wisp of black smoke lingering in the air. There's a strong smell of sulfur here, and also. The girl's petite nose twitched slightly, and a faint glimmer of sharpness flashed in her emerald green eyes, the scent of the abyss. She stood up, clapped her hands, and looked at her teammates. If I'm not mistaken, this was done by that newcomer from Jiangyu County. The first in Jiangyu County, that abyss walker, Gu Yuan. Everyone was shocked. This name had briefly appeared on the trending searches not long ago. He was a ruthless figure who sacrificed his own soul to summon abyssal demons to fight for him. Even more terrifying was that he secured the first place in the newcomer trials before they even ended. This indicated that his combat power had completely crushed the nightmare difficulty of the trials, maxing out all scoring criteria ahead of time. Such a feat had never happened before in the past. Logically, a genius like this should have stayed at the top of the trending searches for at least a month. But this time, news about Gu Yuan was quickly suppressed, and the trending topic was removed. Everyone speculated that he might have been recruited by the military and absorbed into a classified unit. Yet no one expected him to appear in the Winter Guild. Yes. The priestess girl nodded slightly. While I was waiting for you at the entrance to the secret realm, I saw someone completely shrouded in abyssal aura. I wasn't sure before, but now it seems it must have been Gu Yuan. Speaking of this, the priestess girl muttered softly, I should have gone up and greeted him. I saw he was alone and even gave him a buff. Alone? He's soloing this place? The warrior asked incredulously. He should only be around level 6, right? Is this class really that overpowered? Of course. He sacrificed his soul for power, how could it not be strong? The mage's tone was somewhat sour, at least in the short term. We so-called geniuses can't hope to compare with him. Then what are we even competing for? This year's outstanding rookie is definitely going to be him. The archer shook his head and smiled bitterly in resignation. These geniuses, as soon as they joined the guild, started frantically completing tasks to level up, all in hopes of standing out in the upcoming rookie training. If they could be rated as the best, they would not only receive a massive amount of resource rewards but might even get an opportunity for early promotion. But now, it seemed that all of this was unnecessary. For a moment, the team's morale plummeted to rock bottom. They were all proud and ambitious talents, yet at this moment, they realized that even among geniuses, there existed an insurmountable gap. Don't lose heart, everyone. At this moment, the priestess girl's crisp voice rang out. Standing amidst the wind and snow, her sweet smile was incredibly infectious. One rookie evaluation doesn't determine our future, the road ahead is still long. She pointed to the puppet remains on the ground. Look, even Gu Yuan, facing a fate destined to be short-lived, didn't give up. What reason do we have to admit defeat now? The girl's voice was like the warm sun in winter, instantly dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts. Yi Yanqi is absolutely right. The warrior slapped his thigh and suddenly stood up. Just because we can't be rated as outstanding newcomers, does that mean we won't be combat professionals? Keep going. Let's roll up our sleeves. Exactly. I can still fight for at least another 100 years, but that Gu Yuan might not live that long. Let's go. Keep leveling up. He's a genius, but so are we. We absolutely can't back down. Watching her teammates regain their spirits, Yi Yanqi nodded in relief. She turned her head toward the direction where the abyssal aura was drifting from, gazed for a moment, and then her face blossomed into a sweet smile once again. Boom! 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 From the depths of the howling ice valley came bursts of violent explosions. Gu Yuan sat atop a towering ice rock, inspecting the harvest in his storage space. It had to be said, demons, despite their unruly nature, were indeed excellent laborers. In just 3 short hours, the hellhounds had dug out over 50 ice crystals from the snow. Meanwhile, the little demons, indulging their instincts, had successively blasted out 8 slumbering stone golems from snowdrifts and rock walls. Now, only the final sacrificial gem needed for contracting the hellfire remained. Suddenly, a golden light rose from Gu Yuan's body. Hint: the little demon has slain the stone golem, level 12, EXP plus 680. Hint: would you like to generate a sacrificial gem? Congratulations, your level has increased to level 8. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Truly a double blessing. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up and he immediately chose yes. He had been defeating monsters above his level, so his leveling speed was naturally fast. In the blink of an eye, he had leveled up from 6 to 8. In less than an hour, I leveled up to 7. I made some adjustments to the attribute points from this level up, adding 1 point each to strength and agility, and allocating the rest to spirit. Instantly, my mind became crystal clear, my perception of summoned creatures became unprecedentedly sharp, and I could even summon more demons simultaneously. Not bad, this trip was worth it. I was in a great mood as I opened my storage backpack and saw the 10 sacrificial gems. The materials for the contract with Hellfire were finally complete. I could almost see the scene: 3-headed hellhounds clearing the path ahead, 6 little demons circling in the air, the massive figure of Hellfire following behind, and me standing right in the middle of them. Now this is the kind of presence a true abyss walker should have. But I looked at another item in my backpack: ice crystals, a total of 52 pieces. I was still 8 short of my goal of 60. This area has already been cleared by my hellhound. To find the remaining ones, you must venture deeper. By doing so, the chances of encountering the final boss of this area, the frost golem, will greatly increase. Since I'm already here, I might as well face it, I thought to myself. For truly powerful individuals, challenging opponents above their level is as common as daily meals. Otherwise, how could some people reach level 60 before the age of 30, while others are still stuck at level 30 by the same age? That's the difference. Just one of my hellhounds can single-handedly take down a level 12 monster, not to mention that I can now summon an even more powerful hellfire. I even wonder, with my current strength, how many rounds I could last against Yelburna. If I get the chance, I really should give it a try. If I can knock that arrogant woman down, my position as the boss will truly be secure. Just as I was about to set off and venture deeper into the secret realm. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, more intense than ever before. The snow accumulated on the surrounding cliffs was shaken loose, and immediately afterward, a piercingly cold wind infused with intense magical energy swept through. My spirits lifted. This was definitely the awakening of the frost golem. And it was very close to me. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I grinned, immediately sending the 5 little demons back to hell to make room for the new companion about to join us. Then, I commanded the last little demon to carry me into the sky, while the 3-headed hellhound followed closely below as my escort. The view instantly opened up, and everything below was laid out in full detail. About 500 meters away on a vast ice plain, a towering figure 10 meters tall was striding forward. It was a massive golem made of deep blue solid ice. Each step it took sent up an avalanche-like spray of snow. Though its movement seemed slow, each step covered 5 or 6 meters. It was the final boss of the frozen valley, the frost golem. Ahead of them, 5 figures were frantically running. They were swayed by the violent tremors and raging snowstorm, stumbling as they ran, while also dodging the massive ice blocks hurled by the puppet. They scrambled and crawled, looking utterly disheveled. Newcomers? I paused slightly. Judging by their appearance, they were likely newly awakened this year, and most probably locals from Abyss City. After all, transportation in this world is a complete mess, with monsters lurking everywhere in the wilderness, making long-distance travel extremely dangerous. The most efficient and safe teleportation arrays are absurdly expensive. Ordinary people can't afford to use them even after working hard for 4 or 5 years. The fact that Lon Yuding was willing to activate a teleportation array for me shows how much he values me. I no longer paid attention to those 5 irrelevant people and shifted my gaze to the frost puppet surrounded by wind and snow, exuding an imposing aura. My purpose here is to earn contribution points. Collecting ice crystals can earn points, but killing the boss and obtaining its ice core can earn even more. 1 core is worth 100 points, which is enough to cover my deficit and even leave a surplus. I have no reason to let it go. I directly selected those 10 earthy yellow sacrificial gems from the storage backpack. In the air, the staff was raised high, and ancient and cryptic abyssal incantations echoed through the wind and snow. Rocks from the abyss, puppets forged in the hellfire, tear through the sky and answer my call. As the words fell, 10 sacrificial gems shattered in response. In the next moment, the lead gray sky was dyed a deep crimson, and a flaming magic circle flickered faintly within the clouds. The clouds churned violently, and a colossal figure burst forth, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The 5-member team fleeing for their lives noticed the anomaly above them and instinctively looked up. In an instant, all their pupils shrank to pinpoints. A meteor engulfed in raging flames, trailing a lone plume of black smoke, was hurtling diagonally from the clouds. Its target was the frost puppet chasing them. Damn! What is that? The soldier's exclamation was cut short, drowned out by a deafening crash. Boom! The earth let out a mournful cry. A burning meteor slammed fiercely onto the back of the frost golem. Even a level 15 boss monster was forced to the ground by this hell iron fist descending from the sky. Cracks spread across its hardened icy body, and countless shards of ice scattered like shrapnel in all directions. The shockwave, carrying high-temperature steam, instantly cleared the surrounding snow, revealing the dark brown permafrost beneath. The 5-member team fleeing was thrown to the ground by the blast wave, each covered in dirt and grime, but at least their lives were spared. They scrambled to their feet in terror, staring toward the center of the explosion. Amid the dense steam, a figure even taller than the frost golem loomed faintly. Hell! Hell! The mage and the team fell heavily onto the snow, scrambling backward in panic and shouting, "It's a hell puppet!" Amid the wind and snow, the thick smoke gradually dispersed, and the colossal figure that had descended from the sky finally revealed its true form. It was a humanoid puppet made of jagged rocks, with viscous, blood-like magma flowing through the cracks of each stone. Hellfire blazed fiercely from its shoulder blades and spinal joints, spewing out heat so intense that the icy landscape around it turned scorching. Just by standing there silently, it exuded an oppressive aura akin to a natural disaster. Hell! Hell puppet! The mage, sitting on the ground, looked as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, desperately dragging his body backward. What is a hell puppet? The warrior beside him asked instinctively while retreating. I thought it was just a fire-type rock golem. This is completely different from a rock golem. Its level is as high as 40, and its attributes are 3 times ours. The mage's voice turned sharp with fear as he pointed at the burning giant, shouting hysterically, "Even if you haven't read the Abyss Codex, you should at least remember that globally infamous news from 10 years ago, right?" Hearing this, the shield warrior and the archer instantly turned pale. They finally recalled the abyssal disaster that occurred in East Asia 10 years ago. An abyssal rift opened in the sky, meteors rained down like fire, transforming into 10-meter-tall giant golems that obliterated cities with overwhelming force. By the time high-level professionals intervened, the casualties had already exceeded 1 million. So, are we facing an abyssal invasion? Can we escape? The speed of the hell puppet is much faster than the frost puppet. Looking at the fiery giant before them, the group was ashen-faced. They had hoped to rack up some achievements before the new colleague arrived to widen the gap, but instead, they had awakened the frost puppet. Encountering the frost puppet, there was still a slim chance of survival due to its slow movement speed. But now, facing the hell puppet, it seemed their careers were over before they had even begun. Damn it! I haven't even been in a relationship yet. The archer's eyes brimmed with tears. Hold your identification badge in your mouth. Don't cause trouble for the guild, the warrior said as he pulled out his own badge. Even if you swallow it, it won't help. This badge can't withstand the high temperatures of hellfire, the mage said with a bitter smile. Faced with death, everyone felt unwilling but accepted it calmly. This is the life of combat professionals, enjoying greater honor and wealth, but also knowing they might never return from a mission. Wait, it seems like. Just as everyone was preparing to say their final words, Yi Anchi, who had remained calm all along, suddenly spoke up. It doesn't seem to want to attack us? She squinted her eyes and pointed at the thick fog behind the hell puppet, saying, Look! There's someone there. Someone? Everyone was stunned for a moment and instinctively looked up. Through the distorted heat waves and wind and snow, they indeed saw a figure floating in midair, appearing very tall and slender. In the thick fog, the outline of a man loomed faintly, with a pair of massive fleshy wings flapping rapidly behind him. It's a demon. The mage's voice trembled uncontrollably. He forced himself to look calm as he turned to Yi Anchi and lowered his voice, saying, It hasn't attacked us yet. It must be calculating how to torment us. Demons, they love playing this cat and mouse game. These words only added fuel to the already tense atmosphere, and everyone felt a bone-chilling cold. The assassin lying in the snow instinctively buried himself in it, as if that could save him. Beside him, the archer desperately slapped his unresponsive legs, cursing under his breath, Damn legs! Move! Move already! Just as despair gripped everyone, the thick fog finally dispersed. The figure in the sky became clear at last. Angelica Yi saw that face clearly, and a burst of joy instantly lit up her emerald green eyes. It's not a demon. It's Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this and quickly looked up again. They saw a young man wearing the novice mage robe of the Winter Guild, looking down at them from above. He had neither the curved horns of the legendary demon nor a barbed tail. The so-called demonic wings were actually a small demon clutching his shoulders, carrying him through the air. It's really him, the warrior exclaimed in surprise, the fear on his face vanishing instantly. Although all information about Gu Yuan had been mysteriously erased overnight, anyone who had followed this year's rookie trials still remembered the modestly dressed, handsome first-place winner of the county city. So, this hell puppet is his summoned creature? The mage, who had been wearing a bitter smile just moments ago, now had his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. The fear in his eyes had transformed into sheer disbelief. How high is his level? How could he possibly form a contract with a demon of this caliber? Is this the power of a hidden class? The archer swallowed hard, looking at Gu Yuan, who was floating in mid-air, his legs still trembling. Their fear had not disappeared, it had merely shifted to a new target. If their previous fear of the hellish puppet stemmed from the biological instinct to survive, then their current fear of Gu Yuan arose from a wariness of human nature. A human capable of commanding abyssal creatures, if he harbored malicious intent, wouldn't he be even more terrifying than a true demon? Gu Yuan paid no attention to the murmurs of the crowd below. His gaze was firmly locked on the massive crater. The system had not issued a kill notification, which meant that the frost puppet was not completely dead yet. However, he had no intention of ordering a finishing blow right away. Gu Yuan understood that boss-level monsters were exceedingly cunning. The information he had reviewed indicated that the frost puppet's most adept trick was feigning death, luring enemies closer, and then launching a deadly counter-ice explosion at the moment they let their guard down. Roar! Sure enough, the frost golem, seeing its prey hesitating to take the bait, abandoned its disguise. It let out a thunderous roar and suddenly burst out of the deep pit, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Clearly enraged by the hell golem's ambush, its entire body radiated a brilliant blue light as it raised its massive icy fist and swung it upward with full force toward the airborne enemy. Holy crap! It's not dead yet. The crowd below was scared out of their wits, scrambling backward in a panic. However, the hell golem, facing the incoming heavy punch, showed no intention of dodging. This war machine extended its fiery, rock-like hand and firmly caught the frost golem's swinging fist. The collision of extreme cold and extreme heat caused a violent reaction upon contact. Large amounts of ice crystals instantly vaporized, producing a piercing sound akin to a high-pressure boiler leak. The frost golem let out a pained howl in response. Immediately, the hell puppet moved. It used no fancy techniques, simply grabbing the frost puppet's arm, swinging it up effortlessly, and then slamming it down with tremendous force.
Boom! The snowy ground shook violently.
The 8-meter-tall frost puppet, in front of the hell puppet, was like a rag doll, slammed onto the ground without any resistance. Afterward, the hell puppet straddled the frost puppet, raising its rock-like iron fist engulfed in blazing flames, and pounded down on the massive block of ice beneath it, punch after punch.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Each punch landed with the trembling of the earth and the shattering sound of ice crystals breaking apart.
The hell golem completely ignored the ice spikes erupting from the frost golem's body.
Every one of its attacks carried a force strong enough to shake mountains and a heat intense enough to melt rock.
Click! A crisp cracking sound.
The frost golem's left arm, which had been trying to resist, was forcibly torn off by the hell golem.
Next came the right arm, and finally, its wailing head.
The hell golem twisted off its head and casually tossed it far away like throwing out trash, sending a flurry of snow flying into the air. In just half a minute, the powerful boss that had cornered the 5-person team was shattered into pieces of ice scattered across the ground. At the end of the battle, the hell puppet stomped on the frost puppet's chest, crushing it, then reached into the shattered ice with its burning hand and crudely extracted a ghostly blue core radiating an intense chill.
The battle ended, and the entire scene fell into dead silence.
Amid the snowstorm, only the crackling sound of flames remained. The 5 professionals stared blankly at the scene, their faces pale as paper. So brutal. The mage among the 5 muttered softly. The others watched Gu Yuan, who slowly descended and finally stood on the shoulder of the hell puppet, their eyes filled with awe. The hell puppet's power and ferocity were indeed terrifying, but what truly made them shudder from the depths of their hearts was the young man who could command this war machine, yet remained indifferent in expression. Snow and wind raged in the sky. Standing on the massive shoulder of the hell puppet, Gu Yuan reached out and took the spoils handed to him by the little demon. It was a volleyball-sized dodecahedral crystal, emanating a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble, its shape so precise it seemed like a man-made work of art. This thing is a treasure. The vast majority of ice attribute equipment and items rely on this core material. Even the leftover scraps can be used to create top-tier refrigeration equipment.
Not bad.
Gu Yuan weighed the core in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. This time's harvest was quite fruitful, 52 ice crystals, plus this ice core worth 100 contribution points, and adding the 200 points he previously got from Lan Ruodong, it was enough for him to borrow that long-coveted ancient dragon language scroll.
Well done. Gu Yuan patted the massive, flame-engulfed head of the hell puppet beneath him. This hell puppet is undoubtedly an extremely powerful unit in hell. Even though its level is restricted by Gu Yuan, its 4 basic attributes, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, each far surpass those of the level 15 frost behemoth from earlier. Even without using the devastating fire rain that descends from the sky, it could easily tear apart its opponent through sheer physical combat. Looks like, even without letting Yalberna take action, I'm already an invincible presence among this year's newcomers, aren't I? Gu Yuan mused inwardly, his gaze falling on a few figures in the snow below. The eyes of those newcomers still held lingering fear. Clearly, they had been scared out of their wits by this giant creature from hell. They wanted to step forward and speak, but hesitated, too timid to approach. It's no wonder. Although they were all geniuses, they were ultimately just students who had recently stepped out of the comfort of their academy. How could they have ever encountered a high-level abyssal demon like this? The impact on them was indeed overwhelming. Student Gu Yuan. At this moment, a crisp and melodious voice broke the subtle sense of estrangement at the scene. The speaker was none other than the girl, Yianchi, who had previously cast a buff spell on Gu Yuan at the entrance to the secret realm. The snowstorm had momentarily paused, and a few glistening snowflakes clung to her brown curly hair. Her emerald green eyes appeared exceptionally clear against the snowy backdrop. If one ignored the chaotic battlefield around her, she looked just like a princess stepping out of a fairy tale. Thank you for stepping in to save me, it was really dangerous just now. Yianchi said as she lifted her skirt and ran toward Gu Yuan. Roar!
She had only taken a few steps when the hellhound guarding below let out a sudden low growl, scaring the young girl into shrinking back and stopping in her tracks.
Sit! Gu Yuan issued the command coldly.
The hellhound immediately obeyed and sat down, but it continued to emit threatening growls from its throat, baring its teeth at Yi Anqi.
Ah, what a good doggy!
Yi Anqi let out a long breath, patted her chest, and laughed, seemingly completely unconcerned about the hellhound's hostility.
Gu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly.
He nodded and tried to make his tone sound as casual as possible. No need to thank me, we're all colleagues. He had recognized this girl long ago, but the intense battle earlier left no time for greetings.
Now, however, a trace of puzzlement arose in his heart.
Why, out of these 4 people,
was she the one who seemed the most enthusiastic toward him? In this world, the mutual reinforcement and counteraction of elemental attributes can genuinely affect interpersonal relationships.
Just like fire and water being incompatible, a powerful fire element mage, even without doing anything, emits a fiery elemental aura that makes ice element mages feel utterly uncomfortable. Therefore, people with opposing attributes, even if they don't outright hate each other, find it difficult to develop a liking for one another. The abyssal power mastered by Gu Yuan and the holy light power represented by Yi Anqi are natural-born adversaries.
The power of holy light practitioners stems from their devout faith in the divine.
This faith causes them to instinctively reject and detest all dark creatures, whether they are undead, demons, or other malevolent entities. Even the most cheerful holy practitioners would experience a strong physiological aversion, and even hostility, when facing a true hellish demon.
But this girl, how could she use the word obedient to describe a hellhound from the depths of hell?
Gu Yuan said nothing, glancing again at the companions behind her who were still trembling with fear.
That was the normal reaction one should have when seeing an abyssal creature. Yi Anqi's behavior was far too incongruous. It's not some domesticated big dog, Gu Yuan's voice carried a hint of scrutiny and probing. It's a hellhound, an abyssal demon. Aren't you afraid of it? Why should I be afraid?
Yi Anqi blinked her clear green eyes and smiled at the hellhound.
It does look a bit fierce, but it listens to you. You're human, not a demon.
At this point, she paused, her gaze fixed on Gu Yuan, and said word by word, power itself is merely a tool. Whether it is good or evil depends entirely on who wields it.
Gu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted.
Yi Anqi's words seemed to make a lot of sense.
But coming from the mouth of a holy light believer, they were completely wrong.
Every child in this world knows that the power of holy light practitioners comes from the blessings of the gods. In their eyes, power can be faith, grace, or even a curse, but it can never simply be a tool.
Gu Yuan gave Yi Anqi a deep look. This seemingly innocent and lively girl exuded an indescribable strangeness from head to toe.
However, Gu Yuan had no interest in the girl who had suddenly appeared, nor did he bother to learn more about her. The only thing on his mind right now was to borrow the ancient dragon language scroll as soon as possible and uncover the true name of the fallen Saintess.
Since the crisis is resolved, I'll be leaving now. Gu Yuan said coldly, bidding farewell.
Without waiting for a response, he activated the hell puppet and strode toward the secret realm's exit.
Hey! Wait a minute. Yi Anqi immediately started to follow him.
But just then, her teammate behind her called out to stop her.
Anqi, little sister. A warrior, holding a dented shield, said awkwardly with a face full of embarrassment, could you heal me first?
I just got smacked by that frost puppet, and I think a few of my ribs are broken.
Me too.
The archer beside him nodded with a bitter expression. I was so scared just now that my legs went weak. To get myself moving, I slashed my own thigh.
Finally, the mage in the team spoke up.
I know you're all in a hurry, but don't rush just yet. Using his staff, he cleared away a patch of snow and pointed to the assassin lying frozen stiff inside. This guy has been lying in the snow, too scared to move.
Now it seems like he's suffering from hypothermia.
What? Yi Anqi was startled and quickly ran back to her bedraggled teammate, her face full of concern. She activated the power of holy light, and a gentle glow immediately enveloped the group, healing their injuries.
You guys? Why didn't you say you were hurt earlier? Ah,
I was just too scared to react earlier.
sorry, Anchi, we were so useless that we almost dragged you down.
Thank goodness you were here, truly blessed by the holy light. The gentle holy light not only healed the injuries of her teammates but also warmed their frightened hearts. Everyone sighed with emotion, feeling so fortunate to have such an adorable healer in their team. However, none of them noticed the faint, almost imperceptible shadow that flickered deep within Yi Anchi's emerald green eyes under the glow of the holy light. The sky gradually darkened, and the constant temperature barrier of Abyssal City emitted a faint fluorescence, as splendid as the aurora.
After leaving the secret realm, Gu Yuan rushed straight to the mission hall. Task submission, contribution point settlement, the entire process was completed in one go.
355 contribution points, plus the ones borrowed from Lan Ruodong, were now enough for him to borrow the ancient dragon language scroll. He returned to the library, verified his points, registered, and retrieved the book.
When he finally touched the ancient tome, Gu Yuan could almost hear the faint roar of dragons echoing in his mind. Yalberna was right, dragon language itself was a powerful magical force. Leaving the library, Gu Yuan followed the address on the plaque and arrived at the Cloudtop district. This was the highest residential area in Abyssal City, far removed from the noise and bustle of the lower streets. Independent villas were built along the mountains, scattered harmoniously among the verdant pine forests. The entire Cloudtop district was enveloped by a massive magic gathering array, making the concentration of magical energy here more than 3 times that of the outside world. For mages who needed to meditate, this place was nothing short of a cultivation paradise. Gu Yuan's residence was a villa numbered A09. After swiping the card to enter, even someone who had lived 2 lifetimes couldn't help but be momentarily stunned by the scene before him. It was a 3-story standalone building equipped with an independent defense barrier and privacy shield. The front yard was a small garden filled with various glowing magical plants. The backyard featured a standard training ground, complete with a row of magical targets for skill testing. Pushing open the heavy oak door, the first floor housed a spacious and bright living room and an open kitchen, fully furnished. The second floor contained the bedrooms and a meditation room, while the third floor was home to a study and a terrace. I really hit the jackpot. In 2 lifetimes combined, I've never lived in a house this nice, Gu Yuan remarked, casually tossing his suitcase into the living room before heading straight to the study on the 3rd floor. The study was as spacious as a CEO's office, with massive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Linyuan City. Night had already fallen, and the city below was ablaze with lights, resembling a sea of burning stars. Standing here, one couldn't help but feel as though they were overlooking the kingdom they had built. All right, time to get down to business. Gu Yuan waved his hand slightly, and the velvet curtains closed automatically. He walked to the spacious desk and carefully took out the ancient scroll of Dragon Tongue. The cover, made of dragon scales, was cold and rough to the touch, with flowing dark golden patterns that shimmered with a mysterious glow under the light. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and opened the first page. What came into view were abstract and vigorous symbols. Each stroke of these symbols was filled with a sense of power, as if a giant dragon had personally carved them into a rock wall with its sharp claws. After just a few seconds of staring, Gu Yuan felt his temples throbbing, and his head began to swell slightly. This was a sign of mental pressure. Dragon Tongue was not merely a language but a carrier of rules, with each character containing immense magical power. For newcomers with insufficient mental strength, even a single glance could lead to mental collapse. The first character represents strength and also symbolizes origin. Gu Yuan endured the discomfort and began to study the text word by word, cross-referencing the annotations beside it. Time passed second by second. In the quiet room, only the rustling sound of pages turning remained. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Yuan finally closed the book and tiredly rubbed his throbbing temples. He pressed his temples with a sense of frustration. Relying on the annotations, he barely managed to understand these cryptic symbols, even grasping the grammatical logic behind them. But he simply had no idea how to pronounce them. The pronunciation of Dragon Tongue was extremely unique, not only relying on vocal cord vibrations but also requiring a mental connection and magical resonance. The phonetic annotations in the book were very vague, with many places even marked as indescribable in language, please comprehend on your own. comprehend, my foot. It was like being handed a foreign song's lyrics and being told to sing it just by looking at the words, and you had to stay in tune. How do I learn this? Gu Yuan slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. If the pronunciation was off, it would just be random shouting, completely incapable of resonating with the rules, let alone reciting the true name of the fallen Saintess. Wait a minute. Gu Yuan suddenly sat up straight, a flash of inspiration in his mind. Learning Dragon Tongue was Yelburna's suggestion. She must understand Dragon Tongue. Otherwise, why would she suggest he learn Dragon Tongue first before telling him the true name of the fallen Saintess? Why am I fumbling around here when I have a ready-made teacher? Gu Yuan slapped his thigh, immediately raised his staff, and pointed to the empty space beside the desk. Yelburna, respond to my summons. Pink petals danced in the air, and the seductive figure of the Succubus Queen appeared amidst the swirling petals. Today, she looked just as languid as ever, not wearing her signature formal gown but instead donning a purple silk robe. The neckline was cut low, revealing a dazzling expanse of snow-white skin, and the loosely tied sash at her waist seemed ready to slip off at any moment. Boss, still not asleep this late? Albedo yawned lazily, her bare jade-like feet stepping on the soft carpet. Her violet demonic eyes casually glanced at Gu Yuan a few times, feigning nonchalance. Didn't you have two stunning beauties with you today? One's a cold and proud young lady, and the other's a gentle and adorable little sister. TSK, with one in each arm, I thought they'd be the ones keeping you company tonight. Gu Yuan smiled helplessly. As expected, this succubus, though residing in the abyss, always had her heart set on him. Which eye of yours saw me with one in each arm? Gu Yuan retorted. Besides, everything I did today was proper business. Serious business? Shaltir snorted softly, walked to the desk, and sat directly on the edge of it. Her slender legs crossed, the hem of her skirt slipped, revealing a glimpse of allure. She leaned forward, extended her delicate fingers, gently lifted Gu Yuan's chin, and exhaled softly. Indeed, accompanying the young lady for shopping is serious business, saving a damsel in distress is also serious business, and summoning me so late at night, is that for serious business too? Tell me, what kind of serious business do you have in mind tonight? Her eyes sparkled with charm, overflowing with seduction. Although the Crimson Lord hasn't left yet, I can still show you that compared to a succubus, human women are as dull as female beastmen. The serious business I'm talking about isn't what you're thinking. Gu Yuan grabbed the jade-like hand that was sliding from his chest toward his abdomen. Dull? Shaltir raised an eyebrow and glanced at the ancient dragon language scroll on the desk. You want me to teach you dragon language, don't you? Yes. Gu Yuan nodded, sighing inwardly. This succubus was truly a temptress. She had clearly noticed the ancient dragon language scroll and understood the purpose of his summoning her, yet she pretended to know nothing, choosing instead to tease him first. She was simply asking for trouble. Suppressing the desire burning within him, Gu Yuan said, I can understand the dragon language characters, but I don't know how to pronounce them. So, you want me to be your private tutor? Yelburna smiled seductively, twisting her body as she slid off the table. Then, with a graceful spin, her enchanting figure turned in a circle. Accompanied by a surge of dark purple magic, her silk nightgown vanished as if by magic, replaced by an extremely form-fitting professional outfit. The white blouse was stretched so tightly by her ample chest that the buttons seemed ready to pop, while the curve of her black pencil skirt was round and perky. Her long, slender legs were now adorned with glossy black stockings. This is... Gu Yuan was stunned. In that instant, he was reminded of the teachers from his past life's hard drive, the ones who had kept him company during his evening study sessions. As you wish. Yelburna's originally loose long hair was now styled up, and a pair of glasses adorned her nose. She gently adjusted her glasses, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her lips. Since I'm a private tutor, I should be more professional, right? I really do want to study properly. Gu Yuan smiled helplessly. Yelburna's combination of intellect and allure was enough to make any man's blood race. How could a student possibly focus on learning like this? Snap. Just as Gu Yuan's gaze lingered on the neckline of that white shirt, Yelburna waved her delicate hand, and the soul-whipping long whip transformed into a slender ruler. Student Gu Yuan, class is starting. Yelburna held a ruler and lifted Gu Yuan's chin. If you keep daydreaming, teacher here might have to punish you.
Faced with the alluring succubus teacher before him, Gu Yuan forced himself to focus. He knew very well that if he dared to lose concentration, the succubus queen in front of him would punish him thoroughly all night. On any other day, Gu Yuan wouldn't mind showing her who the real dominant one was. But not today. Today's textbook was too special. The borrowing fee alone was 50,000 per day, which meant every minute was burning through 30 union coins. Gu Yuan was truly afraid of being broke. He didn't want to waste even a second. He immediately placed his hands on the desk and sat up straight. Teacher, I'm ready. Very well, let's start with pronunciation. Shaltir walked behind Gu Yuan, slowly leaning down, the softness of her chest faintly pressing against his back. Draconic characters are like marks carved by a dragon's claws, each character carrying its own unique emotion. She pointed to a phrase on the scroll.
Let's start with this one.
It means, get out of my way in Draconic. If a real dragon were to say it, the sheer sound would be enough to blow you away.
Try to find that sense of anger, and then say it. Fuss ro da.
For the next 2 hours, the study was filled with all sorts of strange and obscure syllables. These sounds were nearly impossible to produce accurately with human vocal cords, but under Shaltir's meticulous guidance, Gu Yuan gradually grasped the technique. The key to pronouncing Draconic wasn't in the shape of the mouth but in resonance, requiring the use of internal magic to form a resonating chamber deep in the throat. Whether it was due to Gu Yuan's extraordinary talent or Shaltir's excellent teaching, in just one night, he mastered the pronunciation of all the Draconic characters and could sense the emotions embedded in each one, achieving magical resonance and sync. With this foundation, he was now capable of using Draconic to pronounce the true name of the fallen Saintess.
Gu Yuan closed the ancient scroll of dragon tongue, looked at Yelburna, and pointed to the necklace on his chest. Now, can we talk about her? We can.
Yelburna nodded slightly, her expression instantly turning serious, as if the upcoming lesson was the true highlight. But before that, I must help you understand who this fallen Saintess truly is. She put away the ruler in her hand and asked, You should know that this world exists within multiple planes, right?
I know. Gu Yuan nodded.
After this world was invaded by the game, it became one of the planes in the multiverse, referred to by the Human Federation as the main plane, while other worlds were called otherworldly planes. Since Yelburna mentioned multiple planes, it meant the fallen Saintess came from one of these other worlds. The existence of the fallen Saintess predates mine by far. She was one of the first missionaries of the Holy Light. Yelburna walked to the window, gazing at the myriad lights of the city outside, her voice becoming low and ethereal. The core of the Holy Light doctrine is redemption. Only by dispelling darkness and soothing suffering can the divine authority of the Holy Light be manifested and strengthened. That woman once believed in this wholeheartedly. Her lifelong wish was to make the God of Holy Light the supreme ruler. At first, she walked the world, healing the sick, saving lives, and banishing demons to uphold the way. But soon, she discovered a problem.
Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What problem?
People do not feel gratitude toward the Holy Light. Yelburna spread her hands, a hint of mockery in her tone. When a warrior's wounds heal, he immediately returns to the battlefield to continue killing. When a farmer recovers from illness, he turns around and dives into the tavern, indulging in drunkenness. The Holy Light is only remembered and praised when people need it. When faith becomes a mere tool, divine authority weakens and may even collapse. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan vaguely guessed something. If a hospital wants to grow and thrive, besides seeking more patients, there is an even more direct method, creating patients. So, her faith became twisted, and she started to turn dark? That's right. Albedo nodded, the apprehension in her eyes growing even stronger. She believes that the reason divine authority has hit a bottleneck is because the suffering in the world isn't heavy enough. So, she decided to personally lend the gods a hand. If there isn't enough suffering, then she'll create it. She began secretly spreading plagues, inciting wars, and then, when people were struggling in despair, she would descend in the guise of a savior, radiating holy light, healing the sick, and rescuing the suffering, all to harvest the most devout faith.
Gu Yuan couldn't help but interrupt her. Would the gods tolerate her doing this? The gods of this world aren't powerless clay statues. Because although she harmed many people, she also indeed saved many. Shaltir rarely gave a bitter smile. Under her manipulation, the number of people who believe in the holy light has grown, and the ranks of the clergy have become unprecedentedly strong. For the gods, the outcome is favorable. Alright, so this is a bug she exploited in the system. Gu Yuan pressed further, and then? Compared to her wickedness, Gu Yuan was more curious about just how powerful she was to make a demon like Shaltir so wary. Shaltir took a deep breath, as if the next part was something even she was reluctant to recall. Through her continuous redemption, she gained a trace of true divinity, and her power skyrocketed. And this also led her to set her sights on. The gaze turned toward the abyss. Could it be for missionary work? Gu Yuan was somewhat surprised. That's right, Yalberna revealed a faint bitter smile. She ventured alone into the abyss, capturing demons not for slaughter but for conversion. She paused and continued. She burned the demons' skin with holy light, tore their souls apart with divine spells, inflicting the most extreme torture while chanting hymns of redemption. She wanted the demons to beg for the forgiveness of the holy light amidst endless pain and humiliation. At this point, Yalberna instinctively hugged her arms, as if feeling a chill. During that time, even the most irritable flame demons were praising the holy light. As for us succubi, we were stripped of our innate desires and forced to wear nun habits. Depriving desire? Isn't this essentially sterilization? Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sterilizing a succubus, this kind of torture is probably something even the most evil gods couldn't come up with. No wonder Yalberna said she was evil. For demons, the actions of this fallen saintess are simply more terrifying than hell itself. This also indirectly proves that her combat power is astonishingly high. Gu Yuan's momentary chuckle was keenly caught by Yalberna. Class is in session, what's so funny? Yalberna lightly tapped the ruler in her hand on the desk twice, her tone carrying a hint of offended displeasure. Nothing. Gu Yuan restrained his smile and sat up straight. I was just relieved that your nature is still intact. A blush of embarrassed annoyance appeared on Yalberna's face. She raised the ruler in her hand as if to strike, but ultimately it only landed lightly on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Pay attention in class, she chided coquettishly before sitting back on the edge of the desk. Where were we? We were talking about the flame demon praising the holy light, teacher, Gu Yuan reminded her, avoiding mentioning the incident that had embarrassed the succubus. Yalberna nodded, her expression turning serious. That madwoman ultimately paid the price for her actions. The faith she harvested was so immense that it actually gave rise to a trace of divinity, which made the lofty gods uneasy. She pointed to the ceiling. Thus, the god of holy light took action. The angels forged the redemption black coffin, imprisoning her in boundless darkness, forever buried in the abyss. Gu Yuan listened and remained silent for a long time. Such stories were not new, they were common both in history and reality. When heroes became too powerful and threatened those in power, their fate was often tragic. When did the god of holy light decide to act? Only after the fallen saintess gained divinity. Gu Yuan sighed. Everyone knows the truth but chooses not to speak of it. Yalberna nodded, looking at him seriously. Boss, I must remind you again, a contract is a two-way street. Are you sure you can meet that madwoman's demands? If she asks you to spread suffering with her, to serve the holy light with a twisted will, can you do it? Serve the holy light? Then I, as an abyss walker, would become the biggest joke. Gu Yuan thought to himself. As for Yalberna's concerns, he already had an answer. The fallen saintess would never make him serve the holy light, because her contract formula required the sacrifice of a holy light practitioner. This meant she had already abandoned the holy light, perhaps even loathed it. Yalberna's speculation was unlikely to come true. Of course, this still needed final confirmation. Gu Yuan walked up to Yalberna, staring into her violet demonic eyes. Tell me her true name. If the price is truly unaffordable, I won't provoke her. May the power of dragon speech protect you. Yalberna gave Gu Yuan a deep look, said no more, and extended her slender fingers to trace several glowing golden characters in the air. These were the true name of the fallen Saintess, written in dragon speech. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, gathered his magic power in his throat, and, following the unique pronunciation techniques of dragon speech, recited the name, Nad Tua Su Sa. The moment the last syllable fell, a surge of connection, like an electric current, instantly pierced through Gu Yuan's soul. If not for the rule-bound power contained within dragon speech, Gu Yuan had no doubt that his soul would have been torn apart by this force on the spot. Suddenly, a hoarse, weary female voice echoed directly in his mind. I'm here. In the next moment, the study, the light, albedo, everything before his eyes shattered like a mirror. The surroundings plunged into boundless gray darkness, and Gu Yuan once again entered the space known as the Black Coffin of Redemption. Less than a meter in front of him, the fallen saint, bound in iron chains, was quietly suspended. Her nun's habit was already in tatters, exposing large areas of pale skin. If not for the thick chains coiling around her, they would barely conceal her voluptuous figure. Her eyes were still covered with a black silk band, yet Gu Yuan's gaze penetrated that barrier, revealing a pair of stunningly beautiful blue eyes. In just an instant of eye contact, Gu Yuan read through her entire life. From a young girl kneeling before a statue, her eyes filled with innocence and longing, to a youth walking amidst the flames of war, her gaze burning with the fervor of faith, and finally to her later years of success and renown, when those eyes gradually ignited with madness and confusion. She achieved success and fame, crowned as a saint. Yet in her eyes, there was no joy, only endless confusion. The war was over. Humanity worshipped heroes and revered strength, but they alone failed to show gratitude to the holy light that brought salvation. The only lesson they learned from their suffering was that they never learned any lessons. She prayed to the holy light, asking, was the suffering not profound enough? The holy light answered her, yes, it was not enough. At that moment, the confusion in her eyes vanished, and her steadfast faith twisted into obsessive fervor in an instant. She began to incite wars, spread plagues, and used every means possible, all to make the world remember the weight of suffering and the preciousness of redemption. Her footsteps crossed from the mortal realm into the underworld, and from the underworld into the depths of hell, spreading suffering across every plane and proclaiming the gospel of holy light to every world. In the end, the gods responded. That vast holy light was not a reward, but divine punishment. The angels, under the charge of falling to corruption, forged a black coffin of redemption for her, sealing her for eternity in the abyss. At that moment, the fervor in the eyes of the fallen saint turned into incomprehensible grief, and the fury of utter betrayal. So, I was just a scapegoat after all. After witnessing the life of the fallen saint, Gu Yuan finally confirmed his suspicions. It was the holy light she had once devoutly believed in that had led her into darkness. You saw it all. Angela suddenly spoke, as if meeting Gu Yuan's gaze through the black satin blindfold. I saw it, Gu Yuan replied calmly, from the beginning to the end. The end? Angelus repeated the word softly, shaking her head slowly. No, that wasn't the end. Clang! The heavy iron chains emitted a piercing sound as Angelus suddenly rushed to Gu Yuan's face. Her pale and beautiful face was almost pressed against the tip of his nose. The holy light accepted my fervent faith, only to turn around and brand me with the sin of fallen. Angelique's voice was low, and beneath the black satin, her blue eyes ignited with black flames. In response, the only thing I can do is to become a true fallen. This is my revenge. Angelique's tone seemed calm, but Gu Yuan could hear the raging fury beneath that calmness, a fury capable of burning the heavens. And the best way to take revenge on the gods is. She paused, the corners of her lips curling into a seductive smile, exuding a beauty steeped in corruption, blasphemy. Defile his purity, defile his sanctity, defile his helplessness. After speaking, she spread her arms, dragging her voluptuous body bound by heavy chains, and embraced Gu Yuan. And my defilement begins with serving the abyss. Angelus's body was soft and cold. The moment she embraced Gu Yuan, an immense power surged into his body, cold and sorrowful, like an endless tide of suffering. Ding! Angelus has bestowed new power upon you. Redemption Black Coffin has become your permanent skill. Second form unlocked, asceticism.
Asceticism forces the target into a black coffin space, making them fully experience all the suffering that Angelus once redeemed, causing immense mental trauma.
Not just self-preservation, but also control and mental damage? Gu Yuan was startled. This skill, which combines control, damage, and invincibility, is practically a divine ability.
Moreover, it has broken free from the constraints of equipment and has become his own innate power.
Could this be the divine power of Angelus? Gu Yuan recalled that Yelburna had once mentioned that Angelus, during the process of redeeming suffering, had comprehended a trace of divinity. Divinity is the power of concepts. What he was perceiving at this moment was precisely an abstract concept called suffering. The sea of suffering is boundless, even the gods cannot cross it.
At this moment, Angelus released Gu Yuan, her body slowly retreating as the iron chains pulled her back to her original position, locking her firmly in place.
Only you.
She clasped her hands before her chest once more, assuming a prayerful posture, and pleaded with utmost devotion, "Walker of the Abyss, you are the one who can redeem me."
But at this moment, Gu Yuan could no longer spare the effort to respond to her. Contract formula completed.
Sacrifice a holy light profession, living, and you can contract the fallen Saintess, Angelus. The complete contract formula emerged, along with the related array diagrams and sacrificial incantations, flooding Gu Yuan's mind like a dam bursting. Under the intense impact of this information, his spirit finally reached its limit. With a buzzing sound, Gu Yuan's vision went black, and his consciousness began to blur. In the final moment before completely losing consciousness, he heard Angelus's warning. "Whatever happens, beware of the holy light."
Boss! A frantic call pulled Gu Yuan back from the deep darkness.
The moment his consciousness returned to his body, a refreshing and captivating fragrance wafted into his nose. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the thick carpet of the study. His head was not resting on the cold floor but buried in a soft and warm valley.
Yelburna was kneeling on the ground, holding his head tightly.
Her stunningly beautiful face, always adorned with a playful smile, was now filled with panic and worry.
"You're finally awake."
Seeing Gu Yuan's eyes regain clarity, Yelburna let out a long sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, "Just now, your whole body was convulsing, your magic was in chaos, and your mental strength was almost depleted. That really scared me to death.
I even thought I was going to lose my job."
Looking into those panicked purple eyes, Gu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart.
This kind of genuine urgency couldn't be faked.
It seemed that this Succubus Queen valued more than just the contract between them.
"I'm fine."
Gu Yuan did not get up, instead, he adjusted to a more comfortable position, savoring this rare moment of warmth.
"I made you worry."
"Who worried about you?" "I'm worried my flower of desire won't be able to grow." Yelburna huffed arrogantly, her fingers gently combing through Gu Yuan's hair, dampened by cold sweat. "The flower of desire only recognizes one gardener."
"If you die, wouldn't I be doomed? Is that all?" Gu Yuan smiled faintly.
He clearly remembered that on the night the flower of desire bloomed, Yelburna had spent the entire night shouting, "I love you to death."
"Let's talk business."
Yelburna noticed the amusement in Gu Yuan's eyes, and her cheeks rarely flushed with a hint of red.
To cover her embarrassment, she immediately changed the subject. "After you recited Angelus's true name, what exactly happened?"
"Just now, your mental strength plummeted as if falling off a cliff. I saw the truth." Gu Yuan stared at the ceiling, recalling the scenes inside the black coffin.
"Angelus can't be considered utterly evil. We can still make a pact with her." "She's not evil?"
Yelburna rolled her eyes.
"Even an evil god wouldn't come up with a cruel punishment like sterilizing succubi." "That, I admit."
Gu Yuan almost couldn't hold back a laugh. "But in Angelus's logic, she just wants the demons to behave better."
"On behalf of all demons, I thank her."
Yelburna curled her lips. "So, what price do you have to pay to make a pact with this lunatic?" "Let me make it clear first, if you dare to serve the holy light, our contract ends here." "Don't worry, the holy light cannot contain me." Gu Yuan interrupted her, his gaze drifting toward the night outside the window, his voice turning colder.
Angelus's condition is simple: sacrifice a cleric. Sacrifice a cleric? Yelbina was momentarily stunned, then a playful smile appeared on her face. It seems this fallen saint has truly fallen. In that case,
she suddenly leaned closer to Gu Yuan, her violet eyes glinting mischievously.
Boss, do you have someone suitable in mind? I think that little cleric girl would be perfect.
At this, she sighed with feigned regret, her finger tracing circles on Gu Yuan's chest.
But then again, such a pure and adorable little girl, boss, you probably wouldn't have the heart to do it, would you? Pure? Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh, sitting up from Yelbina's embrace and moving to sit behind the desk.
I don't think she's pure at all.
On the contrary, I think there's something very wrong with her. Not bad, boss.
Shaltir also stood up, walked to the desk, and said with a face full of praise, I thought you'd already been completely swayed by that little green tea's sweet talk. Then, she put away her playful expression and analyzed seriously, all the power of a cleric comes from faith. The stronger the power, the firmer the faith. For a devout cleric, the abyss and undead creatures are like rotting flesh crawling with maggots, just being near them triggers physical discomfort and subconscious hostility. As she spoke, Shaltir leaned closer to Gu Yuan, wrinkling her delicate nose.
Especially you. The abyssal aura on you is so strong it makes me intoxicated. As a cleric, that little sister couldn't possibly fail to notice it. Yet not only did she show no sign of disgust, she was so enthusiastic toward you, even praising your hellhound as obedient.
Shaltir narrowed her eyes, her tone resolute, such behavior itself is a blasphemy against the holy light. She's either a faithless impostor or she's suppressing her revulsion and acting for some ulterior motive.
Gu Yuan completely agreed with Yelbina's statement.
When the hellhound bared its teeth at her earlier, he had already started to feel suspicious. Now, after Yelbina's analysis, he was even more certain of his guess. The holy light and the abyss are not simply incompatible like water and fire, they represent a fundamental conflict at the level of faith, leaving no room for reconciliation. Therefore, a cleric who does not reject the abyss is almost impossible to exist.
What exactly is she trying to do? Gu Yuan frowned slightly, took out his phone from his pocket, and swiped the screen.
He was certain that Yi Anqi had ulterior motives toward him and needed to investigate her background.
Yi Anqi's ability to join the Winter Guild indicated that her performance in the trials was exceptionally outstanding.
A genius like her would surely have been reported by the local news media.
Gu Yuan entered the keywords Lingyuan City, newcomer, and Yi Anqi into the search bar.
Soon, a large number of entries popped up. Ranked first was a genius-themed feature report by a local media outlet, The Sacred Lotus Blooming in Lingyuan, Yi Anqi.
Gu Yuan clicked on the link, and the first thing that caught his eye was a photo of Yi Anqi at the awakening ceremony.
In the photo, she was wearing a school uniform, hands clasped in prayer, her entire body bathed in golden holy light, exuding an indescribable sanctity. The accompanying text was filled with lavish praise. Yi Anqi, originally from Jiangcheng, transferred to Linyuan 5th Vocational Academy due to her elder brother Yi Jingxuan's employment at the Winter Guild. Awakened profession, sacred word priest. Gu Yuan quickly browsed through the page, which contained an introduction about Yi Anqi. A rare cleric. The evaluation read, she is like a snow lotus on the ice field, incredibly gifted and kind-hearted. During her time at school, she organized multiple volunteer activities, providing free treatment to the injured in impoverished areas. Both teachers and students unanimously regarded her as a chosen cleric, destined to join the Holy Light Church. The comments section below was almost entirely filled with praise.
Junior Anqi is truly an angel.
I was injured in the wild, luckily I met her. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and strong, she's a true goddess.
Gu Yuan closed the page and sneered, she really seems like a perfect person.
From the information, Yi Anqi appears to be the perfect saintly figure, without any flaws.
How could you truly understand a person just by looking at these reports? Gu Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly.
Just like himself, clearly burdened with 7 lives, yet the media still praised him as a resilient underdog and a once-in-a-century genius, didn't they?
As Gu Yuan was lost in thought, a dissatisfied voice interrupted, "Boss, how much longer are you going to stare at that pretentious woman?" It was Yalberna. She seemed to feel neglected. She directly perched herself on the wide desk, her long legs crossed, the black stockings accentuated by high heels appearing particularly alluring. She extended her foot clad in black silk stockings, gently pressing it against Gu Yuan's abdomen. Her toes slowly slid along the lines of his muscles, bringing a tingling sensation. Mastering the pronunciation of the dragon language in just one night, Gu Yuan, your learning ability has greatly impressed your teacher. Yalberna adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose and revealed an enchanting smile. So, your teacher has decided to reward you. What reward does the teacher want to give me? Gu Yuan took a deep breath as he looked at the alluring Succubus Queen before him, letting her foot wreak havoc on his abdomen. The entire night, he had been under extreme mental tension, to the point of collapse. He truly deserved a moment to relax. Thinking about it, Gu Yuan was about to put down his phone and accept the teacher's reward. But just before putting down the phone, a news notification popped up at the bottom of the screen, catching his attention. It was a missing person notice in the local section. Lin Moran, 18 years old, went missing 5 days ago. His identity was a student at the 5th Vocational Academy of Linyuan City. Before his disappearance, he had just awakened a rare profession, necromancer. In the study, the atmosphere instantly froze. Gu Yuan sat on the chair, facing Yalberna on the desk. The Succubus Queen's foot had already slipped past his clothing, rubbing his well-defined abs through her stockings. However, this piece of news completely killed any mood Gu Yuan had to enjoy this foot massage. Displayed on the screen was a missing person notice published 3 days ago, the day before the rookie trial began. Missing, Lin Moran, male, 18 years old, third-year student at Linyuan City's 5th Vocational Academy. Awakened profession, necromancer, rare. Missing person description: this student went alone to the wilderness to level up on the eve of the newcomer trial and has not returned since. If you have any information, please contact. Below the text, there is a photo attached. The boy in the photo is thin, with a gloomy expression, dressed in a dull gray robe, someone who would easily blend into a crowd and go unnoticed. But Gu Yuan's focus wasn't on the boy's appearance, it was on his information. Linyuan City 5th Vocational Academy, this is exactly the school Yianchi attends. Moreover, the missing person's profession is a necromancer. In this world, necromancers, like abyss walkers, belong to the dark class professions and are the ones most despised by practitioners of the holy light professions. A necromancer from the same school as Anchi Yi suddenly goes missing on the eve of the trial? This seems quite interesting. What's wrong? Yalberna noticed Gu Yuan's change in mood and paused her actions. Quite interesting. Gu Yuan stared at the phone screen, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Yalberna, do you think holy practitioners might have spells that sacrifice others to enhance their own abilities? Albedo crossed her arms and remained silent for a moment before nodding and saying, there is indeed a similar ritual, but they don't call it a sacrifice, they call it purification, specifically targeting beings like us, demons and the undead. That makes sense then. As he spoke, he flipped his phone around to show Albedo the missing person notice. Albedo leaned in slightly, remained silent for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and asked, you mean to say? Exactly. Gu Yuan tossed the phone onto the table, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Although there was no evidence, he had a strong intuition, the disappearance of the necromancer was somehow connected to the kind-hearted beauty Yianchi. Some professions are naturally antagonistic. If Yianchi ignored Gu Yuan or even showed disgust, Gu Yuan would find it normal. But instead, she was so enthusiastic toward him. It definitely wouldn't be because he was handsome. Rather, did she see him as prey? Could it be that, like me, she can gain power by sacrificing practitioners of the abyss and necromancy paths? This possibility is not impossible. Gu Yuan hadn't considered this before because when he used abyss gaze to observe Yianchi, he didn't find anything unusual. He had looked at Yianchi's skills, and based on the descriptions, there didn't seem to be anything special. But he had overlooked something. A person's abilities are not limited to their skills. Equipment, items, and even hidden quests. His abyss gaze couldn't see any of these. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan's gaze instantly turned icy, directly identifying Yi Yanqi as a hunter. It wasn't because he was paranoid, but because he himself had once been a hunter. He recalled 3 days ago, didn't he also rely on acting to trick Su Chenqing's group into the small woods? If those fools could think a bit more and ask themselves one more why, they wouldn't fail to notice their own abnormalities. And now, Yi Yanqi's abnormality had become very obvious. If he still naively believed that she was merely enthusiastic, friendly, and kind-hearted, then he would deserve to die at her hands. Boss, your expression right now.
Yalberna looked at Gu Yuan, who was lost in thought with his head lowered, a trace of infatuation appearing on her stunningly beautiful face.
Even scarier than a demon. But I like it.
As she traced circles on Gu Yuan's abdomen with her smooth, bare foot, she said, just from a few clues, you could figure out the other person's problem.
You're quite cunning.
Test passed.
Test? Gu Yuan raised his head.
Yes, a test. Albedo arched her elegant brows and crossed her legs.
No need to guess anymore.
That little holy light girl wanted to kill you the moment she laid eyes on you. How are you so sure?
Gu Yuan was slightly startled. When he met Yi Yanqi, Yalberna was still in the abyssal hell. Even if she could observe him from another world, how could she possibly sense Yi Yanqi's killing intent?
After all, he was so close to Yi Yanqi at the time and didn't sense any unusual emotions from her at all.
Confused, aren't you? Yalberna noticed Gu Yuan's puzzlement, gave a proud smile, and explained, once the contract is established, a mental link exists between you and me.
This link won't be severed even if we're in different worlds.
You sensed Yi Yanqi's killing intent toward you through this link? Gu Yuan asked.
That's right, Yalberna said confidently. I am, after all, a royal succubus, extremely sensitive to the taste of various desires. Besides that, I can also sense the protective desire and possessiveness that Miss Lan has towards you. Speaking of this, she didn't forget to tease Gu Yuan, you really are quite the lucky one with women. But at this moment, Gu Yuan no longer had the mind to think about Lan Ruotong. His mind was filled with Yi Yanqi's innocent and radiant smile. She cast a buff on herself. She thanked herself for stepping in to save the day. She also comforted herself, reminding herself that she was human, not a demon. This series of moves, if used on someone a bit more naive, might actually work. Just like that missing necromancer, perhaps before his death, he even thought he had encountered a love that transcended faith. Hiss.
Women are truly terrifying. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling a bit shaken.
This really proves the saying an expert hunter always appears in the guise of prey.
But this works out just fine. Gu Yuan quickly calmed down.
Now, he was also appearing before the hunter in the role of prey, which left a lot of room for maneuver. From now on, everyone is both hunter and prey. Whoever loses is the true prey.
Women are scary? Gu Yuan was just thinking when Albedo suddenly lifted her leg, using her toe to lift his chin, and asked with a seductive smile, "Do you think I'm scary?" "You're scary too."
Gu Yuan took a deep breath and said with a smile, scarily seductive. The seductive he mentioned had two meanings. The first was the literal meaning. Second, it refers to the Succubus Queen, who plays really provocatively.
Discovering someone harbored murderous intent toward her, she didn't even inform him immediately and instead thought about conducting some kind of test? What kind of test is that nonsense? In Gu Yuan's view, she simply wanted to see him make a fool of himself.
Waiting for herself to be deceived and trapped in a predicament, only for her to jump out and expose the truth, while mocking her with a single word, fool.
This is a demon, truly deserves a lesson. Put. Ha ha ha.
No one knew which layer of meaning Albedo had grasped, but she suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that her body trembled like a flower swaying in the wind, her chest heaving dramatically. Until Gu Yuan's whole body was flushed and his heart was racing, she finally stopped laughing, her face full of infatuation as she said, "All right, we'll talk about the disappointing matters tomorrow. Now, it's time for the teacher's reward." Meanwhile, in a dark and damp underground labyrinth, the air was filled with the pungent smell of rotting moss. This was the 18th level secret realm controlled by the Winter Guild, the Knoll Dungeon. In the center of the dungeon, a pitch-black stone coffin stood silently. Ominous black mist flowed across the surface of the coffin, making the already dark dungeon even more eerie. Roar! A piercing scream echoed from within the stone coffin, accompanied by the harsh sound of claws scraping against its walls, as if someone inside the black coffin was enduring cruel torture. Boom! 3 seconds later, the black coffin suddenly shattered, dissolving into countless black specks of light and dissipating. A Knoll centurion clad in tattered leather armor emerged, heavily kneeling on the ground. Its eyes were blood red, and drool dripped from the corners of its mouth. The Knoll centurion wildly swung its flail in place, like a completely out-of-control beast. He still has consciousness? Gu Yuan, floating in mid-air, looked utterly surprised. The skilled redemption black coffin is enough to destroy the will of any target. In the past, any monsters that were trapped inside came out as mindless shells without exception. But this Knoll centurion could still move? Truly worthy of being a boss-level opponent, Gu Yuan thought. It seems the power of the black coffin is also diminished by level differences. He hesitated no longer and gave the order to the hellhound beside him, finish it. Roar! The three-headed hellhound, already eager to attack, pounced ferociously, tearing into the frenzied boss. In just a few seconds, the powerful centurion was completely shredded, with each head of the hellhound dragging a piece aside to feast on. A surge of powerful energy poured into Gu Yuan's body, accompanied by a notification sound. Not only did he gain a massive amount of experience, but his level also shot up to level 9. Golden light bathed his entire body, dispelling the chill of the dungeon. Gu Yuan felt his strength rise to a new level, and at the same time, a brand new skill was unlocked. Abyss Devour. By devouring sacrificial gems, you can gain 10% of the strongest attribute of the offering during its lifetime as a bonus, lasting for 10 minutes. Another divine skill. A sharp gleam flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. The sacrificial gem is already a treasure, it can be used to summon demons and restore status at critical moments. Now, it has gained an additional function as a buff potion. Take the Knoll centurion that was just devoured, for example. Its strongest attribute was agility, reaching as high as 140 points. By consuming its gem, Gu Yuan could gain a 14-point agility boost. This nearly doubled his previously weak agility, instantly making his speed comparable to warriors specialized in this area. If he consumed the gem of the frost golem from earlier, he could gain an 18-point constitution boost. With this newfound strength, even as a mage, he could possess the astonishing durability of a tank class. This skill allows him to transform from a fragile mage into a warrior charging into battle at any moment, greatly enriching his tactical options. However, the number of demons is still too few. Gu Yuan glanced at the mess scattered across the ground and began planning his next move. He had already confirmed that Yi Anqi harbored ill intentions toward him. However, Gu Yuan was in no rush to act. Yi Anqi was merely an auxiliary, the real threat was her level 30 Holy Lance Knight brother, Yi Jingchuan. Facing a powerhouse of that level, Gu Yuan was not entirely confident yet. At the very least, I need to reach level 10. Level 10 is the first critical transformation point for the Abyss Walker class. With every 10 levels gained, the maximum number of demons he could contract would increase 5-fold. By then, the number of imps under his command would expand from 6 to 30, the hellhounds would also increase to 30, and the most powerful hell puppets could be summoned in groups of 5 simultaneously. Gu Yuan imagined the scene, 5 hell puppets descending from the sky like meteors, creating a cataclysmic impact. He was curious to see if the Yi Jingchuan could handle such a formation. Keep grinding levels. Gu Yuan glanced at the experience bar. The experience points in this dungeon were extremely generous. At his efficiency, running it 2 or 3 more times would allow him to smoothly reach level 10. He exited the secret realm and prepared to wait at the dungeon entrance for the instance to reset. In his spare time, Gu Yuan took out his phone, intending to scroll through some short videos to relax. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lan Ruaton. Come to the martial arts arena, there's a benefit. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. For Lan Ruaton, a wealthy heiress, to call something a benefit, it must be a genuine advantage.
Moreover, she even used an exclamation mark, indicating that this opportunity is fleeting. Leveling up can wait for now, Gu Yuan decided immediately. The dungeon is right here and won't disappear, but some opportunities, if missed, are truly gone. 10 minutes later, Gu Yuan arrived at the Winter Guild's martial arts arena.
On the spacious circular plaza, about 50 to 60 people had already gathered sparsely, most of them newcomers who had just joined the guild like him. Besides the newcomers, there were quite a few veteran guild members maintaining order, clearly indicating that something significant was about to happen. In front of the high platform at the center of the arena, a crowd had already formed.
Standing on the outer edge of the crowd, Gu Yuan used his height advantage to spot Lan Yuting on the platform at a glance.
The young master of the guild was not wearing his usual casual attire today but was dressed in a sharp military uniform, exuding an impressive aura. Beside him, Lan Ruaton was anxiously scanning the crowd back and forth. When she spotted Gu Yuan's figure, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a faint smile. Gu Yuan nodded slightly to her, but his gaze involuntarily shifted to the other side of the crowd. There, he saw two familiar figures, siblings Yi Anqi and Yi Jingchuan. Gu Yuan immediately spotted the siblings. The elder brother, Yi Jingchuan, was dressed in golden armor, arms crossed, with an arrogant expression. The younger sister, Yi Anqi, stood obediently beside him, still maintaining her innocent and harmless demeanor. When she saw Gu Yuan, her eyes lit up briefly, and she quickly flashed a sweet smile.
Smile, my foot! Gu Yuan cursed inwardly. He knew all too well the malicious thoughts hidden behind that innocent smile.
But to avoid alerting her, he forced a smile, nodded slightly, and pretended to be friendly. On the martial stage, Lan Yuting seemed to be waiting for Gu Yuan. Seeing him arrive, he finally revealed a faint smile and loudly announced, "The reason I've gathered everyone here today is because we've discovered a hidden secret realm deep within the Twisted Forest." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted into an uproar.
A newly discovered hidden secret realm? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, there must be rewards for the first clear. That's right, it's extremely rare to find a secret realm within another secret realm. The rewards must be extraordinary. But isn't the Twisted Jungle a level 31 area? For us newcomers, the level gap is too big, we can't possibly handle it.
Quiet. Lan Yuting raised his hand, silencing the murmurs, and continued, "The Twisted Jungle is indeed an area for level 30 and above, but that hidden secret realm is a realm that can only be entered by those under level 10. Gu Yuan's heart stirred, secretly relieved that he hadn't leveled up to 10 yet.
A level 10 secret realm, as the name suggests, can only be entered by professionals under level 10.
He had almost missed this opportunity.
The newcomers in the audience immediately grew excited again.
This is awesome. Just joined the guild and already encountered something this great. This is practically tailor-made for us.
The first clear rewards for the hidden secret realm, whether it's equipment, items, or special achievements, are of extremely high quality, even unique. Such opportunities are rare and hard to come by.
On the martial stage, Lan Yuting nodded with a smile, "That's right, this is an opportunity. The guild has decided to organize an exploration operation. All outputs will be purchased by the guild at a high price, but the first clear rewards can be kept by you. However," he shifted his tone and continued, "the environment of the Twisted Jungle is complex, and for safety reasons, experienced members will need to escort you to the entrance of the secret realm. We can only send out 3 teams, each led by 1 veteran member, accompanied by 4 newcomers.
That means there are only 12 slots to enter the hidden secret realm."
He raised 3 fingers.
The cheerful atmosphere just now instantly dropped to freezing point.
There were over 50 newcomers present, but only 12 spots available.
Who would become these 12 lucky ones?
The newcomers sized each other up, their gazes already filled with tension. Everyone knew in their hearts that from now on, it would all come down to their abilities.
The newcomers below the stage were all eager and ready.
The culture of the Winter Guild was all about strength, and since Lan Yuting dared to announce this in front of so many people, it meant there were no pre-arranged selections, everyone present had a chance. Just as the crowd's morale was high, Lan Yuding spoke again. No one knows what's inside the hidden secret realm, which means this journey carries significant risks. We're not afraid of risks, someone shouted from the crowd.
Exactly.
If you're scared of death, why be a professional at all?
Let's go for it.
If we can get the first clear reward, we'll soar instantly.
Lan Yuding, you just need to tell us how to qualify.
Faced with this rare opportunity, the newcomers were a bit overwhelmed, putting life and death aside.
Very good.
Lan Yuding nodded, took out a list, shook it, and said, "This is a list of candidates drafted based on the results of the newcomers' trials in various places. Those whose names are called, come up to the stage."
Huh? There's a list? Then why did they call us here? Hearing there was a list, the crowd immediately erupted in boos. So, it's predetermined after all? Isn't this just playing with people?
Many had already shown disappointed expressions, and some were even preparing to leave. Lan Yuding ignored the commotion below the stage, directly unfolded the list, and began calling names: Gu Yuan, Lan Ruodong, Zhang Jiahao, Yi Anqi. Soon, 12 names were read out. On the martial stage, 12 figures appeared as well.
They were all top performers from various trial regions, even first-place winners.
Especially Gu Yuan, whose results were overwhelmingly ahead of everyone else.
Among you 12, is there anyone unwilling to go? Lan Yuding put away the list and asked the people on the stage. No one spoke.
Only a fool would refuse such a windfall.
All right.
Lan Yuding nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the newcomers in the audience whose names hadn't been called, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Their trial results are better than yours, so choosing them is perfectly reasonable.
However, I'm giving you an opportunity.
He paused, then raised his voice sharply. If you think you're stronger than them, you can issue a challenge right now.
As long as you win, you can take their place.
As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere beneath the martial stage was instantly ignited. The newcomers who had been eliminated during the trial all had greedy green glints in their eyes.
They understood clearly that the results of the newcomer trial did not fully represent a person's strength.
Poor condition, a profession unsuitable for solo combat, or just being countered by a monster, any of these factors could affect the final ranking. In a different environment, in a one-on-one duel, those ranked in the top 10 might not necessarily be stronger than those ranked in the top 100. What's more, this time the reward was the qualification to enter a hidden secret realm.
Such an opportunity, if they didn't fight for it, could they still call themselves young?
One fiery gaze after another shot toward the 12 figures on the stage like sharp arrows. The challengers scanned back and forth, quickly locking onto their respective targets. It could be said that, apart from the unfathomably powerful Lan Ruodong, the other 11 people, including Gu Yuan, were all being targeted.
At this moment, Gu Yuan activated Abyssal Gaze.
He could clearly sense that no fewer than 5 people wanted to challenge him.
Gu Yuan was genuinely a bit surprised. Haven't you all watched my trial footage? My cheats are so blatantly obvious, and yet you still dare to challenge me? Could it be that you're all just pure masochists, wanting to personally experience what the Succubus Queen's whip feels like? Good grief, are you treating me as some kind of welfare distributor? Gu Yuan secretly clenched his fists.
There was no way he would hand over this opportunity to enter the hidden secret realm. Whoever dared to step forward later, he would make them understand what true despair really meant. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the crowd. "I'll go first." This is a tall and slender young man with white hair and golden eyes. He carries 2 long swords on his back, wears leather armor engraved with magical runes, and has eyes as sharp as an eagle's.
My name is Charlotte, profession, Demon Hunter.
As soon as the words Demon Hunter were spoken, the crowd immediately stirred. This is a very unique and rare profession, wielding an iron sword to kill and a silver sword to slay demons, with extremely strong close combat abilities. More importantly, his silver sword has additional damage bonuses against demons and undead-type monsters, and he also possesses various skills to counteract magic. It can be said that demon hunters are natural nemeses of mage-type professions. Even at the novice stage, a genius mage like Lan Ruodong would likely be at a disadvantage against him. However, Charlotte's gaze never turned to Lan Ruaton. He walked to the front of the stage, his finger pointing straight at Gu Yuan, who stood at the end of the line. "I want to challenge you, Gu Yuan." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. "Damn! This guy is way too shameless," someone couldn't help but exclaim. "The Witcher fighting the summoner, that's practically a natural counter." The newcomers present were all elites from various academies, with a deep understanding of professions. How could they not guess what Charlotte was planning? Although Gu Yuan was strong, everyone believed his strength lay in that mysterious demon summon. As long as the Witcher used skills to prevent him from summoning, wouldn't Gu Yuan be rendered useless? Moreover, Gu Yuan was currently at the peak of his fame. If Charlotte could defeat him, he would instantly rise to prominence, stepping directly onto the shoulders of the top newcomer to ascend. Damn it, I really fell into his trap. Doing it this way is a bit underhanded, isn't it? The newcomers below the stage were chattering away, half-jokingly condemning Xiaoluojie. This made him blush slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, as his intentions had indeed been guessed by everyone. In his view, although that demon was powerful, Gu Yuan himself was a weak point. As long as the battle began, he could take the initiative to activate the anti-magic hunting ground, preventing him from summoning, and then quickly close the distance. A fragile summoner like Gu Yuan would shatter with just one hit. The rules of a duel state that both sides start at the same time, and he can't summon the demon in advance. "I'm just making reasonable use of the rules," Xiaoluojie told himself in his heart. For him, challenging Gu Yuan was a win-win deal. If he won, he would gain both fame and fortune. If he lost, at most, people would just talk behind his back, no big deal. "Gu Yuan, do you dare to accept?" Xiaoluojie looked at Gu Yuan with a provocative gaze. Lan Ruaton, standing beside Gu Yuan, frowned slightly and turned to ask Lan Yuding, "Gu Yuan is a summoner. Are the rules allowing him to summon in advance before the duel?" "Well." Lan Yuding awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Gu Yuan, explaining, "According to the rules of a duel, for fairness, everyone must start at the same time. Otherwise, certain professions would be too invincible in a duel." "Nothing." Gu Yuan shrugged indifferently and looked at the demon hunter. This guy's luck really isn't great. If it had been yesterday, he might have actually been outmaneuvered by this natural enemy. But now, Gu Yuan silently calculated the gems left in his inventory after the sacrifices. Frost Golem, Gnoll Centurion, Goblin Centurion. The attribute boosts from these 3 gems had raised his constitution and agility to levels even higher than warriors of the same rank. Coupled with his top-notch combat skills, even if he couldn't defeat this demon hunter in close combat, he could definitely hold out until the opponent's. A surge of icy energy coursed through his arm and instantly spread throughout his entire body. Gu Yuan felt as if his body had become twice as light, and even Charlotte's forward charge seemed to slow down by half a beat in his eyes. This was the effect of a significant boost in agility attributes. Reaction speed and physical flexibility were comprehensively enhanced. At this moment, compared to himself, the speed-focused Charlotte had instead become the slower one. Gu Yuan had already seen through Charlotte's attributes using the Abyssal Gaze skill. His agility was 30 points. Now, Gu Yuan's agility was 17 base points plus a 14-point buff, totaling 31 points. Although it was only 1 point higher, it was enough to bridge the speed gap between them, allowing him to easily stall until the anti-magic duration ended. Whoosh, the sound of wind breaking rang out as Charlotte charged toward Gu Yuan. He raised the iron sword in his hand high, his face filled with the thrill of a successful sneak attack. "Sorry, I just can't pass up this opportunity." The long sword whistled downward. But at the last moment, Charlotte tilted his wrist, substituting the broad blade for the sharp edge. He knew winning like this was a bit dishonorable, and if he injured someone, he truly wouldn't be able to mingle in the circle anymore. So, he merely intended to tap Gu Yuan's shoulder with the flat of the blade, just enough to make his point. The audience below the stage shook their heads. A mage, cornered by a melee fighter, with their skills disabled, what else could they do but admit defeat? Just as everyone thought Charlotte's sneak attack was about to succeed, Gu Yuan moved. He slightly shifted his body, effortlessly sliding half a step to the left. Swish! The iron sword, carrying a piercing chill, swept down close to Gu Yuan's black robe, striking fiercely into empty space.
What?
The smile on Charlotte's face froze instantly.
He anticipated my attack?
Unwilling to accept defeat, Charlotte flipped his wrist, and the downward strike of the longsword seamlessly transitioned into a horizontal sweep, aiming directly for Gu Yuan's waist and abdomen. This move was incredibly swift. While the previous strike might have been evaded through anticipation, now that the two were so close, even foreseeing the attack wouldn't allow him to dodge it. However, just as his longsword swept out, Gu Yuan lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, his entire body gliding backward as if weightless, retreating 2 meters away. The iron sword once again sliced through the air, failing to even graze the hem of Gu Yuan's robe. Hiss! The noisy martial arts stage instantly fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes, recalling the completely illogical scene just now.
A mage, relying solely on physical movement, dodged a melee class's attacks twice in a row? Is this even a mage? That movement, it's way too fluid. Someone murmured. How is Gu Yuan so fast? His agility attribute must be pretty high.
The discussions below the stage rose and fell, as everyone tried to use their own understanding to explain the incredible scene before them.
Didn't Gu Yuan arrive 2 days earlier?
He should have leveled up, right? Even if he leveled up 2 or 3 times, as a mage, he should mainly focus on increasing his spirit power.
How could he have such speed? Could it be he's playing an unconventional full agility build?
As the person involved, Shiroji felt it more vividly than anyone else. Not only could Gu Yuan predict his every attack, but his agility and speed were completely on par with his own.
His agility attribute was definitely not lower than his. Charlotte gritted his teeth, staring intently at Gu Yuan. You're using a non-mainstream skill build? Otherwise, even if you reach level 20, you couldn't possibly have this kind of speed.
Don't worry about how I allocate my skills, Gu Yuan calmly adjusted his sleeve and said indifferently, your close combat techniques are really poor.
Your attacks are overly exaggerated, and your intentions are written all over your face. You really need more practice. Charlotte's face instantly turned bright red.
Being publicly criticized by a mage for poor melee skills was an utter humiliation. At that moment, Gu Yuan beckoned him with a finger and reminded, hurry up, your anti-magic field is about to disappear.
Don't need your reminder.
Xia Luojie spoke toughly, but his actions betrayed his panic. He hurriedly assumed a stance and charged at Gu Yuan once again. He knew very well that his time was running out, which made his already straightforward attacks even more reckless.
Unsteady footwork, full of flaws.
Gu Yuan observed the opponent's movements and shook his head inwardly. This guy managed to join the Winter Guild, seemingly relying on the inherent strength of his profession. Facing Xia Luojie's sword strike once again, Gu Yuan advanced instead of retreating, raising the staff in his hand.
Clang!
A crisp metallic collision sound rang out. Gu Yuan flicked his wrist, and the staff precisely struck the guard of Charlotte's longsword. A subtle force traveled along the blade, making Charlotte's wrist tingle. The long sword nearly slipped from his grasp, and he stumbled forward due to his unsteady balance.
Opening.
Gu Yuan uttered 2 words, shifted his steps, and swept the staff downward.
The curved end of the staff gently hooked Charlotte's ankle.
Immediately after, he leveraged the force to flick upward.
Damn it!
Charlotte exclaimed in shock as his body, propelled by the immense inertia, uncontrollably lunged forward. He landed face-first onto the hard stone floor with a heavy thud.
Bang!
A dull thud echoed as dust filled the air. Charlotte was thrown to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, even the spare silver sword on his back was jolted loose. He lay on the ground, seeing stars.
The entire audience erupted in an uproar.
If the earlier dodge could be attributed to superior attributes, then this move of using force against force to trip him was an undeniable display of technical superiority.
God, without relying on any stats, it's all skill. This is what a true genius looks like. Exactly.
That one move of using force against force, there's no way you can master it without years of hard work. Precise predictions, agile movements, and such refined combat techniques.
Being a summoner is such a waste for him.
Below the stage, Lan Ruodong gazed at the tall figure standing above, a rare smile tugging at the corner of her lips.
Only she knew why Gu Yuan was so strong.
He wasn't just a genius, he was an absolute grind king and workaholic. Regardless of the harsh winter or scorching summer, he persisted in training, physical endurance drills, combat skill honing, never ceasing.
During those 3 years at the academy, Gu Yuan's life revolved solely around studying and training, with no other distractions.
Unlike his peers who loved to play, act on whims, or indulge in laziness, he was like a knight in full readiness, constantly sharpening his sword for an unknown battle. It was precisely this extreme focus that deeply attracted Lan Ruodong. She had encountered countless geniuses, but someone like Gu Yuan, who was both extraordinarily gifted and more diligent than anyone else, was truly one in a million. Possessing both the talent of the strong and the qualities of the strong, such a person. Lan Ruodong murmured softly, sneaking a glance at Gu Yuan on the stage, is the only one worthy of me. At that moment, the previously dormant magical energy particles on the arena began to stir once more. Charlotte's anti-magic hunting ground had reached the end of its duration. This meant that all of Gu Yuan's previously sealed skills were now fully unlocked. At this moment, the outcome was decided, and Charlotte had lost completely.
But come on. Summon your succubus. We want to see the succubus.
Someone in the audience below the stage shouted, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire crowd.
Succubus! 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 Succubus!
The boys below the stage were all waving their fists, like crazed fans calling for their idol to appear, chanting in unison with eyes full of anticipation. Seeing this scene, the girls present all cast disdainful glances, silently cursing, men are all the same. Lan Ruodong's lips twitched slightly, with a hint of barely noticeable jealousy as she looked at Gu Yuan.
The summoned creature is a succubus.
This is probably the only flaw Gu Yuan has in her eyes. Below the martial arts stage, the crowd roared like waves. The uniform chants were practically on par with the cheers at a concert.
Standing on the stage, Gu Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. What did these people take him for? A succubus's agent? They didn't even buy tickets and were causing a commotion here. Besides, that Yalberna is heavy-handed. If she were really let loose, the best outcome for Charlotte would be ending up as a vegetable. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan lowered his head and looked at Xiao Luojia, who had just struggled to sit up from the ground. This guy had taken quite a hard fall earlier and was now grimacing in pain while rubbing his shoulder. Do you concede? Gu Yuan asked, his staff pointing at the other's chest.
The abyssal fell energy at the tip of the staff was ready to erupt, as if it could burst forth at any moment.
I concede.
Xiao Luojia's voice was filled with reluctance, but even more so with defeat. Xiao Luojia lowered his head in shame.
But in the next second, he suddenly raised his head and revealed a sly smile. I won't concede. If you've got the guts, summon that succubus and let her punish me properly. Gu Yuan was momentarily speechless, almost laughing out of sheer exasperation. He finally understood this kid was a masochist to the core, actually treating the succubus's lashes as a reward?
With his pitifully weak mental strength, just one whip would probably send his soul flying.
Get down!
Before Gu Yuan could say anything, Lan Yuding had already stormed over with a dark expression, striding forward and kicking the still-grounded Xiao Luojia to his feet. Pointing to the stage below, he angrily scolded, "Do you have any shame left? A melee class getting utterly thrashed by a mage, and you still have the nerve to ask for a reward here? Get off the stage immediately. Tonight, you're doing 10,000 extra repetitions of the draw-slash technique, no food until you finish." Charlotte was kicked so hard that he grimaced in pain. While rubbing his backside, he reluctantly jumped off the martial arts stage, muttering under his breath, "What a loss, completely embarrassed myself for nothing, and didn't gain any benefits." After driving away this troublemaker, Lan Yuding finally turned to face Gu Yuan. The admiration in his eyes was unmistakable, but it was accompanied by a hint of curiosity. He lowered his voice and asked, "You didn't mess up your stat allocation, did you? Your playstyle requires an immense amount of mental power to control demons, so you can't afford to go astray."
As the heir to a top guild, Lan Yuding was well informed and experienced. He knew that some summoners, in order to survive, would allocate their stat points to constitution and agility.
However, this playstyle would become problematic in the later stages, as summon creatures grew stronger and more numerous, requiring substantial mental power to sustain.
Moreover, Gu Yuan was summoning abyssal creatures, which consumed an astronomical amount of mental power. Of course not, Gu Yuan shrugged indifferently, looking completely at ease.
I rely purely on skill, it has nothing to do with stat points.
This statement is half true and half false. He does indeed have skills, but his powerful attributes are also a fact.
However, his attributes were not obtained through leveling up and allocating points, but rather through devouring. Lan Yuding stared at Gu Yuan for a while, nodded half-believingly.
All right, as long as you know what you're doing. He patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, then turned around and shouted loudly to the audience below, "Does anyone else want to challenge Gu Yuan?" The audience fell silent.
These geniuses from all over the world aren't foolish. Gu Yuan was able to easily defeat a warrior even under the restriction of spellcasting.
If he weren't restricted, who would go up there without inviting humiliation? Unless he was willing to summon that succubus.
Seeing no one stepping up to challenge, Lan Yuding said to Gu Yuan, "You go down and rest for now.
The challenges will continue." Gu Yuan nodded, turned around, and walked off the martial stage. As soon as he landed, the surrounding newcomers immediately swarmed around him like a tide. "Brother Yuan,
that move-turning strike you just used was so cool. Please carry me in dungeons in the future, I'll be your follower.
Brother Yuan, add me as a friend. My family is also in Zhangcheng. From now on in the guild, you're like my real brother."
A chorus of Brother Yuan echoed one after another, accompanied by endless flattery and attempts to build connections.
Gu Yuan responded to each with a smile, feeling perfectly at ease.
In this world where strength reigns supreme, the strong are always the center of the stage. He knew that the days of being surrounded by flowers and applause were far from over, and he had to get used to it.
However, amidst this lively atmosphere, Gu Yuan keenly sensed a trace of discordant chill.
His passive skill abyssal gaze had been triggered, someone was staring at him intently from afar. Gu Yuan calmly turned his head, his gaze cutting through the gaps in the crowd, instantly locking onto the source of that stare. It was Yi Jingchuan. The Holy Lance Knight stood with his arms crossed over his chest, watching him from a distance. He didn't seem to possess the same superb acting skills as his sister. When he looked at Gu Yuan, the hostility in his eyes was almost overflowing. That kind of gaze, filled with the desire to eliminate someone as quickly as possible, was impossible to hide. This was also the instinctive reaction of a holy light profession when encountering an abyss profession. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly upward as he deliberately met his gaze. Yi Jingchuan's eyelid twitched sharply, and he quickly restrained the hostility in his eyes. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, forcing out a praiseful smile that a senior might give to a junior, and nodded at Gu Yuan from afar. The smile was so stiff it resembled a mask plastered onto his face, his acting clumsy and unconvincing.
Gu Yuan also smiled.
He nodded politely in return, as if responding to a friendly senior. The two exchanged glances from a distance, both wearing smiles on their faces.
Yet beneath those smiles lay gleaming, sharpened blades.
In each other's eyes, the other was already the prey on the chopping block. As for who would ultimately become the hunter, it would depend on whose blade was faster.
Ah! At that moment, a sudden exclamation interrupted Gu Yuan's thoughts.
The crowd stirred once more, and all eyes were drawn to the martial stage.
Gu Yuan turned to look as well.
He saw a burly warrior convulsing and collapsing at the edge of the arena. The twin axes in his hands flew out of his grasp, and a scorched mark was left on the leather armor over his chest. It was clear he had lost the ability to continue fighting. Opposite him stood a young girl dressed in a pristine white priest's robe, her face full of panic and helplessness.
It was Yi Yanqi.
She had also been challenged.
This was to be expected.
As a support class, she was usually considered the weakest in combat.
Those eager to compete for a spot would naturally see her as an easy target. But the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yanchi jogged over to the warrior, crouched down, placed her hands on his scorched chest, and released a gentle holy light to heal him.
I got nervous and couldn't control my strength. Are you okay?
Her helpless and pitiful appearance melted the hearts of everyone in the audience. The boys' hearts were shattered.
This girl is just too kind.
Even though the other side provoked her, she still feels so guilty after winning.
That warrior brought it upon himself. Bullying a healer, what kind of skill is that?
Now look, he ran into someone tough.
But speaking of which, what skill did she just use?
I couldn't see it clearly.
It seemed like a golden lightning strike?
It was so fast, the warrior got blasted away as soon as he charged.
Isn't she a healer? How can she be this powerful?
The surrounding murmurs clearly reached Gu Yuan's ears. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at Yanchi on the stage.
Yanchi's 3 skills had long been seen clearly by him through abyssal gaze, one for healing, one for shielding, and one for acceleration.
Among them, there were absolutely no damage-dealing skills. Just as I thought, Gu Yuan mused, besides her class skills, she's hiding other abilities.
This girl indeed has secrets.
At that moment, a lazy female voice echoed deep in his mind, "Oh, this power, it's been a long time since I've seen it." Obviously, it was the bored Succubus Queen, Albedo, watching the drama remotely from her palace. That's the Judgment Thunder, the holy light sword for slaying demons and purging evil. At this point, Albedo's tone lost some of its usual teasing.
Judgment Thunder? Gu Yuan asked inwardly, have you seen through her true nature?
Albedo let out a cold laugh. If I'm not mistaken, this seemingly innocent girl is a dual-class wielder.
Dual profession?
Gu Yuan's heart trembled violently. In this world, the vast majority of people have only one profession, but there are always a very small number of lucky ones who can awaken dual professions.
Dual professions. Gu Yuan took a deep breath. Could it be that he had encountered the legendary Daughter of Destiny? But if she is a dual profession holder, why didn't his abyssal gaze detect it? Could it be that the level of dual professions is higher than that of an abyss walker, so high that even he cannot see through it?
No. A sudden flash of lightning crossed Gu Yuan's mind.
Abyssal gaze is not only a warning but also an observation skill. What it sees should be the state currently displayed by the other party. If Yanchi has 2 professions, then she should have 2 states.
Gu Yuan stared blankly at Yanchi on the stage, his brain racing. At that moment, Yanchi also raised her head. She seemed to sense Gu Yuan's gaze and casually glanced in this direction. At the very moment she looked over, abyssal gaze was triggered again. Gu Yuan immediately averted his gaze and opened Yanchi's attribute panel with a backhand motion. This time, the digitized panel underwent a distortion. The originally displayed Holy Word Priest in the profession column blurred and reorganized in an instant. Name, Yanchi, human. Level 8. Profession, Holy Arbiter. On the martial stage, the priestess girl still wore her pure white dress. While healing the injuries of the fallen warriors, she secretly glanced at Gu Yuan below the stage out of the corner of her eye. A layer of gloom veiled her emerald green eyes, becoming almost imperceptible under the reflection of the holy light.
But is it truly imperceptible?
When she gazes into the abyss gazes back at her.
Gu Yuan lowered his eyelids, gazing at the newly appeared panel before him. Name, Yanchi, human. Level 8. Profession, Holy Arbiter. Strength, 15, Agility, 16. Constitution, 24, Spirit, 50.
Skill 1, Divine Thunder of Judgment. The Holy Light grants you the power of judgment, allowing you to control the sacred thunder of judgment.
It deals additional faith-enhanced damage to dark-type targets.
Skill 2, Judgment Imprisonment. Unleash the majesty of Holy Light, transforming Divine Thunder into chains to imprison up to 5 targets within the surrounding area, causing continuous damage for 30 seconds. Skill 3, Divine Judgment. Every 5 levels, you can undertake a heretic judgment mission, purify an intelligent race individual with a dark-type profession and a level close to your own. Upon completing the mission, you will receive a merit relic, with the quality of the relic determined by the strength of the target's profession.
Note, the level difference between the heretic and you must not exceed 10%. So that's how it is.
Gu Yuan withdrew his gaze, the chill in his heart deepening. The skilled divine judgment alone had already revealed all the truths. Every 5 levels, one must kill a so-called heretic to exchange for a relic. The necromancer who disappeared before the novice trial was her first judged heretic, as the level requirement for the novice trial was precisely level 5. And as for himself, this abyss walker, he was clearly her target for the level 10 divine judgment. As long as she killed him, Yi Anchi would obtain her second merit relic. This approach is quite similar to how I sacrifice professionals and contract abyssal creatures, Gu Yuan thought.
The meritorious holy artifact should be a reusable item, which means continuously adding new abilities.
Gaining a new ability every 5 levels, this profession is terrifyingly powerful.
Gu Yuan took a deep breath.
Just from looking at the panel, the profession Holy Arbiter is in no way weaker than his Abyss Walker. It has damage, control, and high growth potential with a qualitative change every 5 levels. If placed in a story, someone like Yi Anchi with this setup would undoubtedly be the main heroine. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan said coldly in his heart, she encountered the ultimate villain too early. Yi Anchi's divine judgment trial must target dark-type professionals of a similar level to hers. This gave Gu Yuan a temporary chance to evade her. For instance, he could quickly level up to create a gap of over 10%, or find a place to hide and suppress his level, ensuring she surpasses him by 10%.
But, hide? A flash of ferocity appeared in Gu Yuan's eyes. Could he hide for a moment, or for a lifetime?
Even if his level now surpassed hers, she would only postpone this judgment to the next time, or the time after that.
Suppressing his own level just to avoid her? That would be even more ridiculous. Did he need to consider someone else's opinion just to level up?
Such timidity was simply a disgrace to his own power.
A decisive battle must happen as soon as possible. Gu Yuan made up his mind.
Based on all the information, it seemed that Yi Anchi would make her move within the next day or two. Right now, everyone's levels were low, and they were leveling up rapidly, with significant differences even after just one day. If she didn't act soon, she might really have to wait until the level 15 divine trial to target him again. Gu Yuan lowered his head in deep thought, as if the surrounding clamor was completely isolated from him.
At that moment, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. "All right, quiet."
Lan Yuding's voice, amplified by magic, echoed throughout the venue.
"The challenge phase is over."
As the final match determined its victor, the list of 12 individuals entering the hidden secret realm was finally settled. Besides Gu Yuan, Yi Anchi, and Lan Ruodong, 4 others faced challenges, resulting in 3 wins and 1 loss.
Only one unlucky person was replaced and eliminated. This was enough to prove that the initial list, drafted based on the trial rankings, still held considerable merit. Gu Yuan, Lan Ruodong, Yi Anchi.
Lan Yuding read out the almost unchanged list once again. You 12 have qualified to enter the hidden secret realm. Then, he looked around at everyone and announced the next arrangements. Tomorrow morning, gather at the North Gate. Yi Jingchuan, Zhang Yunfei, and Su Ningyue, 3 senior members, will lead the team into the Twisted Forest. Use the remaining time today to make preparations and level up. At this point, Lan Yuding deliberately paused, his gaze falling on Gu Yuan. A word of caution, the entry limit for the hidden secret realm is within level 10, so be careful not to accidentally level up too much. He had clearly noticed that Gu Yuan had already reached level 9.
Gu Yuan met his gaze and nodded, indicating that he understood.
As for the others, don't be discouraged. Lan Yuding turned to the newcomers who hadn't entered the secret realm. The guild will have follow-up training and evaluations. As long as you work hard, resources won't be lacking for you. With those words, Lan Yuding ordered the crowd to disperse. The people gathered around the martial stage broke up into small groups, but Gu Yuan remained standing in place, his brows tightly furrowed.
Yi Jingchuan,
Yi Anchi's brother, turned out to be one of the team leaders for this operation.
Gu Yuan's heart sank.
He had a strong premonition that this pair of siblings planned to make a move against him in the secret realm.
Yi Yanqi would never let go of the first clear reward for the hidden secret realm. She would definitely enter at level 9.
If Gu Yuan were in her position, he would level up to 10 inside the secret realm and then immediately seize the opportunity to act. Even if she couldn't find a chance inside the secret realm, she could team up with Yi Jingchuan afterward. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity to eliminate him, especially since causing chaos inside the secret realm would be much easier.
Once he returned to the guild, their chances would be slim.
From this perspective, the location and timing of the decisive battle have already been determined. Now, it depends on how he prepares.
Less than 24 hours left. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, his mind racing. With the decisive battle imminent, he must maximize his survival rate before departing tomorrow.
First, he needs to gather more sacrificial gems. If he can collect 10 different sacrificial gems from boss-level monsters, his attributes might not be inferior to Yi Jingchuan's. Second, he must prepare for the burst after reaching level 10. Upon reaching level 10, his contract limit with the same type of demon will increase fivefold. The number of imps and hellhounds can reach 30, and he can summon up to 5 hell puppets. This will be a qualitative leap. Just the simultaneous appearance of 5 hell puppets using the heavenly fire descent method would have power comparable to a small forbidden spell. Yi Jingchuan hasn't completed his second-class transition yet, and facing such a lineup, he would be completely overwhelmed.
But here's the problem.
To max out the number of imps, hellhounds, and hell puppets, a total of 550 living monsters need to be sacrificed.
Although sacrificed gems can be used as substitutes, the storage limit for gems is 100.
This means that before entering the secret realm, he can only stockpile enough gems required for summoning hell puppets.
4 hell puppets require 40 gems.
Leave 10 spaces for leader-level gems out of the remaining 60 storage slots. The other 50 will all be used to stockpile gems for hellhounds.
Imps will be temporarily abandoned. Gu Yuan decisively made a choice.
The hell puppet was his strongest combat power aside from Yelburna and had to be prioritized. Meanwhile, the flying ability of the little demon was no advantage at all against a mage like Yi Jingchuan, who played with lightning.
Plan finalized. Gu Yuan confirmed the next course of action.
The first stop was the frozen wasteland. There was something he needed there. I need to stock up on contracts for 2 types of monsters, the rock golem and the wasteland wolf. Additionally, I must accumulate gems that can be used to contract the hell puppet and hellfire. Next, I need to quickly clear 10 bosses to obtain high-quality gems for devouring upgrades.
But with this approach, a problem arises: my experience bar won't hold up. I am now at level 9.
If I defeat 10 more bosses and a bunch of elite monsters, I might directly level up to 10, which would mean I can't access tomorrow's hidden secret realm.
The only solution is to form a team and share the experience points. Gu Yuan stroked his chin, calculating in his mind.
In this world, forming a team allows experience points to be evenly distributed, but the kill credit for the final blow can still belong to an individual.
That's the plan.
Let my teammates take 4/5 of the experience, I just need to secure the kills to generate gems. As soon as Gu Yuan made up his mind and prepared to find someone to team up with, a sweet voice accompanied by the fragrance of orchids drifted over.
Gu Yuan.
He instinctively looked up, and a delicate and charming face came into view.
It was Yi Yanqi.
Her hands were clasped behind her back, her body slightly leaning forward, and her emerald green eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled, looking as pure and lovely as the girl next door.
Shall we team up?
The girl's voice was as sweet as her appearance.
But to Gu Yuan, it was chilling.
The atmosphere in the training ground instantly became somewhat delicate.
The girl smiled sweetly, but Gu Yuan's expression was a bit stiff.
He admitted that Yi Yanqi's sudden appearance caught him off guard. He did need a team, but anyone would do, just not Yi Yanqi. This woman had already marked him as her prey, and every move she made to approach him now was merely preparation for the hunt. She was very likely trying to use this as an opportunity to test my strength.
Refuse? Gu Yuan found himself in a dilemma.
He hadn't yet fallen out with her and was still playing the role of an oblivious prey. If he were to reject her now without any reason and then turn around to team up with someone else, it might arouse her suspicion and alert her to his intentions. But if he didn't refuse, although she wouldn't do anything to him before level 10, traveling alongside a tiger made him feel uneasy. Moreover, he had a lot of preparations to make, and if she noticed anything, it would be even more troublesome. This was truly a difficult choice. No matter what he chose, there would be losses. Just as Gu Yuan was weighing the pros and cons, a cool, fragrant breeze suddenly swept between the two of them. At some point, Lan Ruotong had walked over. Without even glancing at Yanqi, she went straight to Gu Yuan's side and spoke coldly, "Gu Yuan, let's team up." A collective gasp echoed around them. When Yanqi had invited Gu Yuan earlier, it had already drawn curious and gossiping looks. Recently, this little saint-like girl had been quite popular, and Gu Yuan had shown off a bit today as well. Both of them were considered rising stars among the newcomers. Standing together, they naturally attracted attention. The new colleagues had been eagerly waiting to watch a drama titled Workplace Elite Meets Sweet Innocent Girl, but unexpectedly, a dominant female CEO had barged in halfway. Lan Ruotong, the daughter of the president of the Winter Guild. Did this guy save the world in his past life? Someone muttered enviously. Just joining the guild and already being invited by two beauties was truly something to envy. But soon, everyone noticed that something was off. Between these three, why did it feel like there was a tense atmosphere, as if gunpowder was in the air? Yanqi looked at Lan Ruotong, her smile visibly stiff for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. She blinked and spoke in her usual sweet tone, "Miss Lan wants to join too? That's wonderful, the three of us can." "It has nothing to do with you," Lan Ruotong interrupted coldly. "Just the two of us are enough." With that, she gave Yanqi no chance to respond, directly grabbing the sleeve of Gu Yuan's robe. "Let's go." After dropping a word, Lan Ruotong, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, pulled Gu Yuan and walked out of the training ground. She left behind a group of bewildered onlookers, as well as Yanqi, whose smile gradually faded while standing in place. It wasn't until their figures completely disappeared that Ji Jingchuan walked forward with a grim expression. He glanced at his sister and lowered his voice to ask, "It seems this guy has a good relationship with the Lan family. Are we still going to make a move against him?" "Of course." The corners of Yanqi's mouth curved into a smile once more. Twirling a strand of hair at her temple with her fingers, her eyes gleamed with greed. Gu Yuan's professional strength is beyond imagination. The merit relic obtained after his judgment will definitely be of legendary quality or higher. Let's give it a try first, and if there's really no chance, we'll reconsider. On the other side, on the streets of Linyuan City, Lan Ruotong pulled Gu Yuan along for quite a distance. Only when there were no people around did she let go of his hand, but her steps still headed unwaveringly toward the mission hall. Gu Yuan adjusted the sleeve that had been wrinkled from her pulling. He smoothed out the creases on his sleeve that had been tugged and followed behind Lan Ruotong, his heart full of confusion. He was very grateful to Lan Ruotong for helping him out, but the scene just now had happened so quickly that he still hadn't fully processed it. Why was Lan Ruotong's reaction to Yanqi so intense? Was it jealousy? But it didn't quite feel like that. However, now was not the time to dwell on these thoughts. If Lan Ruotong really only wanted the two of them to form a team, then his plan to suppress experience points would be ruined. This matter needed to be clarified in advance. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan took the initiative to speak. If it's just the two of us teaming up, won't the experience points be a bit too much?" Lan Ruotong stopped in her tracks and turned around, her light blue eyes shrouded in a layer of coldness. "Do you doubt my abilities?" She tilted her head slightly, her tone icy. "Or is it that you can't bear to part with your little holy light girl?" Ahem. Gu Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. The way Lan Ruotong uttered the words "little holy light girl" was filled with mocking sarcasm and undisguised disdain. Clearly, this eldest daughter of the Lan family had a significant issue with Yanqi. "She's not my type." Gu Yuan immediately clarified his stance, then offered the excuse he had just come up with: "My summon creature needs to stack attributes through continuous killing. I want to maximize its combat power before entering the secret realm. But I'm already at level 9. If I don't find a few people to share the experience, I'll soon reach level 10, and then I won't be able to enter the secret realm."
You're level 9?
A trace of surprise flashed in Lan Ruodong's eyes.
2 days ago, when they met, he was only level 6. How long had it been?
Summoners, level up quickly in the early stages just by farming monsters.
You can level up while lying down. Gu Yuan chuckled. Lan Ruodong gave him a deep look but didn't press further.
Every professional has their own secrets, and she chose to respect Gu Yuan's privacy. If you're just trying to suppress your experience gain, then you don't need any teammates at all. As she spoke, Lan Ruodong flipped her wrist and took out an exquisite crystal bottle from her storage ring. The bottle was engraved with intricate magical patterns. Although it appeared empty, it emitted a strange energy fluctuation.
Is this an experience bottle? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up as he recognized the item. The seal bottle, an extremely expensive and rare alchemical product. Its function is simple, storing the experience points gained by professionals. When the user possesses it, all experience gained from killing monsters is siphoned into the bottle. Many professionals who specialize in gold farming use this item to freeze their level so they can repeatedly clear high-value secret realms. However, this item comes with significant limitations. First, the stored experience must be extracted within 24 hours, or it will dissipate. Second, the experience in the bottle can only be used by the owner.
Most importantly, this item is extraordinarily expensive. A low level one starts at 100,000 gold coins, and it loses effectiveness after a few uses.
Being poor really limits my imagination, Gu Yuan couldn't help but sigh.
Although he knew about experience bottles, he never considered them when thinking about freezing his level. After all, they were far too extravagant for him. But now, to him, the experience bottle was practically a divine artifact. With it, he could farm monsters and gems without restraint, no longer worrying about excess experience causing premature leveling. Once he entered the hidden secret realm, he could absorb all the experience in the bottle at once and instantly level up to 10. This was prepared for me by my brother, Lan Ruodong said, fiddling with the crystal bottle. He wanted me to reach level 10 the moment I entered the hidden secret realm, so I could get ahead of everyone.
But since you need it, I'll give it to you. She casually tossed the bottle to Gu Yuan.
Gu Yuan hurriedly caught it, overjoyed in his heart, but pretended to decline modestly. How could I possibly accept this?
It's not a free gift. Lan Ruodong's lips curved slightly as she pointed outside the city.
If you can get me to level 9 by tomorrow and fill up all the experience needed to reach level 10, this bottle will be yours, and the debt you owe me will be written off.
Additionally, she held up 5 fingers, I'll give you an extra 500 contribution points. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Debt cancellation? Plus an extra 500 contribution points? Rich lady, if you want to keep me, just say so. Miss, if you put it that way. Gu Yuan clutched the experience bottle tightly, a professional smile appearing on his face. Then just watch me. This ride, I'll make sure the doors are welded shut. Money grubber. Watching Gu Yuan's money-hungry expression, Lan Ruodong couldn't help but chuckle softly. In that fleeting moment, her smile seemed like the first thaw of ice and snow, melting into waves of warmth. Gu Yuan stared in a daze, thinking, this is the kind of smile a normal girl should have. Lan Ruodong felt her ears burning under his gaze and quickly looked away. Stop spacing out. Let's get going. We might be busy until late tonight. Level 15 Secret Realm, Starlight Canyon. This is an exceptionally unique secret realm. There are no poisonous insects, no miasma, only eternal night and a sky full of stars. Under the dazzling starry sky, the valley was deep and tranquil. Starlight scattered across the grass, where swarms of fireflies danced, creating a dreamlike scene. This was a secret realm without level restrictions, and the strength of the monsters wasn't particularly high. Many people secretly dating within the guild loved coming here for rendezvous. At this moment, on a small hill with a wide view, Gu Yuan and Lan Ruodong were sitting side by side. However, in the canyon below them, it was a scene of intense activity. Amidst the roars, 3 hellhounds charged back and forth in the canyon like tireless machines, herding clusters of glowing spheres called moonlight sprites together. Following closely, flaming hell golems, resembling heavy trucks, stormed into the monster crowd.
With every punch they threw, a large group of monsters turned into white light and vanished. In the sky, 6 little demons operated like a bomber squadron, continuously dropping fireballs for carpet-style fire coverage.
This was practically an assembly line operation with terrifying efficiency.
Luring monsters, gathering them, and annihilating them, all done in one seamless motion. After summoning the demon, Gu Yuan didn't even need to lift his staff, he only had to issue the simplest commands mentally. Lan Ruotong stared at her rapidly rising experience bar, completely dumbfounded. She had seen other summoners leveling up before, but this was the first time she had witnessed someone like Gu Yuan, who farmed monsters in such a fully automated and large-scale manner. This wasn't leveling up, this was producing experience. In just 5 short hours, her level had risen from 7 to 9. And throughout the entire process, she hadn't even swung her staff once. She merely followed Gu Yuan to a few different locations, barely taking a few steps.
So this is what an abyss walker is?
Lan Ruotong turned her head to look at the boy beside her.
Gu Yuan looked at the experience bottle in his hand with a satisfied expression. The golden liquid inside was almost full. He smiled contentedly and thought, it's about time.
The experience in the bottle was not only enough to level him up to level 10 but even had some surplus. More importantly, he had gathered all the supplies needed for the upcoming battle. In addition to the sacrificial gems for the Hell Puppet and Hellhound contracts, he had stockpiled a large number of sacrificial gems from various bosses, each reaching the maximum absorption limit. These gems covered attributes such as strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Even if each gem could only absorb 10% of the attributes, once he absorbed them all at once, he could instantly gain over 200 attribute points, bringing his power close to that of a level 30 professional. With this, even if I face Yi Jingchuan, I won't be suppressed by him. Gu Yuan felt reassured, and his mood lifted as he subconsciously glanced at Lan Ruotong. The girl's ice blue hair danced in the evening breeze, while moonlight and starlight bathed her, casting a layer of sacred radiance over her. She resembled a blue rose blooming alone in the night, cold, serene, and breathtakingly unreal.
It's just... Gu Yuan shook his head inwardly.
The eldest daughter of the Lan family, though beautiful, was simply too reserved. As the two gradually got to know each other, she became more cheerful, but deep down, she was still someone who didn't like to talk much. And Gu Yuan himself wasn't the type of social butterfly who could always find topics to chat about. When two people who aren't very talkative come together, the atmosphere often inexplicably falls into an awkward silence. Just like now, the two had been silent for a full 10 minutes, and the air seemed to have frozen. At this moment, Lan Ruotong slightly tilted her head, quickly glanced at Gu Yuan out of the corner of her eye, and then swiftly withdrew her gaze. A few seconds later, she sneaked another glance.
Gu Yuan immediately caught this signal. He thought to himself, it's time.
This was a tacit understanding between the two of them. Whenever Lan Ruotong started frequently sneaking glances at him, it meant she wanted to say something.
Gu Yuan straightened his posture and asked the question he had long prepared, you don't like Yi Yanqi? Lan Ruotong was slightly taken aback and didn't answer immediately. Hugging her knees, she looked at the fireflies dancing in the distance and countered, do you like her? Gu Yuan was also stunned.
He thought to himself, I could kill her if I had the chance.
Of course, if it's as a sacrifice, then I might like her. But to avoid revealing his true intentions, Gu Yuan chuckled awkwardly and said, she's okay, quite enthusiastic.
Poof. Lan Ruotong let out a disdainful snort. She turned to look at Gu Yuan, her light blue eyes filled with seriousness. I'd rather you like a succubus than like her. At that moment, a charming voice suddenly echoed in Gu Yuan's mind, oh, there's something about me too. It seems the boss lady really approves of me. It was Shaltir.
The corner of Gu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he responded in his mind, Shaltir, are you spying again?
Shaltir retorted confidently, what do you mean spying? I'm just concerned about the boss's personal safety, always on guard for any surrounding dangers.
What? Feeling guilty? Afraid I'll catch you doing something inappropriate to the boss lady? Gu Yuan couldn't be bothered with the abnormal thought process of this succubus and refocused his attention on Lan Ruotong. He pressed further, "Why? You seem to have a strong opinion about Yi Anchi?" Lan Ruotong was silent for a moment before finally speaking, "She's fake." "Fake?" Lan Ruotong resolutely uttered a single word. "The abyssal aura on you is so strong. She's a holy light-type professional, how could she not sense it? They're naturally sensitive to this kind of aura and would instinctively keep their distance under normal circumstances. But what about her? She pretends not to feel anything in front of you, and she's so enthusiastic. Isn't this kind of performance, completely against faith and instinct, fake enough?" Lan Ruotong seemed to think she hadn't said enough, and unusually added a few more explanations, her emotions becoming somewhat agitated. "Anyway, stay away from her." She paused, then added, "I'm not trying to sow discord between you two, I just feel that her approaching you definitely has another purpose." "I understand, I'll be careful." Gu Yuan nodded, but his heart was already bursting with joy. Whether Lan Ruotong was jealous or not, her suspicion of Yi Anchi was extremely beneficial to him. Because tomorrow, even if Yi Anchi didn't make a move, he would find an opportunity to sacrifice her. By then, he would inevitably face an investigation from the guild. After all, if a member went missing during a guild event, the guild would definitely investigate thoroughly, and Gu Yuan wasn't confident he could make it flawless. He had already thought of a countermeasure. If things went south, he would surrender directly, insist that Yi Anchi made the first move, and then conveniently throw out clues about the necromancer's disappearance, steering the case in a direction favorable to himself. With Lan Ruotong's doubts today, his entire plan would proceed more smoothly. In addition, Gu Yuan also caught another piece of information from Lan Ruotong's words. "Is the abyssal aura on me that strong?" Gu Yuan was a bit puzzled. "Why has no one mentioned it except you?" Since awakening as an abyss walker, he had interacted with many people, but apart from Yelbina, only Lan Ruotong had pointed this out. "Most people can't smell it." Lan Ruotong turned her head and looked directly into Gu Yuan's eyes. "But I can." She slowly extended her right hand, lightly flicking the tip of her index finger. Whoosh! A cluster of icy blue flames quietly ignited at her fingertip, emanating an eerie and chilling aura. "My ice flame," Lan Ruotong said softly, looking at the flame on her fingertip, "also comes from the abyss." Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned, a look of sudden realization flashing in his eyes. No wonder the Lan siblings always had an inexplicable sense of closeness toward him. It turned out that everyone's power came from the same place, the abyss. The next day, the guild's group activity proceeded as scheduled in the Twisted Forest secret realm. As the name suggests, everything here defies common sense. The sky is shrouded in a thick, dark purple miasma, blocking out the sun. The branches of towering ancient trees twist into unsettling spirals, as if forcibly wrenched into a corkscrew shape by immense power. The ground is covered in a layer of dark purple moss, resembling decayed flesh, oozing sticky liquid with every step. Boom! A dazzling pillar of starlight suddenly tore through the purple mist, slamming fiercely into the group of monsters blocking the path ahead. They were a group of level 30 corrupted tree ants. Under the powerful impact of the starlight, these tough-skinned, thick-fleshed creatures didn't even have time to let out a scream before disintegrating into scattered specks of starlight. "Keep up, don't fall behind." At the front of the team, Suning Yue lowered the starry staff in her hand, her tone calm, as if she had just casually swatted a mosquito. "So strong." The two newcomers following behind were pale, their eyes filled with awe. This was a formal member of the Winter Guild. Without even completing the second job advancement, they already possessed the terrifying strength to crush a level 30 secret realm. The so-called second job advancement refers to a critical career transition that occurs when a professional reaches level 30. Upon success, not only can their level break through to 31, but they also gain powerful new skills and attributes, marking a significant evolution in their life. After gathering in the morning, the 12 newcomers, under the guidance of 3 formal members, entered the Twisted Secret Realm. They were divided into groups of 5, with one leader taking 4 newcomers. Gu Yuan and Lan Ruotong happened to be assigned to the group led by Suning Yue. Their group wasn't very lucky.
As soon as they entered the secret realm, they got separated from two other groups in the mist and ran straight into a tide of monsters. Fortunately, Su Ningyue, as a rare class Star Moon mage, possessed extremely powerful area of effect damage skills. Faced with the surging tide of monsters, her expression grew even more excited. Those level 30 corrupted monsters couldn't even withstand a single encounter with her. Gu Yuan walked in the middle of the team, his expression calm. While observing Su Ningyue's spellcasting rhythm, he silently calculated in his mind whether he could instantly eliminate those corrupted treants if he were to take action. The conclusion was yes. If 5 hell puppets struck simultaneously, they could achieve the same explosive effect, but the downside was a lack of sustained power. It seems that, excluding Elberna, there is still quite a gap between me and a level 30 professional, Gu Yuan thought to himself. At that moment, Su Ningyue stopped in her tracks. We're here. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a circular clearing at the heart of the jungle. The twisted trees surrounding it seemed to be filled with fear of this place, not daring to approach even a step closer. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway. Intricate and obscure runes were carved onto the arch, and a scarlet vortex of light slowly rotated within the doorway, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. That is the entrance to the hidden secret realm. At this moment, 2 teams had already gathered in the clearing. On the left was the squad led by Zhang Yunfei, a shaman healer, who was planting totem poles to restore his team members' conditions. On the right was Yi Jingchuan's squad. This Holy Lance Knight, clad in golden armor, stood out strikingly in the dim jungle. With his arms crossed, he leaned against a rock, resting with his eyes closed. Beside him, Yi Anqi was idly kicking pebbles with the tip of her foot. When she saw Su Ningyue leading her group out of the mist, her previously listless expression instantly became lively. You finally arrived. Yi Anqi's eyes lit up as she waved her hand, a sweet smile on her face. I was starting to think you might have run into danger. Gu Yuan looked at her, sneering inwardly. What a performance. Just looking at her innocent and cheerful demeanor, who would suspect that this sweet-looking saint-like maiden was actually a holy arbiter who would murder her classmates for power? He mused to himself, I suppose I'm the same, but the ones I kill are utterly wicked villains. With that thought, Gu Yuan smiled and looked at Yi Anqi. We encountered a wave of monsters. Fortunately, Senior Su Ningyue is very strong, so we made it through without any real danger. Things went relatively smoothly on our end. Yi Anqi blinked and tried to move closer to Gu Yuan, speaking in a delicate tone, but the miasma here is so heavy, it's making me a little scared. Excuse me. A cold voice interrupted her little movements. Lan Ruodong walked past expressionlessly, deliberately bumping into Yi Anqi, then stood in front of Gu Yuan. Ah! Yi Anqi stumbled from the collision, rubbing her shoulder as she stepped back. In that instant, her smile twisted slightly, as if she was genuinely angry and could hardly keep up the act. Everyone, quiet down. Yi Jingchuan slowly approached, gently placing his hand on Yi Anqi's shoulder, as if reminding her to control her emotions. Then, he looked around at everyone, his expression serious, and said, the spatial laws of this hidden secret realm are extremely unstable. Even if we enter as a team, we might still be scattered across various corners of the realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the newcomers immediately became restless. Random teleportation? Doesn't that mean we're doomed as soon as we land? What if we get teleported right in front of the boss? That's way too dangerous. An unknown secret realm, where solo actions are extremely risky. Even though they were all geniuses, they were momentarily flustered. It seemed that the benefits of this hidden secret realm were not so easily obtained. However, Gu Yuan in the queue almost couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. If they were scattered upon entry, wouldn't that make it even easier for him to hunt down Yi Anqi? After all, his hellhound clearly remembered her scent. At that moment, Yi Jingchuan raised his hand to silence the crowd's discussions and continued, after entering the secret realm, it's best if you can meet up with others. If not, explore alone and proceed cautiously. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not release signal flares. Because what the signal flares might attract could be monsters, not teammates. Upon hearing this additional warning,
everyone felt even more despair. They couldn't even use signal flares now, which meant this had completely turned into a solo challenge. Everyone glanced at each other, and some began to feel like backing out. They had just graduated from school and hadn't experienced much hardship yet. Facing an unknown secret realm alone was simply too difficult for them. Don't panic. Yi Jingchuan noticed everyone's concern and patted the badge on his chest. Although I can't enter the secret realm, I can team up with you. My skill, Holy Descent Guardian, can ignore spatial laws, provide remote support to teammates, and descend directly to your side for 10 minutes. These 10 minutes are enough for me to cover your retreat or even take down the final boss. Hearing this, the previously panicked newcomers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A level 30 pro ready to support at any time? That's solid. Is this the sense of security brought by the holy light? Love it, love it. Captain Yi is amazing. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude. No wonder Yi Jingchuan was chosen as the captain for this operation. Turns out he had such a unique skill up his sleeve. However, Gu Yuan couldn't bring himself to smile. When he first heard random teleportation, he had secretly rejoiced, but now his heart was left cold. He instantly understood how this pair of siblings planned to deal with him. After entering the secret realm, as long as Yi Yanqi found him alone and casually sent out a signal, Yi Jingchuan would immediately descend onto the battlefield. By then, Gu Yuan would have to face the combined assault of the siblings. Once they eliminated him, they could just make up any story when they got out. For example, Gu Yuan was corrupted by the abyss and lost control, attacking Yi Yanqi. Or, Gu Yuan died to protect Yi Yanqi from being killed by a monster. Hiss. Gu Yuan felt a chill run through his body. This pair of siblings, what a cunning plan. Their scheme was simply flawless. What's wrong? You don't look well, came Lan Ruotong's voice from beside him. She quietly observed Gu Yuan, her face full of concern. It's nothing. Gu Yuan raised his head, his expression already calm, even carrying a faintly expectant smile. I just think Captain Yi is truly reliable. Since there's no way to avoid it, then there's no need to hide. Treat me as prey? Then let's see who the real hunter is. If I can deal with these two siblings here, it would eliminate future troubles once and for all. Gu Yuan's eyelids drooped, and the ferocity in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. In the depths of the twisted jungle, outside the entrance to the hidden realm, a high-ranking witch doctor named Zhang Yunfei slammed the totem pole in his hand heavily onto the ground. Rings of red light immediately spread out, enveloping all the newcomers present. A surge of ancestral blessing flowed into their bodies, enhancing everyone's strength and resistance. At this moment, the 12 newcomers, including Gu Yuan, were fully prepared. Move out. With a command from the captain, Yi Jingchuan, the group proceeded one by one toward the shimmering portal of light. Gu Yuan and Lan Ruotong walked at the back of the group. Be careful, Lan Ruotong whispered, I hope the distance we teleport isn't too far. If we don't meet, wait for me at the door of the final boss's room. Alright, you be careful too. Gu Yuan nodded, though his response was perfunctory, his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. For him, clearing this hidden dungeon was merely a secondary goal. The real big event today was to sacrifice Yi Yanqi and sign a contract with the fallen Saintess. There's likely to be a fierce battle ahead, Gu Yuan thought to himself as he stepped into the swirling red vortex alongside Lan Ruotong. A wave of weightlessness, like being torn through space, struck him, and his vision was instantly swallowed by darkness. When he opened his eyes again, a cold night wind, tinged with the stench of decay and blood, brushed against his cheek. He found himself standing atop a small hill. Below the hill lay a vast city shrouded in the darkness of night. The city's architecture resembled that of the Western Middle Ages, and at the far end of the city, a Gothic castle stood perched on a cliff. Under the blood-red moonlight, it appeared particularly sinister and terrifying. That place was likely the core area of the secret realm. Gu Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance at the castle before pulling out an exquisite crystal vial from his chest. Without hesitation, he smashed the vial at his feet. Golden streams of light, like liquefied gold, surged into his body in an instant. The power he had suppressed all night finally erupted,
and a long-lost warmth coursed through his entire being.
Gu Yuan let out a contented sigh and immediately channeled all the newly acquired energy into strengthening his mental power. For what lay ahead, he would need sufficient mental strength to control the powerful army he was about to summon. After completing this, Gu Yuan's movements did not pause for even a moment. With a wave of his hand, nearly 100 crimson sacrificial gems appeared, floating in midair and slowly revolving around him. As he infused them with his mental power, the gems seemed to ignite from within, their red glow illuminating his stern and resolute face. He raised his staff and slowly recited the incantation of the pact, the obsidian bones slumbering in the scorching hell, the war heart flowing with molten blood. Accompanied by the low chanting, 40 gemstones instantly shattered, transforming into a crimson stream of light like molten lava, merging into the magic circle beneath his feet. The earth trembled faintly, as if heavy footsteps echoed from another dimension, and the surrounding air temperature suddenly soared. Immediately after, Gu Yuan turned his staff, pointing it at another 50 sacrificial gemstones. The predatory shadow roaming the sulfur wasteland, sniffing out souls of fear, the hellish hunter. Follow the ancient blood pact and become my fangs. Amid a series of explosive sounds, the scarlet gemstones transformed into a sky full of flames, swiftly merging into the magic circle. Within mere seconds, the ritual was complete. Gu Yuan slowly clenched his fist, feeling through the mental link the restless, bloodthirsty, powerful creatures yearning for slaughter. Come forth, my hounds. Gu Yuan flipped his wrist, and a dark red fissure tore open within the magic circle. 8 robust hellhounds, their bodies coursing with molten lava, crawled out. They did not roar but lowered their bodies, emitting deep, resonant growls from their throats, offering their loyalty to their master. Gu Yuan did not continue summoning but instead gazed calmly at the desolate city below. He issued a command to the hellhounds, "Go, follow the scent of the holy light, and find my prey." Meanwhile, in various corners of the desolate city, the newcomers who had just entered the secret realm all felt a strong sense of discomfort at the same time. Atop a clock tower in the eastern district, a newcomer dressed as a gunman was scouting the terrain with binoculars. Damn it! What is that smell? He suddenly caught a strong whiff of sulfur, a scent that seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul, bringing an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He immediately looked towards the northwest and said to the mechanical assistant in the shape of an owl floating beside him, "Private Gone, assess the danger level." In a desolate medieval city, a blood moon hung high in the sky. The flames of battle erupted in every corner. For newcomers who had just arrived here, luck became the key to survival. Some were surrounded by monsters the moment they landed, struggling desperately. Others, however, seemed as if they had returned to their home turf. North District Square Lan Ruaton caught a strong whiff of sulfur. She immediately recognized it as Gu Yuan's presence. He had just landed and caused such a commotion, could he be in danger? A look of concern appeared on Lan Ruaton's face as she prepared to set out to find him. Suddenly, growls echoed around her. From the alleys of the distant streets, dozens of rotting figures staggered out, surrounding her completely. Lan Ruaton inwardly cursed her luck. Glancing in the direction of Gu Yuan, she sighed, "It seems I won't be able to help you for now." Before her words had fully faded, blazing ice-blue flames erupted around her. In the church district of the West District, Yianqi stood atop the roof of a dilapidated church, her pristine priestly robes billowing in the night wind. Below her, the narrow streets were already filled with plague-ridden corpses emitting a foul stench. Yet these filthy creatures could not approach the church even slightly. Golden lightning bolts, thicker than barrels, descended from the heavens like divine spears of judgment, relentlessly purifying and evaporating any corpse that dared to come near. Amid the flickering lightning, Yianqi's delicate and exquisite face alternated between light and shadow. She paid no attention to the monsters below, her gaze fixed westward, as though piercing through layers of buildings. She could sense a presence there, one that filled her with both disgust and excitement. Yianqi extended her soft pink tongue, gently licking her lips. Her mouth retained its signature innocent smile, but deep within her eyes surged a twisted glimmer. "Gu Yuan," she murmured softly, her voice as sweet as a lover's whisper, "You're very close to me." Meanwhile, Gu Yuan stood atop the dome of a tower, his black mage robes fluttering in the night wind. With his eyes closed, the city's entire network unfolded in his mind in a peculiar manner.
This was a real-time map constructed through the shared senses of his 8 hellhounds.
These natural-born hunters possessed senses far superior to those of humans: smell, hearing, and elemental perception.
They were currently weaving through the city's ruins and alleys, creating an enormous search net.
In less than 5 minutes, a commotion arose at the end of the mental link.
A hellhound located in the slums of the Western District let out an excited yet cautious low growl. It had caught the scent of holy light. Gu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, a cold curve forming at the corner of his lips. With a thought, he issued the command, "Close the net."
The other 7 hellhounds immediately changed direction, converging on the dilapidated church in the Western District.
Amid the church ruins, Yi Anqi stepped over the scattered ashes, following the abyssal aura forward.
Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. This abyssal aura is getting closer, as if it's actively coming toward me?
The playful smile on her face slightly faded. The aura not only showed no signs of dissipating but seemed to have a clear target, rushing toward her at an alarming speed.
Is he looking for me too? Yi Anqi instinctively wondered. Could it be to form a team?
Perhaps Gu Yuan had seen the golden lightning she had summoned earlier and wanted to join forces with her for action.
Perfect. Saves me the trouble of searching.
Yi Anqi stopped in her tracks, adjusted her expression, and prepared to welcome the prey throwing itself into her arms. Soon, at the end of the dark alley ahead, a dark red figure emerged.
It was a hellhound, massive in size, its body coursing with molten lava.
Standing at the edge of the shadows, it fixed its fiery crimson eyes, burning with flames, firmly on Yi Anqi.
"Hello there, big doggy."
Upon seeing the hellhound, Yi Anqi's eyes lit up, and her face immediately broke into an innocent and harmless smile. She even took 2 steps forward and waved at the sulfur-scented demon, as if teasing a pet on the roadside.
"Did Gu Yuan send you to find me?" Her voice was sweet and sincere, full of warmth. However, the hellhound's response was not a wagging tail.
Roar! A roar filled with ferocity and murderous intent suddenly erupted.
Without any warning, the hellhound transformed into a streak of dark red light, charging straight at Yi Anqi's face. "What?" The smile on Yi Anqi's face froze instantly. Wasn't Gu Yuan the one who sent it to find her? Why was it going for the kill the moment they met?
She instinctively swung her staff without time to think.
Boom! A dazzling golden divine lightning appeared out of thin air, striking directly at the hellhound's head. "Oh, whoa!"
The hellhound let out a piercing, miserable howl as its massive body was completely blown away by the divine lightning, crashing heavily against the distant wall with a dull thud. It struggled to get up, but the lingering golden arcs of electricity on its body continued to scorch its flesh, the excruciating pain causing it to writhe in agony on the ground. Yi Anqi stood in place, her face darkening. She looked at the demon wailing on the ground, her heart filled with confusion.
Why attack me? Wasn't Gu Yuan here to team up with me? Just as she was feeling puzzled, unsettling low growls echoed from the dark alleys all around.
Roar! At the end of the dark alley, behind the collapsed walls, above the dilapidated roof, pairs of crimson eyes burning like molten lava lit up one after another in the darkness. 7 robust hellhounds emerged slowly from the shadows in a surrounding formation. They did not attack immediately but crouched low, emitting dangerous growls from their throats. Scalding molten lava dripped continuously from their sharp-toothed mouths.
Surrounded. Yi Anqi's heart sank, sensing trouble. But after all, she was an award-winning actress.
Following a brief moment of shock, she quickly adjusted her expression, her face once again adorned with a sweet smile. She raised both hands, making a gesture to show she meant no harm, and softly said to the surrounding vicious dogs,
"Doggies, I'm not a bad person. Where's your owner? Can you let him come out?"
Her voice was sweet and sincere, like a little girl frightened by pet dogs.
"I'm here."
A cold voice came from the spire of the church. Yi Anqi froze, her body stiffening as she abruptly turned to look back. Under the blood-red moonlight, a figure stood atop the church's cross. The black robe fluttered in the night wind, resembling a grim reaper overlooking the mortal world.
It was Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan.
Yi Yanqi saw Gu Yuan and acted as if she had found her savior, pretending to breathe a sigh of relief. Pointing at the injured hellhound on the ground, she explained tearfully, "Your dog is too fierce.
It pounced on me as soon as it came up. I was so scared that I didn't mean to."
Her pitiful appearance was enough to evoke sympathy from any man. Gu Yuan said nothing, leaping down from the spire and landing lightly on the ground.
Ow!
The injured hellhound struggled to crawl to Gu Yuan's feet, rubbing its head against his pant leg and letting out a pitiful whimper.
Gu Yuan crouched down, stroking the hellhound's scorching mane with a hint of heartache.
This was, after all, a deliberate test he had set up.
Demons never truly die, they are merely banished back to hell and can be summoned again once they recover.
But to Gu Yuan, the whimper of this loyal beast was far more heart-wrenching than the sobs of that woman. A flash of coldness flickered in his eyes, but when he looked up at Yi Yanqi, his face instead showed a gentle smile.
"Since it was an accidental injury, let's just forget it." Gu Yuan stood up and clapped his hands.
"You're a cleric, could you please help heal it?"
"Ha?"
Yi Yanqi was slightly stunned and quickly waved her hand.
I'm afraid that's not possible. My holy light power is of a divine attribute, which is toxic to demons.
If I use a healing spell, not only will it fail to heal it, but it might even worsen its injuries."
"Oh?" Gu Yuan smiled playfully, dragging out his tone as he spoke slowly. "So you do know that our attributes are conflicting, huh?" Yi Yanqi's expression stiffened.
She felt that something about Gu Yuan's words sounded off, but she forced herself to continue acting. Light and abyss counter each other, that's common knowledge.
"Is that so?" Gu Yuan took 2 steps forward, closing in on Yi Yanqi.
He was a head taller than her, looking down at her. The smile in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by a piercing coldness that saw through everything.
"Since it's mutual restraint, why didn't you, as a cleric, show any discomfort the first time you saw me?"
Light and the abyss are natural mortal enemies.
This isn't an attribute conflict. It's a conflict of faith.
Gu Yuan's voice was not loud, but every word he uttered was like a cold blade, peeling away layer by layer Yi Yanqi's hypocritical mask.
"Yi Yanqi, do you really think I'm a fool who can't see through your little tricks? Exposed?"
Yi Yanqi knew she had botched her performance, but years of habit made her want to make one last attempt at salvaging the situation. She once again switched to a pitiful demeanor, her eyes even glistening with tears. "I admit I'm sensitive to the abyssal aura, but I don't dislike you. As for the so-called conflict of faith..."
"Enough." Gu Yuan directly interrupted her.
He looked at Yi Yanqi and said something that made her blood seem to freeze.
"The necromancer's exam question might not be difficult, but as an abyss walker, I'm not so easily fooled." Boom!
These words were like a thunderclap, shattering all of the girl's pretense. The panic, innocence, and grievance on Yi Yanqi's face, at this moment, all faded away, replaced by pure coldness and astonishment. Her emerald green eyes stared fixedly at Gu Yuan. She stared intently at Gu Yuan, her pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints.
Her voice turned hoarse and dry. "How, do you know?" Gu Yuan did not answer.
He had played the role of prey long enough. Now, the roles reversed, and it was time for the hunt. Gu Yuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Jia jia jia, several dark red spatial rifts tore open in midair. 6 emaciated little demons flapped their tattered flesh wings as they emerged from the rifts, letting out sharp, eerie laughter as they circled above Yi Yanqi's head.
At the same time, 7 hellhounds gathered around, tightening the encirclement. "Miss Holy Light, the divine test has begun." Gu Yuan leapt into the air, allowing the little demons to carry him aloft. He looked down at the pale-faced Yi Yanqi and said, "Time is limited. Please start answering the questions." Gu Yuan's voice was calm, echoing through the desolate ruins. The panic and bewilderment on Yi Yanqi's face vanished completely at that moment. She sneered, her delicate and charming face filled with a morbid excitement. "You even know about the divine test? I really made the right choice. This test question is quite difficult, but the score should be especially high, right?" While speaking, Yi Yanqi flipped her wrist, and a crystal bottle filled with golden energy and engraved with runes appeared in her hand. Experience bottle. Gu Yuan was slightly stunned. It seemed that Yi Anchi had made thorough preparations for this exam. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to reach level 10 to trigger the divine test when encountering him, so she used the experience bottle to stay at the threshold. Truly a match of equals, Gu Yuan thought. If it weren't for the natural enmity between the Holy Light and the Abyss, he and this girl adept at disguise would actually have many similarities. Bang! The crystal bottle was smashed hard against the bluestone slab beneath her feet, instantly shattering. Golden streams of light splashed out, quickly pouring into Yi Anchi's body. The suppressed energy of experience and the desire for the hunt were simultaneously unleashed at this moment. A dazzling pillar of light shot into the sky, and before the upgraded special effects had dissipated, a golden divine thunder as thick as a barrel tore through the night, carrying an aura of domineering purification of darkness, heading straight for Gu Yuan's face. Attacking while upgrading. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but admire this girl. After shedding her disguise, she truly wasted no unnecessary movements. Fortunately, Gu Yuan had never relaxed for even a moment. Before the divine thunder roared, he had already fully activated the abyssal dark energy. Buzz, the abyssal dark energy, as black as ink, surged from the tip of the staff in Gu Yuan's hand, sweeping forward to meet the dazzling divine thunder. Boom! Gold and black violently intertwined. Amid the deafening roar, there was a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. The purifying power of the judgment divine thunder frantically tore through the darkness, while the corrosive force of the abyssal fell energy greedily devoured the light. The two forces seemed to possess their own wills, devouring and battling each other, ultimately extinguishing one another into nothingness. Amid the rippling waves of scattered magical energy, Gu Yuan and Yi Anchi both drifted back several meters, creating distance between them. Despicable heretic! Yi Anchi snorted coldly, revealing her true feelings toward Gu Yuan for the first time. Her expression was akin to that of a neat freak spotting a filthy rat, filled with visceral disgust. The seemingly gentle holy light can actually twist people like this. This power is rather peculiar, Gu Yuan thought. As natural enemies, why didn't he feel repulsed by the holy light to this extent? Is it that the holy light is more inclusive, or is the abyss more tolerant? Now is not the time to study faith. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he ordered the demons to launch an attack. Roar! The eight-headed hellhounds charged simultaneously. The imps in the air let out piercing, eerie laughter as the dark red fireballs in their hands instantly formed, sealing off Yi Anchi's escape route. However, in the face of these powerful abyssal creatures, Yi Anchi showed not the slightest hint of fear. She slammed her staff heavily onto the ground, judgment bind. Crash! The layers of bluestone slabs on the ground shattered, and golden chains formed from pure divine lightning burst forth like vines, binding the limbs and necks of each hellhound. Awah! A piercing wail echoed through the ruins. The forces of holy light and the abyss clashed violently. Golden lightning danced across the black fur of the hellhound, scorching large wounds into its body. The 8 tiger-like hell patrols were all severely injured by the thunder and immobilized on the spot. As for the little demons in the air, Yi Anchi didn't even spare them a glance. She simply swept her staff horizontally, releasing a golden lightning whip. After striking the first little demon with pinpoint accuracy, the whip continued to chain to the other little demons, triggering the chain lightning effect. Scree! Under the domineering power of the holy light, the little demons could no longer cackle wickedly. Their constitution was far inferior to that of the hellhound, and their emaciated bodies evaporated instantly upon contact with the divine lightning, like snowballs thrown into the blazing sun. Under the holy light, the demons that had just been summoned disintegrated instantly, turning into a sky full of ashes. A series of notification sounds echoed in Gu Yuan's mind. Your summoned creature little demon has been banished. Your summoned creature little demon has been banished. Gu Yuan took a deep breath. He had long known that demons would be restrained by holy light, but he hadn't expected the effect to be so absolute. After reaching level 10, Yi Anchi's mental attributes were on par with his, or even inferior to his little demons. Logically, it should have been impossible for her to clear the entire field with just one skill. But real battles have never been mere games of numbers on paper. status, terrain, weather, countless factors can influence the final damage. The so-called stats are just a reference. Otherwise, how could so many experts end up defeated by lower-level opponents or unexpectedly fail in low-level dungeons? Fortunately, Gu Yuan had never placed blind faith in those numbers. The reason he sent the demons charging in was to bait out Yi Anqi's control skills. If the little demons and hellhounds were gone, he still had the hell puppets. If the hell puppets were gone, he still had the Succubus Queen. He had plenty of cards left to play, but if he himself were controlled, he might not even get the chance to play them. The reason he hadn't revealed all his cards at once was to guard against his opponent. In Gu Yuan's view, Yi Anqi still had at least 2 trump cards. The first was her yet-to-appear brother, Yi Jingchuan. The second was the mysterious item she obtained during her first divine trial mission. The former was a formidable force that couldn't be ignored, while the latter was an unknown variable that required even greater caution. At this moment, Yi Anqi stood at the center of lightning and flames, her pristine priestess robe spotless. Her golden eyes coldly fixed on Gu Yuan as she spoke. "Where's your Succubus Queen? Are you planning to wait until my brother comes out, then let her appear for a grand showdown, king against king, general against general?" She saw through Gu Yuan's hesitation and provocatively smiled, saying, "I advise you not to hold back your strength. Even a lion uses its full power to hunt a rabbit. Don't wait until you have no chance to play your cards and end up regretting it." Yi Anqi's tone was full of provocation, clearly aiming to push Gu Yuan into using his full strength. Gu Yuan, of course, could see that she also wanted him to reveal his trump card first. A duel between experts was not just a contest of strength but also a psychological battle. Unless one could deliver a decisive blow in a single move, the side that acted first would always be at a disadvantage. In combat theory class, the teacher had repeatedly emphasized, when fighting an evenly matched opponent, think of your skills as a hand of cards, the order in which you play them is crucial. Gu Yuan looked at Yi Anqi and smiled, "If your brother doesn't show up soon, you might not have a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive shadow had already enveloped Yi Anqi's feet, and a powerful gust of wind descended from the sky. The priestess girl froze abruptly, instinctively turning her head. She saw a burning meteor, which had somehow already torn through the clouds, roaring straight toward her face. The meteor ripped through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing screech. The hellish golem, engulfed in raging flames, descended like a star of destruction from the abyss, carrying an earth-shattering force as it hurtled toward the petite girl. "Let me see how you handle this card." Gu Yuan watched coldly at the scene. The previous hellhound and little demon were merely preludes. His true killing move had always been hanging in the sky. The fierce wind made Yi Anqi's priest robe flutter wildly. She did not turn around, only sighed helplessly, a self-mocking curve appearing at the corner of her lips. "The first round, you win." The girl looked at Gu Yuan, standing quietly, allowing the shadow of the meteor to completely engulf her. In the very next second, Holy Spirit's protection. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted behind her petite figure. The space was forcibly torn apart, and a tall golden figure appeared out of thin air. Yi Anqi's brother, Yi Jingchuan, had finally made his entrance. He held a gun in his right hand and a shield in his left, standing firmly behind Yi Anqi. The surface of the shield shimmered with liquid-like holy light. Facing the meteor descending from the sky, he did not retreat but advanced instead, charging forward. Holy Wrath counterattack. Break for me, shatter. Accompanied by a deep roar of anger, the golden shield collided violently with the burning meteor. The unstoppable meteor, upon touching the shield, seemed to crash into a wall constructed of rules. An overwhelmingly domineering counterforce, accompanied by surging golden flames, erupted thunderously from the shield. With a crisp cracking sound, the indestructible obsidian body of the hell puppet was covered in web-like cracks mid-air. The next moment, with a deafening boom, the descending hell puppet was shattered into pieces by this counterforce while still in the air. The burning fragments turned into a fiery rain, crackling as they fell onto the ruins. This powerful hell puppet was utterly destroyed by this single shield counter before it even had a chance to hit the ground. Gu Yuan was startled. Reflective damage? So this is where you were waiting for me. Gu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he secretly felt fortunate.
Fortunately, he didn't let Yalberna go first. This pair of siblings really had something up their sleeves.
Yi Jingchuan shattered the Hellfire puppet with a single move.
The counter damage multiplier, this wasn't the usual 5 or 10%, it was practically 100%, or even double the counter damage. If that strike just now had been delivered by Albedo, even she, the Succubus Queen, would have taken a heavy fall. At this moment, the golden light dissipated, revealing Yi Jingchuan's cold and stern face. He didn't seem to be in great shape, the spatial teleportation had clearly drained a lot of his energy. But his actions showed not the slightest hesitation. The holy spear swept backward, and golden sacred light instantly erupted, transforming into a crescent-shaped flame blade.
Holy radiance everywhere!
Puff, 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 puff.
The hellhounds locked in place by Yi Yanqi's binding spell shattered instantly under the flame blade, like bubbles. One move to kill instantly. This is the absolute suppressive power of a level 30 expert.
Gu Yuan had long understood that relying on these minor demon soldiers to defeat the level 30 Yi Jingchuan was nothing but a pipe dream. Clearing the obstacles, Yi Jingchuan did not pause for a moment. With a sudden burst of strength under his feet, his entire body transformed into a golden streak of light, charging straight toward Gu Yuan.
Prepare to die. At the same time, Yi Yanqi also made her move.
She raised her staff high, and several golden bolts of lightning descended from the sky, precisely blocking all of Gu Yuan's escape routes to the left, right, and rear, forcing him to face Yi Jingchuan's charge head-on. The siblings' coordination was flawless, without a single unnecessary word, giving Gu Yuan no chance to catch his breath.
In their view, Gu Yuan had already run out of tricks.
The hellhounds were all dead, the imps had been wiped out, and the strongest hell puppet was also taken down by a counter-damage skill. Now, Gu Yuan had only one last card left to play, the Succubus Queen. As long as they forced her to appear, this exam would be over.
Boom!
The tip of Yi Jingchuan's spear, burning with sacred flames, was less than half a meter away from Gu Yuan's throat, and his skin was already faintly stinging from the scorching heat.
At this critical moment,
the entire world suddenly changed color.
The originally blood-red night sky was suffused with an eerie shade of purple.
The metallic scent of blood in the air vanished, replaced by a strange fragrance of roses, fine wine, and sulfur, a mere whiff of which could make the soul tremble.
Snap!
The void cracked open in response.
A long purple whip shot out from the fissure, coiling around Gu Yuan's waist and forcefully pulling him backward.
Buzz! Yi Jingchuan's deadly strike missed its target. The energy unleashed from the spear tip blasted the wall behind Gu Yuan into dust.
Amid the swirling smoke and dust, countless pink petals floated down out of nowhere, each radiating a lethal enchantment. Amid the rain of petals, a foot clad in black high heels gently stepped onto the church's cross.
Whoosh! The night wind scattered the petals. That figure, captivating enough to enchant the world, finally revealed its true appearance. She was dressed in a high-slit white gown, the luxurious fabric tightly hugging her devilishly alluring curves, rustling in the wind. This scene is just like the grand entrance of a powerful boss in a top-tier dungeon. Of course, if you ignore the man she's holding in her arms, the aura might be even more imposing.
That's right. At this moment, Gu Yuan is being held in a standard princess carry by his own demon.
Albedo's hands steadily supported his back and knees. Gu Yuan instinctively hooked her neck with one hand, his whole body sinking into an overwhelming softness, his expression a mix of enjoyment and embarrassment. Albedo lowered her head, looking at the man in her arms. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice lazy and husky, carrying an unabashed teasing tone.
Boss, you look like a good little baby right now. Then do you want to feed me some milk? Gu Yuan laughed in exasperation.
He had clearly already summoned Yalberna in his mind when Yi Jingchuan made his move. This guy, clearly he could have used a whip to fling himself to a safe spot, but instead he chose to hold onto him like this for a grand entrance. I can only say, the devil's twisted sense of humor truly leaves one speechless. No way, this appearance was actually seen by the Yi siblings.
None of them will live through today. Albedo seemed to sense Gu Yuan's killing intent.
She slightly turned her body, her demonic eyes glowing with a faint purple light, casually glanced downward.
Boom!
It was just this casual glance, yet it felt as if a torrent of magical energy, as heavy as 10,000 tons of seawater, came crashing down. The golden flames burning below the cathedral dimmed instantly under this pressure and gradually extinguished.
Ugh! Yi Yanqi's face turned pale, and she immediately fell to her knees, vomiting heavily.
This suppression from the soul level caused the holy light power within her to become chaotic.
Damn it!
Yi Jingchuan let out a cold snort and stepped forward to stand in front of his sister. A blinding golden light erupted from his body, forcibly resisting the oppressive force, but his expression turned extremely grim.
King-level demon.
He gripped the spear tightly, his voice trembling.
This aura is far beyond even a level 40 boss.
Yi Jingchuan's palms were damp with cold sweat, and his expression grew increasingly grave.
Brother, can we win?
Yi Yanqi hid behind him, panting as she asked.
Very difficult.
Yi Jingchuan's voice was low and candid. My holy descent shield can only hold for another 10 minutes, and its power has greatly diminished. Our only chance of victory is to use holy wrath counter against her, but that opportunity has already been used up. A trace of fierceness flashed in Yi Yanqi's eyes as she spoke rapidly. Then let's go with the worst-case plan, stall her.
We still have a chance.
You take that succubus and leave the battlefield, and leave Gu Yuan to me.
As long as I kill him, the demon will be banished back to hell. Hope I can hold on.
Yi Jingchuan gave his sister a deep look inside. This was undoubtedly their most dangerous and irreversible plan. On the other side, Yalberna looked at the golden cross radiating a powerful aura in Yi Jingchuan's hand and put away the teasing expression on her face. Her violet demonic eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of seriousness.
This is troublesome.
She whispered in Gu Yuan's ear, that's the Divine Judgment Cross, a sacred relic of the Holy Church.
Once activated, it forcibly pulls the target and the user into an independent dual space.
That space will only disappear when one side falls.
That human intends to separate us.
Yalberna lowered her head to look at Gu Yuan in her arms, her expression somewhat worried.
A holy cleric who hasn't fully advanced yet, I don't take him seriously. But what I'm afraid of is, if I'm held up, can you handle his seemingly innocent but actually deeply scheming sister on your own?
I saw it, her damage reflection skill is quite insidious.
If you hadn't used a puppet to bait out that move in advance, I would have suffered for it.
I'm really worried she has other nasty tricks up her sleeve to deal with you.
Hearing her affectionate address, Gu Yuan's mouth twitched hard.
If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he would really want to teach the succubus a lesson.
Put me down. Gu Yuan broke free from Yalberna's embrace and landed steadily on the crossbeam of the crucifix. Dividing the battlefield is exactly what I wanted.
He was well aware that this sibling pair had made a fatal misstep.
Yi Jingchuan's explosive power was extremely strong. If they fell into a 2-on-2 melee, Yalberna might not be able to protect him. With his current physical condition, even a single touch from Yi Jingchuan would spell his doom. And once he died, Yalberna would immediately be banished back to the abyssal hell.
Therefore, going all out to kill him was the siblings' only path to survival.
But they didn't do that. Instead, they chose to divide the battlefield.
The reason was simple, they were still fixated on the so-called divine trial.
If he died at Yi Jingchuan's hands, Yi Yanqi's trial would also fail.
In their effort to preserve the hope of passing the trial, they inadvertently gave Gu Yuan the greatest chance of victory.
As for underhanded tactics, Gu Yuan looked at the girl below with a venomous gaze.
Her trump card was nothing more than that so-called merit sacred relic. Meanwhile, I still hold 3 aces in my hand, the Redemption Black Coffin, Abyss Devourer, and the fourfold Celestial Obstruction Star.
Moreover, time is on my side. In a one-on-one fight, Yi Jingchuan could never be a match for Yalberna.
Once Yalberna finishes the battle and escapes from the dual space, this exam can be declared over. Just as Gu Yuan was pondering, Yi Jingchuan below had already completed his chant. In the name of the Holy Light, I hereby designate this as a sacred battlefield.
Duel. With a loud boom, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky, instantly locking onto Yalbina in midair.
The laws of space were forcibly rewritten at that moment, and Yalbina's figure began to turn ethereal.
But before she completely vanished, she gently pecked Gu Yuan on the corner of his lips. "Darling, be careful. I'll be right back." "Damn it! Don't call me that." Gu Yuan cursed. He felt those two words were the only damage inflicted on him today. In the next second, the golden light receded, and both Yi Jingchuan and Yalbina disappeared from where they stood. Gu Yuan broke free from the succubus's embrace and stood alone at the top of the cross. The night wind howled, sweeping up the ashes on the ground. At this moment, only he and Yi Anchi remained here. He looked down at the girl in the pure white priest's robe below and had to admit that this pair of siblings was truly formidable. Their strength not only came from their power but also from their ruthless determination and cunning to achieve their goals. Whether it was the terrifying counter-damage skill or the battlefield dividing item, it all showed that they had thoroughly prepared to target Yelburna. Even if dividing the battlefield was a bad move, it was still the smartest solution they could come up with in a desperate situation. Gu Yuan thought to himself that if he hadn't expanded the demon army yesterday, his chances of winning at this moment would be slim. Gu Yuan. Yi Anchi looked at the solitary Gu Yuan, her expression regaining composure, even tinged with a hint of pity. "Your bodyguards are gone. Now, I want to see what tricks you still have up your sleeve." She took out a medal from her bosom as she spoke. It was a skull medal forged from pure gold, with golden flames burning in the eye sockets, exuding a forcibly twisted aura of sanctity. Yi Anchi gently kissed the medal, then released it, letting it fall to the ground. With a hum, a massive golden magic array spread out instantly on the ground, centered on the medal. Beneath her feet, a magic array rapidly unfolded. Immediately, a massive golden skeleton with only its upper body crawled out of the magic circle. It stood over 60 feet tall, entirely composed of golden bones, draped in a tattered holy robe, and tightly gripping a gigantic golden scythe. Despite its undead form, it radiated a strong aura of holy light. Gu Yuan took one glance and instantly understood what it was. This was the reward Yi Anchi had received after hunting down a necromancer during her first divine trial, the so-called meritorious sacred relic. The holy light had stripped the necromancer of its power, forcibly infused and twisted it with its own energy, ultimately forging the bizarre creature before him. So, holy light plays these kinds of blasphemous tricks too? Gu Yuan stared at the golden skeleton, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, if he failed, what would the holy light forge his power into? A demon with divine attributes? Roar! The golden skeleton let out a roar, a sound mixed with the wails of the dead and the chants of sacred hymns, so piercing it made eardrums ache. Wielding a massive scythe with the momentum of sweeping through thousands of enemies, it struck fiercely toward Gu Yuan at the top of the church. But Gu Yuan did not dodge immediately. With a flick of his wrist, 10 crimson sacrificial gems appeared out of thin air, floating around him. Each gem contained the sealed life and soul of a powerful demon. "Abyss Devour," Gu Yuan uttered in a low voice. The 10 gems instantly shattered, transforming into 10 streams of light in various colors, surging violently into his body. Boom! Gu Yuan's aura surged instantly. The strength of the Iron Golem General, the physique of the Frost Golem, the agility of the Knoll Centurion. 10 cold gemstones transformed into even colder numerical values. Although each gemstone's enhancement was limited, small increments accumulated into a significant boost. In just an instant, Gu Yuan's base attributes skyrocketed by nearly 200 points. Without factoring in skills, his pure numerical stats had already surpassed Yi Jingchuan. Under the blood moon, a massive golden scythe roared through the air. Bang! The cross atop the church shattered on impact. At this critical moment, Gu Yuan moved. Utilizing his explosive speed, his body shot out like a cannonball, narrowly avoiding the blade of the scythe and landing steadily on the distant ruins. Boom! The top of the church was completely sheared off, with rubble scattering in all directions. His speed? A trace of panic flashed in Yi Anchi's eyes. The thing she feared most had still come to pass. Back at the martial arts arena, she had already felt something was off about those gemstones. Yesterday, when Gu Yuan fought the demon hunter, he had also used these gemstones, and after they shattered, his speed increased significantly.
Yi Yanqi had scoured all the records but couldn't figure out what this ability was. She could only speculate that it might be some kind of rare, one-time use item, something Gu Yuan couldn't possess indefinitely. At such a critical moment just now, Gu Yuan didn't use it, which further convinced her of her judgment. He no longer had any trump cards. But the result, he actually held back his ace until this moment. Damn it! Yi Yanqi was completely panicked. She knew very well that she didn't have much time left. When her brother issued a duel challenge to the Succubus Queen, the resolute look in his eyes had already said it all. He was no match for her. Forcing the succubus into the duel domain was merely to buy her time. If she couldn't kill Gu Yuan quickly and break the contract, her brother would surely die. And without his protection, she wouldn't escape death either. It must be a quick battle. Die for me. Yi Yanqi descended into madness. Her delicate and adorable face was now twisted like that of a demon. She frantically waved her staff, commanding the massive golden skeleton to launch a storm-like assault on Gu Yuan. Boom! 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 The enormous skeletal hands slammed down repeatedly, and the golden scythe swung wildly. Each strike left massive craters on the ground, sending shards of rock flying and dust billowing into the air. Is this your final trick? Scurrying around like a rat? Yi Yanqi screamed, her voice sharp and piercing. A rat from the abyss. Gu Yuan did not respond. He kept jumping and rolling through the ruins, using the complex terrain and his surging speed to narrowly escape death time and again. Yi Yanqi was anxious, and Gu Yuan likewise had no time to spare. The commotion here was too loud and could attract others at any moment. After defeating Yi Yanqi, he still needed to perform the sacrificial ritual, a scene that absolutely could not be witnessed by anyone. I must also fight quickly and kill with one strike. While dodging, Gu Yuan silently counted in his mind. He needed to completely draw Yi Yanqi's attention to create an opportunity for the thunderous strike to come. Final 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Gu Yuan's attacks were all hitting their mark. He suddenly stopped in his tracks on a broken wall. He no longer ran away but turned around, coldly staring at the golden skeleton chasing after him, as well as Yi Yanqi, whose face was twisted with ferocity, floating within the skeleton's skull. Too tired to run anymore? Seeing this scene, Yi Yanqi's face lit up with a look of wild joy. Then just die. The golden skeleton raised its scythe high, ready to deliver the final judgment. But at that moment, a heart-stopping whistling sound suddenly came from the night sky overhead. It was the explosive boom caused by air being rapidly compressed. The sound grew louder and closer, until it turned into a deafening roar. The smile on Yi Yanqi's face froze. She instinctively looked up. On the pitch-black night sky, four massive meteors engulfed in blazing flames, like falling suns, tore through the clouds and hurtled fiercely toward her position. They were not real meteors, but four hellish puppets descending from the heavens. What? Yi Yanqi's pupils shrank to the size of a needlepoint. When did he summon them? Why are there four of them? Before she could figure it out, the first meteorite had already descended with a devastating momentum, smashing fiercely into the massive golden skeleton. Boom! A thunderous, earth-shattering roar. A golden skeleton towering 20 meters high was directly smashed to its knees under the terrifying impact. Its hard golden bones emitted the sound of cracking under the strain, and the scythe in its hand was sent flying. Next came the second one. Boom! The golden skeleton's spine was broken, half of its body was smashed into the ground, and the golden holy light scattered like shattered glass. The third one. The fourth one. Boom! The final meteorite, like a hammer from hell, struck heavily on the skull of the golden skeleton, smashing open its occipital bone. Under such terrifying consecutive explosions, the entire block was razed to the ground. Dust filled the sky, and flames soared to the heavens. The golden skull's cranium completely shattered, its massive body disintegrating inch by inch into countless golden fragments. At the center of the destruction, a petite white figure traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily into the pile of rubble. Poof! Yi Yanqi spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pristine priestess robe was already tattered, exposing large areas of skin covered in scorch marks. She struggled to get up, but the intense pain rendered her immobile, as if her internal organs had shifted out of place. She raised her head, her face full of resentment and venom as she stared ahead. In the blazing sea of fire, four giants engulfed in flames slowly rose, like four insurmountable mountains, blocking all her paths of retreat. Gu Yuan emerged from the flames, stepping toward her one step at a time. Heretic! Yi Anqi stared intently at that figure, her eyes full of unwillingness. She trembled as she raised her charred little hand, forcibly squeezing out the last trace of her mental strength. A faint golden arc of electricity, carrying her final defiance, shot toward Gu Yuan's forehead. Gu Yuan's steps did not falter. He casually raised his hand and gently waved with the back of it. Snap! The lightning that carried Yi Anqi's final killing intent shattered into a shower of golden dust the moment it touched Gu Yuan's hand. Watching the scattered golden dust, Yi Anqi's gaze turned hollow. At this moment, she finally understood that the gap between her and Gu Yuan had grown so vast that it was impossible to bridge. Put down your pen, the exam time is over. Gu Yuan's voice was very calm. You failed. Ahem. Yi Anqi coughed up a mouthful of blood foam and gave a bitter smile. Yes. I failed the test. The girl gave up trying to get up, nearly straining to lift her head and look at the blood moon behind the smoke. The resentment in her eyes gradually faded, and she calmly accepted her defeat. This question of yours is too difficult. For the side of the holy light, perhaps it's a failing grade. Gu Yuan squatted down and looked at Yi Anqi, but on this side of the abyss, your performance is excellent. This sentence came from the heart. This pair of siblings is strong, ruthless, and smart enough. Yi Jingchuan's decisiveness, Yi Anqi's disguise and scheming, along with their targeted professional skills. If they hadn't encountered him in advance, they would definitely have been able to go far in this cruel world. Especially Yi Anqi, who can obtain a meritorious sacred artifact every time she levels up by 5. If she were allowed to grow, with top-tier skills supporting her in the future, even the gods might find her troublesome. Unfortunately, there is no if. Gu Yuan stood up without the slightest hesitation. He waved his hand. The 4 hell puppets immediately dispersed, turning their backs to him and facing 4 directions, forming a defensive circle. Attack anyone who approaches here directly. Gu Yuan gave a cold order. He paused for a moment and added, including Lan Ruotong. The upcoming ceremony must not be seen by anyone. Even if Lan Ruotong barged in at this moment, he could only carry out the will of the abyss. Under the blood moon, Gu Yuan slowly stood up, his towering shadow like the darkness of the abyss, completely enveloping the girl in front of him. He raised his staff, and the abyssal dark energy within him surged forth, flowing from the tip of the staff onto the ground. Black and crimson energy spread across the scorched earth. Blood meandered across the pitch-black ground, outlining a complex and eerie magic circle. At the very center of the circle lay none other than Yi Anqi. She stared blankly at everything, neither struggling nor screaming. She was smart and fully aware of what she was about to face. Sacrifice, torment, desecration. Since she had lost and fallen into the hands of the abyss, she accepted any fate that awaited her. The struggle between saints and heretics has always had only 2 outcomes: either the heretics are bound to the stake and burned to ashes, or the saints are sent to the altar, reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter. When Gu Yuan drew the final stroke of the magic array, the entire formation instantly lit up with a sinister red glow. Yi Anqi knew her time had come. In the final moments of her life, the unwillingness in her heart gradually faded, replaced by an intense curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me how you know about the divine trial mission?" This secret was something even her closest brother didn't fully understand. How did this abyss walker in front of her know? Moreover, he had mentioned that necromancer named Lin Moran. That gloomy young man had once admired her so much, treating her as the light and hope of his life. But what did she do? On the day before the novice trial, she tricked him into the desolate wilderness, smiled, and struck him down with divine lightning from behind, utterly destroying him. She handled this matter flawlessly. Neither the Winter Guild nor the Guard Division, despite their joint investigation for so long, managed to uncover a single clue. Gu Yuan, how did he know? A trace of pleading appeared in Yi Yanqi's eyes. She wanted to die with clarity. Gu Yuan met her pleading gaze and slowly spoke, because, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Yi Yanqi froze. But soon, it seemed as though she had figured something out, and the corners of her mouth curved into a bitter yet relieved smile. So that's how it is, she thought to herself mockingly. She had always believed she was the hunter hiding in the shadows, quietly observing her prey. Yet she hadn't realized that the so-called prey was also motionlessly staring back at her from the darkness. Gu Yuan, you're very smart and very strong, she said softly. Losing to you, I accept it. She closed her eyes, a faint smile lingering on her delicate face, as if she had returned to being that innocent young girl. If our beliefs weren't in opposition, perhaps we could have been friends. Gu Yuan said no more, raised his staff, aimed it at Yi Yanqi, and coldly uttered 4 words, redemption black coffin. As soon as the words fell, an endless darkness erupted suddenly, like the gaping maw of an abyss, swallowing Yi Yanqi and the ground beneath her entirely. All around was boundless darkness. Yi Yanqi felt her vision go black, and in an instant, all sound, light, and even the sensation of pain vanished. It was as if she had fallen into a gravityless deep sea, her body sinking endlessly, her consciousness beginning to blur. So this is what death feels like, she thought blankly. There was no holy light of legend to guide her, no trumpet of heaven, only eternal, suffocating solitude. At that moment, a gentle yet sighing voice suddenly sounded behind her, "Lost child." The voice was both hoarse and sacred, as if it came from a distant ancient time, carrying a compassion that could pierce the soul. Yi Yanqi instinctively turned around. In the endless darkness, she saw a figure. It was a woman dressed in a tattered nun's habit. She floated quietly in midair, her eyes covered with a black cloth, her body wrapped in thick black iron chains studded with barbs. A golden, powder-like blood was slowly dripping along the chains, blooming into sorrowful, beautiful blood flowers in the darkness. "Who are you?" Yi Yanqi asked in a daze. As a fellow cleric, Yi Yanqi immediately sensed a familiar yet strange aura emanating from this woman. It was the aura of holy light, but no longer pure, now filled with distortion, pain, and resentment. The woman did not answer her. She simply spread her arms, a look of compassion appearing on her face, and softly said, "You need redemption. In this hypocritical world, only pain is the sole truth. Come, child, confess to the abyss. Use a blasphemous form of holy light to attain true redemption." As she opened her arms, countless black chains shot out from the void, instantly wrapping around Yi Yanqi's body. Yi Yanqi did not resist. She looked at the woman before her, as if seeing another version of herself in the mirror, the one who also resorted to any means for faith, only to end up with nothing. "Redemption," she murmured, closing her eyes, allowing the chains to drag her into that profane embrace. Meanwhile, in the hidden secret realm, a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. The pitch-black stone coffin stood silently at the center of the magic circle, its surface shrouded in ominous black mist. The sacrificial ritual continued, and a grand yet twisted hymn echoed through the heavens and earth. At times, the song sounded like angels chanting, and at other times, like demons wailing. It swirled above the deathly silent city, shaking souls to their core. Suddenly, on the hard, cold coffin lid, dark red liquid began to seep out, glimmering as if mixed with gold dust. It was the blood of the demigod Angelus. Immediately after, lines of black scripture emerged from within the stone coffin, flowing along the patterns of the magic circle and converging at Gu Yuan's feet. In that instant, Gu Yuan felt a bone-chilling cold. A piercing cold surged into Gu Yuan's body through the scripture. Within this icy chill was the accumulated suffering and resentment of Angelus over thousands of years. A voice echoed in his mind, "Contract established, fallen Saintess, Angelus." With a deafening boom, the massive black coffin shattered, transforming into a flurry of black feathers and fragmented scriptures. Amidst the swirling ashes, the heavy sound of chains dragging across the ground resounded. A figure emerged from within. Her eyes were covered with black cloth, and she floated barefoot in midair. The hem of her black nun's habit billowed in the wind. She was Angelus, once the maiden of holy light. At this moment, she was quietly floating in front of Gu Yuan. Her hands were clasped before her chest in a prayerful pose, her ample bosom rising and falling with the silent chanting. Her voluptuous figure had already freed itself from the shackles of iron chains, and the nun's habit she wore was no longer tattered, but instead emanated a distorted aura of holy light. "Grateful for your redemption," she spoke, her hoarse yet ethereal voice echoing through the desolate ruins, "my lord."
Angelus slowly drifted toward Gu Yuan.
Her figure was taller and more voluptuous than Yelburna's. As she floated in the air, Gu Yuan's gaze could only meet her chest level, and with the slightest distraction, his mind would be captivated by those astonishing curves.
Gu Yuan took a deep breath, and only 2 words echoed in his heart: "Pow."
Air full. At this moment, detailed information about Angelus had already appeared before his eyes. Even though he was mentally prepared, his breath still caught for a moment when he saw the panel.
Name: Angelus, human demigod.
Her level was only 10, but her total attribute points astonishingly reached 1,300.
It's worth noting that an ordinary human professional can only gain 10 attribute points per level. Even with innate attributes included, the maximum at level 10 would be 130 points.
But Angelus had 10 times that amount. This meant that for every level Gu Yuan gained, she could increase by 100 attribute points.
This wasn't just a simple overwhelming advantage, it was a profound superiority in the level of existence. Even the demon monarch Yelburna would pale in comparison at the same level.
What shocked Gu Yuan even more was that her level cap turned out to be 150. In this world, the 4th job change at level 90 is already the pinnacle for humans. Those who can break through level 100 exist only in legends.
Yet Angelus's level cap of 150 is still merely demigod. This completely overturned Gu Yuan's understanding.
Next came her skills.
The first skill, Chain of Sin. Angelus can use scriptures to lock the souls of multiple enemies, and as long as one of them takes damage, the other linked enemies will suffer the same amount of true damage.
This skill can instantly turn Gu Yuan's single target burst into a large-scale destructive attack. The second skill, Pain Redemption. Angelus can chant a Twisted Hymn, temporarily converting the damage received by allied units into temporary strength. The third skill, Grace Reversal.
She can unfold a domain, turning the surrounding environment into a godforsaken land.
Within this domain, all enemy healing is forcibly reversed into true damage, while damage received by allies is reversed into healing.
This is simply the perfect support. Gu Yuan instantly envisioned a tactical plan in his mind. He could first activate Pain Redemption, allowing the Hell Puppets to charge into the enemy ranks. The harder the enemies fight, the stronger the puppets' attack power becomes, and they temporarily won't die. When the skill is about to end, he could then activate Grace Reversal, settling all the accumulated damage as a massive amount of healing in one go. In this way, his demon army would essentially gain immortality. Finally, Gu Yuan's gaze fell on the fourth skill. Desecration of the Sanctuary, a god-level skill. Angelus would build a sanctuary for him to spread his gospel. The souls of the clergy he killed would fall into this sanctuary to repent, ultimately pledging their loyalty to him. Looking at these heaven-defying skills, Gu Yuan nervously swallowed and muttered to himself, "It seems Yelburna's top position might not be secure anymore." Gu Yuan stroked his chin, pondering this newly acquired ability.
Collecting souls and converting them into his followers.
Doesn't this sound like one of those legendary artifacts capable of imprisoning countless souls?
Capturing the souls of enemies not only makes them serve him but also provides the power of faith.
However, this artifact has a peculiar preference: it only collects clergy. What is the specific process of this faith conversion? Can the converted clergy retain their combat abilities from when they were alive? The skill's description was vague, and Gu Yuan was about to ask Angelus for clarification. At that moment, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts.
Not far away, a golden light screen appeared out of thin air in the space, and then shattered instantly like glass struck by a heavy hammer, scattering into countless glowing fragments. Before the golden light had fully dissipated, a graceful figure had already stepped out from within.
It was Yelburna.
The appearance of the Succubus Queen at this moment could hardly be called elegant. The hem of her luxurious gown bore charred marks from being scorched by holy light. Clearly, she had not emerged unscathed from the recent battle. Yet her expression still carried a trace of laziness and disdain. In her left hand, she dragged a limp corpse, leaving a glaring trail of blood across the rubble-strewn ground. The corpse was Yi Jingchuan.
Once a Holy Lance Knight, the most dazzling newcomer of the previous generation in Jianyu County, he now lay lifeless.
There was a gaping hole in his chest, piercing through from front to back. His eyes were wide open, pupils dilated, and his face was frozen with the final traces of unwillingness and despair before death. With a casual flick, Yalberna tossed Yi Jingchuan's corpse like a discarded, broken doll, throwing it into the rubble at Gu Yuan's feet. What a waste of time! She rubbed her wrist and complained disdainfully, "The invincible holy shield of clerics is so disgusting. It dragged me down for several minutes, otherwise, I would have been out of there long ago." After speaking, she raised her head, her gaze passing over Gu Yuan and landing on the figure behind him. When she saw Angeles, Yalberna's expression visibly stiffened for a moment. It was an instinctive fear rooted deep in her bloodline. Even though she was now a ruler of the abyss, facing a demigod who had once single-handedly slaughtered her way through the entire abyss left her feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. But this timidity was quickly suppressed by the inherent pride in her bones. "Well, isn't this the daughter of Holy Light?" Yalberna sized up Angelus from head to toe, a trace of sharp disdain flashing in her violet eyes before she let out a soft laugh. "Tisk, tsk, to think a clergy member could be so voluptuous. No wonder the gods abandoned you. Just this tempting body of yours is a sin in itself." Her tone shifted as she strutted over to Gu Yuan, intimately linking her arm with his as if staking her claim, "But since you've pledged allegiance to the abyss, you better do your job well. Our dear boss never treats his subordinates unfairly." She turned to look at Gu Yuan, her eyes shimmering. "Isn't that right, boss?" Gu Yuan glanced at her helplessly. The succubus's jealousy was practically written all over her face. "You did well." Gu Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground. "I will give you the reward you deserve." Having received the promise, Yalberna's smile became a bit more genuine. She kicked Yi Jingchuan's corpse and spoke with a tone that was both cruel and delighted. "This guy died a miserable death." It was as if she were sharing an amusing story. Holy Descent's protection had a severe backlash. Inside, he was coughing up blood while still trying to fight me desperately. So I kindly helped him a little, using a bit of mental illusion to make him see his beloved younger sister being pinned to the ground and ruthlessly ravaged by you. At this point, Yalberna licked her lips, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. TSK, the despair and agony that erupted in that instant were absolutely delicious. It was in the midst of endless rage and madness that I ripped out his heart. The elder brother died to fulfill his younger sister, and the younger sister sacrificed herself for power. One became a corpse, the other a sacrificial offering. How utterly tragic. She spoke of tragedy, yet her eyes were filled with a gleeful smile. This kind of dramatic tragedy is the true essence of art. Gu Yuan made no comment. This was the value system of demons. In their eyes, human suffering and despair were nothing more than appetizers to enhance their enjoyment. This is not just a tragedy. The long silent Angeles suddenly spoke. She slowly descended, her bare feet stepping onto the scorched earth, and approached Yi Jingchuan's corpse. "It is genuine suffering." She extended her hand, brushing through the air over Yi Jingchuan's lifeless, unclosed eyes, gently closing them. The siblings bore the shame of their family, carried the weight of twisted familial bonds, and ultimately fell together in despair. Such suffering is imbued with a profound sense of gravity. Angela slightly raised her head, her face covered by a black cloth, turning toward Gu Yuan. "My lord, they are worthy of redemption." "I was just about to ask you," Gu Yuan looked at her, "what exactly is your blasphemous sanctuary? Please witness it with your own eyes." Angelus did not explain but slowly spread her arms. Buzz. Lines of black scripture surged from her body, constructing a massive and twisted vision behind her. It was a grand Gothic cathedral, but its walls were built from black bones, and its windows were inlaid with blood-red glass. The hall contained no pews, only countless inverted crosses. The altar was empty, and the place where the angel statue was once enshrined now held nothing. As the view slowly zoomed in, Gu Yuan saw a familiar figure kneeling beneath the altar. It was a young girl dressed in a pure white priestess robe, Yi. She was not completely dead, or rather, her soul had been imprisoned here. At this moment, she clasped her hands together, her face showing an expression of fervent devotion, as she continuously chanted prayers. However, the object of her prayers was neither the holy light nor the angels, but a vague black statue that was slowly taking shape.
Although its features were indistinct, Gu Yuan could clearly sense that the aura emanating from the statue was identical to his own.
So this is desecrating the sanctuary?
Gu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted.
Capturing the souls of the clergy and forcing them to pray day and night to him, a walker of the abyss? A cleric praying to the abyss?
Yalbina, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer at the sight. What kind of redemption is this? This is nothing but brainwashing and blasphemy.
She turned to look at Angelus. You've become even more twisted than before after your fall.
No.
Angelus's voice was filled with compassion, but her expression was one of distorted obsession. The holy light is nothing but an illusory bubble, only the abyss is the ultimate destination. She spoke slowly, I will guide all the lost lambs, help them see the truth of the world, and awaken them through suffering.
I will lead them, all into the abyss.
As soon as she finished speaking, Angelus suddenly turned around, spread her arms toward Gu Yuan, and fervently exclaimed, "O my lord! Please redeem us, and also desecrate us. You shall become the one true God of this world." Watching Angelus's almost maniacal smile, Yalbina rubbed her forehead. This version of Angelus made even someone as naturally twisted as her feel a chill.
The one true God.
Gu Yuan savored these words, feeling an immense pressure. He was only level 10 right now, and Angelus's expectations of him seemed way too high. He felt like a small business owner just starting out, still worrying about next month's rent. Only to suddenly have a world-class tech expert show up for an interview. This expert didn't want a salary or shares and walked in saying, "Boss, our goal is to acquire Apple, punch Microsoft, and kick Nvidia. You must become the richest person in the world." It was as if the employee was drawing an impossibly grand vision for the boss. However, on second thought, if all the employees he recruited in the future were as powerful as Angelus, then his Abyss Unlimited liability company might actually go public. After all, Gu Yuan now possessed the strength to easily crush level 30 combat professionals, and not just ordinary ones. Yi Jingchuan was last year's rookie king of Jiangyu County, a genius among geniuses, but even with an invincible shield, he lasted less than 5 minutes against Yelburna. Now, with Angelus joining, Gu Yuan even suspected that not even those who had completed their second-class advancement could be his match. Alright, the goal is achieved, time to wrap this up. Gu Yuan pulled his thoughts back and turned his gaze to Yi Jingchuan's corpse. The Holy Lance Knight had not died peacefully, his bulging eyes and twisted expression revealed the extreme fear and struggle he had experienced before his death. I wonder what Yelburna showed him. Gu Yuan mused to himself. Knowing that Succubus's twisted sense of humor, it probably wasn't anything good. The siblings Yi Jingchuan and Yi Jingchuan, as key cultivation targets of the Winter Guild, both perished here. This is by no means a trivial matter. The guild's upper management will undoubtedly investigate thoroughly, and everyone involved in this secret realm exploration will be listed as suspects. Gu Yuan surveyed the surroundings. This was the depths of the secret realm, with no surveillance and no possibility of leaving behind video evidence. During the battle, his gaze into the abyss skill also did not activate, indicating there were no direct witnesses. But this does not mean he can easily clear himself of suspicion. On the contrary, his suspicion would be the highest among everyone. First, he belongs to the Abyss faction, which is naturally opposed to the Holy Light faction. Second, at this moment, the secret realm is filled with the lingering aura of the intense clash between Abyss and Holy Light forces. Anyone with a discerning eye can immediately tell what happened here. Clearing my name is impossible now. Gu Yuan shook his head, deciding not to waste effort on futile concealment. Instead, he chose to take the initiative, directly admitting to killing the siblings, but it must be framed as self-defense. The script was simple. After entering the secret realm, Yi Anqi launched an attack on him and summoned her brother Yi Jingchuan for assistance. However, the siblings were not strong enough and were ultimately killed by him in retaliation. Of course, mere words would not convince the investigators.
Therefore, Gu Yuan planned to present another crucial clue: the necromancer.
Yi Anqi had likely handled the previous murder case cleanly, which is why the security division did not trace it back to her. But as long as Gu Yuan now provided a clear direction, the investigators could follow the trail and uncover Yi Anqi's motive for the crime, thereby corroborating his claim of self-defense. The Winter Guild has always been adept at uncovering even the slightest clues. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, Yi Anqi's soul has already fallen into the abyss and is repenting in my sanctuary of redemption. If it truly comes to a desperate moment, I can even make her appear in person to confess her sins. Of course, if I can avoid exposing this sanctuary of redemption skill, I should try my best not to reveal it. This ability is simply too shocking, and if those fanatics from the Holy Light faction were to find out, I would probably immediately end up on their Holy Light must-kill list. Gu Yuan's thoughts raced, and the corner of his eye suddenly caught a glimmer of golden light. It was a palm-sized metal, quietly lying on the scorched earth, with remnants of holy light still lingering on its surface.
Gu Yuan stepped forward, bent down, and picked it up.
Hiss! As soon as his fingertips touched it, a burning sensation spread through. This was the power of holy light, which naturally repelled him as an abyss walker. A line of information appeared before his eyes: meritorious sacred relic golden skeleton, damaged. This was precisely the medium Yi Anqi used to summon the golden skeleton, and also the reward for completing her first divine trial.
What a pity, it's actually damaged. Gu Yuan looked at the golden medal in his hand with some regret. That imposing giant skeleton had left a deep impression on him.
At this moment, Angelus, who had been silent all along, suddenly floated over. She seemed to have noticed Gu Yuan's regret and said, "This thing can be repaired, but inside it is sealed a sorrowful soul." Angelus's voice carried a trace of compassion. He once longed for healing, longed to be wrapped in warmth. But in the end, what he received was not redemption, but purification. That girl burned away his flesh and blood, imprisoned his soul, and forged him into this blasphemous holy artifact.
Hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. The soul of that necromancer hadn't disappeared? Good stuff.
Ignoring the burning pain in his palm, he tightly gripped the medallion, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips.
This medal of merit is the ironclad proof of Yi Anqi's murders.
The Winter Guild has quite a few high-level necromancy professionals. As long as they are told that Lin Moran's remnant soul is sealed within this, they can make the dead speak. By then, Yi Anqi's crimes of hunting down her companions and crafting evil artifacts will be exposed to the world. In this way, the justification for my self-defense becomes absolutely solid.
Moreover, Gu Yuan can even present himself as a hero, eliminating harm for the people, while establishing authority in front of the newcomers. I killed a level 30 combatant who would dare question my strength now. What a pair of good siblings. Gu Yuan put away the medal, feeling delighted. Offering experience, offering faith, and now they've brought prestige. At that moment, a series of warning messages suddenly popped up before his eyes. Alert, Hell Puppet is under attack. Alert, Hell Puppet has been controlled and cannot move. Who has come? Gu Yuan frowned.
After the battle ended, he had ordered 4 Hell Puppets to spread out around the ruins and seal off the area.
Now that the puppets have triggered combat, it indicates someone is forcibly breaking in. To be able to control puppets engulfed in hellfire, the intruder's strength is not weak. Gu Yuan immediately thought of 2 people.
One was the druid among the 12 newcomers, whose main skill was vine entanglement.
But Gu Yuan quickly dismissed this idea, as the druid's vines were not fireproof. That leaves only the second possibility, Lan Ruotong.
Her ice flames, in terms of controllability, are undoubtedly the strongest Gu Yuan has ever seen. Thinking of this, he immediately issued a command through the mental link: lift the alert. If someone had to discover this crime scene, then Lan Ruotong was indeed the most suitable candidate. First, her testimony carried significant weight. Second, she had some feelings for him, which meant her stance would lean in his favor. As the command was issued, the distant rumbling noise instantly ceased. 4 massive hell puppets stood still in place, no longer patrolling or fighting. The lockdown was lifted. After a few seconds, a series of hurried footsteps accompanied by heavy breathing came from the other end of the ruins. The person was running fast, even stumbling a bit, clearly having suffered a significant setback at the hands of the hell puppet. Gu Yuan, relying on the faint light of the blood moon, saw clearly that it was Lan Ruoton. Her ice blue mage battle robe was covered in dust, with several scorch marks at the hem from flames. Her signature long blue hair was disheveled, draped messily over her shoulders. She was gripping her staff tightly, the icy flame at its tip still flickering, a testament to the intensity of the earlier battle. When she rushed through the ruins and saw Gu Yuan standing in front of the crumbling remains of the church, her steps abruptly came to a halt.
Gu Yuan? Lan Ruoton's chest heaved violently.
She paid no attention to the apocalyptic scene of ruins around her.
Her gaze immediately locked onto Gu Yuan.
Only after confirming that he was unharmed did her tense shoulders suddenly relax.
That's great. You're okay. The girl let out a long breath, finally easing her worried heart.
Earlier, from a distance, Lan Ruoton had witnessed the terrifying sight of those 4 meteors crashing down. She knew it was the arrival of the hell puppets and immediately guessed that Gu Yuan might be in trouble. She certainly knew that this was Gu Yuan's unique skill. The moment she saw the soaring black light, she immediately guessed that Gu Yuan had encountered a tough opponent and rushed over to provide support without a second thought. But she never expected that as soon as she got close, she would be met with the frenzied attacks of the hell puppet. At this moment, Lan Ruoton's heart sank completely. Only one thought remained in her mind: Gu Yuan's summoned creature had lost control. She knew the characteristics of abyssal creatures all too well. They were a group of unruly monsters, extremely difficult for humans to truly control. The moment their master's spirit weakened even slightly, they would immediately break free from their restraints, turn on their master, and attack all living things around them. Gu Yuan summoned 4 hell puppets at once, which must have caused excessive mental exhaustion, leading to this terrifying rebellion. Facing such powerful summoned creatures turning against him, Gu Yuan was likely in grave danger.
I'm fine.
Gu Yuan looked at the slightly disheveled girl in front of him, feeling a faint warmth in his heart. He could tell that Lan Ruoton was genuinely worried about him. This girl, usually as cold and aloof as frost, now seemed like a flicker of flame, bringing a rare touch of warmth to this night filled with schemes and slaughter. Lan Ruoton took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and her gaze regained its usual sharpness. She stepped past Gu Yuan and scanned her surroundings. What lay before her was shocking. The ground was scorched black, the once majestic cathedral had been completely reduced to ruins, and the air still carried a lingering, terrifying energy that made her heart race. Clearly, an unimaginably fierce battle had just taken place here. But what shocked her the most, leaving her at a loss, were the 2 people standing beside Gu Yuan. The one on the left, she recognized. It was the Succubus Queen, Yelberna, whom she had seen in image records. At this moment, the queen was standing intimately next to Gu Yuan, casting a gaze full of provocation and defiance at her.
And the one on the right? Lan Ruoton's pupils suddenly contracted. It was a woman.
She was dressed in a black and white nun's habit, her eyes covered with black cloth, and her feet bare. Her figure, even more voluptuous and full than that of a succubus, exuded an aura of holy light. Lan Ruoton should have been very familiar with the power of holy light, but the holy light emanating from this woman made her feel utterly strange and terrified. That power did not convey purity and warmth but instead a bone-chilling coldness and endless despair. It's like the opposite of holy light, the pitch-black shadow cast by the radiance.
Who is she?
Lan Ruoton gripped the staff in her hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly with fear. As the young lady of the Winter Guild, she prided herself on her extensive knowledge and experience. She had encountered high-level demons and dealt with the cathedral's archbishop. But she had never seen such a contradictory existence, purity and corruption coexisting, compassion and cruelty intertwined. What was even more terrifying was the oppressive aura emanating from this woman, which was even deeper and more horrifying than her father, the Frost King, whose level exceeded 90. Let me introduce her.
Gu Yuan didn't seem to intend to hide anything.
Since Lan Ruoton had already seen it, he might as well openly display it. This in itself was a declaration of strength.
She is my second contractor, Annelise. She was once a cleric. A sea cleric? Lan Ruatong felt her worldview was being shaken like never before. She looked at Gu Yuan in disbelief. Aren't your contract partners all creatures from the abyss?
That's correct, Gu Yuan nodded, looking at Annelise beside him. His tone was calm as he said, she returned from the abyss. A pitiful soul betrayed by the holy light, who turned to the abyss instead. Thank the Lord for his salvation. Angelus lowered her head submissively and made a standard prayer gesture in Gu Yuan's direction.
Seeing this scene, Lan Ruatong's expression became incredibly complex.
Shock, apprehension, confusion, a mix of emotions intertwined, even tinged with a trace of jealousy she herself hadn't noticed. On the left was the stunningly alluring succubus, and on the right was the tragically beautiful and broken saint. They stood on either side of Gu Yuan, as if occupying his entire world, leaving no space for her. What was even more infuriating, the succubus's voluptuous figure was one thing, but how could a former cleric also look so shameless? That figure, no matter how tightly wrapped, was impossible to ignore.
Born so blasphemous, no wonder the holy light abandoned you.
Poof. Lan Ruatong snorted coldly, turning her head away in displeasure, unwilling to look at those two unsightly women any longer. Her gaze swept across the ruins, and suddenly, a golden figure caught her eye. Though the figure was covered in thick dust, losing its former brilliance, Lan Ruatong would never mistake that distinctive armor style.
That's Yi Jingchuan.
Lan Ruatong's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stepped forward. She saw Yi Jingchuan lying face up in a massive crater. The proud golden armor on his chest bore a horrifying, gaping hole that pierced through from front to back, with blood still seeping out continuously. This once arrogant Holy Lance Knight had his eyes wide open, pupils already lifeless, and his face frozen in despair twisted by anger.
Dead?
Lan Ruatong's voice trembled slightly. Although she had never liked Yi Jingchuan due to their conflicting power attributes, he was, after all, an elite of the guild, one of the leaders of this operation, and, most importantly, a living person. Just a moment ago, he had been confidently commanding everyone, and now he had become a cold, lifeless corpse. The immense impact left Lan Ruatong momentarily speechless.
I had no choice.
Gu Yuan walked behind her, his voice low and tinged with the fatigue of battle. I wanted to show mercy, but at that moment, it was either you die, or I live.
What exactly happened? Lan Ruatong's voice trembled as she stared intently at Gu Yuan.
Her nerves, which had just relaxed, tightened once more. She already had an answer in her heart, an answer she couldn't accept. Gu Yuan had killed Yi Jingchuan.
But how is that possible? Yi Jingchuan is already level 30, how could Gu Yuan possibly defeat him?
Lan Ruatong knew Gu Yuan was strong, his abilities far surpassed those of other combat professionals at the same level. But to leap across a full 20 levels to kill someone, that was simply absurd. Moreover, Yi Jingchuan, like him, was a top-tier genius selected from their respective provinces. In terms of combat awareness and skills, there wasn't a vast difference between the two. The only explanation is Gu Yuan's summoned creatures. Her gaze once again fell on the two female figures standing beside Gu Yuan, their alluring forms exuding a deadly danger. Her eyes were filled with nothing but incredulous shock. The summoned creature's level should grow in sync with the summoner, and Gu Yuan was only level 10 right now, which meant they were also just level 10. Yet their combat power could crush a level 30 professional? Before Lan Ruatong could recover from her shock, Gu Yuan threw out an even more astonishing fact. Yi Anqi and Yi Jingchuan, that pair of siblings, harbored murderous intent toward me from the moment they first laid eyes on me. His voice was eerily calm. Just like that missing necromancer, I am their prey. Prey? Lan Ruatong repeated the word, her gaze involuntarily falling on the palm-sized golden skull emblem in Gu Yuan's hand. The emblem was cast from pure gold, with twisted golden flames burning in the skull's eye sockets. This is Yi Anqi's meritorious relic, Gu Yuan said, looking at Lan Ruatong and enunciating each word clearly. You should know that 5 days ago, a necromancer named Lin Moran went missing from the 5th Academy of Lin Yuan.
I know.
Lan Ruatong nodded lightly.
My uncle was also involved in the investigation. Actually, Lin Moran is already dead. Dead? Lan Ruotong was stunned.
She looked at the skull emblem in Gu Yuan's hand, a flash of realization crossing her eyes, as if she had guessed something.
Yes, the murderers are Yi Anqi and Yi Jingchuan. Gu Yuan's voice remained calm, but the suppressed fury within it seemed to freeze the air.
Lin Moran saw Yi Anqi as the light that would save him, but little did he know, that light was meant to burn him to ashes. Yi Anqi stripped away his flesh and blood, imprisoned his soul, forcibly twisted and refined it with holy light, and ultimately crafted this wicked relic.
Gu Yuan raised the badge in his hand. Now, the soul of that poor wretch is still wailing inside.
Lan Ruotong stared intently at the badge, her expression growing colder. As the young lady of the Winter Guild, she had witnessed plenty of darkness, but this method of using innocent practitioners as materials to forge equipment with living souls still crossed her bottom line. This was a taboo, an atrocity committed only by depraved cultists.
How could the Winter Guild have recruited someone so malicious?
She had no doubt about Gu Yuan's words. This was not just because of her trust in him but also because Gu Yuan had presented irrefutable evidence. Whether the badge was genuine or not could easily be determined by sending it back to the guild, where the elders of the necromancy branch could interrogate the soul trapped within. The truth would then be revealed.
Yi Anqi, how dare she? Lan Ruotong clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling with anger.
A cleric is supposed to represent the light, yet she was ruthless enough to inflict such cruelty on her own classmate. Precisely because she cloaked herself in the guise of holy light, she could easily deceive Lin Moran, Gu Yuan said indifferently. If I had lost today, I would probably have become just another metal. These words struck Lan Ruotong's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked at the unharmed Gu Yuan before her, and a wave of lingering fear surged over her like a tide. Just a little more, and she would never have seen this man again.
Give this to me.
Lan Ruotong suddenly extended her hand toward Gu Yuan, her tone icy, though the chill was not directed at him.
Gu Yuan was slightly stunned but quickly understood her intent.
The eldest daughter of the Lan family would never do this to steal credit. He quietly waited for her next words. In the hidden secret realm, Yi Anqi used this badge to expose Lin Moran's soul, Lan Ruotong said as she placed the badge into her storage backpack.
I happened to witness this incident.
She and Yi Jingchuan tried to kill me to silence me, but I turned the tables on them. From start to finish, you were never involved. Lan Ruotong spoke at a measured pace, yet her tone carried an undeniable decisiveness. Standing atop the ruins, her long hair danced in the wind, her posture upright. The domineering aura unique to someone from a prestigious family was fully displayed at this moment.
Gu Yuan instantly understood.
She was protecting him. A cleric killing other professionals for power would be a scandal of epic proportions for the sanctuary. They would undoubtedly intervene in the investigation, and as an abyssal combatant, being targeted by the sanctuary would lead to unimaginable consequences. The best solution was to fabricate a story that had absolutely nothing to do with him. And Lan Ruotong, as the young lady of the Winter Guild, if the sanctuary wanted to directly investigate her, they would first have to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of the King of Bitter Cold.
This matter would most likely end up unresolved.
Even if it were treated as an ordinary murder case, it is highly unlikely that anyone would delve deeply into it.
But now the only question is. Gu Yuan looked at Yi Jingchuan's cold corpse. How would Lan Ruotong explain how she managed to cross levels and kill a level 30 professional? As if seeing through Gu Yuan's doubts, Lan Ruotong smiled, her tone carrying a hint of natural arrogance. Don't forget, I'm a warrior made by throwing money at it.
She glanced at the hell puppet maintaining vigilance in the distance and added, to be honest, if that weren't your summoned creature, I would have taken it out in seconds.
All right, I understand. Gu Yuan smiled, and the doubts in his heart vanished.
That's right, as the only daughter of the Winter King, how could Lan Ruotong not have a few family artifacts to protect her life? Forget about a level 30 professional, even higher level powerhouses would have to think twice before trying to take advantage of her.
Of course, if things followed this script, Gu Yuan wouldn't be able to use this opportunity to establish his authority.
But compared to being directly investigated by the Sanctum, this bit of reputation was hardly worth mentioning. After all, the Sanctum was the most powerful organization on the Western continent, and the current Gu Yuan couldn't withstand their thorough investigation.
Alright, then I'll leave it to you, Boss Lon. Gu Yuan's tone became more relaxed.
Flatterer.
Lan Ruotong rolled her eyes at him. This playful remark instantly eased the previously tense atmosphere. As his body and mind completely relaxed, Gu Yuan felt a distinct throbbing pain in his temples.
Controlling 4 hell puppets simultaneously, along with the 2 Demon King level subordinates, Yelburna and Angelus, was a significant strain on his mental strength. Now that the crisis had been resolved, it was time to send them back.
Gu Yuan turned around and waved at his 2 capable subordinates behind him. Yelburna, Angelus, you 2 can head back now. May your will be done on earth as it is in hell.
The fallen Saintess Angelus clasped her hands together and bowed slightly. Her eyes, covered by a black cloth, turned in the direction of Lan Ruodong, as if silently entrusting her, "My master, I leave him to you." Then, her figure slowly dissipated amidst the swirling black scriptures.
However, Yelburna did not leave in a hurry.
She swayed her enchanting figure, gracefully walked to Gu Yuan's side, leaned close to his ear, and whispered affectionately, her breath fragrant like orchids, "Boss." Immediately afterward, she whispered teasingly in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "The boss lady may be a bit cold, but she's pretty nice."
I've approved.
Gu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Just as he was about to tell her to shut up, Yelburna swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek.
Remember to pay my salary on time.
Accompanied by a string of bell-like laughter, the figure of the Succubus Queen transformed into a flurry of rose petals and vanished.
That vixen. The kiss made Lan Ruotong's cheeks instantly flush red. She asked Gu Yuan angrily, "What did she just say to me?"
"She said the boss lady is very nice, and she approves."
Gu Yuan answered truthfully. Who needs her approval?
Lan Ruodong said angrily, but soon, she caught the key point in the words.
Bo. Boss's wife?
At this moment, Lan Ruodong's perpetually icy face completely melted, turning as red as a ripe apple. Under the blood-colored moonlight, her cool and elegant silhouette seemed to be draped in a faint red veil. Her frosty face was flushed, almost steaming with heat. Looking at the usually aloof and icy girl, now blushing so deeply that even her ears were red, Gu Yuan silently gave Yelburna a thumbs up in his heart.
This is what you call professionalism, this is what you call vision. As the queen of succubi, Yelburna was far from an ordinary woman.
She might act coy to vie for favor, but she understood human relationships and the art of strategy. She was well aware that Gu Yuan urgently needed the protection of human forces at this moment. If she could completely tie Lan Ruodong to their cause, Gu Yuan would gain the immense protective umbrella of the Lan family. Only under such protection could Gu Yuan grow safely and swiftly, until one day he could return to the abyss and ascend to the supreme throne. Therefore, not only did she refrain from sabotaging out of jealousy like an ordinary woman, but she also took the initiative to break the ice for Gu Yuan and even generously acknowledged Lan Ruodong's status as the main wife. Everything she did was to pave the way for Gu Yuan's future. Truly worthy of being the Succubus Queen. Gu Yuan sighed in his heart. Yelburna possessed the seductive allure of a succubus and the magnanimity and vision of a queen, making her the most capable support behind the Demon King. Why is your face red? Gu Yuan looked at Lan Ruodong, whose face was flushed, and asked knowingly.
Is my face red?
Lan Ruodong glared at him in embarrassment and annoyance, stubbornly retorting, "It's the moonlight." To cover up her embarrassment, she awkwardly changed the subject and turned her gaze toward the distant castle.
This secret realm, there's something wrong. What do you mean?
Gu Yuan cooperatively shifted his attention over. Look at the architectural style of that castle. Lan Ruodong quickly regained her usual composure and sharpness, analyzing spires, flying buttresses, slender clustered columns. This is typical Gothic architecture. Generally speaking, when buildings of this style appear in a secret realm, the main monsters inside are usually vampires or similar creatures.
Vampires? Probably not just them. Gu Yuan mused.
He had read in the Monster Compendium that so-called vampires are not an independent race but servants transformed by the Blood Clan. They could be humans, orcs, or even elves. Wherever vampires appear, there is inevitably a true blood clan presence behind them. And the Blood Clan, a race that prides itself as the aristocrats of the night, is always known for their nobility and elegance. They possess exceptional literary and artistic accomplishments, as well as an extremely severe obsession with cleanliness.
Gu Yuan instantly understood Lan Ruotong's confusion. When the Hellhound was searching for Yanqi, it indeed encountered quite a few plague-ridden corpses.
For vampires with a cleanliness obsession, the appearance of such filthy things in their territory was absolutely intolerable.
That's right. Seeing that Gu Yuan understood, Lan Ruotong continued, vampires have an almost pathological obsession with environmental hygiene.
How could their territory allow the existence of plague-ridden corpses, these low-level undead covered in pus and emitting a foul stench? She came up with an analogy: it's like a noble's estate suddenly being overrun by a group of toads covered in pustules.
It truly doesn't make sense, Gu Yuan nodded.
Such an abnormal phenomenon often indicates a bigger issue behind the scenes. Either the owner of this ancient castle has lost control over their territory, or there is something behind these corpses that even the castle's owner fears.
Interesting.
The curiosity in Gu Yuan's eyes grew stronger. Compared to simply fighting monsters and leveling up, he enjoyed exploring the unknown and uncovering pieces of the world's mysteries even more. This process of unraveling felt like playing an open-world game.
Go and see for yourself.
Gu Yuan did not dismiss all the summoned creatures but left behind a hell puppet.
Boom, boom.
The hell puppet took heavy steps and walked up to the two of them, then knelt on one knee.
Gu Yuan lightly leaped onto the hell puppet's broad, platform-like shoulder.
Turning around, he extended his hand to Lan Ruotong below, inviting her like a gentleman. "Your Highness, Princess, your ride has arrived." Lan Ruotong looked at the hand extended toward her, then at the hell puppet's menacing body engulfed in flames. If it were before, she would have absolutely refused such a crude mode of transportation. But now, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, a hint of a smile melting in her eyes like the first thaw of snow.
"Thank you for your invitation."
She reached out and took Gu Yuan's hand. Gu Yuan gave a strong pull, and Lan Ruotong used the momentum to leap up, landing lightly beside him.
To accommodate this ice mage, Gu Yuan specifically instructed the hell puppet to suppress the temperature of its flames. Lan Ruotong also waved her staff, spreading a thin layer of frosty cushion over the rocky surface to insulate against the sulfur's heat. Thus, in this desolate secret realm, a strange yet harmonious scene unfolded. A terrifying and menacing lava giant trudged heavily through the ruins. On its shoulder, two figures, one clad in black and the other in blue, sat side by side. Frost and flames intertwined beneath them, not clashing in the slightest, but instead revealing a unique kind of romance under the blood-red moonlight. Meanwhile, at the core of the secret realm, the Blood Castle. In the hall at the topmost level, the atmosphere was oppressive, and the air was thick with an ancient scent of blood. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
The level 30 Lord, Blood Count, was pacing back and forth in front of the throne, utterly devoid of grace. The pale and handsome face of this vampire noble had long lost its elegance and composure, leaving only deep-seated fear. Through the surveillance crystal within the castle, he witnessed the battle that took place in the Western District. The meteor that descended from the heavens, combined with the explosive counterattack of the Holy Shield, nearly shattered his crystal ball. Immediately afterward, an oppressive aura that made his very soul tremble spread out. It was the presence of a king-level demon. If that was barely tolerable, then the aura that appeared afterward made him want to end his life on the spot. Holy light. But not the ordinary holy light he despised, it was a twisted, maddening holy light, so bizarre it seemed capable of desecrating even the father of plagues. The key point was, he could faintly sense a trace of divinity within that eerie holy light. "You've got to be kidding me?" The Blood Count's face was ashen, devoid of any color, and his teeth were chattering. "This is a trap prepared for human rookies? What kind of rookie goes out with a king-level demon and a demigod as bodyguards? Something's wrong. This is absolutely wrong." The Blood Count suddenly shook his head and dashed toward the secret chamber at the back of the hall. He had to flee. This was not a trap set for humans, it was a grave prepared for himself. Even if it meant defying the orders of the Blood Clan, he would never face those two monsters. Of course, the blood count did not flee directly but rushed to the end of the hall, stopping in front of a wall. Hanging there was a massive oil painting.
The frame was made of ancient dark golden wood, intricately carved with rose patterns.
The painting depicted a blonde woman sitting in a garden, dressed in a medieval court gown. Her face was flawless, her skin as fair as snow, and she held a glass of wine as crimson as blood, gently lowering her head to sniff it, her demeanor elegant and dignified. The painting appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary decoration, devoid of any magical fluctuations. Yet the Count seemed to see a savior, dropping to his knees before the painting with a thud, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Miss! Save me! Save me! You instructed me to set up a trap here to capture outstanding human newcomers, but the humans who came are not newcomers at all."
The oil painting remained unresponsive.
The woman in the painting maintained her graceful posture, completely motionless.
"Princess! Please listen to me."
The Count was on the verge of tears, fully aware of the temperament of this being.
If he couldn't pique her interest, he was undoubtedly doomed today.
Speaking at lightning speed, he reported, "That human newcomer, he has a succubus with him.
And a holy light nun.
The succubus is of pure royal bloodline, a monarch-level succubus, and she has legs as perfect as yours.
As for the holy light nun, she carries a trace of twisted divinity.
He is absolutely not a mere newcomer.
Our plan has definitely been discovered.
I beg you to grant me power, or take me away from this cursed place." The air was deathly still. Just as Dracula thought he had been abandoned and was preparing to flee for his life, the golden-haired woman in the oil painting, who had been motionless, suddenly paused, her fingers holding the wineglass. A glass of crimson wine rippled faintly in the cup.
"Hmm."
A lazy, languid hum, yet imbued with the unique authority of a superior, emanated from the painting. Though soft, the sound sent a shiver through Dracula's entire body, causing him to collapse onto the ground like a pile of mud, not daring to lift his head. The next moment, the woman in the painting slowly turned her head. What kind of eyes were those, scarlet, profound, seemingly containing an endless sea of blood, yet also resembling an abyss that had buried countless ages? Her gaze pierced through the canvas, landing on the trembling Count Dracula, her lips curling into an intrigued smile. "What a coincidence," the woman's voice floated out from the painting, tinged with curiosity. "I happen to know a monarch-level succubus who found a job in the human world. Please describe her appearance in detail." In the sewer square of the city's eastern district, the stench of toxic fumes was so thick it seemed almost tangible, choking the lungs with searing pain. Click, click. The twin demon guns in Zhang Jiahao's hands emitted the sharp sound of an empty chamber. He frantically pulled the trigger, but no more bullets would fire.
"Damn it! I'm out of ammo."
He hurled the scorching hot guns into the horde of corpses and screamed in despair, "Where's Yi the healer's purification? Where's Captain Ye's Holy Spirit shield? Where's Miss Lan's Frost Abyss Ice Flame? And that Abyss Walker is still out there hunting. Are we really going to die here?" Behind him, a female mage curled up on the ground, her magic completely drained, leaving her too weak to stand. She could only watch helplessly as the swaying, advancing corpses closed in, crying out in despair. "Stop wailing. Save your strength." Shield warrior Zhang Cheng knelt on one knee, his tower shield shattered into two pieces, leaving only a fragment strapped to his arm. Roar! A guttural growl filled with phlegm echoed, and the horde of corpses parted to the sides. A 3-meter-tall abomination stitched together from rotting limbs emerged. It swung a massive, rusted iron hook, dripping with chunks of flesh, and locked its gaze firmly on the crying female mage. Whoosh! The iron hook, carrying a foul wind, came hurtling down. "Run!" Zhang Cheng roared, forcibly pushing his body to its limits and using the remaining fragment of his shield to block in front of the mage. Even though he knew he couldn't withstand the blow, it was the instinct of a shield warrior. The shadow of the hook enveloped the two of them, and the stench of death rushed forward. Zhang Cheng closed his eyes. However, the expected agony never came. Boom! The towering clock tower to the side suddenly collapsed. Countless shards of stone flew like cannonballs, and a giant of burning dark red flames, resembling a heavy tank, smashed through the clock tower and charged out. With unstoppable momentum, it raised its flaming rocky foot and stomped down on the bloated, twisted abomination. Squish! Like popping a balloon filled with pus, the abomination stitched from rotting flesh instantly turned into a puddle of charred meat sludge. Immediately, a wave of scorching heat swept across the area. Flames erupted outward from the giant's foot, forming a ring of fire that incinerated all the surrounding corpses. The group, ignoring the stinging pain from the heat wave, looked up in astonishment. They saw the 10-meter-tall lava giant slowly turning around. Its body flowed with molten lava, and each breath exhaled pungent sulfurous smoke. On the giant's shoulders stood two figures, one black and one blue, side by side. The blood-red moonlight intertwined with the hellish firelight, casting an ethereal glow on the pair. The boy on the left wore a black robe, surrounded by the dark aura of the abyss. The girl on the right had blue hair fluttering, standing on crystalline frost, like a goddess of ice and snow. One black, one blue. One light, one dark. The two stood atop the terrifying and grotesque hellish puppet, yet appeared so harmonious, as if they were a divine couple surveying their domain. That's... Zhang Jiahao's mouth hung open, his eyes vacant. My abyss bro? And the blue goddess? The overwhelming joy of surviving the ordeal, combined with the sheer disbelief of the scene, left everyone speechless. They looked at the two figures towering above, then at their own mud-covered, disheveled selves, and a profound sense of disparity washed over them. They were all part of the same group of newly awakened geniuses. Yet while they struggled to survive in the mire, these two commanded demons and descended like gods. So cool! The female mage in the corner forgot her tears, gazing up at the two figures on the hellish puppet's shoulders, her eyes filled with admiration. In that moment, Gu Yuan's cold and resolute figure was elevated infinitely in her heart, becoming her ideal man. However, Gu Yuan was not aloof. He gently patted the hell puppet, and the demon obediently bent down, placing its massive palm on the ground to form a staircase. Gu Yuan lightly leapt down along its arm, landing gracefully in front of the disheveled crowd. He quickly walked over to Zhang Chang, whose shield had shattered and left arm was fractured, and reached out to help him up. Sorry, I almost bumped into you. Gu Yuan's voice was gentle, completely devoid of any arrogance. And no. It's fine. Zhang Chang stammered in response, thank you, Gu Yuan. Don't push yourself, you're injured. Gu Yuan smiled faintly, his staff lightly tapping the ground. Angelus. Space distorted, black mist spread. A figure dressed in a black and white nun's habit, blindfolded with black cloth, barefoot and floating in midair, slowly emerged, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The newcomers instinctively shrank back. The mere pressure she emitted was enough to make one feel uncomfortable. Don't be afraid, she's one of us, Gu Yuan reassured gently, then ordered, heal them. Yes, master, Angelus bowed slightly and extended her arms. Grace reversal. Black scriptures spread outward from her as the center, instantly enveloping everyone. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The toxins ravaging the wounds of the group were instantly transformed into warm vitality upon contact with the halo. The wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, their depleted strength was quickly restored, and even their mental exhaustion was completely swept away. What kind of skill is this? Zhang Chang touched his perfectly intact arm, his eyes wide open. Group healing? With purification and mana restoration? This healing power, it's even stronger than Yi Anqi. Gu Yuan, you're just too powerful. Zhang Jiahao picked up his dual pistols, looking at Gu Yuan with an expression that had gone beyond admiration to outright worship. A tank, a healer, and damage output, you alone are an entire army. The other newcomers present were also completely convinced. They had almost been wiped out by an elite monster, while Gu Yuan was already using an elite demon as a mount and had a god-tier healer as a follower. The gap was so vast that they couldn't even muster jealousy, only a strong urge to follow him closely. Everyone, take a break for now. Gu Yuan paid no attention to the crowd's praise and turned to look at Lan Ruaton, who had just jumped down from the puppet's shoulder. Ruaton, keep an eye on them. There might be other colleagues scattered nearby. I'll go check around and bring everyone back. After speaking, he jumped back onto the shoulder of the hell puppet. Be careful. Before Lan Ruodong could finish her sentence, Gu Yuan had already maneuvered the flame giant and turned to walk into the dark street. Watching the figure gradually fade into the distance amidst the firelight, the newcomers were deeply moved.
Gu Yuan is truly amazing.
So powerful, yet he still takes care of us burdens without any airs. This is what a real leader looks like. 1,000 times better than the Qi Jingchuan who fled in the face of danger. Listening to the waves of praise around her, Lan Ruodong, with her back to the crowd, couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl up wildly. She looked in the direction where Gu Yuan had disappeared and muttered under her breath, "Humph, just like my brother, always showing off." Although she said that, her mind was already flooded with countless bullet comments. So handsome.
How can he be this handsome? No matter how much my brother Lan Yuding tries to show off, he can't compare to his effortless charm. Lan Ruodong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the smile tugging at her lips. She turned around, put on a stern face, and restored her aura as the ICCEO. Facing the group of still astonished newcomers, she said, "Everyone, rest where you are. I'll stand guard for you." 20 minutes later, the heavy sound of footsteps once again broke the eerie silence of the square. Lan Ruodong gripped her staff tightly, staring warily into the darkness. When she saw the burning rock giant emerge from the shadows, followed by 5 or 6 newcomers, the tension in her heart finally eased. All brought back. Gu Yuan leapt down from the shoulder of the hell puppet, his expression calm. At this point, apart from Yi Anqi, all 11 people who had entered the hidden secret realm were now fully assembled. Gu Yuan, thank you for saving our lives. The newly reunited group had narrowly escaped death, their gazes toward Gu Yuan filled with gratitude. They too had encountered attacks from the decayed corpses and had almost lost their lives under the blood moon. It was Gu Yuan, riding the hell puppet like a god descending from the heavens, who saved them. The sense of security he provided was no less than that of seasoned veterans at level 30. Everyone's here, let's go. Gu Yuan pointed to the faintly visible outline of the city on the cliff and gave the order, head to the final boss's room. Wait a minute. Shield guard Zhang Chang looked around warily and asked in confusion, "Brother Yuan, have you seen Yi Anqi?" As he said this, the others also realized something. That's right, our healer is missing too. Zhang Jiahao scratched his head. And didn't Captain Yi say he could enter the secret realm at any time? Where did he go? I didn't find Yi Anqi. Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but there was a hint of regret in his tone. I searched thoroughly in the east, south, and west directions, but there was no trace of her. What should we do then? The rookie mage in the team immediately panicked, his brows furrowed. She'll definitely get into trouble on her own. How about, we split up and look for her? Several other rookies around them also nodded in agreement. Yi Anqi was quite popular among them, and most of the boys had a good impression of her. Now, upon hearing that she might be in danger alone, an unrealistic urge to play the hero surged within them. Leave her be. A cold voice suddenly rang out, sweeping through the crowd like a chilling wind. Lan Ruodong stepped forward and stood beside Gu Yuan. She coldly scanned the group and issued a direct order, set out immediately. The target is that ancient castle. But the rookie mage tried to argue, leaving a teammate behind like this. I said. Lan Ruodong abruptly turned her head, her gaze sharp as a blade. A piercing chill erupted from her, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to instantly condense into fine ice crystals that drifted down. She repeated word by word, "Don't worry about her." These words struck everyone's hearts like blocks of ice, carrying a suffocating coldness. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the sudden burst of killing intent from Lan Ruodong. The rookies stared at this young lady in terror, swallowing hard and forcibly holding back the words they had intended to say. Even a fool could see that this matter was not simple. Moreover, it was definitely the kind of trouble where asking one more question could cost your life. Let's go. Gu Yuan broke the deadlock at just the right moment and turned to walk toward the castle. The team set off again, but the atmosphere became unusually oppressive. The newcomers obediently followed behind the hell puppet, and no one dared to mention Yi Anchi's name anymore. With the hell puppet clearing the way, the road ahead became exceptionally smooth. Those rotting plague zombies in front of it were like wriggling insects, crushed into a mass with a single step. They passed through the desolate city district and arrived at a massive stone bridge spanning a deep abyss. At the end of the bridge stood a Gothic-style ancient castle. Its sharp spires pierced the sky, casting sinister and twisted shadows under the blood-red moonlight. Before they could step onto the stone bridge, a heavy and grating sound of a winch suddenly echoed. Creak, creak, the black iron gate, which had been tightly shut for countless years, slowly opened to both sides. A strong stench of blood accompanied by a chilling wind rushed toward them, causing the newcomers' faces to turn pale as they instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Beneath the gate, at some unknown moment, a tall figure had appeared. He was dressed in an elegant black tailcoat, with a bright red bow tie at his collar. His pale, handsome face bore a graceful and proper smile. If not for his crimson vertical pupils and bloodless complexion, he would have looked like a hospitable noble butler. Blood Count Dracula, Vampire Clan, Level 30, Lord. The scarlet tag above the man's head openly displayed his information. The newcomers following behind all gasped in unison. Level 30. Vampire Clan Leader?
Zhang Cheng's hand, gripping the broken shield, trembled violently, his teeth chattering.
A level 30 human professional alone would be enough to annihilate their level 10 team. And a level 30 vampire clan leader could even wipe out an entire team of level 30 professionals. Their base attributes were 3 to 5 times that of humans. The aura emanating from this man was even more powerful than Gu Yuan's hell puppet. Something's wrong. A hidden dungeon below level 10, how could a level 30 leader appear here? Zhang Jiahao's face turned pale as he exclaimed in a low voice, "We've been set up. This is way beyond what we can handle. It's a death trap." Despair once again enveloped everyone. After barely escaping the tide of corpses, they found themselves plunging headfirst into an even more terrifying death trap. What hidden treasure trove was this? It was clearly a grave prepared just for them. Just as everyone tensed up and instinctively moved to shield Gu Yuan behind them, Count Dracula made an unexpected move. He slightly bowed, placed his right hand over his chest, and performed a flawless nobleman's salute. "Welcome, everyone, to my humble abode." The Count's voice was magnetic and elegant, resonating in the deathly stillness of the night without a trace of hostility. He straightened up, his gaze falling on Gu Yuan, a standard gentleman's smile gracing his face. "Mr. Gu Yuan, greetings," he said. "My master has been expecting you for quite some time. Please, come into the castle." He turned sideways and made a pleased gesture, pointing toward the deep, dark hall of the ancient castle. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The newcomers gaped, wondering if they were hallucinating. This terrifying leader not only refrained from attacking them but was actually inviting Gu Yuan? How could he possibly know Gu Yuan? All eyes were fixed on Gu Yuan. All eyes were focused on Gu Yuan, filled with shock, confusion, and awe. Who exactly was this man? Why would even a monster of this level treat him with such courtesy? "Invite me?" Gu Yuan stood on the shoulder of the hell puppet, looking at the vampire with a fake smile, raising his eyebrows slightly. This so-called invitation came too strangely. The other party hadn't invited anyone else, only specifically naming him. This was clearly a meticulously designed trap. "Since it's a visit, let's all go together," Gu Yuan said calmly, gesturing for the people behind him to follow. "No." Count Dracula suddenly extended his hand, blocking their path. The smile on his face remained, but his gaze had turned cold. "Mr. Gu Yuan, you may have misunderstood." He pointed at Gu Yuan, then at the bottomless dark hall behind him, and said word by word, "My master only wishes to see you as the sole guest. As for the others..." His gaze swept over Lan Ruodong and the group of trembling newcomers, a trace of undisguised contempt flashing in his eyes. "The rest of you can wait outside. Gu Yuan, you can't." Lan Ruodong immediately stepped forward, the staff in her hand glowing with a cold flame. She stared warily at the Count and said to Gu Yuan, "This is a trap. You can't go in alone.
Roar, the hell puppet also sensed the danger, letting out a deep growl as the flames on its body suddenly surged. If you all intend to force your way into a private residence, that would be quite rude. Dracula shook his head, the deliberate elegance in his eyes instantly fading, replaced by a fierce glint in his scarlet gaze. Boom! A terrifying wave of blood-colored energy erupted from him as its center, the oppressive aura of a powerful lord crashing down on everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Except for Gu Yuan and Lan Ruoton, the newcomers behind them were all forced to their knees by the overwhelming force, struggling even to breathe. Humans, it seems you still don't understand the situation, the Blood Count said coldly. If it weren't for my master's interest in Mr. Gu Yuan, you would already be nothing but corpses. As the voice faded, a grating sound of rocks scraping against each other came from overhead. Everyone looked up in horror, only to see the outer walls of the ancient castle where hundreds of grotesque gargoyle sculptures were shedding their stone skin inch by inch. Pairs of crimson eyes began to glow one after another in the darkness. The sound of crumbling stone echoed through the night sky. Hundreds of gargoyles broke free from the castle's outer walls, flapping their grayish-white fleshy wings as they took flight in swarms, obscuring the shattered blood moon in the sky. Countless crimson eyes glimmered densely in the darkness, locking onto the prey on the stone bridge with an unrelenting gaze. It's over. Zhang Jiahao closed his eyes in despair. When he was surrounded by the tide of corpses earlier, he at least had the courage to fight back. But now, he didn't even have the strength to pull the trigger. Gargoyles, marked as extremely dangerous in the Academy's bestiary of monsters. They are guardians transformed by the Blood Clan using necromantic magic. Their grayish-white magical stone skin grants them high resistance to both physical and magical attacks, making them exceptionally tough. Even more troubling is their regenerative ability. As long as they aren't killed instantly, they can enter a petrified slumber upon landing, rapidly healing all injuries. A single gargoyle might not be terrifying, but when their numbers grow, it becomes an unsolvable nightmare. You exhaust yourself to severely injure one, and it falls to the ground to rest, entering a magic immune state, leaving only physical attacks as an option to destroy it. Yet, just as you try to focus your attacks on it, the other gargoyles will relentlessly entangle you. By the time you manage to fend off the other enemies and turn back, the first gargoyle has already fully recovered and taken to the skies again. At the same level, even a well-equipped 5-person team would be worn down to death by 10 gargoyles. Let alone now, with hundreds of them circling in the sky. For all the newcomers, this is no longer a high-difficulty trial but an inescapable death trap. The suffocating air of despair was overwhelming. Everyone instinctively moved closer to the hell puppet that Gu Yuan was riding, as if only the flames of hell could provide a faint sense of security. However, at this moment, the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. In the eyes of others, these hundreds of gargoyles were invincible harbingers of death, but to him, they were nothing more than hundreds of moving experience points. All have recovery abilities? Wouldn't it be better to instantly kill them all at once? Even if these nearly 100 gargoyles possess magic immunity and recovery abilities, they wouldn't last long in front of me. Their experience points are as good as mine. Gargoyles have a constitution of 220 points, which is indeed very high, and their dual resistance is strong as well. However, after leveling up to 10, Yelberna's total attributes have skyrocketed to 840 points, with mental strength reaching as high as 430. Instantly killing 3 gargoyles is no problem at all. Gu Yuan quickly calculated and felt reassured. However, compared to the experience points of these 100 gargoyles, he was more curious about why this blood count had specifically invited him into the ancient castle alone. Could this be a trap? But if it really were a trap, it would be far too obvious any fool could see through it. Gu Yuan shook his head. Vampires have always been particular about style. Even if they were to play tricks, they would do so elegantly and would never design such a low-level trap. Could it be there's a hidden storyline here? Many special secret realms contain Easter eggs left by their designers, which could be treasures or hidden quests. If one simply charges through recklessly, it's very easy to miss them. Of course, Gu Yuan didn't plan to enter alone. His abyssal gaze skill hadn't triggered any warnings, which meant it was still uncertain whether there truly was such a master in the castle.
If the blood count's methods were this crude, wouldn't he be falling into a trap? Thinking of this, Gu Yuan looked at the blood count and asked coldly, "Who is your master? Why did they specifically invite only me?"
If you don't explain clearly, I won't go in.
Lord Gu Yuan, your questions seem to be a bit excessive.
The blood count Dracula spread his hands, his demeanor still elegant, but his expression carried a hint of disdain. In this world, no human has ever been able to refuse my master's invitation.
An invitation requires sincerity first. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he gripped the staff in his hand tightly, pointing it directly at the blood count. But you have none.
Pointed at by the staff, the blood count's gaze instantly darkened, and blood-red energy began to swirl around him. The terrifying aura of the vampire clan spread layer by layer.
Lord Gu Yuan, you are truly too rude. Unable to probe the outcome, should he act directly? Gu Yuan's thoughts raced.
He already had plenty of opportunities and didn't need to risk himself for an uncertain Easter egg. The level and attributes of the blood count before him were quite high, even stronger than his own Yelburna.
But Yelburna was not alone, she had a new companion, Angelus. This divine-level support brought not just attribute boosts but an entirely new combat mechanism.
If this blood count was indeed the final boss of the secret realm, Gu Yuan would not hesitate to act, as securing the first clear reward was more practical than anything else. But the fear was that behind him, there might truly be a so-called master.
If such a master existed, their strength would undoubtedly be unfathomable, as they could bypass his abyssal gaze and directly focus on him.
Just as Gu Yuan was pondering, a cold voice rang out.
"What are you wasting words with him for?"
Lan Ruodong raised her delicate hand high, and in her palm floated a diamond-shaped ice-blue crystal. Inside the crystal, a drop of dark blue liquid was sealed, emanating an extreme cold that could make one's soul tremble. As soon as the crystal appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into large patches of ice flowers. Even the miasma churning beneath the bridge was frozen into ice shards, falling with a rustling sound.
Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened.
Although abyssal gaze couldn't probe items, just the oppressive aura emanating from that drop of blue liquid was enough for him to recognize its origin.
Too familiar.
That liquid contained the aura of the King of Bitter Cold.
That makes sense. Lan Ruodong is the only daughter of Lan Shandong. How could her father possibly let her take risks?
It's likely that her life-saving trump cards outnumber his own. If she's truly pushed to the brink, she might even unleash a move like Dad's here, summoning the King of Bitter Cold himself to descend upon this place. At this moment, the blood count also felt a fatal threat. His face became even more ferocious, and his once pale and handsome visage was now covered with crimson blood veins resembling a spider's web. Thick, blood-like magic erupted violently from his body, converging into a churning sea of blood.
The other newcomers present were already trembling in fear under the suppressive aura. However, Lan Ruodong's gaze remained icy as she stared intently at the blood count and said disdainfully, "A mere level 30 monster, and you think you're worthy of my courtesy?"
As she spoke, her thumb was already pressed against the edge of the crystal, ready to crush it at any moment. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, and a fierce battle was on the verge of breaking out.
Wait. At this critical moment, Gu Yuan suddenly reached out and pressed down on Lan Ruodong's wrist. "What is it?"
Lan Ruodong frowned slightly. Interrupting a spellcasting was a taboo for all mages. Not only could it lead to a backlash of magical energy, but it was also a great offense. If it hadn't been Gu Yuan who acted, she might have exploded on the spot.
Of course, Gu Yuan had no intention of avoiding the fight.
On the contrary, Lan Ruodong revealing this trump card only boosted his confidence.
However, this trump card couldn't be used just yet.
A mere blood count wasn't worthy. What he was wary of was the true master hiding behind the blood count, the one who had evaded his abyssal gaze. The existence capable of making a boss-level monster greet guests at the door like a servant was the real threat. If they were to make a move, they had to force that existence to reveal itself, then use the chains of shared sin to bind it together with the blood count, focusing all their firepower to crush them in one blow. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan calmly said to Lan Ruodong, "There might be others in the castle." Lan Ruodong was suddenly startled, then came to a realization. She immediately understood Gu Yuan's meaning and felt a pang of self-reproach, thinking she had been too impulsive. Yes, she had almost played her final trump card just now. This impulsiveness stemmed entirely from a sense of reliance born of wielding great power. "I've been too reliant on my trump card, to the point of forgetting to think," she lamented inwardly. Fortunately, he reminded me at the critical moment.
Biting her lip, Lan Ruoton looked at Gu Yuan with eyes full of admiration.
However, at this moment, Gu Yuan was not the only one being admired by Lan Ruoton. A melodious female voice suddenly sounded in Gu Yuan's ear. "Facing danger without fear, calm and composed.
You truly are an elegant human. Lord Gu Yuan, you have earned my recognition.
I deeply apologize for my earlier rudeness.
So then,
Catherine Vlad, the second princess of the Crimson Empire, formally invites you to visit the castle.
Would you do me the honor?"
This melodious female voice resonated directly in his mind. Gu Yuan's heart trembled slightly, but he made every effort to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Someone capable of bypassing his mental defenses, directly transmitting thoughts to his mind, and silently observing him without triggering the abyssal gaze passive skill. He knew only one person who could do this, Yelburna. This, in turn, confirmed his earlier suspicions. Within this castle, there indeed existed a master of unfathomable power. Fortunately, I managed to hold back Lan Ruodong just now, Gu Yuan thought with relief. Although Lan Ruodong's trump card could instantly defeat the blood count, using it would mean losing her final means of self-defense. With only Yelburna and Angelus, Gu Yuan wasn't confident in handling the castle's mistress, who claimed to be the second princess of the Crimson Empire. After all, the Crimson Empire was a nation led by the blood race, and the heritage of a foreign princess would certainly not be inferior to Lan Ruodong's.
As Gu Yuan's thoughts raced, the rolling sea of blood in front of the castle gate receded like a tide.
The violent aura surrounding the blood count quickly dissipated, and he reverted to his elegant demeanor as a noble butler. Dracula slightly bowed, placing his right hand over his chest, and with a calm tone, offered Gu Yuan an apologetic smile. "Lord Gu Yuan, I apologize for startling you.
That was merely a small test.
Your caution and composure, as graceful as those of the blood race, have earned the master's approval."
As Dracula's words fell, bang! Bang! Bang!
Hundreds of gargoyles circling in the air simultaneously folded their wings, crashing heavily like a dense meteor shower onto both sides of the stone bridge in the area before the castle gate. All of them knelt on one knee, resembling welcoming guards, lining up on either side of the path and clearing a ceremonial avenue leading to the castle's grand entrance for Gu Yuan. This sudden change left everyone astonished, but the tense expressions on their faces finally eased a bit. They all stared blankly at Gu Yuan, who had disarmed himself, seemingly showing both grandeur and sincerity.
However, Gu Yuan did not immediately take a step forward. Entering the castle would mean stepping entirely into the other party's territory.
Out of caution, he dared not trust them easily. As he hesitated, that pleasant voice rang out again, "Lord Gu Yuan, please rest assured. I am inviting only you, merely for the sake of a more convenient conversation. After all, the topic of the abyssal sacrifice is not something suitable for outsiders to hear, is it?"
Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed.
Now, he began to feel curious about the other party's identity.
To even know the secret of the abyssal sacrifice, could they be an insider?
He's really got a hold of my Achilles heel.
Gu Yuan took a deep breath.
If this person were to expose the secret of the abyss sacrifice to the public, he would have no choice but to transform into the secret realm's boss and silence everyone present. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Yuan turned around, looked at his colleagues behind him, and said in a voice so steady it betrayed no emotion, "I'll go in and meet that master." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd.
"Brother Yuan!" Zhang Cheng's eyes instantly turned red, and he shouted in a trembling voice, "It's a trap!
These vampires just want to lure you in and kill you."
"Yes, Brother Yuan, this is a trap set by the vampires. They've got their eyes on you. If you go in, you'll definitely turn into a vampire."
Zhang Jiahao chimed in.
In their simple understanding, Gu Yuan was sacrificing himself to protect everyone. choosing to face the danger head-on and giving up resistance. This selfless heroism moved these young people deeply.
If anyone had harbored jealousy toward Gu Yuan before, that emotion had now completely vanished. Faced with the tragic scenario everyone had imagined, Gu Yuan could only go along with it. With a tone tinged with solemnity, he said, "This trap needs someone to break it. I'll leave the hell puppet here, it will ensure your safety." After speaking, he turned to Lan Ruotong and solemnly instructed, "If anything happens to me, take them and leave."
Lan Ruotong did not say anything about life and death farewells.
She simply walked forward silently and stuffed something into Gu Yuan's hand. Lan Ruotong forcibly pressed the ice-blue rhombus-shaped crystal into Gu Yuan's hand, and a cold sensation spread from his palm. "Take it," she said, gazing at him with light blue eyes filled with unshakable worry. "If you encounter danger, crush it." Warmth surged in Gu Yuan's heart as he gripped the crystal tightly. They were both in peril, yet Lan Ruotong entrusted her life-saving trump card to him.
What a good girl. I'll be back soon. Gu Yuan did not refuse.
Leaving behind these words, he stepped onto the stone bridge. Count Dracula, the Blood Earl, stood respectfully by the door, bowing slightly. As Gu Yuan crossed the threshold of the ancient castle, the heavy black iron doors emitted a thunderous rumble and slowly closed. The interior of the ancient castle was completely different from its broken and eerie exterior, retaining the luxurious style of medieval nobility. Dark red velvet carpets covered the long corridor, flanked by towering candelabras. The dim candlelight flickered in the cold wind, burning amidst the rich fragrance that permeated the air. Gu Yuan walked along the corridor, passed through several archways, and arrived at a hall in the deepest part of the castle. At the far end of the hall, a massive oil painting over 3 meters tall hung on the high wall. The painting was vividly colored, depicting an elegant and luxurious scene. In a sunlit garden, a blonde woman in a magnificent court gown sat on an exquisite wicker chair, gently sniffing a glass of crimson red wine in her hand, her expression languid yet noble. Gu Yuan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the painting. There was no one else here, nor could he sense the presence of any magical creatures.
Only the painting exuded an eerie and spine-chilling aura. Tap.
Suddenly, a clear sound echoed in the quiet hall.
Gu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly.
It was the sound of a wineglass being placed on a table. The sound came from within the painting. He watched in disbelief as the blonde woman in the painting, who had been motionless, set down her wineglass. Then, she slowly raised her head, her blood-red eyes piercing through the canvas, staring directly at Gu Yuan outside the painting.
"What a handsome young man."
The woman's voice resonated in the spacious hall, melodious yet tinged with an air of condescension. It suited her title well, Catherine, the second princess of the Crimson Empire. She leaned forward slightly, her crimson eyes scanning Gu Yuan up and down, as if admiring a piece of art. A powerful soul, a vibrant body, an intelligent mind, and that alluring, abyssal aura. Catherine chuckled softly, her tone suddenly shifting to one of lazy reproach.
"How cold-hearted. You found yourself such a handsome human master, yet you didn't introduce him to your old friend?" Gu Yuan was stunned.
Catherine's words were clearly not directed at him.
Then who?
As he speculated, Catherine's gaze shifted behind him, her voice lowering with a hint of displeasure at being ignored.
"You little minx, how long are you going to stay silent? Pretending not to know me?" As expected. Gu Yuan's heart trembled. This vampire princess actually knew Yalberna? And judging by her tone, not only did they know each other, but they seemed quite familiar? In his mind, a frustrated click of the tongue echoed.
"Tisk, seems like I can't avoid her no matter what." Yalberna's voice sounded in his head.
Damn it!
Gu Yuan immediately raised his staff, beginning to summon, while cursing in his mind, "What the hell is going on? I thought this vampire princess had her sights set on me, but it turns out she's after you. You made me worry for so long. If you'd told me earlier you knew her, I could have saved myself some brain cells. Well, I didn't expect it to be her at first. She's been a recluse for hundreds of years. Yalberna, far away in the abyss, tried to explain. "Get out here now. Calm down, calm down."
After all, it's a meeting with an old friend. Let me touch up my makeup. Immediately. Right now.
Buzz pink petals drifted down out of thin air, and the rich scent of roses instantly overpowered the stale smell of blood lingering in the hall. Yalberna stepped gracefully out of the swirling petals, her red high heels adorned with thorny patterns clicking against the floor. With just one glance at her, Gu Yuan's accumulated anger dissipated by more than half. The Succubus Queen had indeed gone to touch up her makeup, and she had done so with great fanfare. Her entire gown was made of flowing crimson silk, shockingly scant in material, barely covering the essential areas, leaving large expanses of snow-white skin exposed. Delicate dark gold demonic patterns spiraled along her voluptuous curves, weaving through the deep contours. They seemed both decorative and like a playful form of restraint, accentuating her explosive figure to an even more breathtaking degree. Click, click, click. Her high heels echoed against the tiled floor, and the high slit of her dress, which reached up to her thighs, fluttered like flames. Her long, shapely legs, clad in black garter stockings, peeked in and out of view. At this moment, the Succubus Queen resembled a walking flame of desire, capable of burning away all reason in devotion. This was Yalberna's first appearance as a queen, and like her gown, she exuded an irresistible aggressiveness. Alright, here is the revised audio script for you. She was magnificent, regal, and breathtakingly beautiful. However, when she faced the ashen-faced Gu Yuan, this elaborately dressed queen immediately reigned in all her arrogance. She leaned in softly, wrapping Gu Yuan's arm against her chest, attempting to use her ample bosom to melt his stiff expression. "Oh, boss." She tilted her head up, pouting her red lips, and whispered in a voice that was sickly sweet with a hint of grievance, "It's not that I didn't want to remind you, but I was busy touching up my makeup just now. If I dress up a little prettier, it gives you more face when you take me out, doesn't it? You wouldn't want my girlfriends to think that ever since I started following you, my life has gotten worse than before, right?" As she spoke, her devilish tail with a heart-shaped tip coquettishly wrapped around Gu Yuan's wrist, gently stroking his palm. This sudden gentle offensive instantly choked the anger Gu Yuan had prepared in his throat. Forget it, as the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, especially not one that could captivate the masses. However, his stance still needed to be made clear. Gu Yuan shot her a glare and said coldly, "I'm very angry right now." Yalberna immediately understood, almost biting his ear as she whispered, "Tonight, I'll follow your lead completely. Don't you like being on top?" Ahem. Just as the succubus and the abyss walker were flirting openly, the vampire princess in the painting finally couldn't bear it anymore. She cleared her throat, her voice tinged with mockery, "Do you really think there's only one painting here?" Her gaze swept over Yalberna, pausing for a moment on her exposed abdomen, then shifted to Gu Yuan with an amused smile, "TSK TSK. Even the succubus mark has appeared. It seems you've truly given him quite the treat. My dear friend here, even among all the succubi, is the one who knows how to enjoy herself the most." She changed her tone. Of course, Yalberna hasn't done too badly either. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so secretive, treating you like a treasure and unwilling to introduce you to me. Hearing the veiled sarcasm from her best friend, Shaltir finally turned her head lazily to look at the woman in the painting. The charm on her face instantly vanished, replaced by an air of superiority, and she deliberately puffed out her chest. "Catherine." A trace of contempt flashed through Shaltir's magic eyes as she spoke coldly, "Stop with the passive-aggressive remarks. It's not that I don't want to deal with you, it's just that." She disdainfully glanced around the castle hall, her gaze as if she had stepped on something filthy. "You're living way too poorly, aren't you? Outside the castle are hordes of disgusting rotting corpses, and inside reeks of decay that even perfume can't cover. Weren't you always boasting about your noble lineage and severe cleanliness? How did you end up living in such a doghouse?" Shaltir let out a cold laugh, her disdain in her eyes completely unhidden. "Truly, you're regressing as you live." Faced with Shaltir's mockery, Catherine in the painting did not get angry. She picked up her glass of red wine again, gently swirled it, sighed, and her gaze turned somewhat gloomy. "Do you think I want this? This territory has been tainted by those vampire hunters. They would rather use a plague to kill all humans than let us bloodkin have a single sip of fresh blood. Now, I have decided to take control of this place again." As she spoke, Catherine's scarlet gaze fell on Gu Yuan once more, her greed in her eyes completely undisguised. So, I need a new batch of blood servants. I was recruiting people, and who would have thought I'd run into you? Hearing this, Gu Yuan's heart sank sharply. He understood completely now. This so-called level 10 hidden secret realm was not an opportunity at all, but a meticulously designed trap. It was a scheme set up by the vampires to replenish their forces and recruit servants. Catherine must have used some kind of powerful force to disguise her territory as a level-restricted secret realm, specifically luring in those who were exceptionally talented but still relatively weak. Then, she would capture them all in one fell swoop and transform them into the highest quality blood servants. If he hadn't been the one leading the team today, all the newcomers who entered, including Lan Ruodong, would have become Catherine's slaves, vampires. No, the crisis is not over yet. The fact that Catherine dared to say this means she has no intention of changing her mind. After all, creating a restricted level secret realm requires immense power involving laws. She has put in so much effort, there's no way she would leave empty-handed. If humans were to discover that this secret realm is a trap, not only would all her efforts be wasted, but she might also face devastating retaliation from human elites. In that case, unless there is a greater benefit, she would never let anyone outside go. That so-called greater benefit, could it be me? Just as Gu Yuan felt a chill down his spine, Yalberna stepped forward, half shielding him behind her. She raised her head, looked at Catherine in the painting, and said domineeringly, "Stop staring. He's already mine." Yalberna pointed at Gu Yuan and warned word by word, "If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, be prepared to sleep in your coffin for 10,000 years. She paused, then added, "There's a group of humans outside. If you want to turn them into blood servants, pick anyone you like. But him, absolutely not." Although these words were spoken with authority, Gu Yuan frowned upon hearing them. Among those people outside, there was Lan Ruodong. Just moments ago, he had jokingly called her boss lady, and now she had suddenly become a disposable pawn? But Gu Yuan did not speak up immediately. He knew it was not the time to act impulsively. Gu Yuan remained silent and did not refute. He understood that Yalberna was testing the other party's limits. In the painting, Catherine covered her mouth and let out a silvery laugh, her demeanor dignified and graceful. "Albedo, are you really protecting him like this?" She put down her wineglass, stood up, and walked to the very edge of the painting. Her delicate face was almost pressed against the canvas, exuding an intense sense of oppression. "I'm no longer interested in those people outside." Catherine extended her slender, pale finger, gently tapping on the canvas as if trying to pierce through it and touch Gu Yuan. "With such a masterpiece here, who would bother looking at those defective products?" She gazed at Gu Yuan, her eyes growing increasingly fervent. "Deep Abyss Walker. I really want to taste your blood and see what it's like. You bitch. If you want blood, drink your own." For the first time, Yalberna cursed. The whip in her hand instantly materialized, with purple demonic flames dancing at its tip. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to freezing point. Gu Yuan also secretly tightened his grip on the staff, ready to summon Angelus at any moment to catch the opponent off guard. Just as the tension between the two sides reached a breaking point, Catherine in the painting suddenly took a step back, lifted her skirt, and gracefully performed a curtsy. "Don't be nervous, my dear sisters." A charming smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "I said before, I have acknowledged Lord Gu Yuan, so I won't harm him, and naturally, I will respect his friends. However..." She paused, then picked up the wineglass on the table, gently sniffed it, and continued, "I put in a lot of effort to set up this trap. If I gain nothing, it would be too much of a loss." "Just say what you want to say," Yalberna said warily. Knowing her best friend well, she had already guessed that the other party had ulterior motives. Catherine ignored Yalberna and instead looked at Gu Yuan, spreading her hands with a smile. "Lord Gu Yuan, you see. I'm so broke now. Would you mind giving me a job?" "A job?" Gu Yuan and Albedo's voices echoed simultaneously in the vast hall. Evidently, even the Succubus Queen was utterly astonished by this. Gu Yuan found it even more unbelievable.
He instinctively took half a step forward and carefully examined the oil painting.
In the painting, Catherine was reclining on a wicker chair, one hand gently supporting her cheek, while the other held a wine glass. Her delicate, palm-sized face was adorned with a pair of ruby-like eyes, which sparkled with a blend of youthful radiance and the composure and grace that comes with the passage of time. That casual demeanor exuded an elegance and nobility ingrained in her very essence, something that could never be imitated merely through attire. Of course, her attire was also exceptionally exquisite. She wore an intricate and luxurious court gown, with an off-the-shoulder design that revealed her smooth, rounded shoulders. Her golden, wavy hair cascaded down like streams of molten gold. A tightly cinched waist accentuated her slender figure, further highlighting her stunning curves. Around her fair, slender swan-like neck was a velvet choker, with a blood-drop-shaped ruby at its center, resting perfectly in the alluring hollow of her collarbone, trembling slightly with her every breath. To be honest, the nobility exuded by Catherine is something even the best actors couldn't replicate. And when the word work comes out of her mouth, the sense of incongruity is as strong as imagining a dragon performing street art. That's right, work. Catherine swirled the red wine glass in her hand, her tone carrying a hint of laziness mixed with a trace of helplessness, resembling a fallen aristocrat. Although I may look glamorous now, this painting is actually a prison. She extended her slender fingers, gently touching the canvas, her fingertips stirring ripples of magic. To evade the fatal strike of a vampire hunter, I had no choice but to seal myself within the painting. While I managed to preserve my life, I lost my freedom in the process.
Catherine's gaze fell on Gu Yuan, carrying a hint of longing. To regain my freedom, I need two things. First, a sufficiently strong soul can summon me away from here through a contract. Second, high-quality blood to awaken my nearly dried-up essence. I originally planned to slowly cultivate those newcomers, but since I've met you, the others no longer matter. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a charming smile. The abyssal aura on you is enough to intoxicate me, even through the canvas. Moreover, if you can form a contract with Albedo, you must be capable of bearing my power. Take me away from here and provide me with blood regularly. In return, I will become the sharpest sword in your hand. Once I ascend to the throne, I will grant you supreme power. This is not a transaction, but rather, an alliance.
After finishing her words, Catherine gracefully spread her hands and quietly awaited Gu Yuan's response. However, before Gu Yuan could speak, Yalberna suddenly strode quickly to the painting, carefully examining the frame from top to bottom and left to right.
Catherine in the painting seemed to realize something. Gu Yuan asked nervously, "What are you trying to do?"
Albedo did not answer but simply placed her hand on the frame of the painting. The next second, she exerted force, tilting the massive 10-foot-tall oil painting by 30 degrees. The world within the painting was turned upside down as well.
Ah!
A startled scream rang out, and the small round table, wicker chair, along with the noblewoman Catherine in the painting, all toppled to the ground in unison. Under the force of gravity, the massive picture frame began to sway back and forth, while Catherine in the painting was tossed about in the topsy-turvy world, swaying left and right. A red liquid, whether wine or blood, splattered everywhere, staining the grass and soaking her golden hair and luxurious gown.
Yalbina! Catherine in the painting let out an enraged shriek.
Outside the painting, Yalbina burst into a fit of unrestrained laughter, laughing so hard she bent over, slapping her thigh. Her demeanor made Gu Yuan feel as though she were a tomcat teasing a bull.
So after all this time, you actually can't get out, huh?
Shaltir laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face as she mocked the swaying oil painting.
I thought you were just putting on airs here, but it turns out you're really trapped inside and can't get out? Slut. Whore. You damned hag.
Catherine, with her disheveled blonde hair, struggled to steady herself inside the painting while cursing furiously without a shred of decorum. Shaltir crossed her arms over her chest, nodded, and chuckled.
Exactly. Now that's more like you. You damned hag. Pretending to be all dignified and virtuous? Trying to fool my boss?
With that, Shaltir turned around and coquettishly said to Gu Yuan, "Boss, don't let her fool you.
She's an evil woman who stops at nothing. If you let her suck your blood, she'll drain you dry." Not like me, I only care about you. You're not much better yourself. Gu Yuan's lips twitched slightly, feeling a faint sense of weakness deep within his body. At that moment, the heavy picture frame stopped shaking. In the painting, Catherine stood up in a disheveled state, her long dress stained with large patches of red liquid, her golden hair in a mess, looking utterly bedraggled, her expression even more twisted. Yalberna. Catherine's voice turned low and mournful, like the growl of a beast on the verge of madness. What kind of sin did I commit in my past life to end up with a trash friend like you? Buzz. Catherine suddenly raised her hand, and the surface of the painting rippled violently with a blood-red glow. The next second, a massive ghostly hand, formed from scarlet demonic energy, shot out from the painting like lightning, reaching directly for Yalberna, who had her back to the oil painting. Smack! Yalberna reacted swiftly, her whip snapping out in an instant to collide fiercely with the ghostly hand in midair. Energy surged outward, forcing both women to retreat simultaneously, one inside the painting and the other outside. Resorting to a sneak attack? You're truly despicable. Yalberna still wore a smile, but it carried a chilling edge. Taking advantage of others, you're the real disgrace. Catherine completely dropped her pretense, her demeanor fiery and devoid of any trace of noble elegance. These two best friends have finally revealed their true colors. Everyone knows each other well, so there's no need to pretend anymore. Only Gu Yuan seemed a bit disoriented amidst the residual energy. Can these two really work together as colleagues? Indeed, he had just been seriously considering signing a contract with this vampire princess. Gu Yuan had no doubts about Catherine's strength. After all, she could be friends with Yalberna. With that succubus's nasty personality, if their strengths weren't evenly matched, how could they possibly call each other sisters? Yalberna, don't get too cocky. At this moment, Catherine withdrew her crimson ghostly hand and coldly stared at Yalberna. I still have the ability to get out of here and give you a slap. Then, she brushed the golden hair stuck to her cheek and looked back at Gu Yuan. Lord Gu Yuan, you've seen my strength. I don't think I'm weaker than this succubus. As for the payment, my demands are very low. I only need a supply of fresh blood once a month. Catherine said lightly, rest assured, I will take moderately and won't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. She covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her gaze sweeping over the succubus mark on Sheltier's lower abdomen. After all, I am a noble vampire who knows restraint. Unlike some shameless demons who take without limit. Slander. This is slander. This remark completely enraged Sheltier. She retorted with her hands on her hips, if I were shameless, could I have guarded my bud of desire for hundreds of years? Besides, my strict requirement is only once a day, anything extra is the boss himself, MMPH. Gu Yuan quickly covered Sheltier's mouth, stopping her from continuing. He had no desire to watch these two women bicker any further. At this moment, a line of prompts had already appeared before his eyes. Detected the contract intention of Vampire Princess Catherine. Triggering contract formula, contract condition, sacrifice a living vampire hunter. Reward, contract Vampire Princess, Catherine, Vampire Hunter. Looking at this contract condition, Gu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. First of all, Vampire Hunter refers to a type of combat professional. This is not an official profession but rather an ancient trade. During the chaotic era before the establishment of the Human Federation, vampires from other realms had infiltrated human society on a large scale. Many human professionals, eager for immortality or power. On the path to seeking power, there were always some humans who chose shortcuts, actively requesting transformation by vampires, becoming the first batch of half-human, half-ghost blood servants. However, the human heart is unpredictable. Among these individuals, some can still adhere to their principles, drinking only animal blood, others have completely succumbed to their desires, taking pleasure in hunting their former compatriots and being scornfully referred to as human blood traders. To combat this evil force, a special group known as vampire hunters emerged. Their identities vary, they might be warriors, mages, or even ordinary professionals, but as long as they specialize in eliminating blood traders, they are bestowed with the title of vampire hunter.
With the establishment of the new order, those heinous blood traders have long been eradicated, while law-abiding blood servants have gained legal citizenship and are protected by the law.
Without prey, hunters naturally faded away.
Nowadays, those who claim to be vampire hunters are mostly profit-driven gold farmers, specializing in exploring secret realms with vampire backgrounds to profit from alchemical materials. After all, vampire fangs and ashes have always been valuable commodities.
But ultimately, this is merely for money and cannot be considered true vampire hunting. This makes things difficult. Gu Yuan shook his head, silently calculating in his mind.
Although Catherine had approached him voluntarily, the threshold for employment was indeed absurdly high.
In this era of peace, finding a legitimate vampire hunter is as challenging as archaeology.
Seeing Gu Yuan remain silent, Yalberna, standing nearby, had a look of schadenfreude in her violet eyes.
She glanced at the portrait of Catherine and spoke mockingly, "What's wrong, boss? Did this woman make some unreasonable demands?"
She sneered, pointing at Catherine, and continued, "This one has absolutely no work experience," and her eyes reveal a kind of naive stupidity.
"If her demands are too excessive, we can just ignore her."
Gu Yuan nodded slightly and simply confessed to Catherine, "Your contract condition is to sacrifice a vampire hunter, which is indeed very hard to find nowadays." He spread his hands helplessly. In today's world, traditional vampire hunters have gone extinct.
"If possible, I suggest you change the condition." "Well, they haven't completely disappeared."
Unexpectedly, it was the Succubus Queen who spoke first.
She said nonchalantly, "As long as the curse of the werewolves exists, vampire hunters will never completely vanish."
Werewolves?
Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this.
Werewolves were not an independent race but rather an extremely unique cult. Similar to the blood thralls transformed by the blood race, as long as humans worship the god of the wild hunt and receive its blessing, they can unlock the power to transform into werewolves. You seductive succubus, you do know quite a bit.
Catherine rarely expressed agreement, nodding as she explained to Gu Yuan, "She's right.
Werewolves are mortal enemies of the blood race. They will never give up hunting the blood race and blood thralls. It's their pleasure in faith. From the moment they become werewolves, they are eternal vampire hunters. As long as you can capture a werewolf for the sacrifice, the contract condition will naturally be fulfilled." After hearing these words, Gu Yuan immediately felt reassured. If it was just about finding werewolves, then the matter would be much simpler. Although werewolves with combat professions usually hide their identities and blend in with ordinary people, making them hard to detect as long as one avoids the full moon, Gu Yuan possessed the divine skill Abyssal Gaze. With a bit of strategy to lure the werewolves out, he could identify them at a glance.
"No problem, just wait here for the contract." Gu Yuan nodded in agreement.
With the biggest challenge resolved, he could now proceed with handling the onboarding process.
"Thank you for your trust, boss."
Seeing Gu Yuan agree, Catherine's elegant smile grew even brighter.
"As an employee,
I should also show my appreciation." She set down her wineglass, stood up, and walked to the very edge of the frame. "Boss, please step forward." She extended her finger and lightly tapped the canvas through the fabric. "To show my sincerity and to make it easier for you to hunt werewolves, I have something to give you."
Gu Yuan did not hesitate and approached the oil painting as instructed.
Just as he was half a foot away from the canvas, a sudden change occurred. The flat surface of the oil painting rippled violently like water. Catherine's body in the painting abruptly leaned forward, directly emerging from the canvas. Her delicate face rapidly enlarged in Gu Yuan's pupils, and a rich fragrance wafted toward him.
"You?" Gu Yuan had just started to speak when his lips were blocked. Catherine cupped Gu Yuan's cheeks with both hands and kissed him without hesitation.
It was a sensation that was cold, soft, and carried a hint of sweet bloodiness. The next moment, Gu Yuan felt a sharp pain at the corner of his lips. Catherine's sharp fangs had pierced his lips. But the pain lasted only a second. It was immediately replaced by a tingling pleasure that spread throughout his body like an electric current, leaving Gu Yuan's mind momentarily blank. In a daze, 2 lines of prompts appeared in his field of vision. "You have received the bloodline gift of the royal blood clan.
Acquired Blood Clan skill, Shadow Phantom, beginner. Ugh. Gu Yuan let out a muffled groan.
Catherine released him, her body slowly retreating into the canvas. She extended the tip of her tongue, elegantly licking away the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth. Her scarlet eyes shimmered with a watery glow, exuding an extraordinary allure.
Gu Yuan.
A furious scream from Yelburna came from the side. "You bastard!" Gu Yuan didn't have time to respond, his mind still immersed in that strange sensory impact. He lost his balance for a moment, his legs weakened, and he fell backward directly into a soft and warm embrace. Yelburna caught him, but her face was frighteningly dark.
"You dare to touch my boss right in front of me?"
The Succubus Queen stared fiercely at Catherine in the painting, her gaze so vicious it seemed as if she wanted to tear the canvas to shreds.
"Do you think I don't exist? This is just a deposit."
Catherine ignored Sheltier's fury, sat back in the wicker chair, lazily propped her cheek with her hand, and looked at Gu Yuan with a smile.
"You seemed to enjoy it just now, and so did I," she said meaningfully. "It seems our blood is quite compatible." "You shameless woman."
Sheltier gritted her teeth in anger.
"All right, don't be so petty."
Catherine cast a faint glance at Sheltier.
"That kiss just now consumed the source power I've accumulated for years. I now have to sleep for a while to recover, so I don't have the energy to argue with you."
After speaking, she turned to Gu Yuan, who was still savoring the moment, and her expression grew serious. "That was just a gift of a first kiss. Once you fulfill the contract, I will grant you a true first embrace, giving you the power that only royal vampires can wield."
Her voice softened. "Lord Gu Yuan, no, my boss."
Catherine's figure began to stiffen, slowly merging into the background of the painting.
"I await your good news."
As the final syllable fell, a ripple flashed across the surface of the oil painting, and all magical fluctuations instantly disappeared. The artwork reverted to a lifeless object, with the woman in the painting forever frozen in the moment of raising her glass, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion.
Gu Yuan let out a long breath and straightened his body from Yelburna's embrace.
He touched the corner of his mouth. The wound was small, but there was still a lingering taste of sweet blood.
Night Phantom.
He eagerly opened the attribute panel to check the newly acquired skill. Night Phantom, beginner, allows the consumption of mental energy to fly in the air, and can instantly transform into a swarm of bats to dash a certain distance. Dash distance increases with agility attribute.
At night or in dark environments, all attributes are boosted by 20%. My god. The moment he read the skill description, Gu Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath.
This skill was absurdly powerful.
Flying. This is a skill countless adventurers dream of possessing.
For the vast majority of combat professions, they can only rely on their own strength to fly after reaching level 60 and completing the third-class advancement. Before that, they can only depend on magical pets or flying mounts. Lan Ruodong once mentioned that her 59-level brother, Lan Yuding, dreamed of flying on his own because it would make showing off much easier.
Sorry, brother-in-law, but it seems I'll be showing off before you. Gu Yuan thought with a smile. He was only level 10 and could already fly. Not to mention the life-saving displacement skill. Having an extra displacement ability for a fragile summoner like him was equivalent to having an extra life. As for the 20% boost to all attributes at night, Yelburna would definitely love it. This deal was truly a huge win. Gu Yuan was in an excellent mood.
On the surface, it seemed like he had been forcibly kissed, but in reality, he had gained all the advantages.
At that moment, a grand chime echoed throughout the entire Secret Realm space. Notice, the hidden Secret Realm Blood Moon Town has been cleared.
Clearance rating, S level, perfect. Clearance reward, blue grade treasure chest X1, first clear reward, purple grade treasure chest X1. Gu Yuan single-handedly defeated the final boss, Crimson Princess Catherine, personal reward, orange grade treasure chest X1. Gu Yuan stared at the series of notifications, completely stunned.
Just kissed her, and that counts as defeating her alone?
Meanwhile, outside the castle, Lan Ruodong and the others were resting in place. Some were meditating cross-legged, while others lay on the ground, staring blankly at the blood-red night sky.
Suddenly, dawn. Dawn. Dawn.
The grand and distant sound of bells echoed across the skies of Blood Moon Town. A series of golden system notifications appeared before everyone's eyes.
Announcement: the hidden secret realm Blood Moon Town has been cleared.
All members receive clearance reward, blue grade treasure chest X1. All members receive first clear reward, purple grade treasure chest X1.
After a brief moment of dead silence, the scene instantly erupted into chaos. It's already cleared?
Zhang Jiahao was the first to jump up, shouting at the top of his lungs, Gu Yuan defeated the blood count all by himself?
How did he do it?
Zheng Cheng stood up, leaning on a nearby stone pillar, his face full of disbelief.
The final boss definitely isn't just the blood count.
He took down one, maybe even two bosses all by himself.
Too powerful. Simply inhuman.
If he didn't activate some cheat, then he must be a god of war descended to Earth.
Wrong.
Anyone capable of using such a cheat is already a god.
Just as everyone was marveling at Gu Yuan's immense strength, several beams of golden light descended from the sky. The light landed in front of each person, transforming into two treasure chests radiating an alluring glow.
One emitted a blue halo resembling rippling water, while the other was surrounded by a noble purple shimmer. A purple grade treasure chest. This is the first time in my life I've seen a purple grade treasure chest. To be honest, don't laugh at me, but this is also the first time I've ever seen a blue grade treasure chest.
Oh my god, what kind of amazing items could be inside?
Zhang Jiahao raised his trembling hands, wanting to touch the purple treasure chest, but with a bang, the chest opened on its own. A flash of purple light revealed a strikingly stylish revolver floating in mid-air.
Weapon, Demon number 9. Quality, Rare Purple. Level 10. Effect: after firing 9 bullets, the next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit and does not consume ammunition. This is amazing.
Zhang Jiahao hugged the revolver and kissed it twice. I've struck gold. I can use this weapon all the way until my second class change.
This is practically my ultimate graduation gear.
Beside him, Zhang Cheng's laughter echoed, ha ha. I got a purple grade tower shield. It can reduce 40% of ranged damage.
I've become stronger. Tougher. Around them, the newcomers also opened their treasure chests, and exclamations and laughter filled the air.
In this world, the drop rate for finished equipment is extremely low. For newcomers, managing to gather a full set of green gear is already considered decent. Blue gear requires saving up contribution points for several months to afford even one piece. As for purple grade gear, even if they had the contribution points, they wouldn't have the authority to purchase it. But now, just for helping Gu Yuan guard the door, they received purple grade equipment for free. This was practically a stroke of luck from the heavens.
Brother Yuan. You're like my real brother.
What real brother?
I declare, Gu Yuan is my dad now.
Don't underestimate Brother Yuan, your dad couldn't afford to buy you purple grade gear. The stone bridge was filled with jubilation. These inexperienced newcomers were so happy they were on the verge of tears, but there was one exception.
Lan Ruoton stood quietly in place.
Beside her, a blue and a purple piece of equipment floated, but she didn't even glance at them before directly storing them in her backpack. As the only daughter of the Frost King, purple grade equipment, though rare, was not something she lacked.
At this moment, her concern was entirely focused on Gu Yuan.
The clearance announcement had already been issued, indicating the battle was over. But until she saw Gu Yuan with her own eyes, Lan Ruoton's heart would remain unsettled.
How did he defeat the boss? Did he use the item I gave him, or did he sacrifice something else?
Lan Ruoton murmured softly, her fingers tightly gripping her staff, her light blue eyes filled with worry. The trump card she had given him could at most instantly kill the level 30 blood count. For Gu Yuan to defeat the boss that followed, he would have to unleash even greater power. Lan Ruoton never doubted the potential of the Abyss Walker, but she also understood the price of unleashing that potential. Sacrificing the soul, the body, or even life itself. Meanwhile, in the castle hall, Gu Yuan was in high spirits as he faced 3 treasure chests.
A blue grade chest, a purple grade chest, and an orange grade chest awarded to him as the MVP of the entire battle.
The vampires truly lived up to their noble reputation, generous as always. This time, the clearance rewards were far richer than those of other secret realms. Let's start with the basic rewards. Gu Yuan rubbed his hands together and opened the blue and purple chests in sequence. With a flash of blue light, a pair of dark-toned leather boots appeared. Equipment: Shadow Walker boots. Quality: excellent blue grade level, level 10 effect, increases movement speed by 30%, and footsteps can be silenced during nighttime stealth. A 30% boost to movement speed is already pretty good for blue grade equipment. Even warriors without agility boosts might not be able to outrun me. Gu Yuan swiftly swapped into the new boots, stomped his feet, and felt his body become noticeably lighter. Then, he turned his attention to the purple grade chest. With a click, the lid popped open, and a pitch-black staff with a blood-red magic crystal embedded at its tip floated out. Weapon: Crimson Eye. Quality: rare purple grade level, level 10 effect, enhances all magic effects by 20%, adds an additional 10% boost when casting blood magic, and reduces consumption by 50%. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. What a treasure! The Winter Novice staff he was currently using only provided an 8% boost to magic damage, while this one directly offered a 20% enhancement, and it applied to all types of magic effects. Additionally, when casting blood magic, it halved the consumption, and his Night Phantom skill was a blood magic ability. With this staff, he could extend his flight time significantly. Gu Yuan decisively equipped the new staff. A cool sensation spread from his palm, and he could faintly sense the blood-like magic flowing within it, perfectly aligning with his power system. Finally, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the orange treasure chest radiating dazzling golden light. This was an orange tier item. Most people could strive their entire lives and not even touch one, let alone see it. And this was already the second piece of orange tier equipment Gu Yuan had obtained. Bang! The treasure chest opened, and golden light burst forth. Once the light subsided, a cloak quietly floated in mid-air. The outer layer of the cloak was a deep, midnight black, while the inner lining was a dark red, reminiscent of crimson blood. The collar stood tall, with its edges adorned by a row of fine, dark gold runes. The fabric resembled neither silk nor leather, and it pulsed with a blood-red magical energy. Item: Crimson Royal Cloak. Quality: Epic Orange Tier. Level: No level restriction. Crimson Elegance. The abilities of this new equipment were nothing short of perfect. It could generate a shield based on the user's constitution to block damage. Until the shield was shattered, the user would be immune to any control effects. However, the cooldown time was as long as 24 hours. Top-notch, Gu Yuan gave an honest evaluation. The value of immune control needs no excessive explanation. Although this world resembles a game, there are no health bars displayed. Once the defense is breached, injuries occur, and if the injuries are too severe, it leads to death. Gu Yuan deeply understood that before reaching the pinnacle, survival ability was far more important than anything else. He always adhered to one principle: being able to endure is not as good as running fast is not as good as making it impossible for the enemy to catch you. With this cloak, combined with the boots he had obtained earlier in the Phantom of the Night skill, he was now a summoner who could endure, run fast, and evade capture. If anyone dared to mock him for being as slippery as an eel, they could take it up with his hell puppet. Gu Yuan immediately fastened the Crimson Royal Cloak over his shoulders. The gold-trimmed hem draped down to his calves, the crimson lining faintly visible with his movements, and the high, raised collar perfectly concealed the lower half of his face. Yarburna quietly watched from the side, saying nothing, but her violet demonic eyes already revealed an uncontrollable fascination. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Coupled with the newly bestowed blessing of the bloodline, Gu Yuan's aura had undergone a dramatic transformation, becoming mysterious, noble, and unfathomable. If Gu Yuan had previously been just a handsome and slightly cunning son of a demon, now he was unmistakably a bloodline king who had stepped out of a crimson epic. The atmosphere in the castle hall gradually grew ambiguous. Yarburna pressed tightly against Gu Yuan's side, her violet demonic eyes filled with undisguised obsession. Her slender fingers gently brushed the sharp collar of his cloak, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boss, you look absolutely stunning in this outfit.
Tonight, you must wear this cloak.
She suddenly changed her tone, her voice becoming urgent. No, I can't wait until tonight. Yarburna suddenly glanced at the portrait of Catherine on the wall and said indignantly, that woman claimed you right in front of me, so I will take you back right in front of her. As a succubus, having her beloved taken away in front of her was an unbearable humiliation. Speaking, Shaltir was about to take action.
Ahem.
Suddenly, a cold voice came from the oil painting.
Stop flirting here. My power is no longer sufficient to maintain this secret realm. You too, leave quickly.
Interrupted, Shaltir was quite annoyed, but after a moment's thought, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Crossing her arms, she suggested to Gu Yuan, this oil painting seals Catherine.
Leaving it here is too dangerous. Why don't we take it with us? It would be safer that way. Gu Yuan did not object. He naturally understood what this mischievous succubus was thinking.
Clearly, she was still holding a grudge over Catherine's earlier actions and just wanted to get back at her twice as much in front of the oil painting.
However, Gu Yuan himself also had the intention of taking the oil painting.
This painting, capable of sealing Catherine, was obviously a powerful magical artifact and might prove useful in the future. Outside the ancient castle, the heavy sound of machinery roared as the gates slowly opened to both sides. The group of newcomers waiting on the stone bridge heard the commotion and turned to look. When Gu Yuan stepped out from the shadows of the castle, everyone froze in place. Even the always composed Lan Ruatong couldn't take her eyes off him. The young man was still the same, yet the aura around him had undergone a dramatic transformation. He wore dark, shimmering leather boots and held a black staff embedded with a blood-red magic crystal. The most striking feature was the cloak billowing in the wind on his shoulders. Its high collar covered half of his face, and the crimson lining, like flowing blood under the night sky, accentuated his handsome features, making him appear even colder and more mysterious. At this moment, Gu Yuan resembled a vampire king who had stepped out of the pages of history.
Seeing the dumbfounded expressions on everyone's faces, Gu Yuan knew just how high his charm value was at the moment. Equipment crafted by the Blood Clan never disappointed in aesthetics, as if it came with a hidden attribute that could make charm values skyrocket. But people's attention quickly shifted from his appearance to the equipment itself. Orange grade. That cloak is orange grade equipment. Someone snapped out of their amazement and exclaimed in shock. The level of orange grade equipment needed no further explanation. Isn't this awesome? Is this the exclusive reward for soloing a boss? And it's gear for the bloodline, maxing out both looks and power. Quick, tell us what the equipment's effect is. Could it be a forbidden spell? Get lost. The effects of orange grade equipment are trump cards. How could I just tell you so easily? The crowd gathered around, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. Just moments ago, they were ecstatic over obtaining a piece of purple grade equipment, but now, seeing Gu Yuan's entire outfit, they finally understood what it meant to be truly ahead of the game. To obtain orange grade equipment at this level, Gu Yuan could practically establish his own sect. This level of equipment, even with a low level requirement, could be used until his strength underwent several qualitative leaps. Even in the late stages of the game, when it would need to be replaced, selling this cloak casually would instantly grant financial freedom. This could no longer be explained by mere luck, it was practically destiny. But then again, who could argue when he had soloed the boss purely through skill? Brother Yuan is living the good life, and we're not jealous at all, someone in the crowd said sourly, but everyone could hear the thick envy in their tone. Amidst the exclamations, only Lan Ruatong remained calm. She quickly walked through the crowd and went straight to Gu Yuan. Her light blue eyes swiftly scanned Gu Yuan from head to toe, confirming that his clothes were intact and his breathing steady, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Are you hurt? She looked Gu Yuan up and down, her tone carrying a barely noticeable trace of concern. No. Gu Yuan's reply was crisp and decisive. Cleared the level unscathed? The surrounding newcomers gasped upon hearing this. Taking on a level 30 hidden boss solo and coming out unscathed, this level of skill was simply beyond their imagination. Almost, just the hem of the clothes is a bit dirty. Gu Yuan casually made a joke. Lan Ruaton, however, did not laugh. Her gaze lingered briefly on the corner of Gu Yuan's lips before shifting elsewhere. She thought to herself, men always like to act tough. How could he not have a single injury? He was clearly bitten by a vampire. Meanwhile, at the edge of the twisted forest, near the entrance to the hidden realm, Su Ningyue and Zhang Yunfei were pacing anxiously, their expressions growing darker by the moment. It's been so long. Why hasn't Yi Jingchuan come out yet? Zhang Yunfei's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His Holy Descent Guard's skill can only last for 10 minutes. If he's still not out, he might be dead. Su Ningyue's hand holding the staff trembled slightly, her face deathly pale. A level 30 Holy Spear Knight, dying in a sub-level 10 secret realm? This could only mean one thing: there was a terrifying monster in the secret realm far beyond level 30, possibly even level 40. It's over. Su Ningyue's voice quivered. The guild's 12 most outstanding newcomers are all in there, including the guild leader's only daughter, Lan Ruaton. If anything happens to them? She dared not think further. If something were to happen to Lan Ruaton, the two of them would never withstand the guild leader's wrath. How about I go out and call for reinforcements first? Zhang Yunfei gritted his teeth and suggested. It's useless, Su Ningyue shook her head in despair. The rescue team can't enter a hidden secret realm. If you leave and something unexpected happens, I won't be able to handle it alone. Then we might as well write our wills first. Zhang Yunfei slumped to the ground, his face full of despair. If they can't make it out, we'll be doomed even if we escape. Just as the two were preparing to face death, the Scarlet Vortex portal suddenly began to tremble violently. There's movement. Zhang Yunfei's spirits lifted as he quickly turned to look at the portal. Two figures emerged from the vortex first. On the left was a young man dressed in a black robe, draped with a luxurious cloak lined with scarlet, his expression calm and composed. On the right was a young woman with flowing blue hair, holding a staff, her demeanor icy cold. It's Gu Yuan and Lan Ruaton. Zhang Yunfei and Su Ningyue were instantly overwhelmed with joy. They were saved. As long as Lan Ruaton came out alive, they wouldn't have to die with her. Immediately after, Zhang Jiahao, Zhang Chang, and other newcomers also walked out of the light gate one after another, which made Zhang Yunfei and Su Ningyue so emotional that they almost burst into tears. They're out. They all came out alive. The two wept with joy and stumbled forward to greet them. Miss Lan. Are you all right? Su Ningyue hurriedly rushed to Lan Ruaton's side, carefully checking her over. Seeing that she was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had just returned from the brink of death. Is everyone okay? Zhang Yunfei also quickly began counting heads. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. Halfway through counting, he suddenly froze. The numbers didn't add up. Including Gu Yuan and Lan Ruaton, there were only 11 people. Su Ningyue realized it too. She quickly scanned the group and asked anxiously, "Where's Yanqi? And what about Captain Yi Jingchuan? Didn't he go in to support you? Why didn't he come out with you?" As soon as the question was asked, the newcomers, who had been immersed in the joy of passing the trial, all froze. They remembered the missing Yi Yanqi and the Yi Jingchuan they hadn't even seen. They also recalled Lan Ruaton's cold remark, "Don't worry about them." If those two hadn't come out earlier, it meant they had been left behind in the secret realm forever. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and no one dared to speak first. Their instincts told them that this matter was far from simple. Unconsciously, all eyes converged on Lan Ruaton. Lan Ruaton took a deep look at Gu Yuan beside her, then turned her head to look at Su Ningyue and Zhang Yunfei. With an extremely cold voice, she said word by word, "They're dead. I killed them." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Even the air seemed to freeze completely under her icy tone. A few days later, in the A07 villa of the Cloud Peak district, the blood-red sunset cast its afterglow on the temperature-controlled barrier of Linyuan City, refracting a dazzling halo. Gu Yuan stood at the edge of the terrace, holding a cup of warm red tea in his hand, quietly admiring the distant scenery. On the round table nearby,
the phone screen was still lit, displaying a message from Lan Ruodong. The situation is sensitive.
Lay low for a few days and get some rest. What a good girl. Gu Yuan took a sip of black tea and sighed sincerely.
After coming out of the hidden secret realm, Lan Ruodong took it upon herself to bear all the responsibility for killing the Yi siblings. The guild gave no explanation, and the team disbanded hastily, with everyone going their separate ways. Su Ningyue and Zhang Yunfei were only junior members, and they understood clearly that some matters were beyond their level to inquire about. But for Gu Yuan, it all felt unfinished. He couldn't help but replay the life and death struggle with the Yi siblings over and over in his mind. It was an ultimate showdown that combined tactics, psychology, and hidden trump cards. Every moment stimulated his nerves, awakening his long-dormant combat instincts completely. Ever since signing the contract with Yalberna, he had always worried that he might grow lazy and overly reliant on the power of his summoned creatures. But this battle proved that he himself was still the sharpest weapon. Of course, the rewards were unimaginably rich as well. After sacrificing Yi Anchi, he obtained a demigod-level follower, the fallen Saintess, Angelus.
Her addition brought a qualitative change to Gu Yuan's demon army.
As a support, her skill mechanics were absurdly powerful, providing Gu Yuan with brand new tactical options. Now, even the weakest little demon could double its combat effectiveness under his command.
Not only that, but he also acquired 2 god-level skills.
Night Phantom granted him flight and mobility, while Crimson Elegance provided a shield and immunity to control effects.
These 2 skills directly maxed out his survivability.
Now, even if he faced top-tier professional experts head-on, he was absolutely confident he could retreat unscathed.
This feels amazing.
Gu Yuan stretched lazily, his bones emitting a series of crisp cracking sounds. According to the adventurer community's traditions, every time they completed a high-difficulty mission, everyone would gather to feast and celebrate. After all, they were in a line of work where they licked the blade's edge. If they didn't spend the money they earned today, it might become someone else's inheritance tomorrow. Unfortunately, there were no celebrations today. The deaths of the Yi siblings cast a heavy shadow over this victory. It's no surprise, really. Yi Anchi, with her innocent and harmless appearance coupled with her superb acting skills, had long become the little sun in everyone's hearts. Her death was already hard to accept, let alone the fact that she was killed by another highly admired goddess. This cruel lesson gave the newcomers their first taste of the treachery and darkness of this world. I wonder how the guild's higher-ups will handle this matter, Gu Yuan said thoughtfully as he set down his teacup. He wasn't worried about Lan Ruodong getting into trouble. Her father, Lan Shandong, would never let anything happen to his precious daughter. What truly intrigued him was how the guild would define Yi Anchi's actions. Would they choose to reveal the truth about her murdering her classmate, risking a fallout with the powerful Church of the Holy Sanctuary? Or would they fabricate an excuse to save face for both sides? For instance, they could claim that the siblings were corrupted by undead forces, and Lan Ruodong had no choice but to act? No matter what the guild decided, Gu Yuan had long distanced himself from the matter. But he guessed the guild would most likely choose the latter. With a swish, the glass sliding door behind him was pushed open, and a sweet voice drifted in.
"Master, the meal is ready. We can start our celebration now."
Gu Yuan turned around to see a girl dressed in a pure white priestess robe standing at the terrace door. The glow of the setting sun bathed her delicate and charming face, and her emerald green eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled, pure and innocent, just like the first time they met. In the dining room on the first floor of the villa, the open kitchen was wafting with enticing aromas. The Succubus Queen, Yalberna, was wearing a floral apron and skillfully stir-frying ingredients in a skillet. The combination of her luxurious gown and the homely apron created a striking contrast. Looking at the table full of dishes that were a feast for the senses, Gu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how versatile Yalberna was. Who would have thought that her skill tree included culinary arts? At the dining table, Angelus clasped her hands over her chest in a gesture of devout prayer. Her eyes, covered by a black cloth, lifted slightly as she faced Gu Yuan. "Thank you, Lord of the Abyss, for the butter and bread you have bestowed upon us, and for this sanctuary free from the intrusion of holy light."
Hey, why are you only thanking him?
Shaltir walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food, rolling her eyes with a charming flair.
I worked so hard to make all of this.
As she spoke, she placed a steaming plate of grilled oysters on the dining table, her demon tail lightly brushing against Gu Yuan's thigh.
Boss, you have to eat more, and later, make sure to thank me properly. I definitely will.
Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Succubus, Gu Yuan said with a smile as he pulled out the chair at the head of the table and sat down. Just as he took his seat, a tall and imposing figure immediately stepped forward, picked up the decanter on the table, and respectfully poured him half a glass of red wine.
Master, your wine.
Yi Jingchuan, clad in golden armor, offered a bright and deferential smile. Gu Yuan looked at the Yi siblings seated on either side of the dining table and once again marveled at Angelus's nearly twisted and overwhelming power. These 2 people were clearly already dead. Yet, through her grace reversal, Angelus forcibly overturned the concept of death, allowing them to reappear here in the form of the living. In other words, as long as Angelus activated her domain, any holy light followers who had been sacrificed or killed could return from the abyss and become her most loyal servants. This ability was simply too perverse. It must be noted that within her godforsaken land domain, even healing divine spells would be reversed into lethal damage. Holy light combatants excel at healing, whether for individuals or groups. However, her ability could reverse this healing light into true damage that corrodes flesh and blood. Gu Yuan couldn't help but imagine the scene, a desecrated cleric, chanting holy hymns while casting a twisted, corrosive so-called holy light upon their enemies. What a profoundly shocking and blasphemous sight that would be. However, the grace reversal domain consumes an immense amount of mental energy, and keeping it active for a long time is no small burden for Gu Yuan.
To solve this problem, the fallen angel Angelus gave him 2 choices.
If Gu Yuan is willing to bestow grace, Yi Anqi can achieve true redemption, rebuild her physical body, and exist in the outside world for extended periods without relying on the domain. Conversely, if Gu Yuan is unwilling, their souls can enter the so-called penance mech, becoming pure weapons of war on Earth.
As for Yi Anqi, Gu Yuan leans more toward the former.
The reason is simple: her Holy Arbiter class traits are too valuable, practically tailor-made for him. The skill called Divine Judgment Trial allows her to obtain an artifact every 5 levels.
As long as she can grow, the boost to the team's overall combat power might even rival that of the Succubus Queen Yelburna.
As for her brother, Yi Jingchuan, he had already made his choice. He clearly stated his willingness to enter the Atonement Mecha, becoming a killing machine unbound by flesh, as a way to repay the abyss for its redemption.
Each finds their place.
Gu Yuan swirled the red wine in his goblet, his heart clear and bright. His core team was finally fully established. The future held great promise. At this moment, Yelburna removed the floral apron tied around her waist and casually draped it over the back of a chair. She picked up her wineglass and walked to one end of the long table, glancing around at her colleagues seated there. Today marks our first true team dinner.
As the first to join, Yelburna took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere.
As the first employee, I propose we all raise a glass together. She raised her wineglass, her gentle voice echoing through the restaurant. Let us praise the abyss.
Praise the abyss. Angelus immediately clasped her hands together, responding devoutly.
The Yi siblings nearby followed suit, one raising a glass of juice, the other bowing their head with a hand on their chest, chanting in unison, Praise the abyss. Watching this scene unfold, Gu Yuan smiled and tilted his head back, downing the red wine in his glass in one go.
Praise the abyss.
After the banquet ended, Angelus tactfully unfolded her domain and brought Yi Jingchuan and his sister back to her desecrated sanctuary. In the spacious villa, only Gu Yuan and Yelburna remained. Yelburna hummed an unknown abyssal tune, directing 2 little demons to hang the massive oil painting that sealed Catherine on the central wall of the bedroom. Once everything was arranged, the Succubus Queen turned around, leaning against the frame of the painting, her slender legs elegantly crossed. She extended the tip of her tongue, lightly licking her vibrant red lips, while her violet demonic eyes shimmered with unabashed desire.
Boss, the team dinner is over.
Shaltir deliberately elongated her tone, her voice lazy and alluring.
Now, shouldn't you give the outstanding employees a little, special reward? Gu Yuan stood by the window and glanced at the night outside. With the passive ability of Phantom of the Night activated, his overall attributes received a 20% boost after nightfall. He pulled up his attribute panel, with his mental power still far ahead, while his physique attribute, representing physical strength, had reached 37 points after the boost. This value was already quite impressive for a summoner, enough to withstand an ambush from an assassin of the same level. But, to face an Abyssal Lord level succubus, a mere 37 points in physique was likely far from sufficient. Of course, rewards will be given, and plenty of them. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smile as his thoughts shifted slightly. 10 crimson sacrificial gems appeared out of thin air behind him. These were the spoils he had collected from the corrupted abomination in the blood-red town. That stitched monster was slow-moving, but its constitution attribute reached as high as 110 points. Through Abyssal Devour, each gem could provide him with an 11-point boost in constitution. 10 gems, a total of 110 points. Of course, he wouldn't use them all at once. The duration of Abyssal Devour was only 10 minutes. For a prolonged battle, he naturally had to use them sparingly. In the next second, Gu Yuan struck swiftly, grabbing Yelvina's wrist and forcefully pressing the arrogant Succubus Queen against the oil painting behind her. Shaltir raised her head and let out a satisfied sigh, her crimson eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a dazed and entranced expression. The heavy velvet curtains instantly closed, shutting out all external prying eyes. A pink glow erupted, countless petals swept through the room with magical energy, filling every corner. The Catherine in the painting remained elegant and poised, but the smooth canvas was repeatedly dented and quivered from violent impacts. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Gu Yuan woke up on the disheveled bed. He rubbed his slightly aching waist and picked up the phone on the bedside table to check the time. As soon as the screen lit up, a push notification popped up. It was a news announcement from the internal app of the Winter Guild. Secret Realm Casualty Announcement: official member Yi Jingchuan and new member Yi Yanqi have been confirmed dead during the mission. Seeing the headline, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked on it. The news was brief, stating that new member Yi Yanqi, in her eagerness to achieve results while exploring the secret realm, accidentally triggered a high-risk trap, leading to the complete annihilation of the team. According to the announcement released by the Winter Guild, the incident unfolded as follows: Yi Jingchuan and his sister Yi Yanqi, while exploring a hidden secret realm, unfortunately fell into a trap left behind by an ancient blood clan. In an attempt to save his sister, Yi Jingchuan risked his own safety and rushed in, only to fall victim to the blood clan's dark magic. After being controlled by the secret magic, Yi Yanqi was transformed and ended up biting Yi Jingchuan. As a result, the siblings both mutated and became mindless monsters. At this moment, Lan Ruotong encountered them during her exploration. The siblings, now unable to distinguish friend from foe, immediately launched an attack on Lan Ruotong. With no other choice, Lan Ruotong was forced to take action, ending their lives. This story is quite well-rounded, Gu Yuan said with a smile, shaking his head after reading the announcement. The outcome was pretty much what he had expected. The guild's higher-ups indeed chose to conceal the truth, covering up Yi Yanqi's crime of murdering her classmate. For the innocent Lin Moran, who had died, this was utterly unfair. But Gu Yuan also understood that, for the Winter Guild, this was the most prudent course of action. They would never offend the powerful sanctuary organization for the sake of a dead person, nor would they want to give sanctuary an excuse to investigate Lan Ruotong. This is the real and cruel side of this world. Justice not only arrives late but often fails to show up at all. It only makes a staged appearance when those in power need it. The only way to escape this bottomless abyss is to become one of the people in power. Gu Yuan put away his phone and looked out at the bright sunlight streaming through the window. Now that the matter concerning the Yi siblings had been settled, he no longer needed to keep a low profile. After the incident, Lan Ruotong had advised him to stay under the radar. So, over the past few days, he hadn't made any major moves, only venturing into 2 low-level secret realms, one called Goblin Nest and the other, Wolf's Wasteland. These 2 operations were purely to replenish forces. He spent a day restoring the number of summoned imps and hellhounds back to the current level 10 limit. The servants that had been banished earlier were finally ready to be summoned again after 3 days of recovery.
Now, Gu Yuan commanded 60 demon minions and 5 hell puppets, a formidable force.
In addition to stockpiling troops, Gu Yuan had been frantically gathering information about werewolves over the past few days. From the data, he discovered that these warriors who worshipped the god of the wild hunt were as cunning as vampires, and in some ways, even more ruthless. In pursuit of pure hunting pleasure, they had been secretly tracking and killing blood servants who had already obtained legal status. Many recent murder cases involved blood servants as victims, and the cruel methods used clearly pointed to werewolves. This made Gu Yuan realize that without the protection of the Crimson Empire, the blood servants who lived in seclusion within the human world were having a tough time. Facing werewolves who were even more brutal than vampires, Gu Yuan decided to be more cautious. He planned to level up a few more times and accumulate more trump cards before seeking out traces of the werewolves. After all, the strength of all his summoned creatures was directly tied to his own level. The goblin nests and wolfwalk wasteland he had farmed earlier were far too low level. Even after repeatedly farming them several times, he had barely managed to reach level 11. I still need to fight higher level monsters, Gu Yuan thought, shaking his head. With my current forces, I should be able to challenge secret realms in the level 20 to 25 range. Thinking of this, he opened the dedicated app for the Winter Guild, Dongdong. This app was incredibly versatile. In addition to posting official announcements, it allowed users to schedule guild tasks, post team-up invitations, and buy or sell second-hand equipment. There was even a confession wall section specifically for guild members to share gossip, which was quite similar to the campus forums from his university days before he transmigrated. On a whim, Gu Yuan clicked on the confession wall. As soon as the page loaded, his gaze froze. Among the top 10 pinned hot posts, the very first one was about him. Paid search, this newbie is way too handsome. I want all his details within half an hour. This post had garnered over 8,000 likes and more than 1,600 comments. Curious, Gu Yuan clicked on it. Attached to the post was a photo. The picture was somewhat blurry due to the distance, but the distinctive black hair, the cold and sharp profile, and the crimson royal cape, billowing in the wind all clearly indicated that the person in the photo was him. Isn't this the dashing me? Gu Yuan chuckled. The photo had been taken 3 days ago when he was on his way back to the dormitory after emerging from a hidden dungeon. The paparazzi skills need some work, they didn't even capture a tenth of my handsomeness, he casually remarked before scrolling down to read the comments. Wow! The top comment is from someone familiar. Lan Ruatong, Iceflame Mage level 10, delete the post, paid. Gu Yuan let out a chuckle. This young lady is truly domineering. She actually wants to use money to block his romantic prospects? He continued scrolling down. Is this the newbie who soloed the hidden boss? Impressive. I heard he's a mage, but used melee techniques to pin a demon hunter to the ground. As expected, this batch of newcomers is full of monsters. The comments section was buzzing with activity. Many veteran members of various guilds had heard about Gu Yuan's glorious feats over the past few days and held him in high regard. Of course, there were also some envious remarks mixed in. After all, when someone is too outstanding, jealousy is inevitable, that's just human nature. Gu Yuan didn't care about those sarcastic remarks. But one particular comment instantly froze his smile. Yan Yu, druid level 29, dress so much like a vampire, if you attract a werewolf, it would really be a laughingstock. The smile on Gu Yuan's face gradually disappeared, but not because of that sharp-tongued comment. On the contrary, he was even somewhat grateful to that guy. That comment woke him up. After receiving Catherine's blessing, he had already been tainted with the aura of the Blood Clan. Coupled with the noble demeanor granted by the Crimson Royal Cloak, he now looked exactly like a vampire. And this appearance is very likely to attract the covetous eyes of werewolves. Perhaps, among those who have seen that post, there is a hidden werewolf. Attract werewolves. Gu Yuan repeatedly pondered these words, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Earlier, he had been worrying about how to find them in such a large city like Linyuan, especially since werewolves are skilled at disguising themselves. Now it seemed there was no need for him to actively search. Werewolves are inherently violent, while vampires are cunning and elegant, Both are adept at concealment and are destined enemies. In the eyes of werewolves, vampires and their servants are the most delicious and thrilling prey. They enjoy this cat and mouse chase and will actively seek out vampires hidden among humans. Thanks for the reminder, Yan Yu. Gu Yuan tapped the screen and gave a thumbs up to this colleague he had never met. Thanks to him, Gu Yuan came up with a safe and effective plan. Since the werewolf liked playing cat and mouse, he would play the prey once more. Gu Yuan put away his phone and walked into the spacious walk-in closet. In front of the massive dressing mirror, he carefully examined himself. On his feet were shadow walker boots, draped over his shoulders was the crimson royal cape, but what he was wearing was the guild-issued novice mage robe, simple in design and completely mismatched. This mage robe is too out of place, not elegant enough. To be a good bait, you have to play the part convincingly. Gu Yuan stroked his chin, took out his phone, and dialed Lan Ruotong's number. The call was answered after just one ring. Hello? A girl's cool and clear voice came from the other end, accompanied by the rustling sound of flipping pages. Are you free? Gu Yuan got straight to the point. I want to buy some clothes, but I'm not familiar with Lin Yuan City. There was a 2-second pause on the other end, followed by the sound of a chair being pushed back. I'll come find you. 1 hour later, Lin Yuan City, Silver Frost Avenue. This is the most bustling commercial district in the city, frequented by the wealthy and prestigious, either high-level professionals or business tycoons. Inside a custom clothing store, the wooden door of the fitting room was slowly pushed open. Oh my goodness, the female sales assistant stared in amazement at the young man who walked out, her professional smile frozen in place. Sir, this outfit perfectly matches your aura. Gu Yuan walked to the full-length mirror, examining his refreshed appearance. This is a tailored black slim-fit suit, paired with a pure white silk shirt and a black velvet bow tie at the collar. Complemented by the regal crimson royal cloak, a wave of mystery and elegance unique to the bloodline emanates. Lan Ruotong, who was sitting on the sofa flipping through an album, lifted her head. The moment her gaze landed on Gu Yuan, 2 blushes quickly spread across her usually cold and frosty face. She hurriedly averted her eyes, pretending to look at the tie clip beside her. Gu Yuan looked at himself in the mirror and was quite satisfied. Apart from his complexion not being pale enough and his pupils not being crimson, his current appearance already bore an 80% resemblance to a bloodline member. Although this outfit was merely a costume without combat attributes, it was already sufficient. He was about to parade around in this attire, drawing the attention of werewolves. As long as a werewolf cast their gaze upon him, they would immediately be exposed to his abyssal gaze. Of course, a plan that involves using oneself as bait is bound to come with risks. A werewolf who has received the blessing of the wild hunt is certainly of a high level. But Gu Yuan glanced at Lan Ruotong on the sofa through the mirror. Having the only daughter of the Frost King by his side was the strongest protective charm in the entire Lin Yuan City. Those werewolves lurking in the shadows, no matter how bold, wouldn't dare make a move on him in front of Lan Ruotong. And once he catches them, who is the cat and who is the mouse will no longer be certain. What about this one? Gu Yuan turned around and symbolically sought Lan Ruotong's opinion. Lan Ruotong stood up, suppressing the faint ripple of unease in her heart, and walked over to Gu Yuan. She extended her fair fingers, landing them on Gu Yuan's collar, and adjusted the slightly askew bow tie back into place. Lowering her head to conceal her gaze, she asked softly, "Why the sudden interest in this style? This doesn't seem like your usual way of dressing." After clearing Blood Moon Town, I suddenly developed an interest in the history and culture of the Blood Clan. Gu Yuan casually made up an excuse. Besides, this outfit pairs well with my new cloak, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Lan Ruotong's gaze involuntarily drifted to the corner of Gu Yuan's lips. Though the small wound there had already healed, she vividly remembered the faint trace of lipstick that had once been there. Coupled with the subtle Blood Clan aura emanating from Gu Yuan and his sudden change in attire today, Lan Ruotong's expression changed. She lowered her voice and asked the question she was most worried about, "Be honest with me. Have you been turned into a blood servant by the vampires?" A dark element abyss walker, if also turned into a blood servant, would practically collect all the outcast labels and become everyone's enemy. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. He pointed to the large floor-to-ceiling window outside the clothing store. It was noon, and even in the cold northern region, the sunlight was still dazzling. Blood servants can't stand sunlight. If I really had been turned, could I still be strolling around with you under such bright sunlight? It seems, that does make sense. Lan Ruaton nodded slightly, and the heavy stone hanging in her heart finally settled. Indeed, even the highest-ranking vampires have an instinctive aversion to sunlight, and blood servants are even burned by it. If Gu Yuan had really been transformed, he wouldn't dare step outside without slathering on an entire bottle of sunscreen. Lan Ruaton looked at Gu Yuan in front of her, then glanced at the reflection of the two standing side by side in the glass mirror. Her heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. The girl's gaze became evasive, her cheeks flushed again, and she nervously twisted her fingers, revealing a rare shy expression. So, does this mean we're on a date now? Gu Yuan was stunned. A date? The reason he had asked Lan Ruaton out today was actually for a specific purpose. But looking at her expectant eyes and her rare girlish demeanor, an inexplicable flutter stirred in Gu Yuan's heart. Setting aside all those complicated calculations, this was indeed his first time strolling around with such a beautiful girl. In his previous life, he didn't have the ability to get a girl to come out with just a phone call. If you want to put it that way, I guess it's not impossible. Gu Yuan went along with it, intending to first establish a mutual fondness with this eldest daughter of the Lan family. However, just at that moment, two sharp car horn blasts suddenly sounded outside the clothing store. Beep, beep. Immediately after, there was a deafening roar of an engine. A flamboyantly designed, bright red magnetic levitation sports car came to a stop right in front of the clothing store's entrance in an extremely ostentatious manner. Seeing this sports car, Lan Ruaton's blushing face instantly turned frosty as she muttered under her breath, "What bad luck!" Outside the clothing store, the flashy red hover sports car executed a beautiful drift and came to a stop. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a young man in the driver's seat wearing sunglasses and sporting short ice blue hair. He was none other than Lan Yuding, the young master of the Winter Guild. His arrival instantly disrupted the budding romantic atmosphere between the young man and woman. The shyness in Lan Ruaton's eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of utter disappointment. So annoying. She gritted her teeth and complained in a low voice, "I told him not to follow me when I went out, but he just had to shamelessly tag along." You didn't understand your brother's good intentions. Gu Yuan looked at the sports car outside the door, a trace of understanding flashing in his eyes. Lan Yuding following them was definitely not to be a third wheel, but to protect Lan Ruaton. Of course, this kind of protection was not directed at Gu Yuan. The impact of Lan Ruaton killing Yi Anchi had not completely subsided. Although the guild had issued an official conclusion, there were still plenty of negative rumors circulating outside. Lan Ruaton was relatively safe within the guild, but once she stepped out, it was inevitable that people would point fingers at her. Lan Yuding's presence by her side was a way of using his identity to remind everyone who Lan Ruaton was and to warn them not to mess with her. The two walked out of the clothing store. Lan Yuding took off his sunglasses and gave Gu Yuan's new look a once-over, letting out a loud whistle. "Well, Gu Yuan. This new outfit of yours is something else, kind of reminds me of my own style back in the day." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the center console. "Get in the car, I'll take you both back to the guild." Accompanied by a soft hiss of released airflow, the razor-sharp red doors on both sides of the sports car lifted upward, opening in the classic scissor door style. Gazing at the mechanically aesthetic door structure and the suspension array beneath the chassis emitting a faint blue glow, Gu Yuan's eyes revealed undisguised envy. The technological level of this world, due to the existence of professions like mechanic and alchemist, has seamlessly combined with magic, developing an incredibly fantastical technological path. Take transportation, for instance, most vehicles utilize magnetic levitation technology, boasting high speeds and adaptability to all terrains. As for Lan Yuding's flashy red sports car, it is a custom model designed by the guild's chief mechanic. Not only does it have a striking appearance, but it can also transform into a humanoid mech, directly participating in combat. My goodness, isn't this a real-life version of Transformers? Tell me, What man could possibly resist a super sports car that can transform into a mech? Seeing Gu Yuan's eyes light up, Lan Yuding laughed smugly. Ha, look at you drooling over it. He patted the steering wheel. This is the ultimate fusion of mechanics and magic, the ultimate romance for men. So, how about it? If you want to try it, I'll lend it to you for 2 days. Before Gu Yuan could open his mouth to thank him, Lan Ruodong sat in the back seat with a cold expression. Look at how smug you are. This flashy car is only for those. She finished speaking, then looked at Gu Yuan in the passenger seat and said seriously, if you ask me, this car is nothing compared to your hell puppet. Lan Yuding was instantly full of question marks and said to his sister, are you blind? Or has love completely clouded your judgment? Drive. Lan Ruodong's face flushed red as she kicked the backrest of the driver's seat. Really, got a man and forgot about your brother. Lan Yuding muttered helplessly, stepping on the magic-powered pedal. The sports car let out a low growl, then smoothly lifted off and merged into the magnetic levitation traffic in midair. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat tense along the way. Sitting in the back seat, Lan Ruodong crossed her arms and stared at her brother in the front row through the rearview mirror. Lan Yuding, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, could only sigh. Ah, I wish I could let you guys shop a little longer, he said, looking at the road ahead, his tone turning serious. But I really have an urgent matter today. I just received a joint investigation notice from the security division. There have been several gruesome murders in the lower district recently, and the killer's methods are extremely brutal. Speaking of this, he glanced at Gu Yuan through the rearview mirror. I feel like it was done by those mad dogs. Hearing the words mad dogs, Gu Yuan immediately perked up. This was a derogatory term for werewolf combat professionals. In the front seat, Lan Yuding gripped the steering wheel with one hand and began explaining the case. In this recent string of murders, the victims included both men and women, with various professions. On the surface, it appeared to be random killings, but the security division keenly noticed one detail: one of the victims was a legally registered human blood servant. This was precisely the werewolves' usual modus operandi. To conceal their true intentions, these mad dogs would indiscriminately kill innocents, creating massacre scenes to mislead and confuse, much like burning down an entire forest to hide a single tree. Moreover, their methods of committing crimes are extremely brutal, and their counter-investigation awareness is exceptionally strong. The victims' bodies are not only mutilated, but even their souls are completely torn apart. This directly renders those investigators skilled in spirit communication unable to get the deceased to speak. The guard division tried every possible method but ultimately came up empty-handed, leaving them no choice but to bring a hefty bounty to seek help from the Winter Guild. They don't require leaving anyone alive, they just want those werewolves eliminated. 2 million per head. As he said this, Lan Yuding glanced at Gu Yuan through the rearview mirror, seemingly unintentionally. Gu Yuan immediately understood the look. The young master of the guild seemed to be hinting that he might play a certain role in this matter. Gu Yuan is dressed so much like a vampire, could he become a target for the werewolves? Lan Ruodong, sitting in the back seat, suddenly voiced her concern. Lan Yuding chuckled and comforted, it's fine to wear it in the guild. No matter how bold the werewolves are, they wouldn't dare cause trouble within the Winter Guild. The upper district of Abyss City is heavily guarded, so it's definitely safe. But, the lower district is another story. Then let's not go to the lower district. Lan Ruodong immediately patted the passenger seat. Alright, I won't go. Gu Yuan nodded. He had already fully understood Lan Yuding's scheme. Mentioning high rewards and precisely pointing out danger in the lower district, it was clear he wanted him to act as bait while he reaped the benefits as the fisherman. However, Gu Yuan felt that this was an excellent opportunity. He had spent money on this outfit precisely to lure werewolves, so if he could also claim a share of the bounty, why not? But he didn't plan to speak up first. In business, the party who speaks first often loses the power to negotiate. He would wait for Lan Yuding to come to him, so he could negotiate a higher price. 20 minutes later, the flashy red hover sports car smoothly entered the Cloud Peak Villa district. Lan Yuding first dropped his sister off at home before taking Gu Yuan to the door of Villa A07. Once the car came to a stop, Lan Yuding didn't open the door.
Instead, he turned his head to look at Gu Yuan in the passenger seat, a meaningful smile playing on his lips.
Gu Yuan knew it was time to get down to business.
He straightened his posture, ready to haggle with Lan Yuding. At the very least, it had to be a 50-50 split.
Who would have thought? Lan Yuding handed over a can of gum and said casually, "I say, Yi Anqi and Yi Jingchuan, you killed them, right?" Gu Yuan was stunned, secretly cursing in his heart, this guy is ruthless. The first sentence in the negotiation goes straight for the jugular. The atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly froze.
I feel like my sister couldn't have killed Yi Jingchuan. Lan Yuding glanced sideways at Gu Yuan, his gaze growing sharper. However, faced with the interrogation from this brother-in-law, Gu Yuan's heartbeat did not accelerate in the slightest. He did not rush to deny it. He knew that the guild had already issued an official announcement, categorizing the death of the Yi siblings as falling into a trap and being assimilated by monsters. This indicated that the guild's higher-ups had no intention of delving into the truth. Lan Yuding bringing up this matter now was definitely not to seek justice for the Yi siblings, but rather to hold leverage over him and pave the way for their upcoming collaboration. Gu Yuan reached out to take the gum Lan Yuding handed over, poured out 2 pieces, tossed them into his mouth, and calmly met his gaze while chewing. "I killed them," Gu Yuan answered decisively and straightforwardly.
The siblings' actual target was me. A burst of laughter came from the other end of the phone.
Lan Yuding leaned back in his chair, his voice full of smugness.
I knew it. With Lan Ruodong's limited abilities, how could she possibly stand a chance against Yi Jingchuan?
Even if she plays her trump card, in the end, she'll only be hurt by the backlash of her own righteous fury. Lan Yuding's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, his tone sounding indifferent. Honestly, I couldn't care less about the lives of that brother and sister. The guild has never lacked geniuses, what it lacks are geniuses who can survive until the end.
If they're outmatched and end up being countered, they can only blame themselves for being useless.
His tone suddenly shifted, and his gaze turned sharp in an instant.
But the Frost King is a complete daughter-con.
You made his precious daughter take the blame for you, and now he's very upset. So, you need to show some effort to make him feel that this favor is worth it.
How should I show it? Gu Yuan asked directly.
My dad places great importance on the case involving those mad dogs.
Lan Yuding patted the center console, and a holographic file immediately popped up.
You have the scent of the Blood Clan on you, which makes you perfect bait to lure them out.
Leave the rest to me.
If this goes well, it'll earn me quite a bit of favor with my dad.
Gu Yuan nodded silently.
The elaborate arguments he had prepared to negotiate a higher price were now completely useless.
The guy even brought up his future father-in-law. How could he still have the nerve to talk about money? But asking for a little bit shouldn't be a problem, right? Being bait is fine.
Gu Yuan chewed his gum and cautiously spoke up. The bounty for taking down a werewolf is 2 million. I'm risking my life to fish them out, so taking a 20% hardship fee isn't too much to ask, is it?
Of course, I can. Do you think I'd let you suffer a loss?
Lan Yuding agreed exceptionally readily.
Don't just talk about 20%. If you can take one down single-handedly, the entire bounty is yours. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Deal. Don't get too excited just yet.
Lan Yuding put away his smile and solemnly reminded, based on the intelligence, there's more than one werewolf that has infiltrated the lower city this time. There should be 2 to 3 of them, and their levels are at least above 25. He fixed his gaze on Gu Yuan, his tone serious.
One of them might have even completed a second job advancement. This is no comparison to someone like Yi Jingchuan. It's extremely dangerous.
Speaking of this, he opened the scissor doors of the sports car and said frankly, you can refuse, it's okay. Gu Yuan was silent for a moment before speaking. If it's not urgent, give me a few days.
I need to level up a bit. Lan Yuding shrugged. A few days?
Being able to level up even once would be impressive, but it won't make much of a difference. Gu Yuan said nothing more, simply stepped out of the sports car and waved toward the driver's seat.
Then I'll think about it for a few days and get back to you. 3 days later, level 25 Secret Realm, Poisonous Swamp Forest.
Gu Yuan sat on the withered trunk of a fallen ancient tree, reaching out to take a skewer of roasted meat from a small demon's hand. The skewer was charred black, clearly overcooked. Is this edible? Gu Yuan glared at the small demon. The boss lady's not around, and you dare to slack off like this? Roast it again. Kee hee hee. The small demon let out a disgruntled cackle but obediently returned to the barbecue rack to continue its work. These past few days, Gu Yuan had been leveling up in the secret realm, preparing for Lan Yuding's private order. For safety's sake, he even specifically brought Lan Ruodong along as a teammate for 3 days. Although Lan Yuding claimed that the werewolves wouldn't dare cause trouble on the guild's territory, Gu Yuan still felt that having Lan Ruodong by his side was the only way to ensure true safety. Besides, with Gu Yuan's terrifying efficiency at farming monsters, he wasn't worried about sharing experience points. However, after just 3 days of teaming up, Lan Ruodong refused to continue. The reason was simple: following Gu Yuan into the secret realm not only involved zero physical activity, but she also had to endure being constantly fed all kinds of barbecue by him. This morning, when the young lady stepped on the scale, she discovered she had gained 2 pounds and, in a fit of anger, quit on the spot. As a result, Gu Yuan was left to solo the secret realm. Oh ho ho ho! A piercing scream, as exaggerated as something out of a cartoon, interrupted Gu Yuan's thoughts. He looked up and gazed toward the distant jungle. 5 towering hell puppets, each 10 meters tall, rampaged through the swampy area where the boss resided, like 5 out-of-control heavy trucks. The crimson flames burning on their bodies evaporated the toxic miasma of the swamp completely. One can only imagine the brutal beating the boss in the swamp was enduring. Meanwhile, amidst the barely visible thickets and poisonous vines, 30 hellhounds darted back and forth, hunting down every living creature in sight. Looking up, the Midir of the secret realm was even more chaotic. 28 little demons, like a swarm of out-of-control drones, darted around wildly, haphazardly hurling fireballs downward. They had no specific targets, simply indulging their nature, driven by an uncontrollable urge to act. Spotting a tree hollow, they'd blow it up; seeing a puddle, they'd blow that up too, turning the entire jungle into utter chaos. Why 28? Because 2 other little demons were by the barbecue grill, fully focused on grilling skewers for their boss. The hell puppet has slain the boss, Poison Swamp Dragon. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. A golden glow flashed across Gu Yuan's body. You have gained free attribute points, 10. Unlocked professional skill, Abyssal Imprint, Beginner. Finally reached level 15. Gu Yuan skillfully allocated the attribute points proportionally. Strength, 22. Agility, 22. Constitution, 46. Spirit, 90. Afterward, he activated the newly acquired skill. Abyssal Imprint, Beginner. You can temporarily imprint one skill from a summoned creature and inherit its proficiency. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. The number of imprinted skills can increase. When this skill reaches the divine level, it will become a passive effect, allowing the user to permanently acquire all the skills of contracted summoned creatures. Seeing this note, Gu Yuan suddenly stood up with a whoosh. This calls for standing up. At first glance, this new skill doesn't seem very useful. It can only copy one skill and has a half-hour cooldown. At most, it could be used for self-defense or emergencies when Yelbina and the others are not around. Upon closer inspection, this is simply a divine skill. The ultimate form of the skill allows one to permanently acquire all the abilities of summoned creatures. You must know, Gu Yuan's contracted creatures are all monsters. Yelberna's mental strike, Angelisa's reversal mechanism, and Catherine's vampiric secret arts. As his level increases, he will contract even more terrifying abyssal lords in the future. Once this skill is mastered, he will be able to combine all external powers into one. By then, he will no longer be the weakling who can only hide behind summoned creatures and toss out magic orbs. He will become, in the truest sense, the Lord of the Abyss. Amazing, truly amazing. Gu Yuan stretched lazily and decided to fill his stomach first. Today's roasted meat was so awful that he hadn't taken a single bite. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Gu Yuan's figure appeared on the teleportation array in the mission hall. His striking vampire outfit immediately drew everyone's attention. Gu Yuan was long accustomed to being the center of attention. He walked calmly toward the exit of the hall, planning to find a place to have lunch. But just then, his steps suddenly halted. Abyssal gaze has been triggered. Gu Yuan felt a gaze fixed on him from a corner of the hall. Having been extremely sensitive to stares these past few days, he immediately opened the other party's panel with a swift motion. Name: Yang Yu, human/werewolf. Level 29. Class: Druid. Oh. Gu Yuan immediately felt amused in his heart. So it really is you, Senior Yang Yu? The task hall was bustling with noise, filled with shouts for team formation. Level 25 dungeon speed run, anyone joining? Level 10 newbie team, just need a healer. Ready to go as soon as you join. Level 30 pressure challenge, high intensity, need a tank who can withstand the boss's second phase. Amid the crowd, Gu Yuan walked expressionlessly toward the guild cafeteria. However, his eyes that seemed to grow on the back of his head were firmly locked onto the observer not far away, Yang Yu. It was the senior who once left a comment under Gu Yuan's post, warning him not to be targeted by werewolves. At first, Gu Yuan thought it was just a casual sarcastic remark. Unexpectedly, that guy was actually voicing his true thoughts. Now it seems that the comment was likely a test. This werewolf was also fishing. So, who exactly took whose bait? Gu Yuan sneered inwardly. He didn't plan to contact Lan Yuding immediately. The reason was simple. First, he couldn't explain how he could confirm the other party was a werewolf just by a glance. The skill Abyssal Gaze was too overpowered, completely unreasonable. Once exposed, it would definitely cause big trouble. Second, and most importantly, once the guild enforcement team gets involved, Yang Yu is very likely to be directly captured for interrogation or even killed on the spot. Then what would he use to sacrifice to Catherine? Without a sacrifice, the vampire princess would remain nothing more than a painting forever. This guy is only level 29, Gu Yuan calculated as he walked. Yang Yu's class is Druid, a very balanced profession capable of control, tracking, healing, and tanking. The only drawback is its lack of explosive power. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Yu poses much less of a threat than Yi Jingchuan did before. Even the level 30 Yi Jingchuan was dealt with by him, so a level 29 Yang Yu is even less of a concern. Even if his combat power increases after transforming into a werewolf, Gu Yuan has more trump cards up his sleeve. How about luring him to a deserted place and finishing him off? Gu Yuan used the perspective of Abyssal Gaze, staring at Yang Yu with the back of his head, hoping the other would follow. However, Yang Yu's behavior was extremely cautious. He did not tail him, and as Gu Yuan walked out of the hall, that gaze disappeared. Strong counter-surveillance awareness. Gu Yuan shook his head. The prey wouldn't take the bait, and he couldn't make a move inside the guild. It seemed there was only one option left. I'll follow him and see if I can find an opportunity. Gu Yuan's gaze darkened as he turned and headed toward the garden outside the mission hall, his figure quickly vanishing into the crowd. Night fell over the lower district of Abyssal City. In stark contrast to the luxury of the Cloudtop district and the bustling prosperity of the upper district, this was the city's dark side. Most of the lower district lay at the edge of the thermal barrier, where the biting cold winds seemed to pierce through, seeping in a chilling draft. The dim alchemical streetlights flickered unsteadily, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of coal smoke, engine oil, and cheap alcohol. Yang Yu pulled up his collar and walked briskly through the labyrinthine dark alleys. After weaving through several twists and turns, he arrived in front of an abandoned factory. The surroundings were deathly silent, broken only by the wailing sound of the cold winds sweeping over the corrugated metal roof. Yang Yu was completely unaware that, less than 50 meters behind him in the shadows, a persistent tail was following him. Gu Yuan hid behind an abandoned boiler, coldly watching as Yang Yu climbed over the factory's perimeter wall. These boots are really useful. Gu Yuan glanced down at the Shadow Walker boots on his feet. This blue-quality equipment came with the special effect of stealth, which had played an unexpectedly crucial role in this tracking mission. After an entire day of staking out, Gu Yuan finally caught sight of Yang Yu. This guy had always been a loner in the guild. As soon as night fell, he blended in with a group of peripheral combat professionals and left the guild. Gu Yuan had tailed him intermittently throughout the night, and this level 29 druid hadn't noticed a single trace of him. Now, this place was deserted, and the environment was relatively enclosed, an ideal spot to make a move. Logically, Gu Yuan should strike immediately and take down Yang Yu as quickly as possible. But he forcibly suppressed the urge. The intel from Lan Yuding was very clear: there wasn't just one wolf, and there might even be a strong individual who had completed a second job advancement. For Yang Yu to come to this desolate place in the dead of night, it was definitely not to admire the moon. Most likely, he was here to rendezvous with his accomplices. If Gu Yuan acted rashly and ended up in the middle of a fight, only for a second advancement werewolf to suddenly appear, the situation would become extremely disadvantageous. Let's check the situation first. Gu Yuan lowered his breath, silently climbed over the wall, and infiltrated the factory. The factory was vast, filled with rusty gears and broken pipes everywhere. Gu Yuan found a thick beam and hid on top of it. Below, Yang Yu cautiously navigated through the waterlogged workshop, finally stopping in front of an abandoned furnace. He warily scanned his surroundings, and after confirming it was safe, he called softly toward the shadow above the furnace, "Second brother, I'm here." Clang, clang. Two crisp metallic sounds echoed. A tall figure lightly jumped down from the top of the furnace, which was over 10 meters high, landing steadily in front of Yang Yu. It was a bald man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing an open black leather coat that revealed his rock-like, muscular chest. Even without transforming into a wolf, the violent aura emanating from him was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Gu Yuan looked down at the bald man from above, his gaze instantly becoming solemn. Although the other party couldn't see him and his abyssal gaze skill couldn't be triggered, the oppressive aura emanating from the man's very being was unmistakable. This was someone who had already broken through the level 30 barrier and completed the second job advancement trial. Lan Yuding's intel was correct: there's definitely a big fish here. Gu Yuan glanced at his backpack, quickly weighing the disparity between himself and the enemy in his mind. After 3 days of relentless monster grinding, his gem ammunition was fully stocked. He had 20 boss-grade gems specifically for triggering Abyssal Devour, all sourced from level 25 bosses. At this level, a boss's highest single attribute typically exceeded 200 points, with some extreme types even reaching 300 points. Abyssal Devour could temporarily acquire 10% of a boss's highest attribute. If Gu Yuan devoured 10 gems in one go, he could gain an attribute boost of over 250 points. Coupled with the 20% all-attribute enhancement provided by Phantom of the Night during nighttime, Gu Yuan calculated that in his peak state, his total attributes would surpass 530 points. This value far exceeded that of ordinary level 30 professionals, allowing him to crush them effortlessly with just basic attacks. However, facing a second-tier job changer is still a bit risky. Confronting his prey, Gu Yuan maintained absolute composure. The second-tier job change is the first major threshold for professionals. A first-tier professional gains only 10 free attribute points per level. However, after completing the second-tier job change trial, this number doubles to 20 points. In addition, the system compensates for the previous attribute gap, adding 10 points per level from level 1 to level 30. In other words, a level 30 professional who completes the job change not only enhances their professional abilities but also receives a one-time bonus of 300 free attribute points. Even a newly transitioned second-tier professional would have a base attribute total exceeding 600 points. There's a gap in attributes, but with Yalberna and Angelus, it can be compensated. Still, there's no guarantee of victory. Gu Yuan warned himself to stay calm. First, the opponent might not be a newly transitioned second-tier professional, they could already be in their 30s in level. Second, the werewolf race itself is inherently stronger than other normal professionals. And their transformation surely comes with additional boosts. Even if he goes all out and uses every trump card, it would be extremely difficult to forcibly kill Yang Yu under the watchful eyes of a second-tier powerhouse. Don't be greedy, Gu Yuan decided decisively. Since he had already figured out the opponent's base and personnel,
the best choice was to retreat for now.
Whether to share the intelligence with Lan Yuding or find another way to eliminate Yang Yu would require a new plan. Having made up his mind, Gu Yuan began to move his body backward, preparing to quietly retreat along the beam. However, just as his right foot moved back less than an inch, Abyssal Gaze was passively triggered.
Another expert.
The moment Abyssal Gaze was passively triggered, Gu Yuan's heart was instantly gripped by an intense sense of crisis. Without the slightest hesitation, and without even having time to check the opponent's attribute panel, he relied solely on his years of battle-hardened instincts to immediately make a dodging move.
Thunk!
At the moment Gu Yuan turned sideways, a steel arrow shimmering with a ghostly blue light fiercely embedded itself in the spot where he had just been lying. The arrow, brimming with immense energy, instantly pierced through the thick steel beam and continued its trajectory, lodging itself into the wall behind.
If Gu Yuan had hesitated for even a second, he would have been skewered by the arrow. This guy is incredibly strong. Gu Yuan's heart sank.
Ignoring the stunned Yang Yu and the bald man below who were looking up in shock, he turned his gaze in the direction the arrow had come from. There, a man dressed in dark green ranger attire stood on a crisscrossing pipeline, holding a finely crafted short bow and staring at him from afar. Name, Lin Jiu, human/werewolf, level 35, class, Dark Ranger, second job advancement.
Gu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Another second job advanced powerhouse. Lan Yuding, the intel you provided is completely wrong.
Among the werewolves lurking in the lower district of this city, there isn't just one second job advanced powerhouse, there are two. Third brother, you're way too careless. The Dark Ranger lowered his short bow and said hoarsely, you didn't even realize someone followed you back to the lair. I really don't understand how the Winter Guild could take a liking to an idiot like you. Upon hearing the reprimand, Yang Yu abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the dim light and landing on the beam. When he clearly saw the figure dressed in a suit and draped in a cloak, his expression changed drastically. Gu Yuan? You actually dared to turn around and track me? You really are a vampire.
Vampire?
The Dark Ranger on the pipeline sneered, glancing at Yang Yu as if looking at a fool.
Real vampires, before they grow their wings, are like rats hiding in the sewers.
They wouldn't dare to parade around wearing the attire of the Blood Clan. Lin Jiu's gaze swept over Gu Yuan like a blade, his short bow drawn to its full extent once again, the arrowhead gleaming with lethal cold light. However, whether he's a vampire or not, since he heard things he shouldn't have, he won't be leaving here alive today. As Lin Jiu's words fell, the bald brute below also moved. With a few crisp crack sounds, the bald man twisted his thick neck, his entire skeleton emitting a sound like popping beans. He pulled out a double-edged battle axe as large as a door panel from his back, the heavy axe blade smashing into the concrete ground, leaving a deep pit. The three quickly formed a surrounding stance. The bald brute, like an iron tower, blocked the factory's entrance. Yang Yu formed seals with his hands, eerie green magic spreading like vines beneath his feet, sealing off all ground exits, while Lin Jiu, occupying the high ground as the Dark Ranger, locked all aerial escape routes with his bow and arrows. In an instant, a trap was set, leaving no way out. Gu Yuan stood high above, taking in the movements of the three men below. Seeing his escape route blocked, he did not panic, instead, his mind began to race. Facing one second-tier professional was already risky enough, but dealing with two at the same time was utterly hopeless. The only thing he could do was rely on the flight ability of Night Phantom to escape this deadly trap. He was 100% confident he could get away. Despite the three opponents, he hadn't played his cards yet.
In terms of strength, Yelberna and Angelus were no weaker than these two second-tier professionals.
They were merely limited by their levels, with many powerful skills still locked. But even with just basic attacks, they could exert immense pressure on the three. Coupled with his own life-saving skills, he was practically untouchable. As long as he activated magic immunity and transformed into a swarm of bats to dash away, he could instantly break out of the factory. Once outside, it would be like a fish returning to the sea or a bird soaring in the sky.
While second-tier professionals were formidable, they couldn't fly, and there was no way they could stop him. However, if he simply fled, the sacrificial plan would be completely ruined. Once his identity was exposed, these three werewolves would undoubtedly flee Linyuan City overnight and hide in the vast wilderness. At that point, where would he find such suitable offerings? Today's matter must be resolved today. Gu Yuan's gaze turned resolute. Since they had already been alerted, he might as well eliminate them completely. On his own, he might not be able to defeat two second-tier professionals, but he could certainly hold them off. The fish had already bitten the hook, now it was up to Lan Yuding to reel in the net quickly enough. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan no longer concealed his aura. He summoned the crimson staff, and the blood-colored magic crystal at the tip of the staff erupted with a dazzling light in the dark factory. The obsidian bones slumbering in the scorching hell, the war heart flowing with molten blood. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Yuan began chanting the spell directly. Abyssal magic began to boil, and strands of dark red energy drifted around him. Attack! He's summoning a demon. Yang Yu clearly knew Gu Yuan well and was deeply aware of the terror of this abyss walker. The moment he heard the incantation, he immediately shouted a warning and simultaneously activated his skilled vine entanglement. Yang Yu let out a sharp cry and slammed his hands onto the ground. On the steel beam beneath Gu Yuan's feet, countless thick, dark green vines instantly sprouted. These vines were covered with sharp thorns on their surface, and like venomous snakes, they rapidly coiled along the beam, rushing toward Gu Yuan. At the same time, the other two also launched their attacks. Mountain Shatter Slash. The bald man below let out a thunderous roar. His legs bent slightly, and the concrete ground beneath him collapsed with a loud crash. Using the immense recoil force, he leaped over 10 meters high like a heavy cannonball. The massive battle axe, as large as a door, was raised high above his head, and the blade, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, came crashing down toward Gu Yuan. Crimson violent energy erupted from the giant axe, carrying the momentum to cleave mountains, smashing down directly toward Gu Yuan. At the same time, right in front of Gu Yuan, Lin Jiu's short bow was already fully drawn. The bowstring trembled with a twang, and a poison arrow shimmering with a ghostly green light whistled through the air. The arrow traced a spiraling trajectory, emitting a piercing screech as it shot straight toward the center of Gu Yuan's forehead. The ground was controlled by vines, the sky threatened by the cleaving axe, and the front faced a deadly poison arrow. This was a trinity of coordinated slaughter, flawless and inescapable. It was not an impromptu attack but a killing synergy honed through countless life-and-death battles among the three. Any other mage would have met their end instantly under such a thunderous assault. However, Gu Yuan showed no intention of dodging. He merely stared coldly at the rapidly enlarging arrow before him, his lips moving slightly. Salvation Black Coffin. As soon as the words fell, with a hum, countless dense black scripture-like runes surged out from within him, swirling rapidly around his body. In just a fraction of a second, a pitch-black, ominous stone coffin materialized out of thin air, completely enclosing Gu Yuan within. This was an absolute defensive fortress, immune to all external harm. Ding! Lin Jiu's poisoned arrow struck fiercely against the front of the black coffin. After a crisp metallic clang, the expensive arrow shattered inch by inch from the arrowhead, exploding into a cloud of green powder. Yet, the surface of the black coffin remained unscathed, not even a scratch left behind. Bang! At the same time, the bald man's powerful axe came crashing down heavily on the top of the black coffin. The violent blood-red energy was instantly absorbed upon contact with the coffin, vanishing without a trace. Instead, a massive recoil force traveled back along the axe handle, numbing the bald man's hands and causing him to lose his balance midair, landing awkwardly on the ground. As for the thorny vines summoned by Yang Yu, they had already collapsed and fallen along with the steel beams the moment the black coffin appeared, not even managing to touch it. The meticulously planned combined attack of the three had completely failed. The dilapidated factory fell into a deathly silence. Yang Yu widened his eyes, staring at the black stone coffin floating midair in disbelief. What kind of defensive skill is this? My second brother's berserk strike combined with Big Brother's armor-piercing arrow didn't even leave a mark? The bald man climbed up from the ground, shaking his numbed arms. His face darkened as he said, "This kid's got some tricks." Standing on the pipeline, Lin Jiu was equally astonished, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't panic.
Lin Jiu sneered, drawing another arrow and knocking it on his bowstring. He analyzed, this level of absolute defense, whether it's a skill or an artifact, must come with significant limitations. Look, that stone coffin is floating motionless in midair. This means that while the defense is active, he can't move either. It's like locking himself in a turtle shell. No matter how tough this turtle shell is, it can't last long. 10 seconds? 20 seconds? At most, a minute. Hearing this, the bald man grinned viciously and gripped his battle axe tightly again. He strode to the spot directly beneath the stone coffin and roared, "We'll just wait here. Once his skill runs out, I'll drag him out of that shell and crush his bones piece by piece." Yang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, smirking mockingly. I warned him not to mess with us, yet he still dared to follow me. Does he really think he's a vampire? As he spoke, he channeled his magic again, summoning a large patch of thorny vines to form a trap beneath the black coffin, ready to ensnare Gu Yuan the moment his defense deactivated. I almost hope he is, the bald man said, licking his lips with a savage glint in his eyes. The god of the wild hunt we worship loves nothing more than hunting vampires. The Dark Ranger Lin Jiu nodded, his gaze greedy as he stared at the black coffin. Whether he's a vampire or not, this kid must have something valuable on him. We're going to strike it rich this time. The three of them wore mocking expressions, as if their predatory instincts as werewolves had already been triggered. In their eyes, Gu Yuan was already meat on the chopping block, with no chance of escape. But little did they know, as they stood in the factory, for meteors were hurtling toward them with unstoppable force. At this moment, on the Hanjiang Bridge in Lingyuan City. As the transportation hub connecting the uptown and downtown areas, it was always jam-packed. Lan Yuding rested one hand on the steering wheel, staring at the sea of red taillights ahead with a face full of impatience. No matter how cool or fast his magnetic levitation sports car was, under strict traffic regulations, he could only crawl forward at a snail's pace along with the flow of cars. Tisk, no matter how good the car is, it's not as reliable as having real power. Lan Yuding rolled down the car window, letting the river breeze blow into the vehicle. He tilted his head back to gaze at the pitch-black night sky, a hint of longing in his eyes. I need to level up to 60 as soon as possible. Once I break through the threshold of the third career advancement, I can ignore these traffic rules and fly freely in the sky. Mommy, look! A shooting star. From the window of a nearby family car, a 6 or 7-year-old boy leaned halfway out, excitedly pointing at the distant sky and shouting. The little boy clasped his hands together, tightly closed his eyes, and made a wish in his tender voice. I want to make a wish. I wish for Mommy. I hope I can stay young and beautiful forever. I hope I don't have to go to school tomorrow. A childish voice made a wish from inside the car. The mother smiled and gently patted the child's head, her eyes full of affection. Hearing these innocent words, Lan Yuding couldn't help but laugh. Following the direction of the little boy's finger, he jokingly thought to himself, I hope I can break through the third advancement soon, gain the ability to fly, and never have to suffer through this traffic again. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Lan Yuding's smile froze on his face. In the depths of the night sky, something indeed streaked across, but it was far from a meteor. They were 4 massive, dark red objects, their surfaces churning with magma. Trailing thick, billowing smoke, they plummeted almost vertically toward the horizon. Even from several kilometers away, Lan Yuding could feel the intense magical fluctuations in the air. Not having to go to school? That wish might actually come true. Lan Yuding suddenly sat up straight, his face pale. Meteors streak across the sky, but these things crashing straight into the ground, they were meteorites. In the distance, 4 dazzling flashes of light erupted in succession on the horizon, instantly illuminating half the night sky. Immediately after, a heavy explosion roared like muffled thunder rolling across a river, making hearts pound wildly. A few seconds later, the aftershock swept across the bridge, and the alarms of all the hovering vehicles on the bridge blared in unison. An earthquake? There was an explosion over there. Look quickly. I saw something falling down. Could it be a monster invasion? Ah! Help! For a moment, the sounds of sirens, screeching brakes, women screaming, and children crying mixed together, throwing the entire world into chaos. As a major metropolis, Linyuan City had not experienced a large-scale monster invasion for over a century. The long-lasting peace had almost made people forget that this city was built upon ruins. But now, the fear of being dominated by monsters had returned to everyone's memory. They remembered that these meteors falling from the sky had once appeared in the Far Eastern island nation, seemingly called Hell Puppets? Lan Yuding pushed open the car door, walked to the bridge railing, and squinted toward the direction of the blazing flames. At the same time, he activated his communicator, switched to the guild channel, and ordered sharply, "This is Lan Yuding. All senior members active near the lower city district, listen up. Immediately converge toward the Chaichao factory and investigate the situation." After issuing the command, Lan Yuding was about to leave the car on the bridge and rush over himself. Just then, his private phone suddenly vibrated. The screen displayed the caller, Gu Yuan. Calling at such a critical moment? Lan Yuding instinctively answered the call. The wind and the noisy car horns on the bridge were loud, so he didn't turn on the speakerphone. However, as the conversation progressed, his expression became increasingly remarkable, shifting from confusion to shock, and finally to complete disbelief. "You brat," Lan Yuding took a deep breath, and an excited, wild laugh suddenly broke out on his face. "Wait for me." He abruptly ended the call, leaping back into the driver's seat through the car window as the seatbelt automatically fastened. Gripping the steering wheel with one hand, Lan Yuding shouted, "Lift the magnetic suspension limit. Activate semi-mecha mode." The rear of the sports car instantly spewed out a ghostly blue flame. Under the terrified gaze of the surrounding citizens, the fiery red sports car suddenly made a sharp turn, directly crossing the bridge railing and rushing off the bridge. The sports car did not plunge into the river but instead hovered steadily above the water, stirring up a violently spinning vortex. Meanwhile, the car doors on both sides folded backward, transforming into two sharp metallic wing blades. Mist exploded across the river's surface as the half-mecha red sports car tore through the night wind, skimming the water and racing toward the sea of flames. The abandoned factory had now turned into a sea of fire. For burning meteors not only smashed through the factory building but also completely collapsed the surrounding structures, which were already on the verge of falling apart. Steel beams twisted, walls crumbled, and the raging flames greedily devoured everything, painting the night sky a fiery red. Gu Yuan hovered in midair, his feet stepping on the illusory black mist formed by the night phantom, overlooking the ruins below. At the center of the meteor impact, three figures were struggling to crawl out from the rubble. Under the divine justice of these four hell puppets, the three werewolves had all suffered varying degrees of injury. The lowest-ranked Yanyu was the most severely injured, with half of his body suffering severe burns. The intense pain forced him to prematurely activate his wolf transformation. His body swelled by 30%, and dense gray-black fur grew out. Under the passive ability of the werewolf's high-speed regeneration, the extensive burns were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The other two second-tier powerhouses, due to their higher constitution and agility, were relatively less injured. Damn it! The bald man spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and took off his tattered, burned shirt. Yanyu tore off his scorched leather jacket, revealing the chainmail underneath. Lin Jiu also leapt up from the pile of broken steel pipes. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was covered in burn marks. The three of them checked each other's conditions, then simultaneously looked up at the extravagantly dressed young man hovering in midair. At this moment, there was no longer the slightest trace of contempt in their hearts. "Damn it, kill him!" The bald man roared furiously, gripping his double-edged battle axe tightly with both hands. A series of explosive sounds came from his bones as he prepared to activate his werewolf form to fight Gu Yuan to the death. "Don't act rashly." Lin Jiu raised his hand to stop him, his eyes glowing with a ghostly green light as he stared intently at Gu Yuan in midair. "This kid is extremely cunning." Lin Jiu's expression was grave as he rapidly replayed the earlier battle in his mind. Before he jumped into that black stone coffin, he had already completed the summoning of the hell puppet. That defensive skill not only evaded the combined attack of the three of us but also allowed him to avoid the explosion damage from the skill itself. His timing was absolutely flawless.
This person is skilled in tactics and frighteningly calm.
Lin Jiu took a deep breath and glanced at the raging flames around him.
He's definitely not a brute who only knows how to fight head-on. Since he's not a brute, how could he possibly chase after us alone without leaving any backup?
Lin Jiu's deduction went straight to the heart of the matter. There must be reinforcements behind him.
We have to retreat immediately.
The bald man and Yang Yu felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this.
But where could they retreat to?
The three of them looked around, the chill in their hearts even surpassing the scorching heat of the flames. In the four directions east, south, west, and north stood four colossal hell puppets, each towering 10 meters high, like insurmountable volcanoes, completely blocking their escape routes. Amid the crumbling ruins, hellhounds with bared fangs continuously leapt out of the flames, climbing to the high points of the wreckage. Above their heads, dozens of small demons circled and fluttered, the fireballs in their hands flickering on and off, weaving an impenetrable web of firepower in the sky. Now, it was their turn to be surrounded on all sides. A mere abyss walker, barely over level 10, had turned the tables and wrapped the three of them up like dumplings.
Want to retreat? I'm afraid it's not that easy.
The bald man gripped his battle axe tightly, his gaze turning fierce.
The enemy has flying units. Even if we break through the encirclement, we won't get far.
He suddenly looked up, his eyes locking onto Gu Yuan in midair. The best way is to kill him first.
Then we can escape. Yang Yu, dragging his half-burned body, nodded repeatedly. He's right.
Lin Jiu, you and the bald guy are both second-job advancement powerhouses. Forcing a breakout might be possible, but I'm just a level 29 first-job advancement fighter.
I might not make it out. He quickly analyzed the situation, desperately searching for a way to survive.
Once a summoner dies, their summoned creatures lose their magical supply and vanish instantly.
Gu Yuan is just a rookie.
No matter how talented he is, he only leveled up to 10 a few days ago.
At most, he's level 11 now.
The two of you killing him won't be difficult at all. Lin Jiu listened to their words, his grip on the short bow tightening slightly. Reason told him that the opponent wouldn't dare to put on such a grand display unless they were far stronger than they appeared.
But the werewolf's instincts were relentlessly assaulting his rationality.
For followers of the god of wild hunt, the higher the quality of the prey, the stronger the desire to hunt. The young man before him not only carried the aura of the Blood Clan but also possessed a special profession capable of summoning demons. If he could offer this boy as a sacrifice to the god, the deity would undoubtedly be pleased, perhaps even bestowing an even greater blessing. Staying here is highly risky, but my blood of the wild hunt is boiling, he thought. Suppressing the nature of the hunt would be looked down upon by the god of the wild hunt.
Might as well just.
Lin Jiu's breathing gradually grew heavy, and the green light in his eyes was swallowed by a fervent blood-red glow. He seemed to have already been overtaken by the hunting instincts of a werewolf. But what they didn't know was that the so-called nature overwhelming their reason didn't merely stem from the blood of the wild hunt in their veins. In midair, Gu Yuan looked at the three hunters who had given up on breaking through, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Yarburna's Cage of Desire is indeed very useful. To play the role of bait well, he deliberately did not summon Yarburna and Angelus. After all, the aura of the Succubus Queen and the fallen Saintess is too sinister. If they appeared, these three werewolves would probably be too scared to take the bait.
And to keep them around, Gu Yuan used the Abyssal Imprint skill to replicate Yarburna's Cage of Desire.
The effect of this skill is quite simple, it catalyzes the target's desires, causing them to fall into chaos. In other words, it lowers the opponent's intelligence. Just like now, the three werewolves have already been controlled by desire, blinded by their so-called hunting instincts, and are gradually losing their rationality.
The trap has been set. Gu Yuan felt the increasingly violent aura below.
Next, it depends on whether I can withstand the combined attack of these two mad dogs.
A whoa! Two deafening wolf howls echoed through the night sky. The bald man below and Lin Jiu finally stopped holding back and simultaneously activated their werewolf forms.
The bald man's body instantly swelled to over 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging like rocks, and his entire body was covered in black bristle-like fur. In his wolf-headed, human-bodied form, the battle axe, originally the size of a door, now seemed much lighter. Lin Zhou's physique didn't change much, but his limbs became extremely elongated, and his hands transformed into sharp wolf claws, yet he could still precisely grip the short bow. The auras of the two second-tier advanced fighters surged continuously, and violent waves of magic power rampaged through the ruins.
Gu Yuan's expression remained calm.
With a flick of his wrist, 10 gemstones emitting a crimson glow instantly appeared behind him. These were gemstones created by sacrificing powerful magical creatures.
Abyss Devour.
Gu Yuan clenched his 5 fingers, and the 10 gemstones shattered simultaneously. A massive essence of life poured into his body in an instant, causing his strength attributes to skyrocket. Under the cover of the night, this temporarily gained power was further amplified, soaring to an astonishing level. The raging power coursed through his veins, and Gu Yuan felt his hearing, vision, and even cognitive abilities comprehensively enhanced, as if his life had suddenly evolved to another level. The sensation brought by this explosive increase in attributes was strikingly similar to undergoing a complete transformation.
No wonder people say that every leap in power is a migration of life itself. Then, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the 3 people below. Let me experience your werewolf hunting game. Snap.
He snapped his fingers.
The demons waiting below instantly went into a frenzy. Roar.
The hellhounds turned into dark red streaks of light, fearlessly pouncing on the 3 werewolves. 4 massive hell golems also began their heavy steps, closing in from 4 directions. In the sky, fireballs hurled by the imps rained down like a storm.
In an instant, the 3 below were engulfed by the demons' attacks. Amid the ruins, flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The roars of demons echoed incessantly, as if hell itself had descended. Yet, the 3 sons of the Wild Hunt trapped in this inferno showed no sign of retreat. Get out of my way.
The bald brute let out a thunderous roar, his massive battle axe, as large as a door, slicing through the air to create a crimson crescent-shaped wave. The 3-headed hellhound charging at him was instantly cleaved in 2. Scalding demon blood mixed with magma splattered across the ground, emitting a pungent, burnt stench. Elsewhere, the Dark Ranger Lin Zhou darted through the ruins like a phantom, deftly evading incoming fireballs while knocking arrows imbued with magical runes. His aim was almost supernatural, with nearly every shot piercing through the eye sockets of lesser demons, sometimes even skewering 2 with a single arrow. Unfortunately, the swarming lesser demons and the thick smoke disrupted his vision, otherwise, he was confident he could shoot down the demon leader hovering in the sky with a single arrow. Just a bunch of low-level demons relying on sheer numbers.
Do they really think they can trap us?
Lin Zhou maneuvered as he adjusted his position, his ghostly green wolf-like eyes scanning the smoke for Gu Yuan in the sky, seeking the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike. These demons might appear numerous, but after engaging them, Lin Zhou could sense their lack of strength. No matter how many came, they were nothing more than toys for their killing spree. At this moment, even Yang Yu, the lowest ranked among them, displayed an intense desire to fight. He continuously summoned venomous thorn vines, tightly entangling and imprisoning the approaching hellhounds on the ground, using toxins to slowly corrode their bodies bit by bit. The 3 brothers fought with increasing vigor, completely immersed in the thrill of the hunt, entirely unaware that despite their relentless slaughter for half a day, they hadn't truly killed a single demon.
Second brother, watch out behind you.
Yang Yu, who had been setting traps, suddenly let out a terrified scream. The bald man turned his head sharply, and his scalp instantly tingled. The hellhounds he had sliced in half, which should have turned to ashes, were not dead. Their bodies, split into 2 parts, were reassembling like sticky rubber under the pull and stitching of black runes. Instead of bleeding from their wounds, they ignited with even fiercer and more violent hellfire. It wasn't just the hellhounds, the lesser demons that Lin Zhou had shot through the head also staggered back to their feet, arrows still embedded in their foreheads. They let out eerie cackling laughter, and the fireballs forming in their palms had grown an entire circle larger than before. Roar! A hellhound, with even half of its jaw sliced off, lunged at the bald man once again, faster and more forceful than before.
This is impossible.
Lin Zhou's arrow missed its mark. Staring at those immortal demons, which seemed to grow stronger the more injured they became, a chill shot up his spine to the top of his head. He began to regain clarity and realized something. These demons were entwined with strands of black scripture, as if protected by some kind of rule. Were they truly unkillable? Linjiao suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swarm of lesser demons and the billowing smoke, locking onto Gu Yuan in midair. At that moment, his wolf-like green eyes narrowed sharply. Unbeknownst to him, two figures had appeared beside Gu Yuan. On the left was a woman dressed in a purple evening gown, her signature bat-like wings and ram horns unmistakably marking her as a succubus. The woman on the right, however, made Linjiao's fur stand on end, an uncontrollable sense of dread gripping him. She wore a black and white nun's habit, her eyes covered by a black cloth. Simply standing there, she exuded a twisted aura of holiness and corruption intertwined. It was from her that countless strands of black scripture extended, connecting to every demon below. Third brother. Linjiao shouted hoarsely, "That!
Who is that woman?"
Yang Yu struggled to maintain the vine spell while laboriously looking up. He screamed with all his might, "That's a succubus!
Gu Yuan's strongest summoned creature. We absolutely can't let her make a move. I'm asking about the other one. That nun."
Linjiao roared angrily.
"Nun? What nun?"
Yang Yu's face was full of confusion.
"I've never heard of him having a second summoned creature. Is all your intelligence work in the guild for nothing?"
Linjiao cursed angrily, but his heart sank sharply. As an experienced warrior, he could clearly sense that the nun was far more dangerous than the succubus. It was she who granted the demons below their immortality. This can't go on any longer. Linjiao quickly made a decision. Fighting head-on with a group of unkillable monsters was pure suicide. To break this stalemate, there was only one solution: at all costs, forcibly kill the summoner Gu Yuan himself. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Linjiao's eyes. He roared at his companion, "Second brother! Clear out the demons in the sky and open a shooting path for me. Leave it to me." The bald man roared furiously, swinging his giant axe and whipping up a blood-red whirlwind that instantly shredded the airborne imp to pieces. A clear and unobstructed shooting path immediately formed between Linjiao and Gu Yuan. Linjiao knocked an arrow, drew his bow to a full moon, and prepared to unleash his most powerful shot to put an end to the source of all this chaos. Meanwhile, in midair, Gu Yuan quietly observed the three people below and instead let out a sigh of relief. When Linjiao's gaze darkened earlier, he had felt a moment of tension, thinking the other had finally realized the dire situation he was in. After all, Angelus's area-wide immortality skill was overwhelmingly powerful. Any experienced fighter who saw such a skill would immediately choose to retreat rather than continue to engage. Gu Yuan had been worried that these three werewolves might figure it out and scatter to break through. If that happened, he would at most be able to take down Yang Yu, and the entire ambush plan would fail. In the end, not only did Linjiao not run, but he also decided to concentrate his forces to kill him first. On the surface, this choice seemed rational, but in reality, it was a decision clouded by desire. Think about it: if even the minions couldn't be killed, how could the summoner himself not have some life-saving trump card? It seems the cage of desire is still highly effective. Gu Yuan looked at the three below, their eyes bloodshot and resembling rabid dogs, and finally felt at ease. They were completely controlled by their desire for revenge, solely focused on hunting him down. Since they're not running, this will be easier. Gu Yuan calculated in his mind, Lan Yuding should be arriving soon. The remaining time could be used to stretch his muscles and play with them a bit. The corner of Gu Yuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He turned to the two ladies beside him and said, "Yelberna, keep an eye on the level 29-1. Don't let him die. Angelus, you'll assist me." After speaking, he looked at the Dark Ranger below, who had already drawn his bow, and extended his hand, curling his index finger inward in a mocking gesture, accompanied by a humiliating dog-calling sound. Slurp, slurp, slurp. This sound was exceptionally jarring amidst the fiery ruins. Linjiao's wolf-like eyes instantly filled with blood. Under the stimulation of the cage of desire, his last shred of sanity snapped. In his ears, he could even hear the roar of the god of Wild Hunt, "Kill him. Offer me his skull. I will bestow upon you new blessings. The hunt never ends."
Life never ceases. The forest hawk let out a roar, the bowstring vibrating violently as it unleashed the triple arrow. His wolf claws moved so swiftly on the bowstring that they turned into afterimages. 3 specially crafted arrows formed a triangular formation, tail to tip, and shot through the air. The first arrow was the frostburst arrow. The arrow detonated prematurely 5 meters away from Gu Yuan, scattering a flurry of ice shards and creating a frozen domain. This is the ranger's most commonly used opening control skill. Once the target is slowed, the subsequent attacks are guaranteed to hit. However, Gu Yuan had no intention of dodging. The crimson royal cloak on his shoulders fluttered without wind, and a glimmer of light flashed across its scarlet lining. The crimson elegance skill was triggered, and a blood-colored magical shield unfolded close to his body. The spreading frost flowers instantly melted upon touching the shield. The absolute immunity to control effects granted by his equipment allowed Gu Yuan to move freely within this slowing field. This also created the conditions for him to evade the second arrow. The second arrow was pitch black, inscribed with armor-piercing runes. Just as the arrow was about to strike Gu Yuan's forehead, his body suddenly exploded into a swarm of tiny bats, scattering in all directions. Night Phantom, Invincible Evasion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The deadly black arrow and the third purple arrow that followed closely pierced through the gaps in the center of the bat swarm, shooting into the distant night sky. Immediately after, the swarm of bats circled once in the air and regrouped. A flash of blood-red light appeared, and Gu Yuan's figure solidified once more, completely unscathed. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu was utterly stunned. The number of people who had fallen to his triple arrow technique was no less than 80, if not 100, including many powerful individuals above level 30. Yet this young man, who was only in his teens in terms of level, had evaded it so effortlessly. No wonder the god of Wild Hunt wants me to bring him his head. Lin Jiu's eyes were filled with both shock and boundless greed. He truly is the most fascinating prey I've ever encountered. Gu Yuan's skill intensity had already far surpassed the scope of his current level. In Lin Jiu's eyes, this man was the perfect prey offered to the god of the Wild Hunt. The ranger's killing move was not yet over. Although the next 2 arrows missed their mark, one of the purple arrows carried a swap rune, allowing it to instantly exchange positions with an ally. Boss, that was absolutely stunning just now. From a distance came Yalbina's charming voice of admiration. But immediately after, her tone rose slightly, carrying a hint of teasing as she reminded, "But watch your back." In fact, her reminder was completely unnecessary. Through abyssal gaze, Gu Yuan had already seen the ambush from behind with the back of his head. The second werewolf, a muscular bald giant, somehow leaped into the air. The massive axe in his hand ignited with a violent crimson aura, descending heavily from above with the momentum to split mountains and shatter stones, aiming at Gu Yuan from behind. These 3 wolves do have some skill, but... Gu Yuan calmly called out a name, Angelus. "As you wish, my master." The fallen Saintess, who had been standing by his side, clasped her hands together. The space rippled, and a figure bathed in dazzling holy light instantly appeared behind Gu Yuan. The Holy Lance Knight, Yi Jingchuan, responded to the summons and descended at Gu Yuan's back. Facing the ferocious crimson axe crashing down, he simply raised his tower shield with one hand and met it head-on with a powerful thrust. Holy Wrath counter. Boom! The giant axe slammed fiercely onto the tower shield. The violent blood-colored energy dissipated instantly upon contact with the shield's surface, as if sinking into the ocean without a trace. Immediately afterward, a shockwave magnified several times surged back wildly along the axe handle. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed through the night sky. The burly arms of the second werewolf snapped under the terrifying counterforce. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a distant pile of scrap metal. Second brother. Lin Jiu trembled all over, his eyes almost spitting fire. A series of attacks he believed to be fatal had been effortlessly neutralized by the opponent, and he had even lost a key ally in the process. This seemingly frail mage was as slippery as an eel and as unyielding as a fortress, utterly flawless. I don't believe it. I don't believe you have no weaknesses.
Lin Jiu had completely descended into madness. He let out a piercing wolf howl, and a crimson blood mist began to emanate from his body. It was the boiling blood of the wild hunt within him. When this blood reached its boiling point, all of the werewolf's attributes would undergo a terrifying enhancement. This was also the werewolf's ultimate move. The excessive boiling of the wild hunt blood would erode his sanity, turning him into a beast driven solely by the instinct to kill. But he no longer cared about the consequences. Today, he had to take down Gu Yuan and offer him to the great god of the wild hunt. Boom! The werewolf suddenly launched himself forward, instantly closing the distance to Gu Yuan. His sharp wolf claws tore through the air, forcibly slicing through the crimson shield surrounding Gu Yuan's body, finally leaving a blood-stained gash across his chest. Lin Jiu's eyes erupted with wild joy. The defense was broken. His claws were imbued with the blood of the wild hunt, and as long as this power invaded the opponent's body, this mage would become one of the werewolves. This is the gift I offer to the god of the wild hunt. Lin Jiu landed and immediately steadied himself, ready to relish the sight of Gu Yuan's disgraceful transformation in agony. However, despite the gaping wound on his chest, Gu Yuan's face showed not the slightest trace of panic. Lin Jiu froze, instinctively glancing at Gu Yuan's chest, and the wild joy on his face was instantly replaced by utter despair. The wound on Gu Yuan's chest had miraculously healed in an instant. Not only that, but the blood of the wild hunt that had invaded his body transformed into a pure life energy, which in turn nourished Gu Yuan, instantly restoring his depleted magic and stamina to their peak. Injury turned into healing? Lin Jiu froze on the spot, muttering to himself, what kind of monster are you? The originally boiling blood of the wild hunt within him gradually cooled under Gu Yuan's icy gaze. Long-range attacks couldn't hit, close combat resulted in counter damage. After finally breaking through the defense and causing harm, it ended up healing the opponent instead. How is this even possible to fight? Lin Jiu let out a howl filled with fear. At this moment, he finally came to his senses. Even though he had completed his second-class advancement, even though his stats far exceeded the opponent's, there was absolutely no way to defeat this monster who defied all logic. Run! You must run. If the fight continues, he will die. With this thought, Lin Jiu didn't hesitate and turned to dash into the darkness, not even caring about his two companions behind him. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Just as he tucked his tail and prepared to flee. Boom! The rubble and debris were suddenly swept up by a fierce gust of wind. Amid the hellish flames, a streak of piercing, ghostly blue fire tore through the thick smoke. Buzz! The high-pitched hum of an engine echoed throughout the scene. A strikingly designed red maglev sports car burst through the smoke, coming to a halt mid-air above the ruins with a stunning drift maneuver. Bang! In mid-air, the car's top hatch suddenly flew open. A blue figure ejected from the cockpit, leaping higher into the night sky. At the same time, click, click. The driver's sports car ejected, and in mid-air, began an astonishing mechanical transformation. The car doors on both sides unfolded like wing blades, the suspension array on the chassis flipped rapidly, and intricate mechanical joints locked together with precision. In just a second or two, the sports car transformed mid-air into a tall, red humanoid mech over 4 meters high. Thud. Crack. Two figures landed almost simultaneously. Accompanied by two distinct landing sounds, one heavy and one light, they exploded onto the scene in the abandoned factory. The massive metal feet of the mech struck the concrete ground first, followed closely by Lan Yuding descending from the sky, landing steadily in front of the mech. One man and one mech, amidst the swirling dust and flames, struck identical entrance poses, one knee on the ground, one hand supporting themselves. So cool! Gu Yuan in the air was watching with blood boiling. He had already made up his mind that as soon as he had enough contribution points, he would exchange them for a transformer of his own. Not bad. A clear voice rang out. Lan Yuding thoroughly enjoyed Gu Yuan's praise. He slowly stood up, took off his sunglasses, and just as the corners of his mouth curved into what he thought was a dashing smile, his expression froze the moment he saw the scene inside the factory. In the center of the abandoned factory, flames soared into the sky.
Behind Lan Yuding, a red mech stood up in sync with him. The suave opening line he had prepared got stuck in his throat. His gaze swept over the chaos on the ground and finally fixed on the extravagantly dressed young man floating in midair. Gu Yuan was just hovering there in the air. He wasn't being pulled by anything, nor was he standing on any solid object. He was simply stepping on a faint, almost imperceptible black mist, his entire being suspended like that. He can fly? Lan Yuding's mind went completely blank. As a level 59 peak expert, he still couldn't escape the constraints of gravity and could only spend a fortune modifying sports cars to indulge in the thrill of skimming the ground. But Gu Yuan, a rookie who had just changed professions, could already step into the void and fly in the sky? This world, does it even make sense anymore? I can't even fly, so how can you fly so steadily? A wave of unprecedented absurdity surged in Lan Yuding's heart. From childhood to now, he had never envied anyone so much. But now was not the time for envy or jealousy. Lan Yuding quickly shifted his gaze, scanning the entire battlefield. What he saw made him gasp even more. Amid the ruins not far away, a gray-furred werewolf was being pinned to the ground by 3 or 4 hellhounds, unable to break free from their sharp claws no matter how much it struggled. Meanwhile, on the other side, a tall and slender werewolf was scrambling desperately through the rubble, trying to escape the heavy punches of a hell puppet, looking like a stray dog running for its life. Didn't he say he would try to hold off the werewolves? Lan Yuding's eye twitched uncontrollably. This wasn't holding them off, this was clearly grinding them into the ground. And that werewolf fleeing with its tail between its legs didn't seem weak, it even appeared to be a second-tier professional. What on earth was going on? A rookie barely over level 10 had forced a second-tier expert into such a pitiful state? Is this even scientifically possible? Is this reasonable? The level barriers between professionals were incredibly rigid. Between first tier and second tier, the base attributes alone differed by at least 300 points. Even though people often said, stats are just a reference, strategy is king, you couldn't completely ignore the stats, could you? No matter how strong your strategy was, you couldn't just treat a 300-point attribute gap as if it didn't exist, could you? Just as Lan Yuding was questioning his life, a piercing wolf howl rang out. The werewolf named Linzhou took a heavy flaming punch head-on, darted out from under the legs of a hell puppet, and howled in misery as he fled toward the factory's exterior. Why aren't you closing the net already? Gu Yuan, hovering midair, turned his head to look at the statue like Lan Yuding and reminded him, if the fish gets away, won't you regret this for the rest of your life? Well, look at you, the bait's starting to command the fishing now. Lan Yuding let out a bitter laugh. Without time to process his inner shock, his body reacted instinctively. Ice thunder! He casually raised his left hand, his 5 fingers curling into a fist. Crack! 2 thick bolts of azure lightning suddenly descended from the night sky, striking the fleeing Linzhou with precision and instantly turning him into a lifelike ice sculpture. Clean and decisive, leaving no suspense. Even among second-tier professionals, the gap between level 35 and level 59 was greater than the difference between a monkey and a human. Lan Yuding withdrew his hand, just about to ask Gu Yuan what was going on, when Gu Yuan's voice floated over again. There's another one over there. Gu Yuan gestured with his chin toward a pile of collapsed steel frames on the right. Another one? Lan Yuding followed his direction and looked over, freezing in place once more. Beneath the twisted scrap metal lay a massive werewolf. His hands were twisted like pretzels, clearly with bones shattered beyond the point of rapid recovery. At this moment, he was using his chin and knees to prop himself up, wriggling inch by inch like a maggot, trying to escape this hellish scene. The sight was both pitiful and ridiculous, yet Lan Yuding couldn't muster a laugh. He could sense the other's aura, this was another second-tier professional. 2 second-tier professionals? Lan Yuding exclaimed in shock, looking at Gu Yuan once again. Indeed. Gu Yuan slowly descended from the air, his toes lightly touching the scorched ground. Your intel was wrong, I almost got caught. You scoundrel, you're truly a troublemaker. Lan Yuding stared intently at Gu Yuan, who appeared impeccably dressed, calm, and composed, with an elegance that suggested he had just attended a grand banquet.
You don't look like someone who has just gone through a life and death battle. Lan Yuding's voice was slightly hoarse, and his heart was in turmoil.
Gu Yuan, all by himself, had managed to suppress 2-second transition werewolves? This was simply unbelievable.
Even the most exceptional geniuses, before completing their own transitions,
could never be a match for second transition opponents, no matter how ordinary the latter's profession might be. Yet Gu Yuan had subdued 2 of them in one go.
Such a record, defying all logic, would be hard for anyone to believe. Even Lan Yuding, who had witnessed it firsthand, felt a sense of unreality. This young man was terrifying. He absolutely couldn't be allowed to be taken by other families. Lan Yuding's mind began to calculate rapidly. His sister had to step up her efforts.
Gu Yuan's potential could no longer be described as mere genius.
If he could be brought into the Lan family, their status would undoubtedly rise to a new level.
While Lan Yuding was scheming, Gu Yuan was quietly observing him.
Only after confirming that Lan Yuding hadn't noticed Yi Jingchuan's presence did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The timing had been perfect. Just before that flashy red sports car appeared, Gu Yuan had already ordered Angelus to dissolve the domain and send Yi Jingchuan back to the Sanctuary of Redemption.
The ability to manipulate the dead for combat was far too sensitive.
Until he and Lan Yuding truly became family, this secret was best kept buried deep within his heart.
Moreover, members of other guilds and even law enforcement personnel were on their way.
If they saw Yi Jingchuan resurrected, the trouble would be immense.
Speaking of which, Gu Yuan's gaze shifted to the ruins not far away.
Yang Yu was being pinned to the ground by 4 hellhounds, struggling desperately. We must sacrifice him quickly. If we wait for others to arrive, it will be difficult to act. With this thought, Gu Yuan focused his mind and issued a command to the hellhounds through a mental link. The hellhounds immediately understood, and their claws, which had been deeply embedded in Yang Yu's flesh, subtly loosened. The terrifying pressure on him also eased momentarily. This brief respite became the werewolf's only lifeline. Driven by a strong survival instinct, Yang Yu didn't have time to think. He let out a fierce roar, broke free from the hellhound's claws, and transformed into a gray shadow, frantically fleeing westward through the crumbling ruins.
Trying to escape? Do you think you can?
Lan Yuding frowned, flipped his wrist, and was about to unleash an ice thunder.
Wait!
A hand suddenly reached out, stopping Lan Yuding.
Gu Yuan looked at Yang Yu's fleeing figure and said with some guilt, "Sorry, I got distracted just now and accidentally let him slip away. I'll catch him right away." "Hey, I'm not blaming you."
Lan Yuding waved his hand, but the ice thunder in the sky was already rumbling.
Gu Yuan, however, was unusually resolute. "Leave it to me."
He pointed at the fleeing figure.
"You said earlier that if I could handle a werewolf on my own, I'd get 2 million.
Lan Yuding paused for a moment, then saw the serious expression on Gu Yuan's face and couldn't help but chuckle. "After this incident, the reward you'll receive will far exceed a mere 2 million.
Fine, you take him down, and it'll make it easier for me to report your achievements."
Lan Yuding withdrew his hand and reminded him, "The terrain in the lower district is very complex.
Just make sure he doesn't get away. He won't escape."
Gu Yuan turned around, his figure instantly transforming into a swarm of dark red bats, speeding toward Yang Yu's escape route. He sneered inwardly. If the sacrifice didn't require a living body, this mad dog would have long been a cold corpse. Beneath the lower district of Abyssal City, the labyrinthine alleys sprawled like a massive maze. Yang Yu ran on all fours through the darkness, his heavy breaths echoing between the narrow passageways. His once prized fur was scorched black, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. As a devout follower of the god of wild hunt, Yang Yu had always reveled in the role of the predator, savoring the thrill of hunting vampires and their thralls, delighting in the sight of his prey begging for mercy beneath his claws. But tonight, everything had been turned upside down.
He had become a desperate, hunted rat, fleeing for his life. Terrified, Yang Yu glanced back.
Behind him, in the pitch-black alley, streaks of dark red light were closing in fast.
Hellhounds!
Their forepaws burned with flames, and their throats emitted bloodthirsty growls as they relentlessly tracked his scent. Above, small demons with fleshy wings circled and swooped, occasionally hurling fireballs to block his escape routes. What filled him with the deepest despair, however, was the man floating in midair, Gu Yuan. Surrounding him was a surge of abyssal dark energy, the rolling black mist morphing into devilish shadows that completely obscured the moonlight overhead. Fear, despair, regret, a torrent of emotions overwhelmed him. Driven by a fierce survival instinct, Yang Yu gritted his teeth, running while repeatedly questioning himself, why had he been so impulsive as to post that comment? If he hadn't provoked Gu Yuan, hadn't mocked him, would his identity have remained hidden? Would he have avoided ending up in this dire situation? Finally, after rounding a corner, Yang Yu stopped in utter despair. Ahead of him stood a towering 30-meter-high wall, the original city wall of Abyssal City. Though long abandoned, its height and thickness were insurmountable for a fledgling wolf blessed by the gods. His escape route was completely cut off. Yang Yu slowly turned around, pressing his back tightly against the cold brick wall, ready to face his final fate. He let out a beast-like roar, his bones cracking loudly. The fur on his body grew wildly, a desperate struggle of a cornered animal. Gu Yuan descended slowly from midair, his toes lightly touching the muddy ground. He looked at the creature baring its teeth at him and found it amusing. These werewolves were even less intelligent than hellhounds. If it weren't for needing a quiet place for the ritual, he wouldn't have let this one run so far. Gu Yuan glanced back to confirm the safe distance, then raised his hand toward Yang Yu. Dogs that bark a lot usually don't live long. As soon as the words were spoken, the abyssal dark energy surged like a flood breaking its dam, instantly sweeping toward Yang Yu. The pitch-black energy enveloped Yang Yu's body, greedily devouring his vitality and magic power. Ah! Yang Yu let out a piercing scream as his body began to decay under the corruption of the dark energy. The blood of the wild hunt within him boiled furiously, attempting to use its rapid regeneration properties to resist the damage. However, his flesh was torn repeatedly between decay and rebirth, bringing even more intense pain. Within just a dozen seconds, Yang Yu's screams gradually weakened. His muscles shriveled and withered, his legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily into the muddy water, completely losing the ability to resist. Gu Yuan walked forward indifferently, raising his head to glance at the night sky. This was already the very edge of the lower district, far enough from Lan Yuding. The environment is secure. The sacrifice can begin. Gu Yuan wasted no time and immediately summoned his staff. Black and crimson fell energy flowed from the red gemstone at the tip of the staff to the ground, centering on the unconscious Yang Yu, and began to draw a complex and eerie abyssal magic circle. One by one, the twisted runes lit up, emitting a sinister red glow. However, just as Gu Yuan was about to make the final stroke, an unexpected change occurred. The ground beneath his feet twisted without warning, and the bluestone slabs in muddy water instantly dissolved, transforming into a gray-green vortex of energy. What's going on? Gu Yuan reacted swiftly, immediately activating Phantom of the Night and turning into a swarm of bats to retreat backward. But he was still a step too late. The vortex suddenly transformed into a tornado, rapidly expanding like a giant mouth, swallowing both Gu Yuan and Yang Yu on the ground in one gulp. Gu Yuan only felt darkness engulf his vision as a strong sense of weightlessness swept over his entire body, as if he had been thrown into a spinning washing machine. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in that dark and damp lower district. The cold wind howled, mixed with coarse sand and stones striking his face. Gu Yuan looked around and discovered he was standing on a desolate ridge. Beneath his feet were barren, dark red rocks, and the fierce wind swept through the valleys, producing sounds like ghostly wails and wolf howls. The entire world was shrouded in a gray mist, exuding an aura of desolation and savagery. If it weren't for the unconscious Yang Yu still lying at his feet, Gu Yuan would almost have thought he was hallucinating. Where is this place? Gu Yuan frowned deeply. Just as he was wondering whether he was still in the same world, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. You have entered a special secret realm, Eternal Hunting Ground. Note, this secret realm opens only once, and completing it will grant special rewards. Hidden rewards? Gu Yuan was stunned. He was clearly in the middle of drawing a magic array. How did he suddenly end up in a special secret realm? Eternal Hunting Ground? Could it be because of Yang Yu? Gu Yuan looked at Yang Yu lying on the ground, his heart sinking.
What kind of deity would reward a heretic for hunting down their own followers?
This so-called special secret realm was definitely not a good thing.
Everyone, get out here and get to work.
Gu Yuan immediately raised his staff, summoning all the combat power he could muster. As his mental energy rapidly depleted, one spatial rift after another tore open. Yalberna stepped out gracefully in high heels, while Angelus hovered in mid-air, hands clasped together. 5 massive hell puppets crashed to the ground, hellhounds emerged from the flames, and swarms of little demons cackled eerily, circling around Gu Yuan.
The originally small mountaintop platform was instantly filled with his demon army.
At the same time, the gray mist in the sky began to churn violently.
The clouds scattered outward, and a colossal, unreal wolf head slowly materialized above the firmament.
The wolf head was entirely formed of condensed energy, with 2 ghostly green eyes resembling 2 ghastly green moons hanging in the sky, cold, savage, and glaring down at Gu Yuan on the ridge. The winds suddenly intensified, and a deafening roar descended from the heavens.
Mortal!
The wolf's head spoke, its voice seemingly formed by the roars of countless wild beasts.
I am the god of the wild hunt. Killing my followers is one thing,
but attempting to sacrifice him to the Crimson God, such blasphemy is unforgivable. However, according to the laws of the wild hunt, a powerful prey has the right to struggle. I shall bestow upon you a trial. The massive wolf's head gazed down at Gu Yuan, its tone filled with absolute arrogance.
If you can survive this endless hunt, I will grant you a reward.
If you fail, your flesh and soul will remain here forever, subjected to eternal hunting. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire valley ground began to shake violently. Gu Yuan walked to the edge of the ridge and looked down, only to see pairs of eerie green eyes suddenly lighting up within the valley shrouded in gray mist. In the darkness, countless green light spots flickered, densely packed like fireflies.
A long, drawn-out wolf howl echoed.
Immediately afterward, massive werewolves with bulging muscles crawled out from rock crevices and deep underground. Using both hands and feet, they climbed swiftly up the steep mountain walls, surging toward Gu Yuan's ridge like a black tide.
Their numbers reached into the hundreds, even thousands.
The howling wind carried a stench of blood and decay.
Watching the tide-like army of werewolves rushing up from below, Gu Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily.
This god of the wild hunt has such a petty mindset, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. All he did was capture a follower for sacrifice, and now this guy personally intervenes, trying to trap him in this cursed place.
How is this any different from a child fighting and an adult stepping in?
Truly disgraceful.
However, Gu Yuan did not feel despair.
Through abyssal gaze, he saw that the levels of these werewolves ranged between 25 and 30, and they were merely mindless projections of magical creatures. In terms of tactics, they might not even be as competent as goblins.
This trial isn't too outrageous after all. Gu Yuan's heart settled.
Although gods were terrifying, they still had to abide by the laws of this world.
They couldn't directly interfere with the real world and could only use various projection methods to meddle.
Just like now, inexplicably opening a trial secret realm for him. It was called a trial, but in reality, it was a death trap. Unfortunately for them, the control of this secret realm was not in the hands of the god of the wild hunt. If he wanted to trap Gu Yuan in the secret realm, he had to follow its rules. Not only did he have to provide rewards matching the difficulty, but he also had to suppress the levels of the werewolves. Otherwise, if he simply threw in 10,000 level 60 werewolves, how could that be called a trial? The entity governing the rules of the secret realm would never allow such recklessness. These thousands of werewolves might be a dead end for others, but for Gu Yuan, they were practically a massive delivery of experience points.
If you're so insistent on giving, then I won't hold back.
Gu Yuan withdrew his gaze, glanced at the still unconscious Yangyu, and his eyes became resolute. The god of the wild hunt's reward, and the allegiance of the Crimson Blood Clan, he wanted it all. The Blood Clan princess's contract would be completed in this trial.
Hold the line. Gu Yuan ordered Yalberna and Angelus, I need to continue the sacrifice. That shut-in is really a troublemaker.
She hasn't even arrived yet, and she's already caused the boss such a big mess. Yalberna grumbled as she materialized a purple thorn whip, cracking it loudly in the air.
Catherine, you'd better live up to the boss's investment. Though she complained, the Succubus Queen's actions were anything but reluctant.
She spread her wings and soared into the air, ripples spreading in her violet demonic eyes.
Prison of desire. An invisible wave of mental energy instantly enveloped the frontmost group of werewolves.
The beasts, driven by their hunting instincts, had their desires ignited in an instant. They lost control and began tearing into each other, significantly slowing their charge.
Master, your will is everything.
Angelus wasted no words, clasping her hands together in front of her chest. Grace reversal. Circles of black scripture spread outward from her, covering the downward slope ahead. As the domain unfolded, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared behind her.
For the abyss. Clad in golden heavy armor, Yi Jingchuan let out a hoarse murmur.
Holding a golden spear and a massive shield, he positioned himself directly at the narrowest pass of the ridge. Behind him, Yi Anchi slowly ascended into the air.
Come forth, golden skeleton! With a thunderous boom, a 20-meter-tall half-body golden skeleton materialized out of thin air. Its hollow eye sockets burned with black flames, and it wielded a massive golden scythe, exuding an imposing aura. Engage! At Gu Yuan's command, the defensive counterattack officially began. Roar! 5 hellish puppets surrounded Gu Yuan, transforming into 5 impenetrable gates of hell.
The dozens of werewolves charging at the front barely had time to swing their claws before they were smashed into pulp by the massive fists of the hellish puppets, as large as millstones. The scripture in Angelus's hands danced, transforming into chains that pierced into the bodies of the charging werewolves, forcibly linking their flesh and souls together.
Imps, focus fire! In the sky, the imps let out sharp, eerie laughter, hurling the red fireballs they were toying with down at the werewolves below. Boom! Violent explosions erupted among the werewolf ranks.
The werewolf at the very front was instantly reduced to charred remains, and the residual damage, transmitted through the Yi Xin chain, surged toward its companions.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Dozens of werewolves linked by the chains, though untouched by even a spark, spontaneously combusted and exploded, turning into charred corpses. Notifications flashed wildly before Gu Yuan's eyes. Imp killed frenzied hunter follower, level 25. Imp killed frenzied hunter elite, level 30. A massive amount of experience flooded into Gu Yuan's body, and his experience bar shot up rapidly, like a download progress bar on a premium account. The employees of Abyss Responsibility Company, Limited were like a highly efficient meat grinder, madly harvesting the werewolf army surging in like a tide.
With the defensive line stabilized, Gu Yuan refocused his mind.
He raised his staff again, pointing its tip at Yang Yu on the ground. Buzz. The black and crimson abyssal energy flowed out from the tip of the staff, beginning to redraw the interrupted sacrificial ritual array on the soil.
However, at the very moment the first stroke of the array was made. Roar! Above the heavens, the massive wolf-head phantom let out an enraged roar. The deity was utterly infuriated. Under the gaze of the god of the wild hunt, in his exclusive trial ground, this insignificant human not only refrained from wailing in fear but even dared to continue the blasphemous sacrificial ritual. This was nothing short of a blatant provocation against divine authority. Boom! The divine pressure descended from the heavens like a collapsing mountain, instantly enveloping Gu Yuan. His legs bent sharply, and he slammed his staff into the ground with force, barely managing to avoid kneeling. At this moment, Gu Yuan felt an invisible force madly tearing at his soul, every nerve transmitting an excruciating pain as if being ripped apart. His mental value was dropping rapidly, and layers of illusions appeared before his eyes. Gu Yuan's hand gripping the staff trembled violently, forcing the drawing of the magic array to halt once again. Want me to stop?
Gu Yuan gritted his teeth tightly, raising his head to face the massive wolf head in the sky, his gaze filled with defiance. A god, actually playing dirty tricks with me, truly shameless. Today, I insist on getting this done right under your nose. Gu Yuan let out a low roar, and nearly 100 sacrificial gems appeared out of thin air around him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sacrificial gems shattered one after another.
With each shattering, Gu Yuan's mental strength instantly recovered a portion. Unlike ordinary mental potions, this recovery was immediate rather than gradual. In this way, Gu Yuan relied on these more than 90 instant potions on him to engage in a war of attrition with the lofty deity. At the same time, he pushed the abyssal magic to its limit. 1 stroke. 2 strokes. 3 strokes. Under Gu Yuan's trembling staff, the magic array took shape inch by inch with great difficulty. With every stroke he drew, he endured a soul-tearing impact. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead, yet the hand holding the staff grew steadier and steadier. Buzz. At the moment the final rune connection was completed, the sacrificial array erupted with a blood-red light that shot into the sky, its brilliance even overshadowing the false full moon in the heavens. Meanwhile, in the distant Cloudtop district, inside Villa A07, an oil painting hanging on the wall suddenly rippled like water. The serene and elegant woman in the painting began to move. She slowly rose from the wicker chair and looked out toward the direction of the lower district, lazily letting out a yawn. The vacation is over. Starting today, I have to go to work. On the desolate ridge, a strange red light shot up into the sky. As the sacrificial ritual was completed, Yang Yu's charred body rapidly dissolved within the red glow, along with his soul, transforming into a beam of bloodlight that shot toward the full moon high above. The grayish full moon began to change color, gradually turning into a blood moon. Awah! Above the heavens, the massive wolf head formed from gray-green mist let out another furious roar. As the god of the wild hunt, he could not tolerate a lowly mortal performing a sacrificial offering to his mortal enemy in his trial grounds, right before his eyes. The raging divine power crashed onto the ridge like a surging flood. Boom! In an instant, all the little demons flying in the air plummeted to the ground, and the hellhounds were firmly pressed down, unable to move. Even the powerful hell puppets were half kneeling on the ground, immobilized. At this moment, only Albedo and Sheltir could barely move. They immediately gathered around Gu Yuan, forming the final line of defense. Crack! Just as the demons were subdued by the divine might, sharp sword auras crisscrossed in the air, instantly forming a massive hexagram array. Following that, countless red rose petals descended from the sky, and a proud female voice traversed the void, echoing across the heavens. The Crimson Empire, Second Princess, Scarlet Rose, answers the call. The oppressive divine pressure from the sky suddenly eased. Gu Yuan and the others looked up, only to see a tall figure faintly visible amidst the swirling rose petals. It was Catherine, but at this moment, she appeared entirely different. She had shed her cumbersome and ornate court gown, replacing it with a set of equally luxurious but tightly fitted dark red battle attire. Intricately patterned leather armor tightly cinched her slender waist, accentuating her proud chest, which was lifted high, creating a breathtaking curve that seemed ready to break free at any moment. Her long, straight legs were wrapped in fitted trousers, exuding a beauty of strength and agility. Golden patterns traced the smooth and well-proportioned lines of her legs, eventually disappearing into knee-high, heeled battle boots. Her dazzling blonde hair was neatly tied up, and she held a slender blood-red rapier in her hand. At this moment, Catherine was no longer the languid and pampered royal lady from a painting but a cold, proud, seductive, and deadly swordswoman. The long boots lightly touched the ground. After landing, Catherine placed her right hand over her chest and performed an elegant royal salute toward Gu Yuan. Lord Gu Yuan, I have received your. Gu Yuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The vampire princess before him was both graceful and strikingly valiant. He looked at Catherine, and her information had already surfaced in his mind. A royal vampire princess, with a level as high as 90, though currently unlocked according to Gu Yuan's level. Her strength and agility far surpassed ordinary people, and her skills were nothing short of lethal. She can mark enemies with a rose seal, and attacking the seal inflicts massive additional true damage while also restoring her own state. She can even designate a target to simultaneously bear 6 seals, with the damage stacking layer by layer, dealing up to triple true damage. Even more terrifying, she can create a rose garden domain, where she can teleport instantly by swapping positions with any of the flying rose petals within the field. This is practically the ultimate assassin, with absurdly strong dueling capabilities. Gu Yuan thought to himself, Catherine claiming she was no weaker than Yelburna wasn't just boasting. From the current perspective, Yelburna was no match for her at all. Of course, that was because Yelburna's full set of skills hadn't been unlocked yet. The fully realized Succubus Queen should have a way to counter her. Thinking about Catherine's set of dazzling yet deadly skills, Gu Yuan's heart couldn't help but race. His own abyssal imprint ability allowed him to replicate all the skills of summoned creatures. If he could copy the Rose Garden and her combat techniques, combined with his flying ability, he would become the true Red Flash on the battlefield. This skill set seemed tailor-made for his combat style, which favored intricate maneuvers. Gu Yuan was engrossed in his thoughts when a sudden sharp pain came from his waist. Snapping back to reality, he saw that Yelburna had somehow sidled up to him without him noticing. Her pair of violet, enchanting eyes carried a hint of jealous acidity as she asked, "Is my best friend pretty?" "I was looking at her skills." Gu Yuan shook his head, feeling truly wronged. To him, strength was always the top priority. Of course, beauty could also share the top spot. "Oomph, as if I'd believe you." Yelburna cast him a flirtatious glance. She turned around and, putting on the demeanor of a workplace senior, bossily scolded Catherine, "Newbie, if it weren't for recruiting you, why would the so-called god of the wild hunt target the boss? You're still in your probation period. Show some skills and perform well, or else, watch out, the boss might dismiss you and send you back into the painting to continue being a shut-in." As soon as she finished speaking, even more ferocious wolf howls echoed from below the ridge. Clearly, the god of the wild hunt had intensified the assault. Gu Yuan also put away his thoughts and said seriously to Catherine, "Save the welcome for later. Show us your strength first." "As you wish." Catherine raised her scarlet eyes, gazing at the phantom of the wild hunt in the sky, her gaze full of arrogance and disdain. "A mad dog dares to call itself a god? During the peak of our blood empire, you wouldn't even be worthy of being a dog." This taunt echoed through the valley, completely igniting the wrath of the god of the wild hunt. With an enraged wolf howl, all the werewolves' eyes turned from ghostly green to blood red. Their climbing speed increased, surging like a black tsunami toward the ridge. Rose Garden. Catherine's crimson lips parted slightly as the tip of her slender blood-red rapier pointed diagonally at the ground. A surge of dense blood-colored magic erupted from her as the center, spreading outward. On the once barren rocky ground, countless dark red thorny vines grew wildly, instantly transforming the 100-meter battlefield into a land of brambles. Following this, one after another, vibrant blood-red roses bloomed among the thorns. As the wild wind swept through, a storm of crimson petals scattered like a bloody snowstorm, drifting in all directions. The dozen werewolves that first charged onto the ridge roared as they stormed into the garden. However, the moment they stepped in, the rose mark was triggered. On each werewolf's throat, heart, or forehead, a rose totem glowing with red light appeared. The first dance. Catherine chuckled softly, her figure vanishing instantly from where she stood. In midair, a rose petal drifting before the werewolves suddenly twisted, and in the next moment, Catherine's fiery figure appeared like a phantom. Swish! The blood-red rapier transformed into a streak of crimson light, piercing precisely through the rose mark on the werewolf's throat. The mark shattered, unleashing an additional burst of true damage. The werewolf didn't even have time to scream before its neck exploded like a fountain. The scalding blood had barely splattered before it transformed into strands of pure life essence, flowing back along the blade and into Catherine's body. The act of killing and absorption was completed in the same instant. Catherine didn't spare the corpse a single glance before her figure vanished once more. The countless drifting petals became her stepping stones for teleportation. Her figure flickered and leaped through the sea of flowers, moving so swiftly she seemed like a phantom. One moment, she was on the left, piercing a werewolf's heart, the next, she followed the swirling petals and instantly appeared behind another werewolf, her blade precisely shattering the mark on the back of its head. Every strike was clean and decisive. The werewolves struck by her sword had wounds that burst into rose-shaped blood splatters. This wasn't a battle, it was more like an elegant yet deadly waltz. Every turn, every swing of her sword, was filled with astonishing power and flexibility. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan had no time to appreciate this bloody dance. His vision was overwhelmed by a barrage of notifications.
A flood of experience points surged into his body like a dam breaking. Having just reached level 15, his body was once again enveloped in the golden glow of leveling up. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 16. It wasn't over yet, the experience bar was still skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye, about to hit level 17.
Watching the experience bar soar as if it had unlocked some VIP privileges, Gu Yuan took a deep breath. This deal was absolutely worth it.
With Shaltir controlling the field, Annalise providing support, and Catherine delivering extreme bursts of power, this so-called wild hunt trial had completely turned into his personal experience pool. Within the secret realm, the slaughter continued. Beneath the ridge, the ground was already piled high with werewolf corpses. Catherine's figure darted through the blood-red petals, and with every flash, a werewolf's life was inevitably taken. She was like a tireless reaping machine, elegant yet efficient. But this was not her solo performance.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
5 hell puppets engulfed in flames advanced side by side, their massive fists smashing down and turning several werewolves into pulp with each strike. Hellhounds weaved through the gaps between the puppets, taking care of the stragglers sent flying by the shockwaves. Meanwhile, the imps in the air relentlessly hurled fireballs, bombarding the densest clusters of werewolves. Angelus hovered mid-air, continuously invoking eerie black scriptures that linked groups of werewolves together, causing the damage they suffered to multiply and spread. But the most eye-catching of all was none other than the Succubus Queen, Yelberna. Perhaps worried that her bestie might steal the spotlight, she displayed an unprecedented level of enthusiasm today. Her whip cracked crisply through the air, and amidst a flurry of rose petals, she twirled gracefully like a dancer, breathtakingly beautiful and deadly. Watching them fight is truly a pleasure. Gu Yuan, securely protected at the center of the defensive circle, couldn't help but exclaim as he took in the dazzling yet lethal scene. He didn't even need to lift a finger, and experience points flowed into his body like running water. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 17.
In just half an hour, Gu Yuan's body once again radiated the golden glow of leveling up.
Although it seemed like only one level was gained, this speed was already unbelievably fast. It's worth noting that after level 10, the experience required for leveling up increases exponentially. Last year's top newcomer, Yi Jingchuan, who was exceptionally talented and had abundant resources, spent an entire year to reach level 30. That was already considered an astonishing speed. Many of his peers, even the geniuses, are still stuck at levels 28 or 29. For members of ordinary guilds, reaching level 20 in a year is already considered a feat of sheer determination.
But how long has Gu Yuan been in the guild?
Not even half a month, and he's already at level 17. This leveling speed is something even the pay-to-win warriors who throw money at the game can only dream of.
This world is truly unfair, Gu Yuan sighed in his heart. Fortunately, this unfairness can only be borne by me alone.
At that moment, the massive wolf head in the sky had twisted in fury. Its wrath had solidified into substance, even at the cost of burning its own projection.
I am the god of the wild hunt.
A thunderous voice exploded across the sky. The sovereign who rules over hunting. I have descended with trials to hunt down you, the blasphemer of the divine.
And not, to let you enjoy the hunt here.
Roar! A roar echoed, as if the entire secret realm space was about to shatter. The wrath of the divine turned the world pale. The massive wolf's head opened its blood-red maw and spat out a sphere glinting with metallic luster. Immediately afterward, the hundreds of werewolves that had been charging in the valley suddenly halted their steps. It was as if they had heard the will of the divine, and they all raised their heads, letting out mournful and despairing howls.
The next second. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The bodies of those werewolves suddenly exploded from within without any warning. What splattered out was not flesh and blood, but clusters of energy glowing with a ghostly green light. This energy was the power of the god of wild hunt, rapidly converging toward the metallic sphere in the sky. Click! Click! The heavy sound of machinery echoed from within the sphere, and with each thud, Gu Yuan felt his heart clench violently. Even the hellish puppets, devoid of pain, were forced to retreat repeatedly by the icy aura. Suddenly, Accompanied by a piercing metallic screech, a massive mechanical claw covered in silvery alloy armor, with talons glinting with high-frequency lasers, tore through the metal sphere from within. Immediately after, a violent gust of air mixed with the scent of machine oil swept across the scene, scattering the rose petals in all directions. Boom! A mechanical werewolf, over 10 meters tall and entirely forged from silver alloy, crashed heavily to the ground. The moment it landed, the entire ridge shook violently, and web-like cracks rapidly spread outward. Amid the massive cloud of dust, the mechanical werewolf slowly stood up. Its surface was surrounded by faint green energy rings, the divine power forcibly confined within its mechanical shell. Its honeycomb-like mechanical eyes exuded the same ferocity as the god of the hunt, yet carried an additional layer of absolute, calculated coldness. Gu Yuan froze on the spot. He hadn't expected that even the silicon-based lifeforms, the Mecha clan, could worship the god of wild hunt. These mechanical beings had long abandoned their fragile flesh and achieved mechanical ascension. Their fundamental abilities far surpassed those of other races. Don't be fooled by the fact that this mechanical werewolf is only level 35, its actual combat power has already exceeded that of Catherine. Buzz! The cold and ruthless mechanical werewolf wasted no words. The thrusters on its back suddenly erupted with plasma flames, and its massive body instantly broke the sound barrier, detonating a cloud of sonic boom. Ignoring the burden on its physical form, it appeared before Catherine at supersonic speed. Catherine's reaction was equally swift. The blood-red rapier in her hand struck out like lightning, and the rose mark exploded on the mechanical werewolf's alloy chest plate, leaving a large scorched dent that exposed the complex mechanical structure inside. But the mechanical werewolf didn't dodge at all, allowing the sharp sword to pierce through. Its mechanical right arm, driven by the hydraulic system, struck down with overwhelming force like a thunderclap. Bang! Catherine raised her sword to block, but she was still sent flying by the terrifying physical impact, her entire body plummeting toward the cliff below. At that moment, Yalberna's whip lashed out, precisely wrapping around Catherine's waist and halting her fall. Though these two friends often quarreled, their bond had never wavered in critical moments. However, this heartwarming scene did nothing to ease the tense atmosphere. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal restructuring, the caved-in section of the mechanical werewolf king's chest, blown apart earlier, was rapidly being filled and healed by nanobots. Severed circuits reconnected, and the armor's surface was restored to its pristine state in an instant. The speed was beyond what could be described as visible to the naked eye. It was repaired as good as new in the blink of an eye. Super speed regeneration? Gu Yuan's mind trembled. No. It's not regeneration. It's restructured repair. He understood instantly. The god of wild hunt sent out the mechanoid believers not to showcase the diversity of his followers, but to use mechanical bodies to completely counteract Catherine's abilities. Catherine's rose mark can absorb the enemy's life force upon striking them to restore her own. If the target is flesh and blood, Catherine becomes increasingly formidable in battle, with virtually unlimited endurance. However, mechanoids lack flesh and blood, leaving Catherine unable to absorb life force, rendering her endurance ability useless. As an agile-type warrior, her stamina is already not top-tier. Without replenishment, her sharpness will be difficult to maintain. From Catherine's grave expression, it was clear she was recalling unpleasant memories. In the epic of the Crimson Dynasty, the dynasty's downfall was closely tied to the mechanoids. Gu Yuan still remembered the name of that chapter. It was called The Rebellion of the Iron Wolves. Above the firmament, one sonic boom cloud after another continuously exploded. The mechanical werewolf codenamed TX-660 circled and maneuvered above Gu Yuan's head at supersonic speed. With its astonishing velocity and formidable firepower, it firmly dominated the entire battlefield. Click! With a mechanical clatter, the heavy armor on the mechanical werewolf's shoulders slid open to the sides, revealing a dense honeycomb-shaped launch array. In the next moment, dozens of micromissiles poured down, locking onto Gu Yuan on the ground with deadly precision. Intercept! Gu Yuan raised his head, his expression cold as he uttered two words. In midair, the little demons let out maniacal cackles, spread their tattered flesh wings, and hurled their own bodies of blood and flesh toward the incoming missiles. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Violent explosions merged into a sea of fire in the sky. 5 hell puppets took large strides forward, their massive rocky bodies aligning side by side to form an indestructible stone wall beside Gu Yuan, blocking the residual shockwaves and shrapnel. Under normal circumstances, this would undoubtedly be a suicidal war of attrition. But at this moment, this was Angelus's domain. Grace reversal. Angelus clasped her hands together and chanted softly. The little demons that had been blown to pieces were forcibly pulled and stitched back together by black scriptures before they even hit the ground. In less than a second, they were restored to their original state and soared into the air once more, continuing to use their bodies as living shields to intercept the missiles. Even the shattered rocky armor of the hell puppets was instantly restored under this twisted healing. Immortal and indestructible, this is the battlefield dominance of the skilled grace reversal. But Gu Yuan knew very well that such dominance wouldn't last for long. "My lord," Angelus's hoarse voice came from behind, tinged with a trace of exhaustion. "My magic is depleting too quickly. The domain of grace reversal can only be maintained for another 3 minutes at most. Once the domain fails, the seemingly invincible demon army will be completely obliterated under the bombardment of the mechanical Wolf King." At that moment, 2 figures flashed rapidly and retreated to Gu Yuan's side. It was Yalberna and Catherine. They stood in a triangular formation with Angelus, firmly protecting Gu Yuan in the center. From the grave expressions on their faces, it was clear that the situation on the battlefield was far from optimistic. Catherine, albedo frowned as she looked at her silent close friend and said, "Didn't you say that werewolves are just lapdogs of your blood clan? So why is the dog now riding on the master's head?" "Don't bother me, I'm analyzing the battle situation." Catherine had no interest in bickering with albedo. Her crimson eyes were fixed on the mechanical werewolf in the distance as she said, "I still have enough power for one burst, enough to destroy it. But it's too fast. If you can't find a way to stop it, then don't get in the way." "I really can't do anything about that," albedo said helplessly, shaking her head. "These mech-armored beings have no desires at all, my abilities are useless against them." At this moment, Gu Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, "I have a way." He currently has only one control skill called Redemption Black Coffin, but the solution he mentioned is not that. Gu Yuan flipped his wrist, and an ice-blue diamond-shaped crystal appeared in his hand. "This is the Frost Abyss Cold Glimmer, an essence from the extreme cold hell that can condense into a spear. Not only can it deal massive damage to the target, but it can also apply a curse from the extreme cold hell, completely freezing the target for a full 10 minutes. This item was the ultimate trump card left to him by Lan Ruodong back in the Scarlet Town, containing the powerful abilities of the King of Bitter Cold. It can be said that this item was created specifically to instantly kill boss-level enemies. Even if it fails to kill instantly, the 10-minute control duration is enough to escape or slowly wear the enemy down. Compared to the Redemption Black Coffin, the advantage of the Frost Abyss Cold Glimmer lies in the fact that once the control takes effect, Catherine can immediately follow up with damage without waiting for the control to end. After all, targets controlled by the Black Coffin are immune to all external damage during the control period. To chain attacks, one must precisely time it at the moment the Black Coffin's effect ends, which is fraught with risks of error. The current situation allows no room for error. Frost Abyss Cold Glint must hit with 100% accuracy. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan confirmed with Angelus, "The chains of sin not only transmit damage but also the effects of skills, correct?" "Yes, my master," Angelus responded immediately. "However, the effects of skills will be reduced by 30% to 50%. "That's enough." With the affirmative answer, Gu Yuan felt reassured and immediately ordered, "Link one hell puppet and that mechanical wolf king together." "At your command." Angelus responded while raising her hand. Black scriptures spread through the air like strands of hair, instantly linking a hell puppet and the mechanical wolf king flying rapidly in the air. This was Gu Yuan's method to ensure a 100% hit rate. By using the chain of shared sin to bind a slow-moving minion, the damage and control effects could then be directly transferred to the real target through the chain. No matter how fast the mechanical wolf was, it could never evade this strike. As for the effect's attenuation, Gu Yuan didn't care at all.
Frost Abyss Cold Glint could freeze a target for 10 minutes, and even if the effect was halved, there would still be 5 minutes. That amount of time was more than enough for Catherine to unleash her strongest burst damage.
Then, Gu Yuan looked at the ice blue crystal in his hand, where the blue liquid inside was slowly flowing. Let me witness the true power of a top-tier expert. As the words fell, Gu Yuan suddenly crushed the crystal. With a crisp crack, an extreme chill capable of freezing the soul erupted instantly. Meanwhile, in the distant Lingyuan city, inside Villa A001 in the Cloud Peak district, a burly middle-aged man was sprawled out on the sofa, clutching half a bottle of strong liquor, his eyes hazy with drunkenness. He was none other than Lan Xiangdong, the president of the Winter Guild. This powerful figure, revered by the outside world as the King of Bitter Cold, now resembled an ordinary drunkard, belching and humming an off-key tune. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and sat upright on the sofa, his eyes wide, the drunkenness in his gaze vanishing instantly. Frost Abyss Cold Glint has been used. Could it be that Ruotong is in danger? Frost Abyss Cold Glint is the life-saving item he left for his daughter. Its immense power is enough to instantly kill a level 30 boss-level monster and even pose a lethal threat to a powerful second-tier professional. Even if the opponent can withstand one strike. Even if they aren't killed on the spot, they will be cursed by the extreme cold hell, freezing their entire body for a full 10 minutes. This amount of time is more than enough to escape. This was Lan Xiangdong's final trump card left for his daughter to save her life, only to be used in a life or death situation. But now, this precious item has actually been triggered. Ruotong, wait for me. Lan Xiangdong suddenly stood up, a terrifying energy erupting from his body as he prepared to tear through space directly and follow the aura of the Frost Abyss Cold Glimmer. At that moment, a cool and clear voice came from upstairs. Dad? What kind of drunken nonsense are you up to again? Lan Ruotong, dressed in cartoon pajamas and holding a copy of Abyssal Atlas, stood on the second floor, staring at her father with an expression that seemed to regard him as a fool. In the living room of Villa A001 in Henteing district, the air instantly froze. Lan Xiangdong, who was gathering power, stiffly turned his head to look at his daughter at the top of the stairs. Lan Ruotong's mouth twitched slightly, her gaze seemingly saying, "Are you out of your mind?" Lan Xiangdong blinked and awkwardly dispersed the power in his hands that was enough to tear through space. He swallowed and tentatively asked, You're home? You didn't encounter any danger? What danger could I possibly have at home? Lan Ruotong frowned and shook her head. No, the biggest danger here is you. It's not that. Lan Xiangdong looked a bit embarrassed. He was well aware that if he had really torn through space just now, this villa might have collapsed on the spot. It perfectly illustrated the saying, when there's danger, a father is a guardian angel, when there's no danger, a father is the danger itself. But he clearly felt that the Frost Abyss Cold Glint he gave his daughter had been activated. Thinking of this, Lan Xiangdong asked in confusion, I sensed that the life-saving tool I gave you was used. I thought you were in danger. Could I have been mistaken? Hearing this, Lan Ruotong's face suddenly changed dramatically, and the Abyss Compendium in her hand fell to the ground with a snap. It's Gu Yuan. She seemed like a completely different person, her tone filled with urgency. I gave him that crystal. Since the item has been triggered, it means he's in mortal danger. Gu Yuan? Who's that? Lan Xiangdong was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, his voice changing pitch. You gave the life-saving item I gave you to someone else? Do you even know what level of treasure that is? It wasn't that he felt distressed about the item, but an indescribable pang of bitterness surged in his heart. A strong intuition told him that the precious daughter he had painstakingly raised had probably been stolen away by some pig. Now is not the time to talk about this. Lan Ruotong completely ignored her father's questioning. She leaped directly from the second floor, and in an instant, a frosty, ice-blue battle robe appeared on her body. She rushed to Lan Xiangdong, her usual aloof demeanor completely gone, leaving only anxiety and panic in her eyes. Gu Yuan is in danger. Go save him quickly. Who, exactly is he? Lan Xiangdong felt as if his heart was about to break. In his memory, his daughter had never cared so much about anyone other than her mother.
Meanwhile, in the eternal hunting grounds, the temperature suddenly plummeted to freezing point. A terrifying wave of extreme cold energy swept across the entire ridge in an instant. Without any unnecessary preparation, the moment the blue crystal was crushed, it immediately burst into a dazzling light, then contracted and condensed into a fully transparent, 2-meter-long ice sphere, Frostibus cold glimmer. In the sky, the electronic eyes of the mechanical werewolf TX-660 suddenly flashed with a blinding red light. Alert, lethal level energy threat detected. The combat AI built into TX-660 instantly completed its danger assessment. The plasma thrusters on its back roared to full power, erupting with a deafening roar. Abandoning long-range bombardment, it created a sonic boom cloud in the air before diving straight toward Gu Yuan. The optimal solution calculated by AI is to kill the summoner before the ice spear is launched. Stop it! Gu Yuan ordered coldly. Yalberna and Catherine moved simultaneously. The purple whip transformed into a flurry of serpent shadows, blocking the airspace on the mechanical werewolf's left side. Catherine activated, pedal shift, instantly appearing on the mechanical werewolf's right side, her blood-red rapier aiming directly at its mechanical joints. The two top-tier forces formed a pincer attack from both sides. However, this mechanical creation was not limited to flying in a straight line. Endpoint trajectory change. Its thruster's posture suddenly adjusted, using asymmetric thrust to forcefully execute a 90-degree sharp turn and hover in mid-air. The long whip struck empty space, and the piercing sword missed its target. The mechanical werewolf's thrusters instantly returned to normal, slipping through the defensive gaps of the two and charging straight at Gu Yuan. Go! Gu Yuan's gaze was icy cold as he pointed forward with his right hand. The Frostibus cold light, suspended in front of him, transformed into a blue laser, tearing through the air and shooting toward the mechanical werewolf. The mechanical werewolf spun wildly in mid-air, changing its trajectory once again. The ice spear grazed its metallic spine, leaving behind a lingering frosty trail in the air. It dodged. A trace of almost human-like ferocity flashed through the mechanical werewolf's electronic eyes. It accelerated again, its claws glowing with high-frequency lasers, aiming straight for Gu Yuan's face. For the abyss. Angelus spread her arms wide, standing resolutely in front of Gu Yuan, attempting to use her own body to withstand the deadly charge. However, the combat module of the mechanical werewolf once again demonstrated its astonishing computational power. The thrusters suddenly reversed, allowing it to execute an extremely tight radius spin in mid-air. A fleeting shadow flashed by, and the mechanical werewolf bypassed Angelus's defense, appearing directly behind Gu Yuan. That was an absolute blind spot. A position for a guaranteed kill. The sharp alloy claws of the werewolf rose high, accompanied by a piercing shriek as they tore through the air, slashing mercilessly toward Gu Yuan's back. Just as the sharp claws of the mechanical werewolf were about to tear through Gu Yuan's nape, a crisp sound of ice crystals forming echoed from within its body. The beast's unstoppable attack froze mid-air. A thick layer of blue ice rapidly spread outward, centered on its core reactor. Its hydraulic joints were frozen solid, the plasma thrusters instantly shut down, and the nanobot repair system inside completely failed. In less than half a second, this arrogant level 35 mechanical overlord transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, suspended behind Gu Yuan. What happened? I clearly dodged that ice spear. A trace of almost human-like confusion flickered in the werewolf's honeycomb-shaped electronic eyes. Gu Yuan turned around, gazing at the massive ice sculpture before him, and chuckled lightly. Artificial intelligence can never truly replace humanity. Not far away on the ground, a hell puppet encased in thick, solid ice revealed the answer. That deadly ice ray just now, Gu Yuan's target wasn't the mechanical werewolf at all, but the hell puppet that had been connected to Angelus by a soul chain. The ice spear struck the puppet, and the extreme freezing effect was transmitted directly to the mechanical werewolf through the chain. No matter how agile or fast you are, you can't escape this guaranteed combo. Take action! Gu Yuan shouted sharply. The effect transmitted through the chain would weaken, and the control time was only 3 minutes, but that was more than enough. Understood. Catherine's figure emerged amidst a flurry of blood-red petals, her scarlet eyes brimming with murderous intent. An elegant duel. With a buzzing sound, 6 eerie blood-red roses bloomed one after another around the frozen body of the mechanical werewolf, instantly forming a deadly hexagram magic array. Meanwhile, in the lower district of Abyssal City, a gray-green spatial vortex was slowly expanding outside the abandoned city walls. Any building that came into contact with the edge of the vortex would silently disintegrate into ashes. A large number of city defense soldiers had set up a blockade around the area, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Lan Yuding stood inside the blockade line with a solemn expression, accompanied by several guild members. A heavy armored vehicle sped over and came to a steady halt. The door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a blue and white city defense uniform with a menacing scar on his face strode out. He was Zhao Tai, the commander of the city guard, who had once been a core member of the Winter Guild and could be considered Lan Yuding's senior. Yuding, Zhao Tai said, his brows furrowed as he looked at the ever-expanding vortex. The situation is dire. If this vortex continues to grow, the entire lower district will be consumed. He turned his head, his tone resolute. My men have already brought the spatial collapse bomb. It must be detonated immediately to destroy this spatial node. No. Lan Yuding refused without hesitation. Gu Yuan is still inside. Zhao Tai sighed. I've heard you talk about him. He's an exceptional genius. But risking the lives of millions in the lower district for one person? I can't calculate that cost. I can. Lan Yuding said coldly, ice blue magic surging around him. He stared directly at Zhao Tai. Evacuate the residents of the lower district immediately. All losses will be borne by our Winter Guild. And if it spreads to the upper district? Where will you evacuate them to then? Detonating the bomb now would minimize the damage. Zhao Tai tried to continue persuading him, but Lan Yuding cut him off with an icy glare. Say no more. Until he comes out, anyone who dares to detonate the spatial bomb, I'll be the first to strike them down. As soon as the words were spoken, thunder roared across the sky, and ice-blue lightning streaked through the clouds, as if responding to his fury. Zhao Tai's expression darkened as well. Young Master Lan, I am the commander of city defense in Linyuan City, responsible for the safety of nearly 10 million people. I will not allow you to act recklessly. As his words fell, the city guards behind him immediately cocked their guns, while members of the Winter Guild drew their weapons one after another. The tension between the two sides escalated sharply, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky without warning, and the temperature plummeted. Everyone's breaths turned into thick white mist, as if the city's temperature-regulating barrier had completely failed. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It wasn't clouds obscuring the moonlight, but a massive throne that appeared out of thin air in the night sky. The throne was entirely ice blue, forged from abyssal frost, exuding a chilling aura from the depths of the frozen hell. A majestic figure sat boldly on the throne. He was the king of bitter cold, Lan Xiangdong. His cold gaze swept over everything below. Beside the throne stood a graceful figure, his only daughter, Lan Ruotong, who was hailed as the princess of Linyuan City. By the abandoned city walls, the gray-green vortex resembled a malignant tumor, constantly expanding and devouring the physical space bit by bit. Houses, trees, and even the sturdy walls were mercilessly sucked in. Above the vortex, the massive throne forged from abyssal frost was none other than the seat of the supreme power in the Northern Territory, the Ice Throne. PP President, the voice of City Guard Commander Zhao Tai trembled, and his legs gave way as he dropped to one knee. No, it's the King of Bitter Cold. The senior members of the Winter Guild behind him also knelt in unison, paying their respects, creating an incredibly solemn scene. This was not some outdated ritual, but a heartfelt expression of profound respect for a king-level powerhouse. He was the pillar of Abyss City. Without him, this city, and perhaps the entire Northern Territory, would have long been devoured by the monsters from the Frost Abyss Rift. Lan Xiangdong's gaze swept lightly over Zhao Tai as he said, Xiao Zhao, I'm glad you care about the safety of the people. Then his tone shifted, carrying a hint of disappointment, but pointing a gun at your former colleagues from your old unit, that truly disappoints me. As these words fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. The knees of Zhao Tai, who was kneeling in the muddy water, were instantly covered with a thin layer of ice.
Even the fingers of the city defense soldiers, resting on their triggers, seemed frozen in place, unable to move. Bitter cold monarch. Zhao Tai still wanted to explain something. Lan Xiangdong, however, waved his hand and turned to the tense city guard soldiers, speaking in a soothing tone, "If there's an issue, we can discuss it. There's no need to point your guns at your own people so easily." After speaking, his gaze passed through the crowd and fixed on the gray-green vortex that was still slowly expanding. "In that special space, there are members of our Winter Guild." Lan Xiangdong's voice suddenly rose by 8 octaves, like a muffled thunder rolling across the sky, shaking everyone's hearts. "Our Winter Guild never gives up on any companion lightly. I ask all of you, please give me a little time." Before the voice had faded, he slowly raised his right hand, palm facing downward, and pressed lightly in the air toward the gray-green vortex. Crack! 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 A deep blue cold current poured down like a waterfall. It was not ordinary frost magic but an extreme chill that touched the laws of the world, as if even time and space could be frozen. The vortex, which had been continuously expanding, suddenly stalled in its rotation, and its rate of expansion visibly slowed, as if the slow motion button had been pressed. Is this the power of a fourth-tier expert? Outside the blockade, a young city defense soldier's legs gave way, and like Zhao Tai, he couldn't help but half kneel on the ground. He could clearly feel that the energy flow in that area had become sluggish. No, it wasn't the vortex that was frozen. It was time. The time in that area had been frozen. Lan Xiangdong, he had actually frozen time. The members of the Winter Guild also showed expressions of shock. They had only heard of the president's renowned reputation, knowing he was the guardian of Abyss City and even the entire Northern Territory. But this was the first time they had witnessed the King of Bitter Cold in action. Freezing time, slowing the expansion of space, this had already touched the edge of the laws, a power that was almost divine. Sure enough, not all powerful beings who reach the fourth transformation can be bestowed with the title of king. There are many fourth transformation powerhouses among humans, but those who can be called kings are extremely rare. Without exception, they have achieved absolute mastery in a certain domain, even to the extent of monopolizing a supreme power. For instance, the hellish extreme cold from the depths of the Frost Abyss Rift. Lan Xiangdong sat upright on the throne, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the venue. "I ask all city guard soldiers to rest assured, and I also ask the citizens of Abyss City to remain at ease. This secret realm will be personally guarded by me." Zhao Tai's heart surged with overwhelming waves as he stared intently at the green vortex. Although this ever-expanding secret realm was dangerous, a single spatial bomb could completely resolve it. In the past, he had handled many such situations. Even if people were trapped inside, for the greater good, sacrifices had to be made. Procedurally, this was entirely justified. But this time, Lan Xiangdong actually stepped forward personally to stop it. He even went so far as to expend divine power to buy time for the people inside. That young man named Gu Yuan must have an extraordinary background. Zhao Tai took a sharp breath, feeling a wave of lingering fear in his heart. He was grateful that he had been stopped. If he had acted as he did in the past and directly ordered the destruction of the secret realm, his career, or even his life, might truly have come to an end. Thinking of this, Zhao Tai suddenly raised his head to look at Lan Xiangdong. Clenching his left hand into a fist and placing it over his chest, he shouted with all his strength, "The city guard army is willing to stand guard alongside the bitter cold monarch. Wish to guard together with the Frost King. Wish to guard together with the Frost King." The members of the Winter Guild and the city guard soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing in all directions. Most of them had no idea what had happened, nor did they know who the person in the secret realm was. They only knew that this person was someone whose value was immeasurable, as even the king himself chose to personally protect them. At the same time, in the eternal hunting grounds, atop the ridge, ice shards danced in the air, and the cold was bone-chilling. The TX-660 mechanical werewolf, pierced by a frost abyss cold ray, had completely turned into an ice sculpture. Its gears were jammed, the hydraulic system ceased functioning, and all mechanisms came to an instant halt. There was no need for Gu Yuan to give an order. Catherine's figure had already transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, lunging forward. An elegant duel.
6 blood-red roses bloomed simultaneously in the air around the mechanical werewolf. This was no longer a simple thrust but an execution filled with the artistry of bloodshed.
6 flaws in 1 second, all shattered. 1.
The rapier precisely pierced through the first rose on the left shoulder. 50% extra true damage erupted instantly, tearing through the sturdy alloy armor as if it were paper, exposing the frozen complex circuitry beneath.
2. Petals scattered as Catherine's figure instantly appeared on White Wolf's right side.
The rapier shattered the second rose on its ribcage. 100% true damage stacked and exploded. Hydraulic pipes burst, and the coolant, turned into icy shards, splattered alongside the crimson rose petals.
3. 4. 5.
The sword's light was so fast it left only after images, and the piercing sound of metal breaking merged into one.
150%. 200%. 250%. Damage stacked layer upon layer.
The mechanical White Wolf's proud nano-repair system had no time to react under this storm-like continuous onslaught. Its conduction core was completely severed.
Its heavy alloy body began to collapse and disintegrate. 6.
Lynn's figure silently appeared directly above the mechanical White Wolf's head. She gripped her sword with one hand, aimed at the last rose mark on the mechanical wolf's eye, and with all her strength, stabbed down fiercely.
A deafening explosion erupted as 300% additional true damage was unleashed in an instant.
The alloy head of the mechanical werewolf burst apart like a balloon being punctured, exploding with a thunderous roar. The massive metallic body collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the core power reactor, which had already begun to cool, rolled out from the wreckage and shattered with a bang.
At the same time, a torrent of experience points surged into Gu Yuan's body like a flood breaking through a dam.
A dazzling golden light erupted from him once again, and his level shot straight up to 18.
Roar!
High above the sky, the massive gray-green wolf head let out an ear-piercing, anguished howl. In its extreme fury, even the divine aura it emitted began to distort. Its followers, in the hunting ground it had personally set up, were slaughtered like sacrificial offerings. And the prey it was supposed to kill not only survived but leveled up 3 times in a row and successfully passed the trial. The god of the wild hunt could not accept such a failure, nor could it tolerate such humiliation. The furious divine power began to gather rapidly in the sky. It was determined to unleash an even stronger trial, sparing no cost to obliterate this mortal who had repeatedly desecrated it.
However, at this moment, dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
3 majestic chimes, as if coming from the end of the void, echoed through heaven and earth. These chimes instantly drowned out the roar of the god of wild hunt, dispelling his terrifying divine might.
Rules cannot be defied.
The trial was your doing, and now that someone has passed it, you must not only stop immediately but also abide by the rules and grant the reward for passing.
Gu Yuan, take my reward and get out of my hunting ground.
The god of wild hunt, tightly suppressed by the rules, roared in fury, reluctantly handing over the trial reward. A system announcement followed. The special secret realm wild hunt trial has been completed. Evaluation, SSS level. Distributing trial rewards. Rewards, title achievement chosen of the wild hunt god. Rewards, rare material mecha tribe chip, warlord grade. Gu Yuan stared at the prompt in front of him, completely stunned.
What's going on? I humiliated the god of wild hunt like this, and yet I'd become his chosen one?
On the ridge, the distant sound of a bell continued to echo.
Gu Yuan gazed at the golden words chosen of the wild hunt god before him and couldn't help but stroke his chin. Could it be? He's just a tsundere with a tough exterior but a soft heart? Gu Yuan couldn't help but shiver.
He simply couldn't reconcile the ferocious wolf head in the sky with the image of a cute girl blushing and nervously saying, "This isn't specially for you." However, he quickly figured out the logic behind it. A trial bestowed by a deity is, in essence, a manifestation of the rules. In this world, the laws of the secret realm reign supreme, above all else.
Even deities must abide by them.
It was fine for the deity to trap him in the secret realm, and even fine to try to kill him within it. But as long as he could clear the trial,
the deity was obligated to grant him a reward. Whether the deity wanted to or not, it had no choice.
In other words, this reward wasn't something the god of the wild hunt graciously bestowed, but rather something forcibly extracted from the deity by the laws of the secret realm and shoved into his hands. At this moment, the projection of the god of the wild hunt in the sky had already become blurry and indistinct, as the deity was being forcibly expelled by the laws of the secret realm. Yet those wolf eyes, burning with a ghastly green flame, remained fixed on Gu Yuan.
Judging by the expression of impotent rage, it was clear the deity was utterly furious. There was no way it would be getting any sleep tonight. Gu Yuan, I will remember you. I will remember you with all my might. Your skull will surely become the most dazzling trophy on my body.
Even in the final moment of disappearing, the god of the wild hunt did not forget to utter harsh words, attempting to reclaim a shred of divine dignity.
Farewell, powerless god.
Gu Yuan tilted his head back, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips, and shouted loudly, "Your followers are really amazing."
Gu Yuan.
The god of the wild hunt completely lost composure on the spot, and that roar seemed almost capable of tearing apart the entire secret realm. However, his voice grew fainter and more distant, eventually being completely swallowed by the void, disappearing without a trace. The gods withdrew, and Gu Yuan retracted his gaze, turning his attention to his spoils of war. First and foremost, it was naturally the grand gift bestowed upon him by that incompetent deity.
Title achievement, Chosen of the Wild Hunt. Effect, in any secret realm, at any difficulty, you can activate Wild Hunt mode.
In this mode, the number of monsters in the secret realm is doubled, the experience points gained are doubled, and the loot drops are also doubled.
Ha ha ha. Gu Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter.
That incompetent deity was truly generous. This wild hunt mode was practically a dream-come-true divine skill for someone like him, a relentless grinder. For ordinary combat professionals, doubling the number of monsters might be a nightmare. But for Gu Yuan, who commanded a demon army and could level up while lying down, the real pain was having too few monsters. Others entered secret realms to survive, but he entered them purely to stock up. He was never afraid of monsters being too strong, he was only afraid of there being too few. The number of monsters has doubled, experience doubled, loot doubled. Gu Yuan quickly did the math in his head. With the base quantity doubled, the rewards also doubled. Adding it all up, the efficiency of clearing the secret realm once was equivalent to 4 times what it used to be. 4 times the rewards. Coupled with the mass-scale monster clearing efficiency of his demon legion, the speed of leveling up was simply unimaginable. This kind of automated monster farming was downright addictive. Who's next? Gu Yuan was ecstatic, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Who in this world could possibly be more efficient than me? He calmed his excitement and turned his attention to the second reward. It was a cube emitting a faint blue glow, labeled as Rare Material, Mechanoid Chip, Warlord Grade. Streams of green data flowed around the chip, resembling the mysterious black runes on Angelus's body.
This is the core material for a mechanic? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately thought of Lan Yuding's outrageously flashy hover car that could transform into a humanoid mech. The core of that car was precisely this type of chip, which accounted for nearly half the cost of the entire vehicle. Doesn't this mean I could soon have my own transformer? Gu Yuan's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Piloting a mech that could transform was the ultimate dream no man could resist. But he quickly calmed down and began calculating his finances. This side job would earn him 2.6 million, but that was just a drop in the bucket for buying a transforming hover car. Even with the core chip saving him half the cost, he'd still need to take out a loan for the rest. No, it's not worth draining my savings just to show off. Gu Yuan immediately dismissed the idea. He was still in a phase of rapid power growth, and every penny should be spent wisely on upgrading weapons and equipment. There would be plenty of opportunities to show off in the future. Just as Gu Yuan was about to put the chip away, Angelus silently floated to his side. Her eyes, covered by a black cloth, seemed to look at the chip in Gu Yuan's hand, her voice carrying a subtle trace of fervor. Master, this chip contains pure mechanical laws.
With it, I can craft a redemption mech for you.
Redemption mech? Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback, then quickly remembered.
Angelus had indeed mentioned before that if he was unwilling to expend divine grace to reconstruct a body for the deceased, he could instead inject Yi Jingchuan's soul into a redemption mech, turning him into a powerful killing machine independent of any domain. At the time, Yi Jingchuan had also expressed his willingness to enter the mech. He believed that the flesh was too fragile, and entering the redemption mech would not only allow him to atone for his life's sins but also free him from the limitations of a mortal body, granting him unprecedented strength.
Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Then let him have it. If even Angelus held the redemption mech in such high regard, its combat power must be extraordinary.
Compared to a flashy mech car, this was clearly the more valuable choice. At that moment, the surrounding space began to shake violently, and the dark red rocks beneath their feet started to crumble inch by inch.
Buzz, the trial had ended, and the secret realm's forced expulsion mechanism was triggered. We'll discuss the redemption mech later, Gu Yuan decided immediately. We're leaving now.
He waved his staff, dismissing all his summoned followers. He could already imagine the chaos outside. Just Lan Yuding discovering his disappearance would be enough for him to send people to seal off this entire area. If he walked out with this group of demons, the fallen Saintess, and the deceased Yi Jingchuan's siblings in tow, the scene would be nothing short of spectacular.
Meanwhile, outside the abandoned city walls in the lower district of Abyssal City, the atmosphere here was oppressively heavy.
A massive gray-green vortex hovered in midair, like a giant beast ready to devour anyone in its path. Even with the piercing cold forcefully suppressing it, the vortex continued to expand slowly but steadily, inch by inch consuming the surrounding space.
Crack, crack.
Lan Shangdong's hand, pressing lightly in midair, trembled slightly, and a fine layer of sweat seeped from his forehead. Forcefully freezing time and space was a crude intervention against the laws of the world. Even as the king of bitter cold, he couldn't maintain this state for long.
Still not out.
Lan Shangdong frowned deeply, feeling that he was nearing his limit. He slowly turned his head to look at his daughter, Lan Ruotong, who had remained silent all this time.
Ruotong, Lan Shangdong's tone carried a mix of gentleness and helplessness. My power isn't infinite. All I can do is buy him a little more time.
He sighed, a flash of resolve appearing in his eyes. If he really can't make it out, I'll have no choice but to completely destroy this spatial node. As he said this, Lan Shangdong's tone softened again, tinged with a hint of probing. If it comes to that, you won't blame Dad, will you? Lan Ruotong said nothing, her gaze fixed firmly on the gray-green vortex. On the surface, she appeared expressionless, but the tightly gripped staff in her hand, her knuckles white, betrayed her inner turmoil. Lan Shangdong withdrew his gaze, his heart heavy with bitterness. Even if you blame me, there's no other way. I absolutely cannot trade the lives of millions in Abyssal City for that boy's life. Just as Lan Shangdong steeled himself to set a final deadline, wait a little longer. Lan Ruotong suddenly spoke, her voice trembling despite her efforts to keep it steady, with a trace of barely concealed sobbing.
Wait a little longer. He will definitely make it out.
Lan Shangdong turned his head, momentarily stunned. He sought his daughter, who had always been cold and indifferent to everything since childhood, now with reddened eyes. In those pale blue eyes, tears welled up, yet they burned with a fire he had never seen before, an almost obsessive determination.
All right. Lan Shangdong took a deep breath and nodded heavily.
He looked at the vortex again, then suddenly stood up from the ice throne, extending his other hand and unleashing his magic power to its fullest extent without reservation.
Kid, this is the first time in 10 years I've gone all out. You better not let me down. If you're a man, then come out alive.
Lan Shangdong roared furiously in his heart. At that very moment, the gray-green vortex that had been expanding outward suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterward, the vortex's rotation reversed direction and began to shrink rapidly.
Abyssal City, lower district, beneath the abandoned city walls.
The green-glowing vortex abruptly dissipated in its reverse motion, and the vast area swallowed by the secret realm instantly fell into a dead, silent darkness. Faced with this sudden change, the gap between professional combatants and ordinary city defense soldiers immediately became apparent. A series of click,
Click. Click.
Sounds from firearm mechanisms rang out in unison, as the highly tense city defense soldiers reacted instinctively the moment darkness fell.
The pitch-black muzzles of their guns uniformly rose, aiming at the spot where the vortex had been. Meanwhile, the members of the Winter Guild responded far more professionally.
One illumination orb after another shot into the night sky, instantly dispelling the darkness and relighting the ruins.
Everyone's gaze refocused.
Only then did they see clearly that at the center of the dissipating vortex stood a young man. He was dressed in a black robe, with a cloak lined in crimson draped over his shoulders, standing alone in the middle of the ruins.
It was Gu Yuan.
His attire was immaculate, and his cloak fluttered slightly in the night breeze.
Though his stance was casual, his figure remained upright.
This composed and unhurried demeanor was nothing like someone who had just experienced a life-and-death battle. But how could this be possible? All the city guard soldiers, including Zhao Tai, were stunned. Worldwide, incidents of being swallowed by special secret realms are not uncommon. Zhao Tai himself had reviewed hundreds of related case files and personally handled more than a dozen similar incidents. The vast majority of people sucked into secret realms never made it out, even when the realm was completely destroyed by spatial bombs. Even the rare few who managed to survive were either severely injured or mentally shattered. Someone like Gu Yuan, who not only came out alive but completely unscathed, was simply unheard of.
No wonder, no wonder. Zhao Tai sighed inwardly.
No wonder Lan Yuding was willing to draw his blade for him, no wonder that bitter cold monarch personally descended here.
Zhao Tai couldn't accurately gauge this kid's strength, but one thing was certain, this kid was undoubtedly an extraordinarily unique existence.
Thinking of this, Zhao Tai immediately turned around and shouted at the waiting team, medical team.
Step forward and check the injuries immediately.
The nearby medical team members froze for a moment before reacting and running forward. It wasn't their fault, anyone who wasn't blind could see that Gu Yuan wasn't injured at all. However, the procedure had to be followed, as it represented an attitude. Soon, more than 10 combat professionals specializing in healing surrounded Gu Yuan in the center.
Isn't this a bit over the top?
Gu Yuan, who had just stepped out of the secret realm, was indeed a little bewildered. He actually had some predictions about the situation outside. Lan Yuding would definitely notice his disappearance and call upon the guild members to guard the place where he vanished. But he never expected that among these guild members, there would be such a heavyweight guest. Gu Yuan raised his head and looked at the ice throne floating above. There was only one person in the world who could sit there, the highest peak of the Northern Territory, the guardian stone of the Frostibus Rift, the uncrowned king of Linyuan City, the president of the Winter Guild, bitter cold monarch, Lan Xiangdong. Just like on television, Lan Xiangdong had short ice blue hair, ice blue eyes, and even the stubble on his chin was ice blue. At this moment, this top-tier powerhouse of the fourth rank was standing at the edge of the ice throne, looking down at him from above. That gaze was not friendly. However, this was also reasonable. Gu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, and on one side of the ice throne stood a graceful figure. It was Lan Ruotong. She was gazing at him from afar, her eyes slightly red, clearly having just cried. The fact that the Frost King personally descended here was undoubtedly thanks to her efforts.
Gu Yuan somewhat understood Lan Xiangdong's feelings at this moment.
Being woken up in the middle of the night by his beloved daughter to come and save a complete stranger, a young boy, would feel inexplicable to any father.
Moreover, this father's status was far beyond that of ordinary people.
Under normal circumstances, this lofty Frost King probably wouldn't even spare him a glance.
But then again, he wasn't just some ordinary young man.
He was the one her precious daughter had been longing for.
Thinking of this, Gu Yuan straightened his back even more.
He politely declined the medical staff's offer for further examination, smiling as he thanked them. Then, his gaze swept past the crowd and locked onto the monarch seated on the ice throne. Junior Gu Yuan, thank you for gracing us with your presence, Frost King. His voice was clear and resolute as he performed a standard chest salute. Under your guidance, I vow to become the winter storm that sweeps through the Frost Abyss Rift. To become the storm that sweeps through the Frost Abyss, this is the motto of the Winter Guild, personally penned by Lan Xiangdong.
For someone of his level, any flattering words are unnecessary.
He doesn't need gratitude from a newcomer, nor does he care about so-called repayment.
Gu Yuan only needs to fulfill his duties as a member of the Winter Guild, which is the best way to repay this king and the least likely to go wrong. Sure enough, after these words were spoken, Lan Xiangdong's sharp, ice-like gaze noticeably softened. Lan Xiangdong even nodded slightly at Gu Yuan.
He took a few steps back and sat steadily back on the ice throne, though his gaze remained fixed on Gu Yuan.
He was scrutinizing
this young man who had been personally recommended by his son and whose daughter had pleaded with him to intervene.
Not bad.
After a moment, Lan Xiangdong gave his first evaluation. The young man beneath the throne was dignified and composed, showing no signs of panic or fear after narrowly escaping danger. Even when faced with the overwhelming presence of the city guards, the experts from the Winter Guild, and himself as a top-tier powerhouse, the boy merely paused slightly, without displaying the slightest hint of cowardice. Such psychological resilience is truly rare in someone only 18 or 19 years old. Of course, beyond his temperament, what Lan Xiangdong admired even more was Gu Yuan's strength. In his youth, he had also been trapped in that kind of special secret realm capable of devouring everything, so he knew better than anyone how perilous it was inside. It was not an opportunity but a trap specifically designed to ensnare and kill combat professionals. Anyone who could walk out of such a place alive undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength.
Very strong. This was Lan Xiangdong's second evaluation of Gu Yuan.
Courageous and powerful. Under normal circumstances, upon encountering such talent, Lan Xiangdong would never just sit idly by, he would surely offer loud praise.
But Gu Yuan was different. To him, Gu Yuan was not just a talent but also a wild wolf threatening his precious daughter.
Lan Xiangdong had long noticed that his daughter definitely liked this boy named Gu Yuan. Ever since his daughter grew up, he had never seen her care so much about someone, not even himself, as her father had received such treatment. Thinking of this, Lan Xiangdong felt a pang of sourness in his heart. He had thought that with his daughter's cold and frosty personality, no man would be able to get close to her easily. If she could get married by the age of 27 or 28, it would already be a blessing. But what happened? She had just turned 18 not long ago, and now a wild wolf had appeared at their doorstep. How infuriating! 18 was the prime of youth, the most beautiful time of life, and now she was about to be taken away? Lan Xiangdong sat on the throne, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter, even mentally rehearsing the scenes that might unfold next. With the atmosphere as it was, his daughter would probably jump straight off the throne, give that boy a heartfelt hug, and then plant a passionate kiss on him. No! The image in his mind shattered Lan Xiangdong's heart. Just as he was immersed in sorrow, Lan Ruotong suddenly spoke up.
"Dad, let's go home."
Lan Xiangdong was stunned.
Go home? Just go home like that? This doesn't make sense. At this moment, aren't you supposed to leave your old father behind and jump down to give your little boyfriend a hug? That's how it always plays out on TV. Lan Xiangdong was full of question marks, but Lan Ruotong continued, "Let's go home. You've been freezing time for so long, you must be tired. Let my brother handle things here." What? Lan Xiangdong froze on the throne. His daughter, who had been cold and distant since childhood, suddenly became so considerate today? Was it just because he saved that boy she liked? Lan Xiangdong didn't understand, but he was deeply shaken. By the way, Lan Ruotong seemed to have thought of something. She turned her head, her eyes red as she smiled and said, "Thank you, Dad." And no.
You're welcome. Lan Xiangdong felt his tongue tie up. Ever since his daughter entered adolescence, he hadn't seen her smile with a hint of coquettishness like this. At this moment, Lan Xiangdong felt his heart completely healed, and he seemed to have realized something. He turned his gaze to Gu Yuan below, silently murmuring to himself, "I think
I know how to win my daughter's favor now."
Under the night sky, the cold wind howled.
On the towering ice throne, Lan Xiangdong withdrew his scrutinizing gaze.
He turned to Lan Yuding within the blockade and left a single sentence, "The rest is up to you." Before his words had fully landed, he waved his hand, and the space beneath the throne shattered like a mirror, instantly engulfing Lan Ruodong into the pitch-black spatial rift. The swirling snow and ice vanished along with it, and the terrifying pressure weighing down on everyone disappeared without a trace. Amidst the ruins, Gu Yuan looked at the slowly closing spatial rift in midair, a trace of doubt flashing through his mind. Lan Ruodong had been present from start to finish, yet she hadn't said a single word to him, not even exchanged a glance. Could it be because her father was nearby, and she didn't dare to act too obvious? Gu Yuan stroked his chin, feeling that this explanation made sense. In front of a strict father, it was normal for a girl to be a bit reserved. As he was pondering, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Gu Yuan took out his phone, and a new message popped up on the screen. A message appeared, sent by Lan Ruodong. The content consisted of just one word, humph. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned and replied, "What's wrong?" A few seconds later, another message came through from the other party. "Get some rest, we'll talk tomorrow." Gu Yuan curled his lips. He could roughly guess why Lan Ruodong was upset. A few days ago, she had warned him not to come to the lower district, and he had agreed. Yet today, he caused such a commotion in the lower district that Lan Ruodong had to call her father for help. Now that the matter was resolved, it was only natural for her to start sulking. But it didn't matter. When the time came, he could just shift the blame onto Lan Ruodong's brother. He'd say it was her brother who insisted on using him as bait, and that he couldn't refuse out of respect for Lan Ruodong. As Gu Yuan was calculating his next move, Lan Ruodong's brother's voice rang out. "Everyone, clean up the scene. Assist the city guards in assessing the damages." While directing his subordinates to handle the aftermath, he walked over toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan put away his phone and smiled at him. "Young Master Lan, my task is complete. However, that werewolf died inside the secret realm, so I couldn't bring the corpse out." "Who cares about that thing? As long as you're fine," Lan Yuding waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned about the whereabouts of the corpse. "Then let's settle the payment." Gu Yuan immediately switched to a money-hungry demeanor. "As agreed, 2 million for one werewolf. I handled the level 29 one by myself, so I get the full reward. As for the other 2 second-tier werewolves, as per the agreement, I take 20%, 40,000 for each." "Commission?" Lan Yuding was amused by him. "Look at you, so unambitious." He shot Gu Yuan a glance, pulled up a holographic screen, and quickly operated it. "In this capture operation, you were the biggest contributor. The credit for the 3 werewolves is all yours, 6 million in total. The guild only takes a 5% handling fee." Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Her brother was truly generous. She had originally thought this private job would earn her at most 2.8 million, but it had doubled to 6 million. Even after deducting 5%, there was still 5.7 million left. For a newcomer, this was definitely a huge sum of money. Many veteran combat professionals, even after working for 10 years, might not save up this much. The money's settled. Now, it's time to satisfy my curiosity. Lan Yuding closed the holographic screen, threw an arm around Gu Yuan's shoulder, and lowered his voice to ask, "What was that gray-green vortex just now?" "I heard the captured werewolf say it was the trial of the god of Wild Hunt?" "Yes, the Wild Hunt trial," Gu Yuan answered truthfully. "Holy crap!" Lan Yuding couldn't help but curse. "You really know how to stir up trouble, huh? Even a god got involved? What was this trial like?" "It was just hundreds or thousands of werewolves attacking me, the lowest level being 25, and quite a few at level 30, Gu Yuan explained casually. "Hundreds or thousands of level 25 to 30 werewolves? You call that a trial?" Lan Yuding gasped, pressing for more details. "And then? And then?" Gu Yuan spread his hands. "Then I held my ground. The trial ended, and I came out. Killed them all?" Lan Yuding was completely stunned on the spot. He released his grip on Gu Yuan's shoulder and looked at the young man in front of him as if he were a monster. "How did you manage to hold out?" Lan Yuding couldn't comprehend it. Even for him, facing hundreds or thousands of level 30 werewolves alone would be dangerous.
After all, stamina and mental strength aren't infinite.
While he could wreak havoc, there would always come a moment of exhaustion. When he was so tired that he couldn't even perform basic attacks, he would still be overwhelmed and killed by the monsters.
Gu Yuan was only a teenager at a low level. How did he manage to hold out for so long?
Just held out like this.
Gu Yuan shrugged.
Mainly through skillful operation, secondly with the help of mechanics, and also with the cooperation of summoned creatures.
Skillful operation?
You're bluffing. Lan Yuding's eye twitched furiously, his face full of disbelief. You're barely over level 10, facing hundreds or thousands of level 25 monsters. What room is there for skillful operation?
It must have been the summoned creatures. Of course I operated skillfully. Gu Yuan was slightly agitated. He could tolerate people calling him useless, but he absolutely couldn't stand people saying he lacked skill. Using Night Phantom's displacement to dodge attacks, Redemption Coffin to block damage, Sacrifice Gem to restore mana, sacrificing werewolves under the suppression of divine might, and even summoning Catherine at the most critical moment, weren't these all examples of skillful operation? Even if most of the kills were made by summoned creatures, could you really say there was no skill involved? Moreover, I'm not barely over level 10. Gu Yuan cleared his throat and said, I'm already level 18. 10, 18?
Lan Yuding blurted out, his voice so loud that even the city guards cleaning up the scene couldn't help but glance over. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, but the shock in his eyes was impossible to hide.
Awakened for only half a month and already level 18? What kind of heaven-defying leveling speed was this?
You have to understand, when Lan Yuding awakened back in the day, he also had a rare class and enjoyed the top-tier resources of the Winter Guild. Every day, he had personal escorts accompanying him to high-level secret realms to grind monsters. Even with that kind of nanny-style extreme leveling method, it still took him nearly 2 months to reach level 18. And this kid in front of him, from a civilian background with no connections, had reached level 18 in just half a month.
This couldn't be described as genius anymore. It was monstrous.
Lan Yuding pointed at Gu Yuan, so agitated that he couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time, only repeating over and over, you're simply a monster. As long as someone like Gu Yuan doesn't meet an untimely end, his future achievements will likely rival those of the legendary kings. He will be the Abyss King of the future.
And I, Lan Yuding, am the one who discovered this future king. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice.
Just as Lan Yuding was feeling fortunate about his decision to go to Jiangcheng and find this priceless treasure, Gu Yuan, a series of orderly and powerful footsteps interrupted his thoughts.
Commander Zhao Tai of the city guard, surrounded by his personal guards, strode up to the two of them. Gu Yuan.
Zhao Tai stood firm, his voice resonant like a bell. He looked at Gu Yuan with eyes full of admiration and continued, many people were drawn into the devouring secret realm, but I've never seen anyone manage to fight their way out alive. If that vortex had continued to expand, the millions of people in the lower district would have faced utter catastrophe. You not only saved yourself but also saved our city. Zhao Tai straightened his posture, his expression becoming solemn. On behalf of the Linyuan City Defense Force and all the residents of the lower district, I extend my gratitude to you. I will truthfully report everything that happened tonight and strive to secure a City Hero medal for you. Hearing the words medal, Gu Yuan immediately turned to look at Lan Yuding beside him, sending a questioning signal with his eyes. Is this thing worth anything?
Lan Yuding understood instantly.
He leaned close to Gu Yuan's ear and explained in a low voice, this is a certification specially issued by the military to non-military combat personnel. With it, you can receive a monthly stipend of 30,000 alliance credits, all the way until death.
If you ever want to join the military, you'll start at the rank of sergeant.
He then shifted his tone, adding with a hint of disdain, but for professional players like us in a top-tier guild, this amount of money is just pocket change, pretty much useless.
Useless? Gu Yuan's eyes instantly widened upon hearing this. These damned rich people. Do you even understand what a secure job means? What guaranteed income is? 30,000 a month, until death.
No need to complete tasks, no need to venture into secret realms, just sit at home and get paid.
And you call this not very useful?
With this stable cash flow, all his daily expenses and living costs would be fully covered in the future.
This is not some kind of medal, it's clearly a permanent meal ticket.
I can rely on this to keep getting money, all the way until the Human Federation goes bankrupt. Just as Gu Yuan squinted his money-loving eyes and secretly made a vow in his heart.
Attention, everyone! Zhao Tai suddenly issued a thunderous command, attention!
Swish! Hundreds of city defense soldiers around him stood at attention in unison, the sound of their leather boots striking the ground perfectly synchronized, as if it were the action of one person.
Salute!
Zhao Tai suddenly raised his right hand and gave Gu Yuan a standard military salute. Swish! Over 100 city defense soldiers simultaneously faced Gu Yuan, raising their right hands with resolute and reverent gazes.